The Guns of August, The Outbreak of World War I by Barbara Tuchman, read by Isaac Darlan.
A funeral. So gorgeous was the spectacle on the May morning of 1910 when 9 kings rode in the funeral of Edward VII of England, that the crowd, waiting in hushed and black-clad awe, could not keep back gasps of admiration. In scarlet and blue and green and purple, 3 by 3 the sovereigns rode through the palace gates, with plumed helmets, gold braid, crimson sashes, and jewelled orders flashing in the sun. After them came 5 heirs apparent, 40 more imperial or royal highnesses, 7 queens, 4 dowager and 3 regnant, and a scattering of special ambassadors from uncrowned countries. Together they represented 70 nations in the greatest assemblage of royalty and rank ever gathered in one place, and, of its kind, the last. The muffled tongue of Big Ben told 9 by the clock as the cortege left the palace, but on history's clock it was sunset, and the sun of the old world was setting in a dying blaze of splendour, never to be seen again. In the centre of the front row rode the new king, George V, flanked on his left by the Duke of Connaught, the late king's only surviving brother, and on his right by a personage to whom, acknowledged the Times, belongs the first place among all the foreign mourners, who, even when relations are most strained, has never lost his popularity amongst us, William II, the German Emperor. Mounted on a grey horse, wearing the scarlet uniform of a British field marshal, carrying the baton of that rank, the Kaiser had composed his features behind the famous upturned moustache in an expression grave even to severity. Of the several emotions churning his susceptible breast, some hints exist in his letters. "I am proud to call this place my home, and to be a member of this royal family," he wrote home, after spending the night in Windsor Castle, in the former apartments of his mother. Sentiment and nostalgia, induced by these melancholy occasions with his English relatives, jostled with pride in his supremacy among the assembled potentates, and with a fierce relish in the disappearance of his uncle from the European scene. He had come to bury Edward his bane, Edward the arch-plotter as William conceived it, of Germany's encirclement. Edward his mother's brother, whom he could neither bully nor impress, whose fat figure cast a shadow between Germany and the sun. He is Satan. You cannot imagine what a Satan he is. This verdict, announced by the Kaiser before a dinner of 300 guests in Berlin in 1907, was occasioned by one of Edward's continental tours, undertaken with clearly diabolical designs at encirclement. He had spent a provocative week in Paris, visited for no good reason the King of Spain, who had just married his niece, and finished with a visit to the King of Italy with obvious intent to seduce him from his triple alliance with Germany and Austria. The Kaiser, possessor of the least inhibited tongue in Europe, had worked himself into a frenzy, ending in another of those comments that had periodically over the past 20 years of his reign shattered the nerves of diplomats. Happily the encircler was now dead and replaced by George, who, the Kaiser told Theodore Roosevelt a few days before the funeral, was a very nice boy, of 45, 6 years younger than the Kaiser. He is a thorough Englishman and hates all foreigners, but I do not mind that as long as he does not hate Germans more than other foreigners. Alongside George, William now rode confidently, saluting as he passed the regimental colours of the 1st Royal Dragoons, of which he was honorary colonel. Once he had distributed photographs of himself wearing their uniform with the Delphic inscription written above his signature, "I bide my time." Today his time had come. He was supreme in Europe. Behind him rode the widowed Queen Alexandra's 2 brothers, King Frederick of Denmark and King George of the Hellenes, her nephew, King Haakon of Norway, and 3 kings who were to lose their thrones, Alfonso of Spain, Manuel of Portugal, and wearing a silk turban, King Ferdinand of Bulgaria, who annoyed his fellow sovereigns by calling himself Tsar, and kept in a chest a Byzantine emperor's full regalia, acquired from a theatrical costumer, against the day when he should reassemble the Byzantine dominions beneath his sceptre. Dazzled by these splendidly mounted princes, as the Times called them, few observers had eyes for the 9th king, the only one among them who was to achieve greatness as a man. Despite his great height and perfect horsemanship, Albert, king of the Belgians, who disliked the pomp of royal ceremony, contrived in that company to look both embarrassed and absent-minded. He was then 35 and had been on the throne barely a year. In later years, when his face became known to the world as a symbol of heroism and tragedy, it still always wore that abstracted look, as if his mind were on something else. The future source of tragedy, tall, corpulent and corseted, with green plumes waving from his helmet, Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria, heir of the old Emperor Franz Joseph, rode on Albert's right, and on his left another scion who would never reach his throne, Prince Yusuf, heir of the Sultan of Turkey. After the kings came the royal highnesses, Prince Fushimi, brother of the Emperor of Japan, Grand Duke Michael, brother of the Tsar of Russia, the Duke of Aosta in bright blue with green plumes, brother of the King of Italy, Prince Karl, brother of the King of Sweden, Prince Henry, consort of the Queen of Holland, and the crown princes of Serbia, Romania, and Montenegro. The last named, Prince Danilo, an amiable, extremely handsome young man of delightful manners, resembled the merry widow's lover in more than name, for, to the consternation of British functionaries, he had arrived the night before, accompanied by a charming young lady of great personal attractions, whom he introduced as his wife's lady-in-waiting, with the explanation that she had come to London to do some shopping. A regiment of minor German royalty followed, rulers of Mecklenburg-Schwerin, Mecklenburg-Strelitz, Waldeck-Pyrmont, Saxe-Coburg-Gotha of Saxony, Hesse, Württemberg, Baden and Bavaria, of whom the last, Crown Prince Ruprecht, was soon to lead a German army in battle. There were a Prince of Siam, a Prince of Persia, 5 princes of the former French royal house of Orleans, a brother of the Khedive of Egypt, wearing a gold-tasselled fez, Prince Xia Tao of China in an embroidered light blue gown whose ancient dynasty had 2 more years to run, and the Kaiser's brother, Prince Henry of Prussia, representing the German navy, of which he was commander-in-chief. Amid all this magnificence were 3 civilian-coated gentlemen, Monsieur Gaston Carlin of Switzerland, Monsieur Pichon, Foreign Minister of France, and former President Theodore Roosevelt, Special Envoy of the United States. Edward, the object of this unprecedented gathering of nations, was often called the Uncle of Europe, a title which, insofar as Europe's ruling houses were meant, could be taken literally. He was the uncle not only of Kaiser Wilhelm, but also, through his wife's sister, the Dowager Empress Marie of Russia, of Tsar Nicholas II. His own niece Alix was the Tsarina. His daughter Maud was Queen of Norway. Another niece, Ina, was Queen of Spain. A third niece, Marie, was soon to be Queen of Romania. The Danish family of his wife, besides occupying the throne of Denmark, had mothered the Tsar of Russia and supplied kings to Greece and Norway. Other relatives, the progeny at various removes of Queen Victoria's 9 sons and daughters, were scattered in abundance throughout the courts of Europe. Yet not family feeling alone, nor even the suddenness and shock of Edward's death, for to public knowledge he had been ill one day and dead the next, accounted for the unexpected flood of condolences at his passing. It was in fact a tribute to Edward's great gifts as a sociable king which had proved invaluable to his country. In the 9 short years of his reign, England's splendid isolation had given way, under pressure, to a series of understandings or attachments, but not quite alliances, for England dislikes the definitive, with 2 old enemies, France and Russia, and one promising new power, Japan. The resulting shift in balance registered itself around the world and affected every state's relations with every other. Though Edward neither initiated nor influenced his country's policy. His personal diplomacy helped to make the change possible. Taken as a child to visit France, he had said to Napoleon III, "You have a nice country. I would like to be your son." This preference for things French, in contrast to, or perhaps in protest against his mother's for the Germanic, lasted, and after her death was put to use. When England, growing edgy over the challenge implicit in Germany's naval programme of 1900, decided to patch up old quarrels with France, Edward's talents as roi charmeur smoothed the way. In 1903 he went to Paris, disregarding advice that an official state visit would find a cold welcome. On his arrival the crowds were sullen and silent, except for a few taunting cries of "Vivent les beurs" and "Vive Fashoda," which the king ignored. To a worried aide who muttered, "The French don't like us," he replied, "Why should they?" and continued bowing and smiling from his carriage. For 4 days he made appearances, reviewed troops at Vincennes, attended the races at Longchamp, a gala at the Opera, a state banquet at the Élysée, a luncheon at the Quai d'Orsay, and at the theatre transformed a chill into smiles by mingling with the audience in the entr'acte and paying gallant compliments in French to a famous actress in the lobby. Everywhere he made gracious and tactful speeches about his friendship and admiration for the French, their glorious traditions, their beautiful city, for which he confessed an attachment fortified by many happy memories, his sincere pleasure in the visit, his belief that old misunderstandings are happily over and forgotten, that the mutual prosperity of France and England was interdependent, and their friendship his constant preoccupation. When he left, the crowds now shouted, "Vive notre roi!" Seldom has such a complete change of attitude been seen as that which has taken place in this country. He has won the hearts of all the French, a Belgian diplomat reported. The German ambassador thought the king's visit was a most odd affair, and supposed that an Anglo-French rapprochement was the result of a general aversion to Germany. Within a year, after hard work by ministers settling disputes, the rapprochement became the Anglo-French Entente, signed in April 1904. Germany might have had an English Entente for herself, had not her leaders, suspecting English motives, rebuffed the overtures of the colonial secretary, Joseph Chamberlain, in 1899 and again in 1901. Neither the shadowy Holstein, who conducted Germany's foreign affairs from behind the scenes, nor the elegant and erudite Chancellor Prince Bülow, nor the Kaiser himself was quite sure what they suspected England of, but they were certain it was something perfidious. The Kaiser always wanted an agreement with England if he could get one without seeming to want it. Once, affected by English surroundings and family sentiment at the funeral of Queen Victoria, he allowed himself to confess the wish to Edward. "Not a mouse could stir in Europe without our permission," was the way he visualized an Anglo-German alliance. But as soon as the English showed signs of willingness, he and his ministers veered off, suspecting some trick. Fearing to be taken advantage of at the conference table, they preferred to stay away altogether and depend upon an ever-growing navy to frighten the English into coming to terms. Bismarck had warned Germany to be content with land power, but his successors were neither separately nor collectively Bismarck's. He had pursued clearly seen goals unswervingly. They groped for larger horizons with no clear idea of what they wanted. Holstein was a Machiavelli without a policy, who operated on only one principle: suspect everyone. Bülow had no principles. He was so slippery, lamented his colleague Admiral Tirpitz, that compared to him an eel was a leech. The flashing, inconstant, always freshly inspired Kaiser had a different goal every hour, and practiced diplomacy as an exercise in perpetual motion. None of them believed England would ever come to terms with France, and all warnings of that event Holstein dismissed as naive. Even a most explicit one from his envoy in London, Baron Eckhardstein. At a dinner at Marlborough House in 1902, Eckhardstein had watched Paul Cambon, the French ambassador, disappear into the billiard room with Joseph Chamberlain, where they engaged in animated conversation, lasting 28 minutes, of which the only words he could overhear. The Baron's memoirs do not say whether the door was open or he was listening at the keyhole, were Egypt and Morocco. Later he was summoned to the King's study, where Edward offered him an 1888 Upmann cigar and told him that England was going to reach a settlement with France over all disputed colonial questions. When the Entente became a fact, William's wrath was tremendous. Beneath it, and even more galling, rankled Edward's triumph in Paris. The Res Kaiser, as he was known from the frequency of his travels, derived balm from ceremonial entries into foreign capitals, and the one above all he wished to visit was Paris, the unattainable. He had been everywhere, even to Jerusalem, where the Jaffa Gate had to be cut to permit his entry on horseback. But Paris, the centre of all that was beautiful, all that was desirable, all that Berlin was not, remained closed to him. He wanted to receive the acclaim of Parisians and be awarded the Grand Cordon of the Legion of Honour, and twice let the imperial wish be known to the French. No invitation ever came. He could enter Alsace and make speeches glorifying the victory of 1870. He could lead parades through Metz in Lorraine. But it is perhaps the saddest story of the fate of kings that the Kaiser lived to be 82 and died without seeing Paris. Envy of the older nations gnawed at him. He complained to Theodore Roosevelt that the English nobility on continental tours never visited Berlin, but always went to Paris. He felt unappreciated. All the long years of my reign, he told the King of Italy, my colleagues, the monarchs of Europe, have paid no attention to what I have to say. Soon, with my great navy to endorse my words, they will be more respectful. The same sentiments ran through his whole nation, which suffered, like their emperor, from a terrible need for recognition. Pulsing with energy and ambition, conscious of strength, fed upon Nietzsche and Treitschke, they felt entitled to rule, and cheated that the world did not acknowledge their title. We must, wrote Friedrich von Bernhardi, the spokesman of militarism, secure to German nationality and German spirit throughout the globe that high esteem which is due them, and has hitherto been withheld from them. He frankly allowed only one method of attaining the goal. Lesser Bernhardis from the Kaiser down sought to secure the esteem they craved by threats and show of power. They shook the mailed fist, demanded their place in the sun, and proclaimed the virtues of the sword in paeans to blood and iron and shining armour. In German practice, Mr. Roosevelt's current precept for getting on with your neighbours was Teutonized to speak loudly and brandish a big gun. When they brandished it, when the Kaiser told his troops departing for China and the Boxer Rebellion to bear themselves as the Huns of Attila, the choice of Huns as German prototypes was his own. When pan-German societies and navy leagues multiplied and met in congresses to demand that other nations recognize their legitimate aims toward expansion, the other nations answered with alliances, and when they did, Germany screamed Einkreisung, encirclement. The refrain Deutschland gänzlich einzukreisen grated over the decade. Edward's foreign visits continued. Rome, Vienna, Lisbon, Madrid, and not to royalty only. Every year he took the cure at Marienbad, where he would exchange views with the Tiger of France, born in the same year as himself, who was premier for 4 of the years that Edward was king. Edward, whose 2 passions in life were correct clothes and unorthodox company, overlooked the former and admired Monsieur Clemenceau. The Tiger shared Napoleon's opinion that Prussia was hatched from a cannonball and saw the cannonball coming in his direction. He worked, he planned, he maneuvered in the shadow of one dominant idea. The German lust for power has fixed as its policy the extermination of France. He told Edward that when the time came when France needed help, England's sea power would not be enough, and reminded him that Napoleon was beaten at Waterloo, not Trafalgar. In 1908, to the distaste of his subjects, Edward paid a state visit to the Tsar aboard the imperial yacht at Reval. English imperialists regarded Russia as the ancient foe of the Crimea and more recently as the menace looming over India, while to the liberals and Labourites Russia was the land of the knout, the pogrom, and the massacred revolutionaries of 1905, and the Tsar, according to Mr. Ramsay MacDonald, a common murderer. The distaste was reciprocated. Russia detested England's alliance with Japan and resented her as the power that frustrated Russia's historic yearning for Constantinople and the Straits. Nicholas II once combined two favourite prejudices in the simple statement, "An Englishman is a Zed, Jew." But old antagonisms were not so strong as new pressures, and under the urging of the French, who were anxious to have their two allies come to terms, an Anglo-Russian convention was signed in 1907. A personal touch of royal friendliness was felt to be required to clear away any lingering mistrust, and Edward embarked for Reval. He had long talks with the Russian foreign minister Izvolsky, and danced the Merry Widow waltz with the Tsarina with such effect as to make her laugh, the first man to accomplish this feat since the unhappy woman put on the crown of the Romanovs. Nor was it such a frivolous achievement as might appear, for though it could hardly be said that the Tsar governed Russia in a working sense, he ruled as an autocrat, and was in turn ruled by his strong-willed if weak-witted wife. Beautiful, hysterical, and morbidly suspicious, she hated everyone but her immediate family and a series of fanatic or lunatic charlatans who offered comfort to her desperate soul. The Tsar, neither well endowed mentally nor very well educated, was, in the Kaiser's opinion, only fit to live in a country house and grow turnips. The Kaiser regarded the Tsar as his own sphere of influence, and tried by clever schemes to woo him out of his French alliance, which had been the consequence of William's own folly. Bismarck's maxim, "Keep friends with Russia," and the reinsurance treaty that implemented it, William had dropped, along with Bismarck, in the first and worst blunder of his reign. Alexander III, the tall, stern Tsar of that day, had promptly turned around in 1892 and entered into alliance with Republican France, even at the cost of standing at attention to the Marseillaise. Besides, he snubbed William, whom he considered un garçon mat élève, and would only talk to him over his shoulder. Ever since Nicholas acceded to the throne, William had been trying to repair his blunder by writing the young Tsar long letters, in English, of advice, gossip, and political harangue, addressed to "Dearest Nicky," and signed, "Your affectionate friend, Willie." An irreligious republic stained by the blood of monarchs was no fit company for him, he told the Tsar. "Nicky, take my word for it, the curse of God has stricken that people forever." Nicky's true interests, Willie told him, were with a Drei Kaiser Bund, a league of the three emperors of Russia, Austria, and Germany. Yet, remembering the old Tsar's snubs, he could not help patronizing his son. He would tap Nicholas on the shoulder and say, "My advice to you is more speeches and more parades, more speeches, more parades." And he offered to send German troops to protect Nicholas from his rebellious subjects, a suggestion which infuriated the Tsarina, who hated William more after every exchange of visits. When he failed, under the circumstances, to wean Russia away from France, the Kaiser drew up an ingenious treaty engaging Russia and Germany to aid each other in case of attack, which the Tsar, after signing, was to communicate to the French and invite them to join. After Russia's disasters in her war with Japan, which the Kaiser had strenuously urged her into, and the revolutionary risings that followed, when the regime was at its lowest ebb, he invited the Tsar to a secret rendezvous, without attendant ministers, at Bjorko in the Gulf of Finland. William knew well enough that Russia could not accede to his treaty without breaking faith with the French, but he thought that sovereign signatures were all that was needed to erase the difficulty. Nicholas signed. William was in ecstasy. He had made good the fatal lapse, secured Germany's back door, and broken the encirclement. Bright tears stood in my eyes, he wrote to Bülow, and he was sure Grandpapa, William I, who had died muttering about a war on two fronts, was looking down on him. He felt his treaty to be the master coup of German diplomacy, as indeed it was, or would have been, but for a flaw in the title. When the Tsar brought the treaty home, his ministers, after one horrified look, pointed out that by engaging to join Germany in a possible war, he had repudiated his alliance with France, a detail which no doubt escaped His Majesty in the flood of the Emperor William's eloquence. The Treaty of Bjorko lived its brief shimmering day and expired. Now came Edward hobnobbing with the Tsar at Reval. Reading the German ambassador's report of the meeting which suggested that Edward really desired peace, the Kaiser scribbled furiously in the margin, "Lies, he wants war, but I have to start it so he does not have the odium." The year closed with the most explosive faux pas of the Kaiser's career. An interview given to the Daily Telegraph expressing his ideas of the day on who should fight whom, which this time unnerved not only his neighbours but his countrymen. Public disapproval was so outspoken that the Kaiser took to his bed, was ill for 3 weeks, and remained comparatively reticent for some time thereafter. Since then, no new excitements had erupted. The last 2 years of the decade, while Europe enjoyed a rich, fat afternoon, were the quietest. 1910 was peaceful and prosperous, with the second round of Moroccan crises and Balkan wars still to come. A new book, The Great Illusion by Norman Angell, had just been published, which proved that war had become vain. By impressive examples and incontrovertible argument, Angell showed that in the present financial and economic interdependence of nations, the victor would suffer equally with the vanquished. Therefore war had become unprofitable. Therefore no nation would be so foolish as to start one. Already translated into 11 languages, The Great Illusion had become a cult. At the universities, in Manchester, Glasgow, and other industrial cities, more than 40 study groups of true believers had formed, devoted to propagating its dogma. Angell's most earnest disciple was a man of great influence on military policy, the king's friend and adviser, Viscount Esher, chairman of the War Committee assigned to remaking the British Army after the shock of its performance in the Boer War. Lord Esher delivered lectures on the lesson of the Great Illusion at Cambridge and the Sorbonne, wherein he showed how new economic factors clearly prove the inanity of aggressive wars. A 20th century war would be on such a scale, he said, that its inevitable consequences of commercial disaster, financial ruin, and individual suffering would be so pregnant with restraining influences as to make war unthinkable. He told an audience of officers at the United Service Club, with the Chief of General Staff, Sir John French, in the chair, that because of the interlacing of nations war becomes every day more difficult and improbable. Germany, Lord Esher felt sure, is as receptive as Great Britain to the doctrine of Norman Angell. How receptive were the Kaiser and the Crown Prince to whom he gave, or caused to be given, copies of The Great Illusion is not reported. There is no evidence that he gave one to General von Bernhardi, who was engaged in 1910 in writing a book called Germany and the Next War, published in the following year, which was to be as influential as Angell's, but from the opposite point of view. 3 of its chapter titles, The Right to Make War, The Duty to Make War, and World Power or Downfall, sum up its thesis. As a 21-year-old cavalry officer in 1870, Bernhardi had been the first German to ride through the Arc de Triomphe when the Germans entered Paris. Since then, flags and glory interested him less than the theory, philosophy, and science of war as applied to Germany's historic mission, another of his chapter titles. He had served as chief of the military history section of the General Staff, was one of the intellectual elite of that hard-thinking, hard-working body, and author of a classic on cavalry, before he assembled a lifetime studies of Clausewitz, Treitschke, and Darwin, and poured them into the book that was to make his name a synonym for Mars. War, he stated, is a biological necessity. It is the carrying out among humankind of the natural law upon which all the laws of nature rest, the law of the struggle for existence. Nations, he said, must progress or decay. There can be no standing still, and Germany must choose world power or downfall. Among the nations, Germany is in social political respects at the head of all progress in culture, but is compressed into narrow, unnatural limits. She cannot attain her great moral ends without increased political power, an enlarged sphere of influence, and new territory. This increase in power, befitting our importance and which we are entitled to claim, is a political necessity and the first and foremost duty of the state. In his own italics, Bernhardi announced, "What we now wish to attain must be fought for," and from here he galloped home to the finish line. Conquest thus becomes a law of necessity. Having proved the necessity, a favourite word of German military thinkers, Bernhardi proceeded to method. Once the duty to make war is recognized, the secondary duty, to make it successfully, follows. To be successful, a state must begin war at the most favourable moment of its own choosing. It has the acknowledged right to secure the proud privilege of such initiative. Offensive war thus becomes another necessity and a second conclusion inescapable. It is incumbent on us to act on the offensive and strike the first blow. Bernhardi did not share the Kaiser's concern about the odium that attached to an aggressor, nor was he reluctant to tell where the blow would fall. It was unthinkable, he wrote, that Germany and France could ever negotiate their problems. France must be so completely crushed that she can never cross our path again. She must be annihilated once and for all as a great power. King Edward did not live to read Bernhardi. In January 1910, he sent the Kaiser his annual birthday greetings and the gift of a walking stick before departing for Marienbad and Biarritz. A few months later, he was dead. "We have lost the mainstay of our foreign policy," said Izvolsky when he heard the news. This was hyperbole, for Edward was merely the instrument, not the architect, of the new alignments. In France, the king's death created profound emotion and real consternation, according to Le Figaro. Paris, it said, felt the loss of its great friend as deeply as London. Lamp posts and shop windows in the Rue de la Paix wore the same black as Piccadilly. Cab drivers tied crepe bows on their whips. Black-draped portraits of the late king appeared even in the provincial towns, as at the death of a great French citizen. In Tokyo, in tribute to the Anglo-Japanese alliance, houses bore the crossed flags of England and Japan with the staves draped in black. In Germany, whatever the feelings, correct procedures were observed. All officers of the army and navy were ordered to wear mourning for 8 days, and the fleet in home waters fired a salute and flew its flags at half-mast. The Reichstag rose to its feet to hear a message of sympathy read by its president, and the Kaiser called in person upon the British ambassador in a visit that lasted an hour and a half. In London the following week, the royal family was kept busy meeting royal arrivals at Victoria Station. The Kaiser came over on his yacht, the Hohenzollern, escorted by 4 British destroyers. He anchored in the Thames estuary and came the rest of the way to London by train, arriving at Victoria Station like the common royalty. A purple carpet was rolled out on the platform, and purple-covered steps placed where his carriage would stop. As his train drew in on the stroke of noon, the familiar figure of the German emperor stepped down to be greeted by his cousin King George, whom he kissed on both cheeks. After lunch they went together to Westminster Hall, where the body of Edward lay in state. A thunderstorm the night before, and drenching rains all morning, had not deterred the quiet, patient line of Edward's subjects waiting to pass through the hall. On this day, Thursday, May 19th, the line stretched back for 5 miles. It was the day the Earth was due to pass through the tail of Halley's Comet, whose appearance called forth reminders that it was traditionally the prophet of disaster, had it not heralded the Norman conquest, and inspired journals with literary editors to print the lines from Julius Caesar. When beggars die, there are no comets seen. The heavens themselves blaze forth the death of princes. Inside the vast hall, the bier lay in sombre majesty, surmounted by crown, orb, and sceptre, and guarded at its four corners by 4 officers, each from different regiments of the empire, who stood in the traditional attitude of mourning with bowed heads and white-gloved hands crossed over sword hilts. The Kaiser eyed all the customs of an imperial lying in state with professional interest. He was deeply impressed, and years later could recall every detail of the scene in its marvellous medieval setting. He saw the sun's rays filtered through the narrow Gothic windows lighting up the jewels of the crown. He watched the changing of the guards at the bier as the 4 new guards marched forward with swords at the carry-up and turned them point down as they reached their places, while the guards they relieved glided away in slow motion to disappear through some unseen exit in the shadows. Laying his wreath of purple and white flowers on the coffin, he knelt with King George in silent prayer, and on rising grasped his cousin's hand in a manly and sympathetic handshake. The gesture, widely reported, caused much favourable comment. Publicly, his performance was perfect. Privately, he could not resist the opportunity for fresh scheming. At a dinner given by the king that night at Buckingham Palace for the 70 royal mourners and special ambassadors, he buttonholed Monsieur Pichon of France and proposed to him that in the event Germany should find herself opposed to England in a conflict, France should side with Germany. In view of the occasion and the place, this latest imperial brainstorm caused the same fuss that had once moved Sir Edward Grey, England's harassed foreign secretary, to remark wistfully, "The other sovereigns are so much quieter." The Kaiser later denied he had ever said anything of the kind. He had merely discussed Morocco and some other political matters. Monsieur Pichon could only be got to say discreetly that the Kaiser's language had been amiable and pacific. Next morning, in the procession, where for once he could not talk, William's behaviour was exemplary. He kept his horse reined in, a head behind King George's, and, to Conan Doyle, special correspondent for the occasion, looked so noble that England has lost something of her old kindliness if she does not take him back into her heart today. When the procession reached Westminster Hall, he was the first to dismount, and, as Queen Alexandra's carriage drew up, he ran to the door with such alacrity that he reached it before the royal servants, only to find that the Queen was about to descend on the other side. William scampered nimbly around, still ahead of the servants, reached the door first, handed out the widow, and kissed her with the affection of a bereaved nephew. Fortunately, King George came up at this moment to rescue his mother and escort her himself, for she loathed the Kaiser, both personally and for the sake of Schleswig-Holstein. Though he had been but 8 years old when Germany seized the duchies from Denmark, she had never forgiven him or his country. When her son, on a visit to Berlin in 1890, was made honorary colonel of a Prussian regiment, she wrote to him, "And so my Georgie boy has become a real, live, filthy blue-coated pickle-haubed German soldier. Well, I never thought to have lived to see that, but never mind. It was your misfortune, and not your fault." A roll of muffled drums and the wail of bagpipes sounded as the coffin wrapped in the royal standard was borne from the hall by a score of blue jackets in straw hats. A sudden shiver of sabres glittered in the sun as the cavalry came to attention. At a signal of 4 sharp whistles, the sailors hoisted the coffin onto the gun carriage, draped in purple, red, and white. The cortege moved on between motionless lines of grenadiers like red walls that hemmed in the packed black masses of perfectly silent people. London was never so crowded, never so still. Alongside and behind the gun carriage, drawn by the Royal Horse Artillery, walked His late Majesty's 63 aides-de-camp, all colonels or naval captains and all peers, among them 5 dukes, 4 marquises and 13 earls. England's 3 field marshals, Lord Kitchener, Lord Roberts and Sir Evelyn Wood, rode together. 6 admirals of the fleet followed, and after them, walking all alone, Edward's great friend, Sir John Fisher, the stormy, eccentric former First Sea Lord, with his queer, un-English Mandarin's face. Detachments from all the famous regiments, the Coldstreams, the Gordon Highlanders, the household cavalry and cavalry of the line, the Horse Guards and Lancers and Royal Fusiliers, brilliant hussars and dragoons of the German, Russian, Austrian and other foreign cavalry units, of which Edward had been honorary officer, admirals of the German Navy, almost, it seemed to some disapproving observers, too great a military show in the funeral of a man called the Peacemaker. His horse, with empty saddle and boots reversed in the stirrups, led by 2 grooms, and trotting along behind, his wire-haired terrier Caesar, added a pang of personal sentiment. On came the pomp of England, pursuivants of arms in emblazoned medieval tabards, silver stick in waiting, white staves, equerries, archers of Scotland, judges in wigs and black robes, and the Lord Chief Justice in scarlet, bishops in ecclesiastical purple, yeomen of the guard in black velvet hats and frilled Elizabethan collars, an escort of trumpeters, and then the parade of kings, followed by a glass coach bearing the widowed queen and her sister, the Dowager Empress of Russia, and 12 other coaches of queens, ladies, and oriental potentates, along Whitehall, the Mall, Piccadilly, and the Park to Paddington Station, where the body was to go by train to Windsor for burial. The long procession moved. The Royal Horse Guards band played the Dead March from Saul. People felt a finality in the slow tread of the marchers and in the solemn music. Lord Esher wrote in his diary after the funeral, "There never was such a break-up. All the old boys which have marked the channel of our lives seem to have been swept away." Plans. DV. Let the last man on the right brush the channel with his sleeve. Count Alfred von Schlieffen, chief of the German General Staff from 1891 to 1906, was, like all German officers, schooled in Clausewitz's precept, "The heart of France lies between Brussels and Paris." It was a frustrating axiom, because the path it pointed to was forbidden by Belgian neutrality, which Germany, along with the other 4 major European powers, had guaranteed in perpetuity. Believing that war was a certainty, and that Germany must enter it under conditions that gave her the most promise of success, Schlieffen determined not to allow the Belgian difficulty to stand in Germany's way. Of the 2 classes of Prussian officer, the bull-necked and the wasp-waisted, he belonged to the second. Monocled and effete in appearance, cold and distant in manner, he concentrated with such single-mindedness on his profession that when an aide, at the end of an all-night staff ride in East Prussia, pointed out to him the beauty of the river Pregel, sparkling in the rising sun, the general gave a brief, hard look and replied, "An unimportant obstacle." So too, he decided, was Belgian neutrality. A neutral and independent Belgium was the creation of England, or rather of England's ablest foreign minister, Lord Palmerston. Belgium's coast was England's frontier. On the plains of Belgium, Wellington had defeated the greatest threat to England since the Armada. Thereafter, England was determined to make that patch of open, easily traversable territory a neutral zone, and, under the post-Napoleon settlement of the Congress of Vienna, agreed with the other powers to attach it to the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Resenting union with a Protestant power, burning with the fever of the 19th century nationalism, the Belgians revolted in 1830, setting off an international scramble. The Dutch fought to retain their province. The French, eager to reabsorb what they had once ruled, moved in. The autocratic states, Russia, Prussia, and Austria, bent on keeping Europe clamped under the vice of Vienna, were ready to shoot at the first sign of revolt anywhere. Lord Palmerston outmanoeuvred them all. He knew that a subject province would be an eternal temptation to one neighbour or another, and that only an independent nation, resolved to maintain its own integrity, could survive as a safety zone. Through 9 years of nerve, of suppleness, of never swerving from his aim, of calling out the British fleet when necessary, he played off all contenders and secured an international treaty guaranteeing Belgium as an independent and perpetually neutral state. The treaty was signed in 1839 by England, France, Russia, Prussia, and Austria. Ever since 1892, when France and Russia had joined in military alliance, it was clear that 4 of the 5 signatories of the Belgian Treaty would be automatically engaged, 2 against 2, in the war for which Schlieffen had to plan. Europe was a heap of swords, piled as delicately as jackstraws. One could not be pulled out without moving the others. Under the terms of the Austro-German alliance, Germany was obliged to support Austria in any conflict with Russia. Under the terms of the alliance between France and Russia, both parties were obliged to move against Germany if either became involved in a defensive war with Germany. These arrangements made it inevitable that in any war in which she engaged, Germany would have to fight on 2 fronts against both Russia and France. What part England would play was uncertain. She might remain neutral. She might, if given cause, come in against Germany. That Belgium could be the cause was no secret. In the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, when Germany was still a climbing power, Bismarck had been happy enough, upon a hint from England, to reaffirm the inviolability of Belgium. Gladstone had secured a treaty from both belligerents providing that if either violated Belgian neutrality, England would cooperate with the other to the extent of defending Belgium, though without engaging in the general operations of the war. Although there was something a little impractical about the tale of this Gladstonian formula, the Germans had no reason to suppose its underlying motive any less operative in 1914 than in 1870. Nevertheless, Schlieffen decided, in the event of war, to attack France by way of Belgium. His reason was military necessity. In a 2-front war, he wrote, "The whole of Germany must throw itself upon one enemy, the strongest, most powerful, most dangerous enemy, and that can only be France." Schlieffen's completed plan for 1906, the year he retired, allocated 6 weeks and 7/8 of Germany's forces to smash France, while 1/8 was to hold her eastern frontier against Russia until the bulk of her army could be brought back to face the second enemy. He chose France first because Russia could frustrate a quick victory by simply withdrawing within her infinite room, leaving Germany to be sucked into an endless campaign as Napoleon had been. France was both closer at hand and quicker to mobilize. The German and French armies each required 2 weeks to complete mobilization before a major attack could begin on the 15th day. Russia, according to German arithmetic, because of her vast distances, huge numbers, and meagre railroads, would take 6 weeks before she could launch a major offensive, by which time France would be beaten. The risk of leaving East Prussia, hearth of Junkerdom and the Hohenzollerns, to be held by only 9 divisions was hard to accept, but Frederick the Great had said, "It is better to lose a province than split the forces with which one seeks victory," and nothing so comforts the military mind as the maxim of a great but dead general. Only by throwing the utmost numbers against the West could France be finished off quickly. Only by a strategy of envelopment, using Belgium as a pathway, could the German armies, in Schlieffen's opinion, attack France successfully. His reasoning, from the purely military point of view, appeared faultless. The German army of 1.5 million that was to be used against France was now 6 times the size it had been in 1870, and needed room to maneuver. French fortresses constructed along the frontiers of Alsace and Lorraine after 1870 precluded the Germans from making a frontal attack across the common border. A protracted siege would provide no opportunity, as long as French lines to the rear remained open, of netting the enemy quickly in a battle of annihilation. Only by envelopment could the French be taken from behind and destroyed. But at either end of the French lines lay neutral territory, Switzerland, and Belgium. There was not enough room for the huge German army to get around the French armies and still stay inside France. The Germans had done it in 1870, when both armies were small, but now it was a matter of moving an army of millions to outflank an army of millions. Space, roads, and railroads were essential. The flat plains of Flanders had them. In Belgium there was both room for the outflanking manoeuvre, which was Schlieffen's formula for success, as well as a way to avoid the frontal attack, which was his formula for disaster. Clausewitz, oracle of German military thought, had ordained a quick victory by decisive battle as the first object in offensive war. Occupation of the enemy's territory and gaining control of his resources was secondary. To speed an early decision was essential. Time counted above all else. Anything that protracted a campaign, Clausewitz condemned. Gradual reduction of the enemy, or a war of attrition, he feared like the pit of hell. He wrote in the decade of Waterloo, and his works had been accepted as the Bible of strategy ever since. To achieve decisive victory, Schlieffen fixed upon a strategy derived from Hannibal and the Battle of Cannae. The dead general who mesmerized Schlieffen had been dead a very long time. 2,000 years had passed since Hannibal's classic double envelopment of the Romans at Cannae. Field gun and machine gun had replaced bow and arrow and slingshot, Schlieffen wrote, but the principles of strategy remain unchanged. The enemy's front is not the objective. The essential thing is to crush the enemy's flanks and complete the extermination by attack upon his rear. Under Schlieffen, envelopment became the fetish and frontal attack the anathema of the German General Staff. Schlieffen's first plan, to include the violation of Belgium, was formulated in 1899. It called for cutting across the corner of Belgium east of the Meuse. Enlarged with each successive year, by 1905 it had expanded into a huge enveloping right-wing sweep in which the German armies would cross Belgium from Liège to Brussels before turning southward, where they could take advantage of the open country of Flanders to march against France. Everything depended upon a quick decision against France, and even the long way around through Flanders would be quicker than laying siege to the fortress line across the common border. Schlieffen did not have enough divisions for a double envelopment of France à la Cannae. For this he substituted a heavily one-sided right wing that would spread across the whole of Belgium on both sides of the Meuse, sweep down through the country like a monstrous hayrake, cross the Franco-Belgian frontier along its entire width, and descend upon Paris along the valley of the Oise. The German mass would come between the capital and the French armies which, drawn back to meet the menace, would be caught away from their fortified areas in the decisive battle of annihilation. Essential to the plan was a deliberately weak German left wing on the Alsace-Lorraine front, which would tempt the French in that area forward into a sack between Metz and the Vosges. It was expected that the French, intent upon liberating their lost provinces, would attack here, and it was considered so much the better for the success of the German plan if they did, for they could be held in the sack by the German left wing while the main victory was obtained from behind. In the back of Schlieffen's mind always glimmered the hope that as battle unfolded, a counter-attack by his left wing could be mounted in order to bring about a true double envelopment, the colossal Cannae of his dreams. Sternly saving his greatest strength for the right wing, he did not yield to that vaulting ambition in his plan. But the lure of the left wing remained to tempt his successors. Thus the Germans came to Belgium. Decisive battle dictated envelopment, and envelopment dictated the use of Belgian territory. The German General Staff pronounced it a military necessity. Kaiser and Chancellor accepted it with more or less equanimity. Whether it was advisable, whether it was even expedient in view of the probable effect on world opinion, especially on neutral opinion, was irrelevant. That it seemed necessary to the triumph of German arms was the only criterion. Germans had imbibed from 1870 the lesson that arms and war were the sole source of German greatness. They had been taught by Field Marshal von der Goltz, in his book The Nation in Arms, that we have won our position through the sharpness of our sword, not through the sharpness of our mind. The decision to violate Belgian neutrality followed easily. Character is fate, the Greeks believed. 100 years of German philosophy went into the making of this decision, in which the seed of self-destruction lay embedded, waiting for its hour. The voice was Schlieffen's, but the hand was the hand of Fichte, who saw the German people chosen by Providence to occupy the supreme place in the history of the universe; of Hegel, who saw them leading the world to a glorious destiny of compulsory Kultur; of Nietzsche, who told them that supermen were above ordinary controls; of Treitschke, who set the increase of power as the highest moral duty of the state; of the whole German people, who called their temporal ruler the all-highest. What made the Schlieffen Plan was not Clausewitz and the Battle of Cannae, but the body of accumulated egoism which suckled the German people and created a nation fed on the desperate delusion of the will that deems itself absolute. The goal, decisive battle, was a product of the victories over Austria and France in 1866 and 1870. Dead battles, like dead generals, hold the military mind in their dead grip, and Germans, no less than other peoples, prepare for the last war. They staked everything on decisive battle in the image of Hannibal. But even the ghost of Hannibal might have reminded Schlieffen that though Carthage won at Cannae, Rome won the war. Old Field Marshal Moltke in 1890 foretold that the next war might last 7 years, or 30, because the resources of a modern state were so great it would not know itself to be beaten after a single military defeat, and would not give up. His nephew and namesake, who succeeded Schlieffen as Chief of Staff, also had moments when he saw the truth as clearly. In a moment of heresy to Clausewitz, he said to the Kaiser in 1906, "It will be a national war which will not be settled by a decisive battle, but by a long, wearisome struggle with a country that will not be overcome until its whole national force is broken, and a war which will utterly exhaust our own people, even if we are victorious." It went against human nature, however, and the nature of general staffs, to follow through the logic of his own prophecy. Amorphous and without limits, the concept of a long war could not be scientifically planned for, as could the orthodox, predictable, and simple solution of decisive battle and a short war. The younger Moltke was already Chief of Staff when he made his prophecy, but neither he nor his staff, nor the staff of any other country, ever made any effort to plan for a long war. Besides the two Moltkes, one dead and the other infirm of purpose, some military strategists in other countries glimpsed the possibility of prolonged war, but all preferred to believe, along with the bankers and industrialists, that because of the dislocation of economic life, a general European war could not last longer than 3 or 4 months. One constant among the elements of 1914, as of any era, was the disposition of everyone on all sides not to prepare for the harder alternative, not to act upon what they suspected to be true. Schlieffen, having embraced the strategy of decisive battle, pinned Germany's fate to it. He expected France to violate Belgium as soon as Germany's deployment at the Belgian frontier revealed her strategy, and he therefore planned that Germany should do it first and faster. Belgian neutrality must be broken by one side or the other, his thesis ran. Whoever gets there first and occupies Brussels and imposes a war levy of some 1,000 million francs has the upper hand. Indemnity, which enables a state to conduct war at the enemy's expense instead of its own, was a secondary object laid down by Clausewitz. His third was the winning of public opinion, which is accomplished by gaining great victories and possession of the enemy's capital, and which helps to bring an end to resistance. He knew how material success could gain public opinion. He forgot how moral failure could lose it, which too can be a hazard of war. It was a hazard the French never lost sight of, and it led them to the opposite conclusion from the one Schlieffen expected. Belgium was their pathway of attack too, through the Ardennes if not through Flanders, but their plan of campaign prohibited their armies from using it until after the Germans had violated Belgium first. To them the logic of the matter was clear. Belgium was an open path in either direction. Whether Germany or France would use it depended on which of the two wanted war the more. As a French general said, the one that willed war more than the other could not help but will the violation of Belgian neutrality. Schlieffen and his staff did not think Belgium would fight and add its 6 divisions to the French forces. When Chancellor Bülow, discussing the problem with Schlieffen in 1904, reminded him of Bismarck's warning that it would be against plain common sense to add another enemy to the forces against Germany, Schlieffen twisted his monocle several times in his eye, as was his habit, and said, "Of course, we haven't grown stupider since then." But Belgium would not resist by force of arms. She would be satisfied to protest, he said. German confidence on this score was due to placing rather too high a value on the well-known avarice of Leopold II, who was king of the Belgians in Schlieffen's time. Tall and imposing with his black spade beard and his aura of wickedness composed of mistresses, money, Congo cruelties, and other scandals, Leopold was, in the opinion of Emperor Franz Joseph of Austria, a thoroughly bad man. There were few men who could be so described, the emperor said, but the king of the Belgians was one. Because Leopold was avaricious, among other vices, the Kaiser supposed that avarice would rule over common sense, and he conceived a clever plan to tempt Leopold into alliance with an offer of French territory. Whenever the Kaiser was seized with a project, he attempted instantly to execute it, usually to his astonishment and chagrin when it did not work. In 1904, he invited Leopold to visit him in Berlin, spoke to him in the kindest way in the world about his proud forefathers, the Dukes of Burgundy, and offered to recreate the old Duchy of Burgundy for him out of Artois, French Flanders, and the French Ardennes. Leopold gazed at him open-mouthed, then, attempting to pass it off with a laugh, reminded the Kaiser that much had changed since the 15th century. In any event, he said, his ministers and Parliament would never consider such a suggestion. That was the wrong thing to say, for the Kaiser flew into one of his rages and scolded the king for putting respect for Parliament and ministers above respect for the finger of God, with which William sometimes confused himself. "I told him," William reported to Chancellor von Bülow, "I could not be played with. Whoever in the case of a European war was not with me was against me. He was a soldier," he proclaimed, "in the school of Napoleon and Frederick the Great, who began their wars by forestalling their enemies, and so should I, in the event of Belgium's not being on my side, be actuated by strategical considerations only." This declared intent, the first explicit threat to tear up the treaty, dumbfounded King Leopold. He drove off to the station with his helmet on back to front, looking to the aide who accompanied him as if he had had a shock of some kind. Although the Kaiser's scheme failed, Leopold was still expected to barter Belgium's neutrality for a purse of £2 million sterling. When a French intelligence officer, who was told this figure by a German officer after the war, expressed surprise at its generosity, he was reminded that the French would have had to pay for it. Even after Leopold was succeeded in 1909 by his nephew King Albert, a very different quantity, Belgium's resistance was still expected by Schlieffen's successors to be a formality. It might, for example, suggested a German diplomat in 1911, take the form of lining up her army along the road taken by the German forces. Schlieffen designated 34 divisions to take the roads through Belgium, disposing on their way of Belgium's 6 divisions, if, as seemed to the Germans unlikely, they chose to resist. The Germans were intensely anxious that they should not, because resistance would mean destruction of railways and bridges and consequent dislocation of the schedule to which the German staff was passionately attached. Belgian acquiescence, on the other hand, would avoid the necessity of tying up divisions in siege of the Belgian fortresses, and would also tend to silence public disapproval of Germany's act. To persuade Belgium against futile resistance, Schlieffen arranged that she should be confronted, prior to invasion, by an ultimatum requiring her to yield all fortresses, railways and troops, or face bombardment of her fortified cities. Heavy artillery was ready to transform the threat of bombardment into reality, if necessary. The heavy guns would, in any case, Schlieffen wrote in 1912, be needed further on in the campaign. The great industrial town of Lille, for example, offers an excellent target for bombardment. Schlieffen wanted his right wing to reach as far west as Lille in order to make the envelopment of the French complete. "When you march into France," he said, "let the last man on the right brush the channel with his sleeve." Furthermore, counting on British belligerency, he wanted a wide sweep in order to rake in a British expeditionary force along with the French. He placed a higher value on the blockade potential of British sea power than on the British army, and therefore was determined to achieve a quick victory over French and British land forces, and an early decision of the war before the economic consequences of British hostility could make themselves felt. To that end, everything must go to swell the right wing. He had to make it powerful in numbers, because the density of soldiers per mile determined the extent of territory that could be covered. Employing the active army alone, he would not have enough divisions both to hold his eastern frontier against a Russian breakthrough, and to achieve the superiority in numbers over France, which he needed for a quick victory. His solution was simple, if revolutionary. He decided to use reserve units in the front line. According to prevailing military doctrine, only the youngest men, fresh from the rigours and discipline of barracks and drill, were fit to fight. Reserves who had finished their compulsory military service and returned to civilian life were considered soft and were not wanted in the battle line. Except for men under 26 who were merged with the active units, the reserves were formed into divisions of their own, intended for use as occupation troops and for other rear duty. Schlieffen changed all that. He added some 20 reserve divisions, the number varied according to the year of the plan, to the line of march of the 50 or more active divisions. With this increase in numbers, his cherished envelopment became possible. After retiring in 1906, he spent his last years still writing about Cannae, improving his plan, composing memoranda to guide his successors, and died at 80 in 1913, muttering at the end, "It must come to a fight, only make the right wing strong." His successor, the melancholy General von Moltke, was something of a pessimist who lacked Schlieffen's readiness to concentrate all his strength in one maneuver. If Schlieffen's motto was, be bold, Moltke's was, but not too bold. He worried both about the weakness of his left wing against the French and about the weakness of the forces left to defend East Prussia against the Russians. He even debated with his staff the advisability of fighting a defensive war against France, but rejected the idea because it precluded all possibility of engaging the enemy on his own territory. The staff agreed that the invasion of Belgium would be entirely just and necessary, because the war would be won for the defence and existence of Germany. Schlieffen's plan was maintained, and Moltke consoled himself with the thought, as he said in 1913, that we must put aside all commonplaces as to the responsibility of the aggressor. Success alone justifies war. But just to be safe everywhere, each year, cutting into Schlieffen's dying request, he borrowed strength from the right wing to add to the left. Moltke planned for a German left wing of 8 corps, numbering about 320,000 men, to hold the front in Alsace and Lorraine, south of Metz. The German centre of 11 corps, numbering about 400,000 men, would invade France through Luxembourg and the Ardennes. The German right wing of 16 corps, numbering about 700,000 men, would attack through Belgium, smash the famed gateway fortresses of Liège and Namur, which held the Meuse, and fling itself across the river to reach the flat country and straight roads on the far side. Every day's schedule of march was fixed in advance. The Belgians were not expected to fight, but if they did, the power of the German assault was expected to persuade them quickly to surrender. The schedule called for the roads through Liège to be opened by the 12th day of mobilization, Brussels to be taken by M19, the French frontier crossed on M22, a line Thionville-Saint-Quentin reached by M31, Paris, and decisive victory by M39. The plan of campaign was as rigid and complete as the blueprint for a battleship. Heeding Clausewitz's warning that military plans which leave no room for the unexpected can lead to disaster, the Germans with infinite care had attempted to provide for every contingency. Their staff officers, trained at manoeuvres and at war college desks to supply the correct solution for any given set of circumstances, were expected to cope with the unexpected. Against that elusive, that mocking and perilous quantity, every precaution had been taken except one: flexibility. While the plan for maximum effort against France hardened, Moltke's fears of Russia gradually lessened as his general staff evolved a credo based on a careful count of Russian railway mileage that Russia would not be ready for war until 1916. This was confirmed in German minds by their spies' reports of Russian remarks that something was going to begin in 1916. In 1914, two events sharpened Germany's readiness to a fine point. In April, England had begun naval talks with the Russians, and in June, Germany herself had completed the widening of the Kiel Canal, permitting her new dreadnoughts direct access from the North Sea to the Baltic. On learning of the Anglo-Russian talks, Moltke said in May during a visit to his Austrian opposite number, Franz Conrad von Hotzendorf, that from now on, any adjournment will have the effect of diminishing our chances of success. 2 weeks later, on June 1st, he said to Baron Eckartstein, "We are ready, and the sooner the better for us." 3. The Shadow of Sedan. General de Castelnau, Deputy Chief of the French General Staff, was visited at the War Office one day in 1913 by the military governor of Lille, General Lebas, who came to protest the General Staff's decision to abandon Lille as a fortified city. Situated 10 miles from the Belgian border and 40 miles inland from the Channel, Lille lay close to the path that an invading army would take if it came by way of Flanders. In answer to General Lebas's plea for its defence, General de Castelnau spread out a map and measured with a ruler the distance from the German border to Lille by way of Belgium. The normal density of troops required for a vigorous offensive, he reminded his caller, was 5 or 6 to a metre. If the Germans extended themselves as far west as Lille, de Castelnau pointed out, they would be stretched out 2 to a metre. "We'll cut them in half," he declared. The German active army, he explained, could dispose of 25 corps, about 1 million men, on the Western Front. "Here, figure it out for yourself," he said, handing Lebas the ruler. "If they come as far as Lille," he repeated with sardonic satisfaction, "so much the better for us." French strategy did not ignore the threat of envelopment by a German right wing. On the contrary, the French General Staff believed that the stronger the Germans made their right wing, the correspondingly weaker they would leave their centre, and left where the French army planned to break through. French strategy turned its back to the Belgian frontier and its face to the Rhine. While the Germans were taking the long way around to fall upon the French flank, the French planned a two-pronged offensive that would smash through the German centre and left on either side of the German fortified area at Metz, and by victory there, sever the German right wing from its base, rendering it harmless. It was a bold plan born of an idea inherent in the recovery of France from the humiliation of Sedan. Under the peace terms dictated by Germany at Versailles in 1871, France had suffered amputation, indemnity, and occupation. Even a triumphal march by the German army down the Champs-Élysées was among the terms imposed. It took place along a silent, black-draped avenue, empty of onlookers. At Bordeaux, when the French Assembly ratified the peace terms, the deputies of Alsace-Lorraine walked from the hall in tears, leaving behind their protest. We proclaim forever the right of Alsatians and Lorrainers to remain members of the French nation. We swear for ourselves, our constituents, our children, and our children's children to claim that right for all time by every means in the face of the usurper. The annexation, though opposed by Bismarck, who said it would be the Achilles heel of the new German Empire, was required by the elder Moltke and his staff. They insisted and convinced the emperor that the border provinces with Metz, Strasbourg, and the crest of the Vosges must be sliced off in order to put France geographically forever on the defensive. They added a crushing indemnity of 5 billion francs intended to hobble France for a generation, and lodged an army of occupation until it should be paid. With one enormous effort, the French raised and paid off the sum within 3 years, and their recovery began. The memory of Sedan remained, a stationary dark shadow on the French consciousness. N'en parlez jamais, pensez-y toujours. Never speak of it, think of it always, had counselled Gambetta. For more than 40 years, the thought of again was the single most fundamental factor of French policy. In the early years after 1870, instinct and military weakness dictated a fortress strategy. France walled herself in behind a system of entrenched camps connected by forts. 2 fortified lines, Belfort-Épinal and Toul-Verdun, guarded the eastern frontier, and one, Maubeuge-Valenciennes-Lille, guarded the western half of the Belgian frontier. The gaps between were intended to canalize the invasion forces. Behind her wall, as Victor Hugo urged at his most vibrant, France will have but one thought: to reconstitute her forces, gather her energy, nourish her sacred anger, raise her young generation to form an army of the whole people, to work without cease, to study the methods and skills of our enemies, to become again a great France, the France of 1792, the France of an idea with a sword. Then one day she will be irresistible. Then she will take back Alsace-Lorraine. Through returning prosperity and growing empire, through the perennial civil quarrels, royalism, Boulangism, clericalism, strikes, and the culminating, devastating Dreyfus affair, the sacred anger still glowed, especially in the army. The one thing that held together all elements of the army, whether old guard or Republican, Jesuit or Freemason, was the mystique d'Alsace. The eyes of all were fixed on the blue line of the Vosges. A captain of infantry confessed in 1912 that he used to lead the men of his company in secret patrols of 2 or 3 through the dark pines to the mountain tops where they could gaze down on Colmar. On our return from those clandestine expeditions, our columns reformed, choked and dumb with emotion. Originally neither German nor French, Alsace had been snatched back and forth between the two until, under Louis XIV, it was confirmed to France by the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648. After Germany annexed Alsace and part of Lorraine in 1870, Bismarck advised giving the inhabitants as much autonomy as possible and encouraging their particularism. For, he said, the more Alsatian they felt, the less they would feel French. His successors did not see the necessity. They took no account of the wishes of their new subjects, made no effort to win them over, administered the provinces as Reichsland or imperial territory, under German officials on virtually the same terms as their African colonies, and succeeded only in infuriating and alienating the population until in 1911 a constitution was granted them. By then, it was too late. German rule exploded in the Zappen affair in 1913, which began after an exchange of insults between townspeople and garrison, when a German officer struck a crippled shoemaker with his sabre. It ended in the complete and public exposure of German policy in the Reichsland, in a surge of anti-German feeling in world opinion, and in the simultaneous triumph of militarism in Berlin, where the officer of Saarbrunn became a hero, congratulated by the Crown Prince. For Germany, 1870 was not a final settlement. The German day in Europe, which they thought had dawned when the German Empire was proclaimed in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles, was still postponed. France was not crushed. The French Empire was actually expanding in North Africa and Indochina. The world of art and beauty and style still worshipped at the feet of Paris. Germans were still gnawed by envy of the country they had conquered. As well off as God in France, was a German saying. At the same time, they considered France decadent in culture and enfeebled by democracy. It is impossible for a country that has had 42 war ministers in 43 years to fight effectively, announced Professor Hans Delbruck, Germany's leading historian. Believing themselves superior in soul, in strength, in energy, industry, and national virtue, Germans felt they deserved the dominion of Europe. The work of Sedan must be completed. Living in the shadow of that unfinished business, France, reviving in spirit and strength, grew weary of being eternally on guard, eternally exhorted by her leaders to defend herself. As the century turned, her spirit rebelled against 30 years of the defensive, with its implied avowal of inferiority. France knew herself to be physically weaker than Germany. Her population was less, her birth rate lower. She needed some weapon that Germany lacked to give herself confidence in her survival. The idea with the sword fulfilled the need. Expressed by Bergson, it was called élan vital, the all-conquering will. Belief in its power convinced France that the human spirit need not, after all, bow to the predestined forces of evolution, which Schopenhauer and Hegel had declared to be irresistible. The spirit of France would be the equalizing factor. Her will to win, her élan, would enable France to defeat her enemy. Her genius was in her spirit, the spirit of La Gloire, of 1792, of the incomparable Marseillaise, the spirit of General Marguerite's heroic cavalry charge before Sedan, when even Wilhelm I, watching the battle, could not forbear to cry, "Oh, les braves jeunes!" Belief in the fervor of France, in the furor gallique, revived France's faith in herself in the generation after 1870. It was that fervor unfurling her banners, sounding her bugles, arming her soldiers, that would lead France to victory if the day of again should come. Translated into military terms, Bergson's élan vital became the doctrine of the offensive. In proportion as a defensive gave way to an offensive strategy, the attention paid to the Belgian frontier gradually gave way in favor of a progressive shift of gravity eastward toward the point where a French offensive could be launched to break through to the Rhine. For the Germans, the roundabout road through Flanders led to Paris. For the French, it led nowhere. They could only get to Berlin by the shortest way. The more the thinking of the French General Staff approached the offensive, the greater the forces it concentrated at the attacking point, and the fewer it left to defend the Belgian frontier. The doctrine of the offensive had its fount in the École Supérieure de la Guerre, or War College, the ark of the army's intellectual elite, whose director, General Ferdinand Foch, was the moulder of French military theory of his time. Foch's mind, like a heart, contained two valves. One pumped spirit into strategy, the other circulated common sense. On the one hand, Foch preached a mystique of will expressed in his famous aphorisms. The will to conquer is the first condition of victory, or more succinctly, victoire c'est la volonté, and a battle won is a battle in which one will not confess oneself beaten. In practice, this was to become the famous order at the Marne, to attack when the situation called for retreat. His officers of those days remember him bellowing, "Attack! Attack!" with furious sweeping gestures while he dashed about in short rushes as if charged by an electric battery. Why? he was later asked, did he advance at the Marne when he was technically beaten? Why? I don't know. Because of my men, because I had a will, and then God was there. Though a profound student of Clausewitz, Foch did not, like Clausewitz's German successors, believe in a foolproof schedule of battle worked out in advance. Rather, he taught the necessity of perpetual adaptability and improvisation to fit circumstances. Regulations, he would say, are all very well for drill, but in the hour of danger they are no more use. You have to learn to think. To think meant to give room for freedom of initiative, for the imponderable to win over the material, for will to demonstrate its power over circumstance. But the idea that morale alone could conquer, Foch warned, was an infantile notion. From his flights of metaphysics he would descend at once, in his lectures and his pre-war books, Les Principes de la Guerre and La Conduite de la Guerre, to the earth of tactics, the placing of advance guards, the necessity of sûreté or protection, the elements of firepower, the need for obedience and discipline. The realistic half of his teaching was summed up in another aphorism he made familiar during the war. De quoi s'agit-il? What is the essence of the problem? Eloquent as he was on tactics, it was Foch's mystique of will that captured the minds of his followers. Once in 1908, when Clemenceau was considering Foch, then a professor, for the post of director of the War College, a private agent whom he sent to listen to the lectures reported back in bewilderment. This officer teaches metaphysics so abstruse as to make idiots of his pupils. Although Clemenceau appointed Foch in spite of it, there was, in one sense, truth in the report. Foch's principles, not because they were too abstruse, but because they were too attractive, laid a trap for France. They were taken up with particular enthusiasm by Colonel Grandmaison, an ardent and brilliant officer who was director of the Troisième Bureau, or Bureau of Military Operations, and who in 1911 delivered 2 lectures at the War College which had a crystallizing effect. Colonel Grandmaison grasped only the head and not the feet of Foch's principles. Expounding their élan without their sûreté, he expressed a military philosophy that electrified his audience. He waved before their dazzled eyes an idea with a sword, which showed them how France could win. Its essence was the offensive, à outrance, offensive to the limit. Only this could achieve Clausewitz's decisive battle, which exploited to the finish is the essential act of war, and which once engaged must be pushed to the end with no second thoughts up to the extremes of human endurance. Seizure of initiative is the sine qua non. Preconceived arrangements based on a dogmatic judgment of what the enemy will do are premature. Liberty of action is achieved only by imposing one's will upon the enemy. All command decisions must be inspired by the will to seize and retain the initiative. The defensive is forgotten, abandoned, discarded. Its only possible justification is an occasional economizing of forces at certain points with a view to adding them to the attack. The effect on the General Staff was profound, and during the next 2 years was embodied in new field regulations for the conduct of war, and in a new plan of campaign called Plan 17, which was adopted in May 1903. Within a few months of Grandmaison's lectures, the President of the Republic, Monsieur Fallières, announced, "The offensive alone is suited to the temperament of French soldiers. We are determined to march straight against the enemy without hesitation." The new field regulations, enacted by the government in October 1913, as the fundamental document for the training and conduct of the French army, opened with a flourish of trumpets. The French army, returning to its traditions, henceforth admits no law but the offensive. 8 commandments followed, ringing with the clash of decisive battle, offensive without hesitation, fierceness and tenacity, breaking the will of the adversary, ruthless and tireless pursuit. With all the ardour of orthodoxy stamping out heresy, the regulations stamped upon and discarded the defensive. The offensive alone, it proclaimed, leads to positive results. Its 7th commandment, italicized by the authors, stated, "Battles are beyond everything else, struggles of morale." Defeat is inevitable as soon as the hope of conquering ceases to exist. Success comes not to him who has suffered the least, but to him whose will is firmest and morale strongest. Nowhere in the 8 Commandments was there mention of materiel or firepower or what Foch called sûreté. The teaching of the regulations became epitomized in the favorite word of the French officer corps, le crâne, nerve, or less politely, guts. Like the youth who set out for the mountaintop under the banner marked Excelsior, the French army marched to war in 1914 under a banner marked crâne. Over the years, while French military philosophy had changed, French geography had not. The geographical facts of her frontiers remained what Germany had made them in 1870. Germany's territorial demands, William I had explained to the protesting Empress Eugénie, have no aim other than to push back the starting point from which French armies could in the future attack us. They also pushed forward the starting point from which Germany could attack France. While French history and development after the turn of the century fixed her mind upon the offensive, her geography still required a strategy of the defensive. In 1911, the same year as Colonel Grandmaison's lectures, a last effort to commit France to a strategy of the defensive was made in the Supreme War Council by no less a personage than the Commander-in-Chief designate, General Michel. As Vice President of the Council, a post which carried with it the position of Commander-in-Chief in the event of war, General Michel was then the ranking officer in the army. In a report that precisely reflected Schlieffen's thinking, he submitted his estimate of the probable German line of attack and his proposals for countering it. Because of the natural escarpments and French fortifications along the common border with Germany, he argued, the Germans could not hope to win a prompt, decisive battle in Lorraine, nor would the passage through Luxembourg and the near corner of Belgium, east of the Meuse, give them sufficient room for their favoured strategy of envelopment. Only by taking advantage of the whole of Belgium, he said, could the Germans achieve that immediate, brutal and decisive offensive which they must launch upon France before the forces of her allies could come into play. He pointed out that the Germans had long yearned for Belgium's great port of Antwerp, and this gave them an additional reason for an attack through Flanders. He proposed to face the Germans along a line Verdun-Namur-Antwerp with a French army of 1 million men whose left wing, like Schlieffen's right, should brush the Channel with its sleeve. Not only was General Michael's plan defensive in character, it also depended upon a proposal that was anathema to his fellow officers. To match the numbers he believed the Germans would send through Belgium, General Michel proposed to double French frontline effectives by attaching a regiment of reserves to every active regiment. Had he proposed to admit Mistinguett to the immortals of the French Academy, he could hardly have raised more clamour and disgust. Les réserves, c'est zéro was the classic dogma of the French officer corps. Men who had finished their compulsory training under universal service and were between the ages of 23 and 34 were classed as reserves. Upon mobilization, the youngest classes filled out the regular army units to war strength. The others were formed into reserve regiments, brigades, and divisions according to their local geographical districts. These were considered fit only for rear duty or for use as fortress troops, and incapable, because of their lack of trained officers and NCOs, of being attached to the fighting regiments. The regular army's contempt for the reserves, in which it was joined by the parties of the right, was augmented by dislike of the principle of the nation in arms. To merge the reserves with the active divisions would be to put a drag on the army's fighting thrust. Only the active army, they believed, could be depended upon to defend the country. The left parties, on the other hand, with memories of General Boulanger on horseback, associated the army with coups d'etat, and believed in the principle of a nation in arms as the only safeguard of the Republic. They maintained that a few months' training would fit any citizen for war. and violently opposed the increase of military service to 3 years. The army demanded this reform in 1913, not only to match an increase in the German army, but also because the more men who were in training at any one time, the less reliance needed to be placed on reserve units. After angry debate, with bitterly divisive effect on the country, the 3-year law was enacted in August 1913. Disdain of the reserves was augmented by the new doctrine of the offensive, which, it was felt, could only be properly inculcated in active troops. To perform the irresistible onslaught of the attaque brusquée, symbolized by the bayonet charge, the essential quality was élan, and élan could not be expected of men settled in civilian life with family responsibilities. Reserves mixed with active troops would create armies of decadence, incapable of the will to conquer. Similar sentiments were known to be held across the Rhine. The Kaiser was widely credited with the edict, "No fathers of families at the front." Among the French general staff, it was an article of faith that the Germans would not mix reserve units with active units, and this led to the belief that the Germans would not have enough men in the front line to do 2 things at once: send a strong right wing in a wide sweep through Belgium, west of the Meuse, and keep sufficient forces at their centre and left to stop a French breakthrough to the Rhine. When General Michel presented his plan, the Minister of War, Messémy, treated it comme une insanité. As chairman of the Supreme War Council, he not only attempted to suppress it, but at once consulted other members of the council on the advisability of removing Michel. Messémy, an exuberant, energetic, almost violent man with a thick neck, round head, bright peasant's eyes behind spectacles, and a loud voice, was a former career officer. In 1899, as a 30-year-old captain of chasseurs, he had resigned from the army in protest against its refusal to reopen the Dreyfus case. In that heated time, the officer corps insisted as a body that to admit the possibility of Dreyfus's innocence after his conviction would be to destroy the army's prestige and infallibility. Unable to put loyalty to the army above justice, Messémy determined upon a political career with the declared goal of reconciling the army with the nation. He swept into the war ministry with a passion for improvement. Finding a number of generals incapable not only of leading their troops but even of following them, he adopted Theodore Roosevelt's expedient of ordering all generals to conduct maneuvers on horseback. When this provoked protests that old so-and-so would be forced to retire from the army, Messémy replied that that was indeed his object. He had been named War Minister on June 30th, 1911, after a succession of 4 ministers in 4 months, and the next day was met by the spring of the German gunboat Panther on Agadir, precipitating the Second Moroccan Crisis. Expecting mobilization at any moment, Messémy discovered the Generalissimo designate, General Michel, to be hesitant, indecisive, and crushed by the weight of the duty that might at any moment devolve upon him. In his present post, Messémy believed he represented a national danger. Michel's insane proposal provided the excuse to get rid of him. Michel, however, refused to go without first having his plan presented to the council, whose members included the foremost generals of France: Gallieni, the great colonial; Pau, the one-armed veteran of 1870; Joffre, the silent engineer; Dubail, the pattern of gallantry, who wore his kepi cocked over one eye with the chic exquis of the Second Empire. All were to hold active commands in 1914, and 2 were to become marshals of France. None gave Michel's plan his support. One officer from the War Ministry who was present at the meeting said, "There is no use discussing it. General Michel is off his head." Whether or not this verdict represented the views of all present, Michel later claimed that General Dubail, for one, had originally agreed with him. Messémy, who made no secret of his hostility, carried the council with him. A trick of fate arranged that Messémy should be a forceful character and Michel should not. To be right and overruled is not forgiven to persons in responsible positions. and Michel duly paid for his clairvoyance. Relieved of his command, he was appointed military governor of Paris, where in a crucial hour in the coming test, he was indeed to prove hesitant and indecisive. Messamie, having fervently stamped out Michel's heresy of the defensive, did his best as war minister to equip the army to fight a successful offensive, but was in his turn frustrated in his most cherished prospect, the need to reform the French uniform. The British had adopted khaki after the Boer War, and the Germans were about to make the change from Prussian blue to field grey. But in 1912, French soldiers still wore the same blue coats, red kepi, and red trousers they had worn in 1830, when rifle fire carried only 200 paces, and when armies, fighting at these close quarters, had no need for concealment. Visiting the Balkan front in 1912, Messamie saw the advantages gained by the dull-coloured Bulgarians, and came home determined to make the French soldier less visible. His project to clothe him in grey-blue or grey-green raised a howl of protest. Army pride was as intransigent about giving up its red trousers as it was about adopting heavy guns. Army prestige was once again felt to be at stake. To clothe the French soldier in some muddy, inglorious colour, declared the army's champions, would be to realize the fondest hopes of Dreyfusards and Freemasons. To banish all that is colourful, all that gives the soldier his vivid aspect, wrote the Echo de Paris, is to go contrary both to French taste and military function. Messamie pointed out that the two might no longer be synonymous, but his opponents proved immovable. At a parliamentary hearing, a former war minister, Monsieur Etienne, spoke for France. "Eliminate the red trousers," he cried. "Never, le pantalon rouge c'est la France." That blind and imbecile attachment to the most visible of all colours, wrote Messamie afterward, was to have cruel consequences. In the meantime, still in the midst of the Agadir crisis, he had to name a new prospective generalissimo in place of Michel. He planned to give added authority to the post by combining with it that of Chief of the General Staff, and by abolishing the post of Chief of Staff to the War Ministry, currently held by General Dubail. Michel's successor would have all the reins of power concentrated in his hands. Messamie's first choice was the austere and brilliant general in Pincenez Gallieni, who refused it because, he explained, having been instrumental in Michael's dismissal, he felt scruples about replacing him. Furthermore, he had only 2 years to go before retirement at 64, and he believed the appointment of a colonial would be resented by the Metropolitan Army. "Une question de bouton," he said, tapping his insignia. General Pau, who was next in line, made it a condition that he be allowed to name generals of his own choice to the higher commands, which, as he was known for his reactionary opinions, threatened to wake the barely slumbering feud between rightist army and republican nation. Respecting him for his honesty, the government refused his condition. Messamie consulted Gallieni, who suggested his former subordinate in Madagascar, a cool and methodical worker with a lucid and precise mind. Accordingly, the post was offered to General Joseph-Jacques Césaire Joffre, then aged 59, formerly Chief of the Engineer Corps and presently Chief of the Services of the Rear. Massive and paunchy in his baggy uniform, with a fleshy face adorned by a heavy, nearly white moustache and bushy eyebrows to match, with a clear, youthful skin, calm blue eyes, and a candid, tranquil gaze, Joffre looked like Santa Claus and gave an impression of benevolence and naivete, two qualities not noticeably part of his character. He did not come of a gentleman's family, was not a graduate of Saint-Cyr, but of the less aristocratic, if more scientific, École Polytechnique, had not passed through the higher training of the War College. As an officer of the Engineer Corps, which dealt with such unromantic matters as fortifications and railways, he belonged to a branch of the service not drawn upon for the higher commands. He was the eldest of the 11 children of a petit bourgeois manufacturer of wine barrels in the French Pyrenees. His military career had been marked by quiet accomplishment and efficiency in each post he filled, as company commander in Formosa and Indochina, as a major in the Sudan and Timbuktu, as staff officer in the railway section of the War Ministry, as lecturer at the artillery school, as fortifications officer under Gallieni in Madagascar from 1900 to 1905, as general of a division in 1905, of a corps in 1908, and as director of the rear and member of the War Council since 1910. He had no known clerical, monarchist, or other disturbing connections. He had been out of the country during the Dreyfus affair. His reputation as a good Republican was as smooth as his well-manicured hands. He was solid and utterly phlegmatic. His outstanding characteristic was a habitual silence that in other men would have seemed self-deprecatory, but, worn like an aura over Joffre's great, calm bulk, inspired confidence. He had still 5 years to go before retirement. Joffre was conscious of one lack. He had had no training in the rarefied realms of staff work. On a hot July day, when doors in the War Ministry on the Rue Saint-Dominique were left open, officers glancing out of their rooms saw General Pau holding Joffre by a button of his uniform. "Take it, cher ami," he was saying. "We will give you Castelnau. He knows all about staff work. Everything will go of itself." Castelnau, who was a graduate both of St. Cyr and of the War College, came, like D'Artagnan, from Gascony, which is said to produce men of hot blood and cold brain. He suffered from the disadvantage of family connections with a marquis, of associating with Jesuits, and of a personal Catholicism which he practiced so vigorously as to earn him during the war the name of Le Capucin Botta, the monk in boots. He had, however, long experience on the general staff. Joffre would have preferred Foch, but knew Messigny to have an unexplained prejudice against him. As was his habit, he listened without comment to Pau's advice, and promptly took it. "Aye," complained Messigny when Joffre asked for Castelnau as his deputy chief, "you will rouse a storm in the parties of the left and make yourself a lot of enemies." However, with the assent of the president and premier, who made a face at the condition but agreed, both appointments were put through together. A fellow general, pursuing some personal intrigue, warned Joffre that Castelnau might displace him. "Get rid of me, not Castelnau," Joffre replied, unruffled. "I need him for 6 months, then I'll give him a corps command." As it proved, he found Castelnau invaluable, and when war came, gave him command of an army instead of a corps. Joffre's supreme confidence in himself was expressed in the following year, when his aide, Major Alexandre, asked him if he thought war was shortly to be expected. "Certainly I think so," Joffre replied. "I have always thought so. It will come. I shall fight it, and I shall win. I have always succeeded in whatever I do, as in the Sudan. It will be that way again." "It will mean a marshal's baton for you," his aide suggested with some awe at the vision. "Yes," Joffre acknowledged the prospect with laconic equanimity. Under the aegis of this unassailable figure, the General Staff from 1911 on threw itself into the task of revising the field regulations, retraining the troops in their spirit, and making a new plan of campaign to replace the now obsolete Plan 16. The staff's guiding mind, Foch, was gone from the War College, promoted and shifted to the field, and ultimately to Nancy, where, as he said, the frontier of 1870 cut like a scar across the breast of the country. There, guarding the frontier, he commanded the 20th Corps, which he was soon to make famous. He had left behind, however, a chapel, as cliques in the French army were called, of his disciples who formed Joffre's entourage. He had also left behind a strategic plan, which became the framework of Plan 17. Completed in April 1913, it was adopted without discussion or consultation, together with the new field regulations by the Supreme War Council in May. The next 8 months were spent reorganizing the army on the basis of the plan and preparing all the instructions and orders for mobilization, transport, services of supply, areas and schedules of deployment and concentration. By February 1914, It was ready to be distributed in sections to each of the generals of the 5 armies into which the French forces were divided, only that part of it which concerned him individually going to each one. Its motivating idea, as expressed by Foch, was, "We must get to Berlin by going through Mainz, that is, by crossing the Rhine at Mainz, 130 miles northeast of Nancy." That objective, however, was an idea only. Unlike the Schlieffen Plan, Plan 17 contained no stated overall objective and no explicit schedule of operations. It was not a plan of operations but a plan of deployment, with directives for several possible lines of attack for each army, depending on circumstances, but without a given goal. Because it was in essence a plan of response, of riposte to a German attack, whose avenues the French could not be sure of in advance, it had of necessity to be, as Joffre said, a posteriori and opportunist. Its intention was inflexible: attack. Otherwise, its arrangements were flexible. A brief general directive of 5 sentences, classified as secret, was all that was shown in common to the generals who were to carry out the plan, and they were not permitted to discuss it. It offered very little for discussion. Like the field regulations, it opened with a flourish. Whatever the circumstance, it is the commander-in-chief's intention to advance with all forces united to the attack of the German armies. The rest of the general directive stated merely that French action would consist of 2 major offensives, one to the left and one to the right of the German fortified area of Metz-Thionville. The one to the right or south of Metz would attack directly eastward across the old border of Lorraine, while a secondary operation in Alsace was designed to anchor the French right on the Rhine. The offensive to the left or north of Metz would attack either to the north or, in the event the enemy violated neutral territory, to the northeast through Luxembourg and the Belgian Ardennes. But this movement would be carried out only by order of the commander-in-chief. The general purpose, although this was nowhere stated, was to drive through to the Rhine, at the same time isolating and cutting off the invading German right wing from behind. To this end, Plan 17 deployed the 5 French armies along the frontier from Belfort in Alsace as far as Hirson, about a third of the way along the Franco-Belgian border. The remaining 2/3 of the Belgian frontier, from Hirson to the sea, was left undefended. It was along that stretch that General Michel had planned to defend France. Joffre found his plan in the office safe when he succeeded Michel. It concentrated the centre of gravity of the French forces to this extreme left section of the line where Joffre left none. It was a plan of pure defence. It allowed for no seizing of initiative. It was, as Joffre decided after careful study, foolishness. The French General Staff, though receiving many indications collected by the 12e Bureau or military intelligence, pointing to a powerful German right-wing envelopment, believed the arguments against such a manoeuvre more telling than the evidence for it. They did not credit the sweep through Flanders, although in fact they had been told about it in a dramatic manner by an officer of the German General Staff, who in 1904 betrayed to them an early version of the Schlieffen Plan. In a series of 3 rendezvous with a French intelligence officer at Brussels, Paris, and Nice, the German appeared with his head swathed in bandages, revealing only a grey moustache and a pair of piercing eyes. The documents he handed over for a considerable sum revealed that the Germans planned to come through Belgium by way of Liège, Namur, Charleroi, and invade France along the valley of the Oise, by way of Guise, Noyon, and Compiègne. The route was correct for 1914, for the documents were authentic. General Pendesac, then Chief of the French General Staff, believed the information fitted perfectly with the present tendency of German strategy, which teaches the necessity of wide envelopment. But many of his colleagues were doubtful. They did not believe the Germans could mobilize enough men to maneuver on such a scale, and they suspected the information might be a feint designed to draw the French away from the area of the real attack. French planning was hampered by a variety of uncertainties, and the greatest of these was Belgium. To the logical French mind, it seemed obvious that the Germans would bring England in against them if they violated Belgium and attacked Antwerp. Was it likely the Germans would deliberately do themselves this disservice? Rather, was it not altogether likely that, leaving Belgium unviolated, they would return to the elder Moltke's plan of attacking Russia first, before the slow Russian mobilization could be completed? Attempting to fit Plan 17 to one of several hypotheses of German strategy, Joffre and Castelnau believed that the most likely one was a major enemy offensive across the plateau of Lorraine. They expected it to violate the corner of Belgium east of the Meuse. They calculated German strength on the Western Front without use of reserves in the front line at 26 corps. For this number to be extended in strength on the far side of the Meuse was impossible, decided Castelnau. I was of the same opinion, agreed Joffre. Jean Jaurès, the great socialist leader, thought differently. Leading the fight against the 3-year law, he insisted in his speeches and in his book L'Armée Nouvelle that the war of the future would be one of mass armies using every citizen, that this was what the Germans were preparing, that reservists of 25 to 33 were at their peak of stamina and more committed than younger men without responsibilities, that unless France used all her reservists in the front line, she would be subjected to a terrible submersion. Outside the chapel of Plan 17, there were still military critics who argued strongly for the defensive. Colonel Grouard, in his book La Guerre Éventuelle, published in 1913, wrote, "It is above all the German offensive through Belgium on which we ought to fix our attention. As far as one can foresee the logical consequences of the opening of our campaign, we can say without hesitation that if we take the offensive at the outset, we shall be beaten. But if France prepared a riposte against the German right wing, all the chances are in our favor." In 1913, the 12e Bureau collected enough information on the German use of reserves as active troops as to make it impossible for the French General Staff to be ignorant of this crucial factor. A critique by Moltke on German maneuvers of 1913, indicating that the reserves would be so used, came into French possession. Major Melot, Belgian military attaché in Berlin, noticed and reported the Germans calling up an unusual number of reserves in 1913, from which he concluded that they were forming a reserve corps for every active corps. But the authors of Plan 17 did not want to be convinced. They rejected evidence that argued in favour of their staying on the defensive because their hearts and hopes, as well as their training and strategy, were fixed on the offensive. They persuaded themselves that the Germans intended to use reserve units only to guard communication lines and passive fronts, and as siege and occupation troops. They enabled themselves to reject defence of the Belgian frontier by insisting that if the Germans extended their right wing as far as Flanders, they would leave their centre so thinned that the French, as Castelnau said, could cut them in half. A strong German right wing would give the French advantage of superior numbers against the German centre and left. This was the meaning of Castelnau's classic phrase, "So much the better for us." When General Lebasse on that occasion left the Rue Saint-Dominique, he said to the deputy from Lille who had accompanied him, "I have 2 stars on my sleeve and he has 3. How can I argue?" 4. A single British soldier. Britain's joint military plans with France were begotten in 1905, when Russia's far-off defeats at the hands of the Japanese, revealing her military impotence, unhinged the equilibrium of Europe. Suddenly and simultaneously, the government of every nation became aware that if any one of them chose that moment to precipitate a war, France would have to fight without an ally. The German government put the moment to an immediate test. Within 3 weeks of the Russian defeat at Mukden in 1905, A challenge was flung at France in the form of the Kaiser's sensational appearance at Tangier on March 31st. To Frenchmen, it meant that Germany was probing for the moment of again, and would find it, if not now, then soon. Like everyone else, I had come to Paris at 9 o'clock on that morning, wrote Charles Peggy, the poet, editor, mystic, socialist against his party, and Catholic against his church, who spoke as nearly as one person could for the conscience of France. Like everyone else, I knew at 11:30 that, in the space of those 2 hours, a new period had begun in the history of my life, in the history of this country, in the history of the world. Of his own life, Peggy was not speaking vainly. In August 1914, he was to volunteer at 41 for military service and be killed in action at the Marne on September 7th. Britain, too, reacted to the challenge of Tangier. Her military establishment was just then being thoroughly overhauled by Lord Esher's committee. It included, besides himself, the turbulent First Sea Lord, Sir John Fisher, who had been reforming the Navy by a series of explosions, and an army officer, Sir George Clark, known for his modern ideas on imperial strategy. The Esher Triumvirate had created a Committee of Imperial Defence to govern policy pertaining to war, of which Esher was permanent member and Clark was secretary, and had endowed the army with a pristine general staff. Just at the time when the Kaiser was nervously riding a two-spirited white horse through the streets of Tangier, the staff was engaged in a theoretical war game based on the assumption that the Germans would come through Belgium in a wide flanking movement north and west of the Meuse. The map exercise proved to the Director of Military Operations, General Grierson, and to his assistant, General Robertson, that there was little chance of stopping the Germans unless British forces arrived on the scene quickly and in strength. At that time, independent action in Belgium was what the British contemplated. Mr. Balfour, the Conservative Prime Minister, at once asked for a report on how soon a force of 4 divisions could be mobilized and landed in Belgium in the event of a German invasion. In the midst of the crisis, while Grierson and Robertson were over on the continent examining the terrain along the Franco-Belgian frontier, Balfour's government lost office. Nerves on all sides were stretched tight in the expectation that Germany might take advantage of Russia's catastrophe to precipitate war in the coming summer. No plans for common Anglo-French military action had yet been made. With Britain in the throes of a general election and ministers scattered about the country campaigning, the French were forced to make an unofficial approach. Their military attaché in London, Major Huguet, made contact with an active and eager intermediary, Colonel Repington, military correspondent of the Times, who, with a nod from Esher and Clark, opened negotiations. In a memorandum submitted to the French government, Colonel Repington asked, "May we take it as a principle that France will not violate Belgian territory unless compelled to do so by previous violation by Germany?" "Definitely yes," the French replied. "Do the French realize," asked the colonel, intending to convey a warning as well as a prognosis, "that any violation of Belgian neutrality brings us into the field automatically in defense of our treaty obligations? No British government in history ever committed itself to take action automatically upon an event, but the colonel, with the bit in his teeth, was galloping far ahead of the field. France has always supposed so, was the somewhat dazed answer, but has never received an official assurance. By further leading questions, the colonel established that France did not think highly of independent British action in Belgium, and believed that unity of command, for France on land and Britain at sea, was absolutely indispensable. Meanwhile, the Liberals had been elected. Traditionally opposed to war and foreign adventure, they were confident that good intentions could keep the peace. Their new Foreign Secretary was Sir Edward Grey, who suffered the death of his wife a month after taking office. Their new Secretary for War was a barrister with a passion for German philosophy, Richard Haldane, who, when asked by the soldiers in council what kind of army he had in mind, replied, a Hegelian army. The conversation then fell off, he recorded. Gray, warily approached by the French, indicated he had no intention of receding from any assurances his predecessor had given to France. Faced with a major crisis in his first week of office, he asked Haldane if arrangements existed for the British to fight alongside the French in the event of an emergency. Haldane looked in the files and found none. His inquiry disclosed that to put 4 divisions on the continent would take 2 months. Gray wondered if talks between the general staffs might not now take place as a military precaution without committing Great Britain. Haldane consulted the Prime Minister, Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman. Despite party affiliation, Campbell Bannerman was personally so fond of things French that he would sometimes take the Channel steamer over and back in one day in order to lunch at Calais. He gave his assent to staff talks, though with some misgivings about the stress laid on joint preparations. He thought that coming, as they did, very close to an honourable understanding, they might destroy the lovely looseness of the Entente. To avoid any such unpleasantness, Haldane arranged for a letter to be signed by General Grierson and Major Huguet, stating that the talks did not commit Great Britain. With this formula safely established, he authorised the talks to begin. Thereupon he, Gray, and the Prime Minister, without informing the rest of the Cabinet, left further developments in the hands of the military as a departmental affair. From here the general staffs took over. British officers, including Sir John French, a cavalry general who had made a great name in the Boer War, attended the French manoeuvres that summer. Grierson and Robertson revisited the frontier in company with Major Huguet. In consultation with the French General Staff, they selected landing bases and staging areas along a front from Charleroi to Namur and into the Ardennes, predicated on a German invasion through Belgium. The Escher triumvirate, however, fundamentally disapproved of employing the British Army as a mere adjunct of the French, and after the tension of the Moroccan crisis relaxed, the joint planning begun in 1905 was not pushed further. General Grierson was replaced. The dominant view, represented by Lord Escher, favoured action, independent of French command, in Belgium, where the holding of Antwerp and the adjoining coast was a direct British interest. In the vehement opinion of Sir John Fisher, British action ought to be predominantly naval. He doubted the military capacity of the French, expected the Germans to beat them on land, and saw no purpose in ferrying the British army over to be included in that defeat. The only land action he favoured was an audacious leap onto Germany's back, and he had chosen the exact spot, a 10-mile stretch of hard sand along the Baltic coast of East Prussia. Here, only 90 miles from Berlin, the nearest point to the German capital that could be reached by sea, British troops landed by the Navy could seize and entrench a base of operations and keep 1 million Germans busy. Apart from this action, the army should be absolutely restricted to sudden descents upon the coast, the recovery of Heligoland, and the garrisoning of Antwerp. Its plan to fight in France was, in Fisher's opinion, suicidal idiocy. The War Office was remarkable for its ignorance of war, and the army should be administered as an annex to the Navy. Early in 1910, Fisher, at 69, was simultaneously raised to the peerage and relieved of the Admiralty, but that was to be far from the end of his usefulness. After the emergency of 1905 to 1906 had passed, joint military plans with the French made little progress for the next few years. In the interim, 2 men formed a trans-channel friendship which was to serve as the first cable for the building of a bridge. Britain's Staff College was then commanded by Brigadier General Henry Wilson, a tall, bony, ebullient Anglo-Irishman with a face which he thought rather resembled that of a horse. Quick and impatient, Wilson was in a constant boil of ideas, humour, passion, imagination, and above all, energy. When serving at the War Office in London, he used to trot around Hyde Park for exercise before breakfast, carrying with him the morning paper to read whenever he slowed down to a walk. Brought up by a succession of French governesses, he could speak French fluently. He was less interested in German. In January 1909, Schlieffen published an anonymous article in the Deutsche Review to protest certain changes made in his plan by his successor, Moltke. The basic outline, if not the details, of the colossal canaille prepared for the envelopment of the French and British armies was revealed, and the identity of the author surmised. When a student at Camberley brought the article to the Commandant's attention, Wilson returned it with the casual comment, "Very interesting." In December 1909, General Wilson took it into his head to visit his opposite number, the Commandant of the École Supérieure de la Guerre, General Foch. He attended 4 lectures and a seminar and was politely invited to tea by General Foch, who, though impatient with the interruptions of distinguished visitors, felt he owed this much to his British counterpart. General Wilson, enthusiastic at what he had seen and heard, stayed for 3 hours' talk. When Foch was finally able to escort his visitor to the door and made what he thought were his final goodbyes, Wilson happily announced that he was returning next day to continue the conversation and see more of the curriculum. Foch could not but admire the Englishman's cran and be pleased by his interest. Their second talk opened their minds to each other. Within a month, Wilson was back in Paris for another session. Foch accepted his invitation to come to London in the spring, and Wilson agreed to return for the French staff tour in the summer. In London, when Foch came over, Wilson introduced him to Haldane and others at the War Office. Bursting into the room of one of his colleagues, he said, "I've got a French general outside, General Foch. Mark my words, this fellow is going to command the Allied armies when the big war comes on." Here Wilson had already accepted the principle of unity of command and picked the man for it, although it was to take 4 years of war and the brink of defeat before events would bear him out. During repeated visits after 1909, the two commandants became fast friends, even to the extent of Wilson being admitted into the French family circle and invited to the wedding of Foch's daughter. With his friend Henri, Foch spent hours in what an observer called tremendous gossips. They used to exchange caps and walk up and down together, the short and the tall, arguing and chaffing. Wilson had been particularly impressed by the rush and dash with which studies were conducted at the War College. Officer instructors constantly urged on officer pupils with "vite, vite" and "allez, allez." Introduced to the classes in the Camberley Staff College, the hurry-up technique was quickly dubbed Wilson's allez operations. A question that Wilson asked of Foch during his second visit in January 1910 evoked an answer which expressed in one sentence the problem of the alliance with England, as the French saw it. "What is the smallest British military force that would be of any practical assistance to you?" Wilson asked. Like a rapier flash came Foch's reply, "A single British soldier, and we will see to it that he is killed." Wilson, too, wanted to see Britain committed. Convinced that war with Germany was imminent and inevitable, he strove to infuse his own sense of urgency into his colleagues and pupils, and himself became totally absorbed by it. In August 1910 came his opportunity. He was named Director of Military Operations, the post from which General Grierson had originated the staff talks with France. When Major Huguet at once came to see the new director to bewail the lack of progress since 1906 on the important question of Anglo-French military cooperation, Wilson replied, "Important question, but it is vital. There is no other." Immediately the joint planning took on new impetus. Wilson could see nothing, go nowhere but France and Belgium. On his first visit in 1909, he had spent 10 days by train and bicycle, touring the Franco-Belgian and Franco-German frontier from Valenciennes to Belfort. He had found that Foch's appreciation of the German move through Belgium is exactly the same as mine, the important line being between Verdun and Namur, in other words, east of the Meuse. During the next 4 years, he repeated his visits 3 and 4 times a year, each time making bicycle or motor tours of the old battlefields of 1870 and of anticipated future battlefields in Lorraine and the Ardennes. On each visit, he conferred with Foch, and after Foch's departure, with Joffre, Castelnau, Dubail, and others of the French General Staff. Covering the whole wall of Wilson's room in the War Office was a huge map of Belgium, with every road by which he thought the Germans could march marked in heavy black. When he came to the War Office, Wilson found that under the new order wrought by Schopenhauer among the generals, as Haldane was called, the regular army had been thoroughly trained, prepared, and organized to become an expeditionary force at a moment's need, with all arrangements completed to bring it up to war strength upon mobilization day. But of plans to transport it across the Channel, billet it, feed it, move it up to concentration areas in France, align it with the French armies, there were none. What he felt to be the lethargy of the staff on this subject sent Wilson into periodic paroxysms of vexation, recorded in his diary. Very dissatisfied, no rail arrangements, no arrangements for horse supply, a scandalous state of affairs, no train arrangements to ports, no staff arrangements to port, no naval arrangements, absolutely no medical arrangements. Horse difficulty has not been solved. Absolutely nothing exists, which is scandalous. Unpreparedness disgraceful. Horse question in disgraceful state. Yet by March 1911, out of all this lack of arrangements and of horses, he had brought a schedule of mobilization by which the whole of the infantry of 6 divisions would embark on the 4th day, cavalry 7th day, artillery 9th day. It was just in time. On July 1st, 1911, the Panther came to Agadir. Through all the chancelleries of Europe ran the whispered monosyllable, war. Wilson hurried over to Paris in the same month that the French War Council, ousting General Michel, turned its back forever on the defensive. Together with General Dubail, he drew up a memorandum providing, in the event of British intervention, for an expeditionary force of 6 regular divisions and a cavalry division. Signed by Wilson and Dubail on July 20th, it specified a total force of 150,000 men and 67,000 horses, which were to land at Havre, Boulogne, and upriver at Rouen between the 4th and 12th days of mobilization, to proceed by rail to a concentration area in the Maubeuge region and to be ready for action on M13. In effect, the Dubail-Wilson agreement attached the British Army, in the event that war came and Britain entered it, to the French, placing it where it would prolong the French line and guard the French flank against envelopment. It meant, as Major Huguet gladly recorded, that the French had persuaded Wilson and the British General Staff against a secondary theatre of operations, and in favour of common action in the main theatre, that is to say, the French. In fact, the British Navy was as much responsible as the French, because its refusal to guarantee disembarkation ports above the line Dover-Calais precluded landings closer to or within Belgium. Upon Wilson's return to London, the question of the hour, he wrote in his diary, was whether Germany would go to war with France and us. Consulted by Gray and Haldane over lunch, he presented an emphatic 3-point programme. First, we must join the French. Second, we must mobilize the same day as the French. Third, we must send all 6 divisions. He felt profoundly dissatisfied with the 2 civilians' grasp of the situation, but he was at once given a further opportunity to instruct the government in the facts of war. On August 23rd, Prime Minister Asquith, Campbell Bannerman's successor since 1908, convened a secret and special meeting of the Imperial Defence Committee to clarify British strategy in case of war. It lasted all day, with General Wilson expounding the army view in the morning and Fisher's successor, Admiral Sir Arthur Wilson, presenting the Navy's view in the afternoon. Besides Asquith, Grey, and Haldane, 3 other cabinet members were present: the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Lloyd George, the First Lord of the Admiralty, Mr. McKenna, and the Home Secretary, a young man of 37, impossible to ignore, who, from his inappropriate post, had pelted the Prime Minister during the crisis with ideas on naval and military strategy, all of them quite sound, had produced an astonishingly accurate prediction of the future course of the fighting, and who had no doubts whatever about what needed to be done. The Home Secretary was Winston Churchill. Wilson, facing this group of ignorant men, as he called them, and accompanied by his fellow officer and future chief, Sir John French, who knows nothing at all about the subject, pinned up his great map of Belgium on the wall and lectured for 2 hours. He swept away many illusions when he explained how Germany, counting on Russia's slow mobilization, would send the bulk of her forces against the French, achieving superiority of numbers over them. He correctly predicated the German plan of attack upon a right-wing envelopment, but, schooled in the French theories, estimated the force that would come down west of the Meuse at no more than 4 divisions. He stated that if all 6 British divisions were sent immediately upon the outbreak of war to the extreme left of the French line, the chances of stopping the Germans would be favourable. When the Admiral's turn came in the afternoon, the dazed civilians were astonished to discover that the Navy's plan had nothing in common with the Army's. He proposed to land the expeditionary force not in France, but on that 10-mile strip of hard sand upon the northern shores of Prussia, where it would draw off more than its weight of numbers from the German fighting line. His argument was violently combated by the generals. The absence of Lord Fisher nerved Asquith to reject it, and the army carried the day. Fisher's growls of disgust erupted periodically thereafter. The overwhelming supremacy of the British Navy is the only thing to keep the German army out of Paris, he wrote to a friend some months later. Our soldiers are grotesque in their absurd ideas of war, but happily they are powerless. It is Antwerp we shall seize, and not go fooling on the Vosges frontier. A certain inescapable logic in the Antwerp idea was to keep tugging at British military plans up to the last minute in 1914 and even afterward. The meeting of August 1911, like that of the French War Council, which had disposed of General Michel a few weeks earlier, was decisive upon British strategy, and it had a decisive byproduct. A shake-up in the policy-making posts of the Navy being decreed, the eager Home Secretary was happily translated into First Lord of the Admiralty, where in 1914 he was to prove indispensable. Echoes of the secret meeting of the CID angered the cabinet members who had been left out and who belonged to the sternly pacifist wing of the party. Henry Wilson learned that he was regarded as the villain of the proceedings, and that they are calling for my head. At this time began the split in the cabinet, which was to be so critical in the ultimate days of decision. The government maintained the disingenuous position that the military conversations were, in Haldane's words, just the natural and informal outcome of our close friendship with France. Natural outcome they might be, informal they were not. As Lord Esher, with a certain realism, said to the Prime Minister, the plans worked out jointly by the General Staffs have certainly committed us to fight, whether the Cabinet likes it or not. There is no record what Asquith replied, or what, in his inmost mind, a region difficult to penetrate under the best of circumstances, he thought on this crucial question. In the following year, 1912, a naval agreement was reached with France as the result of a momentous mission, not to France, but to Berlin. In an effort to dissuade the Germans from passing a new naval law, providing for increases in the fleet. Haldane was sent to talk with the Kaiser, Bethmann Hollweg, Admiral Tirpitz, and other German leaders. It was the last Anglo-German attempt to find a common ground of understanding, and it failed. As a quid pro quo for keeping their fleet second to Britain's, the Germans demanded a promise of British neutrality in the event of war between Germany and France. This the British refused to give. Haldane returned convinced that Germany's drive for hegemony in Europe would have to be resisted sooner or later. I thought from my study of the German General Staff that once the German war party had got into the saddle, it would be war not merely for the overthrow of France or Russia, but for the domination of the world. Coming from Haldane, this conclusion had a profound effect upon liberal thinking and planning. The first result was a naval pact with France, by which the British undertook at threat of war to safeguard the Channel and French coasts from enemy attack, leaving the French fleet free to concentrate in the Mediterranean. As this disposed the French fleet where it would not otherwise be, except by virtue of the agreement, it left a distinct obligation upon Britain. Although the terms of the agreement were not known to the cabinet as a whole, an uneasy sense prevailed that matters had gone too far. Not satisfied with the no-commitment formula, the anti-war group insisted that it be put in writing. Sir Edward Grey obliged in the form of a letter to Monsieur Cambon, the French ambassador. Drafted and approved by the cabinet, it was a masterpiece of ellipsis. The military conversations, it said, left both parties free to decide at any future time whether or not to assist each other by armed force. The naval agreement was not based upon an engagement to cooperate in war. At threat of war, both parties would take into consideration the plans of their general staffs and then decide what effect should be given them. This curious document managed to satisfy everybody. The French, because the whole British cabinet government had now officially acknowledged the existence of the joint plans. The anti-war group, because it said England was not committed. And Grey, because he had evolved a formula that both saved the plans and quieted their opponents. To have substituted a definite alliance with France, as he was urged in some quarters, would break up the cabinet, he said. After Agadir, as each year brought its summer crisis and the air grew heavier with approaching storm, the joint work of the General Staff grew more intense. Sir Henry Wilson's tours abroad grew more frequent. He found the new French chief, General Joffre, a fine, manly, imperturbable soldier with much character and determination, and Castelnau, very clever and intelligent. He continued his surveys of the Belgian frontier, cycling back and forth over the various roads, and returning always to his favourite battlefield of 1870 at Mars-la-Tour, near Metz, where each time he saw the statue France, commemorating the battle, he felt a pang. On one visit, he recorded, "I laid at her feet a small bit of map I have been carrying, showing the areas of concentration of the British forces on her territory." In 1912, he examined the new German railway constructions, all converging on Aachen and the Belgian frontier. In February of that year, Anglo-French plans had reached the point where Joffre could tell the Supreme War Council that he counted on the British for 6 infantry divisions and 1 cavalry division and 2 mounted brigades, totaling 145,000 men. L'Armée W, as, in tribute to Wilson, the force was designated by the French, would land at Boulogne, Havre, and Rouen, concentrate in the Hirson-Maubeuge region, and be ready for action on the 15th day of mobilization. Later in 1912, Wilson attended autumn maneuvers with Joffre in Castelnau and the Grand Duke Nicholas of Russia, and afterward went on to Russia for talks with the Russian General Staff. In 1913, he visited Paris every other month to confer with the French staff chiefs and to join the maneuvers of Foch's 20th Corps guarding the frontier. While Wilson was tightening and perfecting his arrangements with the French, Britain's new Chief of Imperial General Staff, Sir John French, made an attempt in 1912 to revert to the idea of independent action in Belgium. Discreet inquiries made by the British military attaché in Brussels put an end to this effort. The Belgians were discovered to be adamant in the strict observance of their own neutrality. When the British attaché asked about possible joint arrangements for British landings in Belgium on the premise of a prior German violation, he was informed that the British would have to wait until their military assistance was requested. The British minister, making his own inquiries, was told that if British troops landed before a German invasion or without a formal Belgian request, the Belgians would open fire. Belgium's rigid purity confirmed what the British never tired of repeating to the French, that everything depended upon the Germans violating Belgian neutrality first. Never, no matter on what pretext, Lord Esher cautioned Major Huguet in 1911, let the French commanders be led into being the first to cross the Belgian frontier. If they did, England could never be on their side. If the Germans did, they would bring England in against them. Monsieur Cambon, the French ambassador in London, expressed the condition the other way around. Only if Germany violated Belgium, was the burden of his dispatches, could France be sure of Britain's support. By the spring of 1914, the joint work of the French and British general staffs was complete to the last billet of every battalion, even to the places where they were to drink their coffee. The number of French railroad cars to be allotted, the assignments of interpreters, the preparation of codes and ciphers, the forage of horses was settled or expected to be consummated by July. The fact that Wilson and his staff were in constant communication with the French had to be concealed. All the work on Plan W, as the movement of the expeditionary force was called by both staffs, was done in utmost secrecy, confined to half a dozen officers alone, who did even the typing, filing, and clerical work. While the military prearranged the lines of battle, England's political leaders, pulling the blanket of no commitment over their heads, resolutely refrained from watching them. 5. The Russian steamroller. The Russian colossus exercised a spell upon Europe. On the chessboard of military planning, Russia's size and weight of numbers represented the largest piece. Notwithstanding her shoddy performance in the war against Japan, thought of the Russian steamroller gave comfort and encouragement to France and Britain. Dread of the Slav at their backs haunted the Germans. Although the defects of the Russian army were notorious, although the Russian winter, not the Russian army, had turned Napoleon back from Moscow, although it had been defeated on its own soil by the French and British in the Crimea, although the Turks in 1877 had outfought it at the siege of Plevna and only succumbed later to overwhelming numbers, although the Japanese had outfought it in Manchuria, a myth of its invincibility prevailed. The savage cavalry charge of yelling Cossacks was such a fixture in European minds that newspaper artists in August 1914 were able to draw it in stirring detail without having been within 1,000 miles of the Russian front. Cossacks and inexhaustible millions of hardy, uncomplaining moujiks willing to die made up the stereotype of the Russian army. Its numbers inspired awe: 1,423,000 in peacetime strength, an additional 3,115,000 to be called upon mobilization, and a further reserve of 2 million in territorials and recruits to make a total available force of 6,500,000. It was envisaged as a gigantic mass, initially lethargic, but once thoroughly roused into motion, rolling forward inexorably, with, no matter how many losses, endless waves of manpower to fill the places of the fallen. The army's efforts to purge incompetence and corruption since the war with Japan were believed to have brought improvement. Everyone in French politics was immensely impressed by the growing strength of Russia and her tremendous resources and potential power and wealth. Sir Edward Grey noticed when he was in Paris in April 1914 to negotiate a naval agreement with the Russians. He shared the impression himself. Russian resources are so great, he told President Poincaré, that in the long run Germany will be exhausted without our helping Russia. To the French, the success of Plan 17, the irresistible march to the Rhine, was to be the proving of their nation and one of the great moments of European history. To ensure their breakthrough of the German centre, they were bent on having the Russians draw off a portion of the German forces opposing them. The problem was to get Russia to launch an offensive upon Germany's rear at the same time as the Germans and French launched theirs on the Western Front, that is, as nearly as possible to the 15th day of mobilization. The French knew as well as everyone else that it was physically impossible for Russia to complete mobilization and concentration of her forces in 15 days, but they wanted her to begin battle on M15 with whatever she had ready. They were determined that Germany must be forced to fight on two fronts from the first moment in order to reduce the German superiority in numbers against themselves. In 1911, General Dubail, then chief of the War Ministry Staff, was sent to Russia to indoctrinate the Russian General Staff with the need for seizing the initiative. Although half the Russian forces in a European war would be concentrated against Austria, and only half of those destined to take the field against Germany would be ready by May 15, the spirit in St. Petersburg was bold and willing. Anxious to restore glory to their tarnished arms and leaving details of planning to look after themselves, the Russians agreed, with more valor than discretion, to launch an offensive simultaneously with France. Dubail obtained a promise that as soon as their front-line forces were in position, without waiting for concentration to be completed, the Russians would attack, crossing the frontier of East Prussia on May 16. "It is at the very heart of Germany that we should strike," acknowledged the Tsar in a signed agreement. "The objective for both of us ought to be Berlin." The pact for an early Russian offensive was hardened and sharpened in annual staff talks that were a feature of the Franco-Russian alliance. In 1912, General Zelensky, chief of the Russian General Staff, came to Paris. In 1913, General Joffre went to Russia. By now the Russians had succumbed to the spell of Elan. Since Manchuria, they too had to compensate for the humiliation of military defeat and the consciousness of military deficiencies. Colonel Grandmaison's lectures, translated into Russian, enjoyed immense popularity. Suffused with the glittering doctrine of offensive outrance, the Russian General Staff improved on its promises. General Zelensky undertook in 1912 to have all of the 800,000 men destined for the German front ready by M15, although Russia's railways were manifestly inadequate to the task. In 1913, he advanced the date of his offensive by 2 days, although Russia's armament factories were producing less than 2/3 the estimated need of artillery shells and less than half the need of rifle cartridges. The Allies did not seriously concern themselves with Russia's military defects, although Ian Hamilton, Britain's military observer with the Japanese, had reported them pitilessly from Manchuria. They were poor intelligence, disregard of cover, disregard of secrecy and swiftness, lack of dash, lack of initiative, and lack of good generalship. Colonel Reppington, who had pronounced judgment weekly on the Russo-Japanese War in the Times, arrived at opinions which caused him to dedicate a book of his collected columns to the Emperor of Japan. Nevertheless, the general staffs believed that simply to get the Russian giant in motion, regardless of how he functioned, was all that mattered. This was difficult enough. During mobilization, the average Russian soldier had to be transported 700 miles, 4 times as far as the average German soldier, and Russia had available 1/10 as many railroads per square kilometre as Germany. As a defence against invasion, these had been deliberately built on a wider gauge than those of Germany. Heavy French loans to finance increased railroad construction had not yet accomplished their goal. Equal speed in mobilization was obviously impossible. But even if only half the 800,000 Russian troops promised for the German front could be put in position by the 15th day for a lunge into East Prussia, However faulty their military organization, the effect of their invasion of German territory was expected to be momentous. To send an army into modern battle on enemy territory, especially under the disadvantage of different railway gauges, is a hazardous and complicated undertaking requiring prodigies of careful organization. Systematic attention to detail was not a notable characteristic of the Russian army. The officer corps was top-heavy, with a superabundance of aged generals whose heaviest intellectual exercise was card-playing and who, to save their court perquisites and prestige, were kept on the active list regardless of activity. Officers were appointed and promoted chiefly through patronage, social or monetary, and although there were among them many brave and able soldiers, the system did not tend to bring the best to the top. Their laziness and lack of interest in outdoor sports dismayed a British military attaché, who, on visiting a frontier garrison near the Afghan border, was appalled to find not a single tennis court. In the purges after the Japanese War, large numbers had resigned or been forced out in an effort to loosen the mass clogging the top. In 1 year, 341 generals, nearly as many as in all the French army, and 400 colonels had been retired as inefficient. Yet, despite improvements in pay and promotion, there was a shortage in 1913 of 3,000 officers. Much had been done since the Japanese War to clean away the decay in the army, but the Russian regime was still the same. This insane regime, its ablest defender Count Witte, the premier of 1903-6, called it, this tangle of cowardice, blindness, craftiness, and stupidity. The regime was ruled from the top by a sovereign who had but one idea of government: to preserve intact the absolute monarchy bequeathed to him by his father, and who, lacking the intellect, energy, or training for his job, fell back on personal favourites, whim, simple mulishness, and other devices of the empty-headed autocrat. His father, Alexander III, who deliberately intended to keep his son uneducated in statecraft until the age of 30, unfortunately miscalculated his own life expectancy and died when Nicholas was 26. The new Tsar, now 46, had learned nothing in the interval, and the impression of imperturbability he conveyed was in reality apathy, the indifference of a mind so shallow as to be all surface. When a telegram was brought to him announcing the annihilation of the Russian fleet at Tsushima, he read it, stuffed it in his pocket, and went on playing tennis. When the Premier, Kokovtsov, returning from Berlin in November 1913, gave the Tsar a personal report on German preparations for war, Nicholas listened to him with his usual intent, unwavering gaze, looking straight into my eyes. After a long pause, when the Premier had finished, as if waking from a reverie, he said gravely, "God's will be done." In fact, Kokovtsov concluded, he was simply bored. At the bottom, the regime was based upon an ant-heap of secret police who penetrated every ministry, bureau, and provincial department to such a degree that Count Witte felt obliged each year to deposit the notes and records he was keeping for his memoirs in a bank vault in France for safekeeping. When another premier, Stolypin, was assassinated in 1911, the perpetrators were discovered to be the secret police acting as agents provocateurs to discredit the revolutionists. Between the Tsar and the secret police, the mainstay of the regime were the chinovniki, a class of bureaucrats and officials drawn from the nobility who performed the actual business of government. They were responsible to no constitutional body and subject only to arbitrary recall by the Tsar, who, bent by the winds of court intrigue and his wife's suspicions, exercised it constantly. Under the circumstances, able men did not hold office long, and one who refused it, pleading poor health, inspired a colleague to comment, "In those days everyone was in poor health." Simmering with chronic discontent, Russia in the reign of Nicholas II was harassed by disasters, massacres, military defeats, and uprisings culminating in the revolution of 1905. when at that time the Tsar was advised by Count Witte that he must either grant the constitution which the people were demanding or restore order under military dictatorship, he was obliged with bitter distaste to accept the first choice because his father's cousin, the Grand Duke Nicholas, commander of the St. Petersburg military district, refused to accept responsibility for the second. For this default, the Grand Duke was never forgiven by the Hyper Bourbons, the Baltic barons of German blood and sympathy, the Black Hundreds, those anarchists of the right, and other reactionary groups who manned the ramparts of autocracy. They felt, as did many Germans, including the Kaiser in alternate hours, that the common interests of autocracies, formerly linked in the Dry Kaiserbund, made Germany a more natural ally of Russia than the democracies of the West. Regarding the liberals within Russia as their first enemy, the Russian reactionaries preferred the Kaiser to the Duma, as the French right of a later day were to prefer Hitler to Léon Blum. Only the growing threat of Germany itself in the last 20 years before the war induced Tsarist Russia against her natural inclination to make alliance with Republican France. Ultimately, the threat even brought her together with England, which for a century had barred her from Constantinople, and of whom one of the Tsar's uncles, the Grand Duke Vladimir Alexandrovich, said in 1898, "I hope to live long enough to hear England's death rattle. That is the ardent prayer I address to God each day." The cohorts of Vladimir dominated a court that was living out its age of Nero, whose ladies enjoyed the thrills of afternoon séances with the unwashed Rasputin. But Russia also had its Democrats and liberals of the Duma, its Bakunin the nihilist, its Prince Kropotkin who became an anarchist, its intelligentsia, of whom the Tsar said, "How I detest that word. I wish I could order the Academy to strike it from the Russian dictionary," its Levins who agonized endlessly over their souls, socialism and the soil, its Uncle Vanyas without hope, its particular quality that caused a British diplomat to conclude that everyone in Russia was a little mad, a quality called le charme slave, half nonchalance, half inefficiency, a kind of fin de siècle effectlessness that hung like a faint mist over the city on the Neva, which the world knew as St. Petersburg, and did not know was the cherry orchard. Insofar as readiness for war was concerned, the regime was personified by its Minister for War, General Sukhomlinov, an artful, indolent, pleasure-loving, chubby little man in his 60s, of whom his colleague, Foreign Minister Sazonov, said it was very difficult to make him work, but to get him to tell the truth was well nigh impossible. Having won the Cross of St. George as a dashing young cavalry officer in the War of 1877 against the Turks, Sukhomlinov believed that military knowledge acquired in that campaign was permanent truth. As Minister of War, he scolded a meeting of staff college instructors for interest in such innovations as the factor of firepower against the sabre, lance, and the bayonet charge. He could not hear the phrase modern war, he said without a sense of annoyance. As war was, so it has remained. All these things are merely vicious innovations. Look at me, for instance. I have not read a military manual for the last 25 years. In 1913, he dismissed 5 instructors of the college who persisted in preaching the vicious heresy of fire tactics. Sukhomlinov's native intelligence was adulterated by levity to cunning and cleverness. He was short and soft, with a cat-like face, neat white whiskers and beard, and an ingratiating, almost feline manner that captivated those like the Tsar whom he set himself to please. In others, like the French ambassador Paléologue, he inspired distrust at first sight, ministerial office, both appointment and dismissal, being entirely at the whim of the Tsar. Sukhomlinov had won and kept himself in favour by being at once obsequious and entertaining, by funny stories and acts of buffoonery, avoidance of serious and unpleasant matters, and careful cultivation of the friend, Rasputin. As a result, he proved immune to charges of corruption and incompetence, to a sensational divorce scandal, and to an even more resounding spy scandal. Smitten in 1906 by the 23-year-old wife of a provincial governor, Sukhomlinov contrived to get rid of the husband by divorce on framed evidence and marry the beautiful residue as his fourth wife. Naturally lazy, he now left his work more and more in the hands of subordinates, while, in the words of the French ambassador, keeping all his strength for conjugal pleasures with a wife 32 years younger than himself. Madame Sukhomlinov delighted to order clothes in Paris, dine in expensive restaurants, and give large parties. To gratify her extravagances, Sukhomlinov became an early and successful practitioner of the art of the expense account. He charged the government travelling expenses at the rate of 24 horse versts per diem, while actually making his tours of inspection by railroad, netting a lucrative balance augmented by inside knowledge of trends on the stock market. He was able to bank 702,737 rubles during a 6-year period in which his total salary was 270,000 rubles. In this happy exercise, he was aided by an entourage who lent him money in return for military passes, invitations to manoeuvres, and other forms of information. One of them, an Austrian named Altschiller, who had supplied the evidence for Madame
Sukhomlinov's divorce, and who was received as an intimate in the minister's home and office, where documents were left lying about, was revealed after his departure in January 1914 to have been Austria's chief agent in Russia. Another was the more notorious Colonel Miasoedev, reputed to be Madame Sukhomlinov's lover, who, though only chief of railroad police at the frontier, was possessor of 5 German decorations and honoured by the Kaiser with an invitation to lunch at Rominten, the imperial hunting lodge just over the border. Not surprisingly, Colonel Miasoedev was suspected of espionage. He was arrested and tried in 1912, but as a result of Sukhomlinov's personal intervention was acquitted and enabled to continue in his former duties up to and through the first year of the war. In 1915, when his protector had finally lost office as a result of Russian reverses, he was rearrested, convicted, and hanged as a spy. Sukhomlinov's fortunes after 1914 are significant. He escaped prosecution at the same time as Colonel Miasoedev only through the influence of the Tsar and Tsarina, but ultimately, in August 1917, after the Tsar had abdicated and the provisional government was already crumbling, he too was brought to trial. In the ruin and tumult of that time, he was tried less for treason, which was the nominal charge, than for all the sins of the old regime. In the prosecutor's summing up those sins came to one, that the Russian people, having been forced to fight without guns or munitions, suffered a loss of confidence in the government which had spread like a plague with terrible consequences. After a month of sensational testimony in which the details of his financial and amorous speculations were brought out, Sukhomlinov was acquitted of treason, but found guilty of abuse of power and inactivity. Sentenced to hard labor for life, he was liberated a few months later by the Bolsheviks and made his way to Berlin, where he lived until his death in 1926, and where in 1924 he published his memoirs, which he dedicated to the deposed Kaiser. In a preface he explained that the Russian and German monarchies, having been destroyed as enemies during the war, only the rapprochement of the two countries could restore them to power. This thought so impressed the Hohenzollern exile that he wrote out a dedication of his own memoirs to Sukhomlinov, but was apparently dissuaded from using it in the published version. This was the man who was Russia's Minister of War from 1908 to 1914. Embodying, as he did, the opinions and enjoying the support of the reactionaries, his preparation for war with Germany, which was the ministry's chief task, was something less than wholehearted. He immediately halted the movement for reform of the army, which had made progress since the shame of the Russo-Japanese War. The General Staff, after having been given independence in order to further its study of modern military science, was after 1908 once again subordinated to the Minister of War, who had sole access to the Tsar. Shorn of initiative and power, it found no able leader,
or even the consistency of a single second-rate one. In the 6 years prior to 1914, 6 different chiefs of staff succeeded each other, with effect upon war plans that was hardly systematic. While Sukhomlinov left work to others, he allowed no freedom of ideas. Clinging stubbornly to obsolete theories and ancient glories, he claimed that Russia's past defeats had been due to mistakes of commanding officers, rather than to any inadequacy of training, preparation, or supply. With invincible belief in the bayonet's supremacy over the bullet, he made no effort to build up factories for increased production of shells, rifles, and cartridges. No country, its military critics invariably discover afterward, is ever adequately prepared in munitions. Britain's shell shortage was to become a national scandal. The French shortage of everything from heavy artillery to boots was a scandal before the war began. In Russia, Sukhomlinov did not even use up the funds the government appropriated for munitions. Russia began the war with 850 shells per gun, compared to a reserve of 2,000 to 3,000 shells per gun used by the Western armies. Although Sukhomlinov himself had agreed in 1912 to a compromise of 1,500 per gun. The Russian infantry division had 7 field gun batteries compared with 14 in the German division. The whole Russian army had 60 batteries of heavy artillery compared with 381 in the German army. Warnings that war would be largely a duel of firepower, Sukhomlinov treated with contempt. Greater only than his aversion to fire tactics was Sukhomlinov's aversion to the Grand Duke Nicholas, who was 8 years his junior and represented the reforming tendency within the army. 6'6", of narrow height with handsome head, pointed beard and boots as tall as a horse's belly, the Grand Duke was a gallant and imposing figure. After the Japanese War, he had been named to reorganize the army as chief of a Council of National Defense. Its purpose was the same as that of the Escher Committee after the Boer War. But unlike its British model, it had soon succumbed to lethargy and the Mandarins. The reactionaries, who resented the Grand Duke for his share in the Constitutional Manifesto and feared his popularity, succeeded in having the council abolished in 1908. As a career officer who had served as Inspector General of Cavalry in the Japanese War, and who knew personally almost the entire officer corps, each of whom on taking up a new post had to report to him as commander of the St. Petersburg district, the Grand Duke was the most admired figure in the army. This was less for any specific achievement than for his commanding size and looks and manner, which inspired confidence and awe in the soldiers and either devotion or jealousy in his colleagues. Brusque and even harsh in manner to officers and men alike, he was regarded outside court as the only man in the royal family. Peasant soldiers who had never seen him told stories in which he figured as a sort of legendary champion of Holy Russia against the German clique and palace corruption. Echoes of such sentiments did not add to his popularity at court, especially with the Tsarina, who already hated Nikolasha because he despised Rasputin. "I have absolutely no faith in N," she wrote to her husband. "I know him to be far from clever, and having gone against a man of God, his work cannot be blessed or his advice good." She continually suggested that he was plotting to force the Tsar to abdicate and relying on his popularity with the army to place himself on the throne. Royal suspicions had kept him from the chief command during the war with Japan, and consequently from the blame that followed. In any subsequent war, it would be impossible to do without him, and in the pre-war plans, he had been designated to command the front against Germany, the Tsar himself expecting to act as commander-in-chief with a chief of general staff to direct operations. In France, where the Grand Duke went several times to manoeuvres and where he came under the influence of Foch, whose optimism he shared, he was extravagantly feted as much for his magnificent presence, which seemed a reassuring symbol of Russian might, as for his known dislike of Germany. With delight, the French repeated the remarks of Prince Kotzebue, the Grand Duke's aide, who said his master believed that only if Germany were crushed once and for all and divided up again into little states, each happy with its own little court, could the world expect to live in peace. No less ardent a friend of France was the Grand Duke's wife, Anastasia, and her sister Militza, who was married to the Grand Duke's brother Peter. As daughters of King Nikita of Montenegro, their fondness for France was in direct proportion to their natural hatred of Austria. At a royal picnic in the last days of July 1914, the Montenegrin nightingales, as Paleolog called the two princesses, grouped themselves beside him, twittering about the crisis. "There's going to be a war. There will be nothing left of Austria. You will get back Alsace-Lorraine. Our armies will meet in Berlin." One sister showed the ambassador a jewelled box in which she carried soil from Lorraine, while the other told how she had planted seeds of Lorraine thistles in her garden. For the event, the Russian General Staff had worked out two alternate plans of campaign, the ultimate choice depending upon what Germany would do. If Germany launched her main strength against France, Russia would launch her main strength against Austria. In this case, 4 armies would take the field against Austria and 2 against Germany. The plan for the German front provided for a 2-pronged invasion of East Prussia by Russia's 1st and 2nd armies, the first to advance north, and the second south, of the barrier formed by the Masurian lakes. As the 1st or Vilna army, named for its area of concentration, had a direct railway line available, it would be ready to start first. It was to advance 2 days ahead of the 2nd, or Warsaw army, and move against the Germans, with the object of drawing upon itself the greatest possible enemy strength. Meanwhile, the 2nd army was to come around the lake barrier from the south, and moving in behind the Germans, cut off their retreat to the Vistula River. The success of the pincer movement depended upon concerted timing to prevent the Germans from engaging either Russian wings separately. The enemy was to be attacked energetically and determinedly whenever and wherever met. Once the German army was rounded up and destroyed, the march on Berlin, 150 miles beyond the Vistula, would follow. The German plan did not contemplate giving up East Prussia. It was a land of rich farms and wide meadows where Holstein cattle grazed. Pigs and chickens scuttled about inside stone-walled farmyards, where the famous Trakehnen stud bred remounts for the German army, and where the large estates were owned by Junkers, who, to the horror of an English governess employed by one of them, shot foxes instead of hunting them properly on horseback. Further east, near Russia, was the country of still waters, dark woods, with wide-flung lakes fringed by rushes, forests of pine and birch, and many marshes and streams. Its most famous landmark was Rominton Forest, the Hohenzollern hunting preserve of 90,000 acres on the edge of Russia, where the Kaiser came each year, attired in knickerbockers and feathered hat, to shoot boar and deer and an occasional Russian moose who, wandering innocently over the border, offered itself as target to the imperial gun. Although the native stock was not Teutonic but Slavic, the region had been under German rule, with some Polish interludes, for 700 years, ever since the Order of Teutonic Knights established themselves there in 1225. Despite defeat in 1410 by Poles and Lithuanians in a great battle at a village called Tannenberg, the knights had remained and grown, or declined, into Junkers. In Königsberg, chief city of the region, the first Hohenzollern sovereign had been crowned King of Prussia in 1701. With its shores washed by the Baltic, with its king's city, where Prussia's sovereigns had been crowned, East Prussia was not a country the Germans would yield lightly. Along the river Angarap, running through the Insterberg Gap, defence positions had been carefully prepared. In the swampy eastern region, roads had been built up as causeways, which would confine an enemy to their narrow crests. In addition, the whole of East Prussia was criss-crossed by a network of railroads, giving the defending army the advantage of mobility and rapid transfer from one front to the other,
to meet the advance of either enemy wing. When the Schlieffen Plan had been first adopted, fears for East Prussia were less because it was assumed that Russia would have to keep large forces in the Far East to guard against Japan. German diplomacy, despite a certain record for clumsiness, was expected to overcome the Anglo-Japanese Treaty, an unnatural alliance as Germany regarded it, and keep Japan neutral as a constant threat to Russia's rear. The German General Staff Specialist in Russian affairs was Lieutenant Colonel Max Hoffmann, whose task was to work out the probable Russian plan of campaign in a war with Germany. In his early 40s, Hoffmann was tall and heavily built, with a large round head and a Prussian haircut, shaved so close to the scalp it made him look bald. His expression was good-humoured, but uncompromising. He wore black-rimmed glasses and carefully trained his black eyebrows to grow in a dashing upward curve at their outer ends. He was equally careful and proud of his small, delicate hands and impeccable trouser creases. Though indolent, he was resourceful. Though a poor rider, worse swordsman, and gluttonous eater and drinker, he was quick-thinking and rapid in judgment. He was amiable, lucky, astute, and respected no one. In intervals of regimental duty before the war, he drank wine and consumed sausages all night at the officers' club until 7 a.m., when he took his company out on parade and returned for a snack of more sausages and 2 quarts of Moselle before breakfast. After graduation from the Staff College in 1898, Hoffmann had served a 6-month tour of duty in Russia as interpreter, and 5 years subsequently in the Russian section of the General Staff under Schlieffen, before going as Germany's military observer to the Russo-Japanese War. When a Japanese general refused him permission to watch a battle from a nearby hill, etiquette gave way to that natural quality in Germans, whose expression so often fails to endear them to others. "You are a yellow skin. You are uncivilized if you will not let me go to that hill," Hoffmann yelled at the general in the presence of other foreign attachés and at least one correspondent. Belonging to a race hardly second to the Germans in sense of self-importance, the general yelled back, "We Japanese are paying for this military information with our blood, and we don't propose to share it with others." Protocol for the occasion broke down altogether. On his return to the General Staff under Moltke, Hoffmann resumed work on the Russian plan of campaign. A colonel of the Russian General Staff had sold an early version of his country's plan for a high price in 1902, but since that time, according to Hoffmann's not always wholly serious memoirs, the price had gone up beyond the stingy funds allotted to Germany's military intelligence. The terrain of East Prussia, however, made the general outlines of a Russian offensive self-evident. It would have to be a 2-pronged advance around the Masurian lakes. Hoffmann's study of the Russian army and the factors governing its mobilization and transportation enabled the Germans to judge the timing of the offensive. The German army, inferior in numbers, could choose either of 2 ways to meet a superior force advancing in 2 wings. They could either withdraw or attack one wing before the other, whichever offered the best opportunity. The stern formula dictated by Schlieffen was to strike with all available strength at the first Russian army that came within reach. Outbreak. Outbreak. Some damned foolish thing in the Balkans, Bismarck had predicted, would ignite the next war. The assassination of the Austrian heir apparent, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, by Serbian nationalists on June 28, 1914, satisfied his condition. Austria-Hungary, with the bellicose frivolity of senile empires, determined to use the occasion to absorb Serbia as she had absorbed Bosnia and Herzegovina in 1909. Russia, on that occasion, weakened by the war with Japan, had been forced to acquiesce by a German ultimatum, followed by the Kaiser's appearance in shining armour, as he put it, at the side of his ally, Austria. To avenge that humiliation,
and for the sake of her prestige as the major Slav power, Russia was now prepared to put on the shining armor herself. On July 5th, Germany assured Austria that she could count on Germany's faithful support if whatever punitive action she took against Serbia brought her into conflict with Russia. This was the signal that let loose the irresistible onrush of events. On July 23rd, Austria delivered an ultimatum to Serbia. On July 26th, rejected the Serbian reply, although the Kaiser, now nervous, admitted that it dissipates every reason for war. On July 28th, declared war on Serbia. On July 29th, bombarded Belgrade. On that day, Russia mobilized along her Austrian frontier, and on July 30th, both Austria and Russia ordered general mobilization. On July 31st, Germany issued an ultimatum to Russia to demobilize within 12 hours and make us a distinct declaration to that effect. War pressed against every frontier. Suddenly dismayed, governments struggled and twisted to fend it off. It was no use. Agents at frontiers were reporting every cavalry patrol as a deployment to beat the mobilization gun. General staffs, goaded by their relentless timetables, were pounding the table for the signal to move, lest their opponents gain an hour's head start. Appalled upon the brink, the chiefs of state, who would be ultimately responsible for their country's fate, attempted to back away, but the pull of military schedules dragged them forward. 6. August the 1st, Berlin. At noon on Saturday, August 1st, the German ultimatum to Russia expired without a Russian reply. Within an hour, a telegram went out to the German ambassador in St. Petersburg, instructing him to declare war by 5 o'clock that afternoon. At 5 o'clock, the Kaiser decreed general mobilization, some preliminaries having already got off to a head start under the declaration of Kriegsgefahr, danger of war, the day before. At 5:30, Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg, absorbed in a document he was holding in his hand, and accompanied by little Jagau, the foreign minister, hurried down the steps of the Foreign Office, hailed an ordinary taxi, and sped off to the palace. Shortly afterward, General von Moltke, the gloomy chief of General Staff, was pulled up short as he was driving back to his office with the mobilization order, signed by the Kaiser, in his pocket. A messenger in another car overtook him with an urgent summons from the palace. He returned to hear a last-minute, desperate proposal from the Kaiser that reduced Moltke to tears and could have changed the history of the 20th century. Now that the moment had come, the Kaiser suffered the necessary risk to East Prussia, in spite of the 6 weeks' leeway his staff promised before the Russians could fully mobilize. "I hate the Slavs," he confessed to an Austrian officer. "I know it is a sin to do so. We ought not to hate anyone, but I can't help hating them." He had taken comfort, however, in the news, reminiscent of 1905, of strikes and riots in St. Petersburg, of mobs smashing windows, and violent street fights between revolutionaries and police. Count Portales, his aged ambassador, who had been 7 years in Russia, concluded and repeatedly assured his government that Russia would not fight for fear of revolution. Captain von Egeling, the German military attaché, kept repeating the credo about 1916, and when Russia nevertheless mobilized, he reported she planned no tenacious offensive but a slow retreat as in 1812. In the affinity for error of German diplomats, these judgments established a record. They gave heart to the Kaiser, who as late as July 31st composed a missive for the guidance of his staff, rejoicing in the mood of a sick tomcat that, on the evidence of his envoys, he said prevailed in the Russian court and army. In Berlin on August 1st, the crowds milling in the streets and massed in thousands in front of the palace were tense and heavy with anxiety. Socialism, which most of Berlin's workers professed, did not run so deep as their instinctive fear and hatred of the Slavic hordes. Although they had been told by the Kaiser, in his speech from the balcony announcing Kriegsgefahr the evening before, that the sword has been forced into our hand, They still waited in the ultimate dim hope of a Russian reply. The hour of the ultimatum passed. A journalist in the crowd felt the air electric with rumor. People told each other Russia had asked for an extension of time. The bourse writhed in panic. The afternoon passed in almost insufferable anxiety. Bethmann Hollweg issued a statement ending, "If the iron dice roll, may God help us." At 5 o'clock, a policeman appeared at the palace gate and announced mobilization to the crowd, which obediently struck up the national hymn, "Now thank we all our God." Cars raced down Unter den Linden with officers standing up in them, waving handkerchiefs and shouting, "Mobilization!" Instantly converted from Marx to Mars, people cheered wildly and rushed off to vent their feelings on suspected Russian spies, several of whom were pummeled or trampled to death in the course of the next few days. Once the mobilization button was pushed, the whole vast machinery for calling up, equipping and transporting 2 million men began turning automatically. Reservists went to their designated depots, were issued uniforms, equipment and arms, formed into companies and companies into battalions, were joined by cavalry, cyclists, artillery, medical units, cook wagons, blacksmith wagons, even postal wagons, moved according to prepared railway timetables to concentration points near the frontier, where they would be formed into divisions, divisions into corps, and corps into armies ready to advance and fight. One army corps alone, out of the total of 40 in the German forces, required 170 railway cars for officers, 965 for infantry, 2,960 for cavalry, 1,915 for artillery and supply wagons, 6,010 in all, grouped in 140 trains, and an equal number again for their supplies. From the moment the order was given, everything was to move at fixed times, according to a schedule precise, down to the number of train axles that would pass over a given bridge within a given time. Confident in his magnificent system, Deputy Chief of Staff General Waldersee had not even returned to Berlin at the beginning of the crisis, but had written to Jagow, "I shall remain here ready to jump. We are all prepared at the General Staff. In the meantime, there is nothing for us to do." It was a proud tradition inherited from the elder, or great, Moltke, who on mobilization day in 1870 was found lying on a sofa reading Lady Audley's Secret. His enviable calm was not present today in the palace, face to face no longer with the spectre but the reality of a two-front war. The Kaiser was as close to the sick tomcat mood as he thought the Russians were. More cosmopolitan and more timid than the archetype Prussian, he had never actually wanted a general war. He wanted greater power, greater prestige, above all more authority in the world's affairs for Germany, but he preferred to obtain them by frightening rather than by fighting other nations. He wanted the gladiator's rewards without the battle, and whenever the prospect of battle came too close, as at Algeciras and Agadir, he shrank. As the final crisis boiled, his marginalia on telegrams grew more and more agitated. "Aha, the common cheat! Rot! He lies! Mr. Grey is a false dog! Twaddle! The rascal is crazy or an idiot!" When Russia mobilized, he burst into a tirade of passionate foreboding, not against the Slav traitors, but against the unforgettable figure of the wicked uncle. The world will be engulfed in the most terrible of wars, the ultimate aim of which is the ruin of Germany. England, France, and Russia have conspired for our annihilation. That is the naked truth of the situation which was slowly but surely created by Edward VII. The encirclement of Germany is at last an accomplished fact. We have run our heads into the noose. The dead Edward is stronger than the living I. Conscious of the shadow of the dead Edward, the Kaiser would have welcomed any way out of the commitment to fight both Russia and France, and behind France, the looming figure of still undeclared England. At the last moment one was offered. A colleague of Bethmann's came to beg him to do anything he could to save Germany from a two-front war, and suggested a means. For years, a possible solution for Alsace had been discussed in terms of autonomy as a federal state within the German Empire. If offered and accepted by the Alsatians, this solution would have deprived France of any reason to liberate the lost provinces. As recently as July 16th, the French Socialist Congress had gone on record in favour of it, but the German military had always insisted that the provinces must remain garrisoned and their political rights subordinated to military necessity. Until 1911, no constitution had ever been granted, and autonomy never. Bethman's colleague now urged him to make an immediate, public, and official offer for a conference on autonomy for Alsace. This could be allowed to drag on without result, while its moral effect would force France to refrain from attack while at least considering this offer. Time would be gained for Germany to turn her forces against Russia while remaining stationary in the West, thus keeping England out. The author of this proposal remains anonymous, and it may be apocryphal. It does not matter. The opportunity was there, and the Chancellor could have thought of it for himself. But to seize it required boldness, and Bethmann, behind his distinguished facade of great height, sombre eyes, and well-trimmed imperial, was a man, as Theodore Roosevelt said of Taft, who means well feebly. Instead of offering France an inducement to stay neutral, the German government sent her an ultimatum at the same time as the ultimatum to Russia. They asked France to reply within 18 hours whether she would stay neutral in a Russo-German war, and added that if she did, Germany would demand as guarantee of neutrality the handing over to us of the fortresses of Toul and Verdun, which we shall occupy and restore after the war is over. In other words, the handing over of the key to the French door. Baron von Schoen, German ambassador in Paris, could not bring himself to pass on this brutal demand, at a moment when, it seemed to him, French neutrality would have been such a supreme advantage to Germany that his government might well have offered to pay a price for it, rather than exact a penalty. He presented the request for a statement of neutrality without the demand for the fortresses, but the French, who had intercepted and decoded his instructions, knew of it anyway. When Schoen, at 11 a.m. on August 1st, asked for France's reply, he was answered that France would act in accordance with her interests. In Berlin, just after 5 o'clock, a telephone rang in the Foreign Office. Under-Secretary Zimmermann, who answered it, turned to the editor of the Berliner Tageblatt, sitting by his desk, and said, "Moltke wants to know whether things can start." At that moment, a telegram from London, just decoded, broke in upon the planned proceedings. It offered hope that if the movement against France could be instantly stopped, Germany might safely fight a one-front war after all. Carrying it with them, Bethmann and Jagow dashed off on their taxi trip to the palace. The telegram from Prince Lichnowsky, ambassador in London, reported an English offer, as Lichnowsky understood it, that in case we did not attack France, England would remain neutral and would guarantee France's neutrality. The ambassador belonged to that class of Germans who spoke English and copied English manners, sports, and dress in a strenuous endeavour to become the very pattern of an English gentleman. His fellow noblemen, the Prince of Pless, Prince Blücher, and Prince Münster, were all married to English wives. At a dinner in Berlin in 1911, in honour of a British general, the guest of honour was astonished to find that all 40 German guests, including Bethmann Hollweg and Admiral Tirpitz, spoke English fluently. Lichnowsky differed from his class in that he was not only in manner, but in heart, an earnest Anglophile. He had come to London determined to make himself and his country liked. English society had been lavish with country weekends. To the ambassador, no tragedy could be greater than war between the country of his birth and the country of his heart, and he was grasping at any handle to avert it. When the Foreign Secretary, Sir Edward Grey, telephoned him that morning, in the interval of a cabinet meeting, Lichnowsky, out of his own anxiety, interpreted what Grey said to him as an offer by England to stay neutral and to keep France neutral in a Russo-German war, if, in return, Germany would promise not to attack France. Actually, Grey had not said quite that. What, in his elliptical way, he offered was a promise to keep France neutral if Germany would promise to stay neutral as against France and Russia, in other words, not go to war against either, pending the result of efforts to settle the Serbian affair. After 8 years as Foreign Secretary in a period of chronic Bosnias, as Bülow called them, Grey had perfected a manner of speaking designed to convey as little meaning as possible. His avoidance of the point blank, said a colleague, almost amounted to method. Over the telephone, Lichnowsky, himself dazed by the coming tragedy, would have had no difficulty misunderstanding him. The Kaiser clutched at Lichnowsky's passport to a one-front war. Minutes counted. Already mobilization was rolling inexorably toward the French frontier. The first hostile act, seizure of a railway junction in Luxembourg, whose neutrality the 5 great powers, including Germany, had guaranteed, was scheduled within an hour. It must be stopped at once. But how? Where was Moltke? Moltke had left the palace. An aide was sent off with sirens screaming to intercept him. He was brought back. The Kaiser was himself again, the all-highest, the warlord, blazing with a new idea, planning, proposing, disposing. He read Moltke the telegram and said in triumph, "Now we can go to war against Russia only. We simply march the whole of our army to the east." Aghast at the thought of his marvellous machinery of mobilization wrenched into reverse, Moltke refused point blank. For the past 10 years, first as assistant to Schlieffen, then as his successor, Moltke's job had been planning for this day, the day, der Tag, for which all Germany's energies were gathered, on which the march to final mastery of Europe would begin. It weighed upon him with an oppressive, almost unbearable responsibility. Tall, heavy, bald, and 66 years old, Moltke habitually wore an expression of profound distress, which led the Kaiser to call him der traurige Julius, or what might be rendered gloomy Gus. In fact, his name was Helmuth. Poor health, for which he took an annual cure at Carlsbad, and the shadow of a great uncle, were perhaps cause for gloom. From his window in the red-brick General Staff building on the Königplatz, where he lived as well as worked, he looked out every day on the equestrian statue of his namesake, the hero of 1870, and together with Bismarck, the architect of the German Empire. The nephew was a poor horseman, with a habit of falling off on staff rides, and worse, a follower of Christian Science, with a side interest in anthroposophism and other cults. For this unbecoming weakness in a Prussian officer, he was considered soft. What is more, he painted, played the cello, carried Goethe's Faust in his pocket, and had begun a translation of Maeterlinck's Pelleas et Melisande. Introspective and a doubter by nature, he had said to the Kaiser upon his appointment in 1906, "I do not know how I shall get on in the event of a campaign. I am very critical of myself." Yet he was neither personally nor politically timid. In 1911, disgusted by Germany's retreat in the Agadir crisis, he wrote to Konrad von Hotzendorf that if things got worse he would resign, proposed to disband the army and place ourselves under the protection of Japan. Then we can make money undisturbed and turn into imbeciles. He did not hesitate to talk back to the Kaiser, but told him quite brutally in 1900 that his Peking expedition was a crazy adventure, and when offered the appointment as Chief of Staff, asked the Kaiser if he expected to win the big prize twice in the same lottery, a thought that had certainly influenced William's choice. He refused to take the post unless the Kaiser stopped his habit of winning all the war games, which was making nonsense of manoeuvres. Surprisingly, the Kaiser meekly obeyed. Now, on the climactic night of August 1st, Moltke was in no mood for any more of the Kaiser's meddling with serious military matters, or with meddling of any kind with the fixed arrangement. To turn around the deployment of 1 million men from west to east at the very moment of departure would have taken a more iron nerve than Moltke disposed of. He saw a vision of the deployment crumbling apart in confusion. Supplies here, soldiers there, ammunition lost in the middle, companies without officers, divisions without staffs, and those 11,000 trains, each exquisitely scheduled to click over specified tracks at specified intervals of 10 minutes, tangled in a grotesque ruin of the most perfectly planned military movement in history. "Your Majesty," Moltke said to him now, "it cannot be done. The deployment of millions cannot be improvised. If your Majesty insists on leading the whole army to the east, it will not be an army ready for battle, but a disorganized mob of armed men with no arrangements for supply. Those arrangements took a whole year of intricate labor to complete." And Moltke closed upon that rigid phrase, the basis for every major German mistake, the phrase that launched the invasion of Belgium and the submarine war against the United States, the inevitable phrase when military plans dictate policy. And once settled, it cannot be altered. In fact, it could have been altered. The German General Staff, though committed since 1905 to a plan of attack upon France first, had in their files, revised each year until 1913, an alternative plan against Russia with all the trains running eastward. "Build no more fortresses, build railways," ordered the elder Moltke, who had laid out his strategy on a railway map, and bequeathed the dogma that railways are the key to war. In Germany, the railway system was under military control, with a staff officer assigned to every line. No track could be laid or changed without permission of the General Staff. Annual mobilization war games kept railway officials in constant practice and tested their ability to improvise and divert traffic by telegrams reporting lines cut and bridges destroyed. The best brains produced by the War College, it was said, went into the railway section and ended up in lunatic asylums. When Moltke's "It cannot be done" was revealed after the war in his memoirs, General von Staab, chief of the railway division, was so incensed by what he considered a reproach upon his bureau that he wrote a book to prove it could have been done. In pages of charts and graphs, he demonstrated how, given notice on August 1st, he could have deployed 4 out of the 7 armies to the Eastern Front by August 15th, leaving 3 to defend the West. Matthias Erzberger, the Reichstag deputy and leader of the Catholic Centrist Party, has left another testimony. He says that Moltke himself, within 6 months of the event, admitted to him that the assault on France at the beginning was a mistake, and instead, "The larger part of our army ought first to have been sent east to smash the Russian steamroller, limiting operations in the west to beating off the enemy's attack on our frontier." On the night of August 1st, Moltke, clinging to the fixed plan, lacked the necessary nerve. "Your uncle would have given me a different answer," the Kaiser said to him bitterly. "The reproach wounded me deeply," Moltke wrote afterward. "I never pretended to be the equal of the old field marshal." Nevertheless, he continued to refuse. "My protest that it would be impossible to maintain peace between France and Germany, while both countries were mobilized, made no impression. Everybody got more and more excited, and I was alone in my opinion. Finally, when Moltke convinced the Kaiser that the mobilization plan could not be changed, the group, which included Bethmann and Jagow, drafted a telegram to England regretting that Germany's advance movements toward the French border can no longer be altered, but offering a guarantee not to cross the border before August 3rd at 7 p.m., which cost them nothing, as no crossing was scheduled before that time. Jagow rushed off a telegram to his ambassador in Paris, where mobilization had already been decreed at 4 o'clock, instructing him helpfully to "please keep France quiet for the time being." The Kaiser added a personal telegram to King George, telling him that for technical reasons, mobilization could not be countermanded at this late hour, but "if France offers me neutrality, which must be guaranteed by the British fleet and army, I shall of course refrain from attacking France and employ my troops elsewhere.
I hope France will not become nervous. It was now minutes before 7 o'clock, the hour when the 16th Division was scheduled to move into Luxembourg. Bethmann excitedly insisted that Luxembourg must not be entered under any circumstances while waiting for the British answer. Instantly the Kaiser, without asking Moltke, ordered his aide-de-camp to telephone and telegraph 16th Division headquarters at Trier to cancel the movement. Moltke saw ruin again. Luxembourg's railways were essential for the offensive through Belgium against France. At that moment, his memoirs say, I thought my heart would break. Despite all his pleading, the Kaiser refused to budge. Instead, he added a closing sentence to his telegram to King George. The troops on my frontier are in the act of being stopped by telephone and telegraph from crossing into France, a slight if vital twist of the truth, for the Kaiser could not acknowledge to England that what he had intended and what was being stopped was the violation of a neutral country. It would have implied his intention also to violate Belgium, which would have been casus belli in England, and England's mind was not yet made up. Crushed, Moltke says of himself, on what should have been the culminating day of his career, he returned to the General Staff and burst into bitter tears of abject despair. When his aide brought him for his signature the written order cancelling the Luxembourg movement, I threw my pen down on the table and refused to sign. To have signed as the first order after mobilization, one that would have annulled all the careful preparations would have been taken, he knew, as evidence of hesitancy and irresolution. Do what you want with this telegram, he said to his aide. I will not sign it. He was still brooding at 11 o'clock when another summons came from the palace. Moltke found the Kaiser in his bedroom, characteristically dressed for the occasion, with a military overcoat over his nightshirt. A telegram had come from Lichnowsky, who, in a further talk with Grey, had discovered his error and now wired sadly, a positive proposal by England is, on the whole, not in prospect. Now you can do what you like, said the Kaiser, and went back to bed. Moltke, the commander-in-chief who had now to direct a campaign that would decide the fate of Germany, was left permanently shaken. That was my first experience of the war, he wrote afterward. I never recovered from the shock of this incident. Something in me broke, and I was never the same thereafter. Neither was the world, he might have added. The Kaiser's telephone order to Trier had not arrived in time. At 7 o'clock, as scheduled, the first frontier of the war was crossed, the distinction going to an infantry company of the 69th Regiment under command of a certain Lieutenant Feldman. Just inside the Luxembourg border, on the slopes of the Ardennes, about 12 miles from Bastogne in Belgium, stood a little town known to the Germans as Ulflingen. Around it, cows grazed on the hillside pastures. On its steep cobblestone streets, not a stray wisp of hay, even in August harvest time, was allowed to offend the strict laws governing municipal cleanliness in the Grand Duchy. At the foot of the town was a railroad station and telegraph office where the lines from Germany and Belgium crossed. This was the German objective which Lieutenant Feldman's company, arriving in automobiles, duly seized. With their relentless talent for the tactless, the Germans chose to violate Luxembourg at a place whose native and official name was Trois Vierges. The three virgins in fact represented faith, hope, and charity, but history, with her apposite touch, arranged for the occasion that they should stand in the public mind for Luxembourg, Belgium, and France. At 7:30 a second detachment in automobiles arrived, presumably in response to the Kaiser's message, and ordered off the first group, saying a mistake had been made. In the interval, Luxembourg's Minister of State Eyschen had already telegraphed the news to London, Paris, and Brussels, and a protest to Berlin. The three virgins had made their point. By midnight, Moltke had rectified the reversal, and by the end of the next day, August 2nd, M-1 on the German schedule, the entire Grand Duchy was occupied. A question has haunted the annals of history ever since. What ifs might have followed if the Germans had gone east in 1914 while remaining on the defensive against France? General von Stab showed that to have turned against Russia was technically possible, but whether it would have been temperamentally possible for the Germans to have refrained from attacking France when Der Tag came is another matter. At 7 o'clock in St. Petersburg, at the same hour when the Germans entered Luxembourg, Ambassador Portales, his watery blue eyes red-rimmed, his white goatee quivering, presented Germany's declaration of war with shaking hand to Sazonov, the Russian foreign minister. "The curses of the nations will be upon you," Sazonov exclaimed. "We are defending our honor," the German ambassador replied. "Your honor was not involved, but there is a divine justice." "That's true," and muttering, "A divine justice, a divine justice." Portales staggered to the window, leaned against it, and burst into tears. "So this is the end of my mission," he said when he could speak. Sazonov patted him on the shoulder. They embraced, and Portales stumbled to the door, which he could hardly open with a trembling hand, and went out murmuring, "Goodbye, goodbye." This affecting scene comes down to us as recorded by Sazonov, with artistic additions by the French ambassador, Paléologue, presumably from what Sazonov told him. Portales reported only that he asked 3 times for a reply to the ultimatum, and after Sazonov answered negatively 3 times, "I handed over the note as instructed." Why did it have to be handed over at all? Admiral von Tirpitz, the naval minister, had plaintively asked the night before when the declaration of war was being drafted. Speaking, he says, more from instinct than from reason. He wanted to know why, if Germany did not plan to invade Russia. Was it necessary to declare war and assume the odium of the attacking party? His question was particularly pertinent because Germany's object was to saddle Russia with war guilt in order to convince the German people that they were fighting in self-defense, and especially in order to keep Italy tied to her engagements under the Triple Alliance. Italy was obliged to join her allies only in a defensive war, and already shaky in her allegiance, was widely expected to sidle out through any loophole that opened up. Bethmann was harassed by this problem. If Austria persisted in refusing any or all Serbian concessions, he warned, it will scarcely be possible to place the guilt of a European conflagration on Russia, and would place us in the eyes of our own people in an untenable position. He was hardly heard. When mobilization day came, German protocol required that war be properly declared. Jurists of the Foreign Office, according to Tirpitz, insisted it was legally the correct thing to do. Outside Germany, he says pathetically, there is no appreciation of such ideas. In France, appreciation was keener than he knew. 7. August the 1st, Paris and London. One prime objective governed French policy: to enter the war with England as an ally. To ensure that event and enable her friends in England to overcome the inertia and reluctance within their own cabinet and country, France had to leave it clear beyond question who was the attacked and who the attacker. The physical act and moral odium of aggression must be left squarely upon Germany. Germany was expected to do her part, but lest any over-anxious French patrols or frontier troops stepped over the border, the French government took a daring and extraordinary step. On July 30th, it ordered a 10-kilometre withdrawal along the entire frontier with Germany from Switzerland to Luxembourg. Premier René Viviani, an eloquent socialist orator, formerly chiefly concerned with welfare and labour, proposed the withdrawal. He was a curiosity in French politics, a premier who had never been premier before, and was now acting foreign minister as well. He had been in office barely 6 weeks and had just returned the day before, July 29th, from a state visit to Russia with President Poincaré. Austria had waited until Viviani and Poincaré were at sea to issue her ultimatum to Serbia. On receiving this news, the French president and premier had eliminated a scheduled visit to Copenhagen and hurried home.
In Paris, they were told German covering troops had taken their places a few hundred meters from the frontier. They knew nothing as yet of the Russian and Austrian mobilizations. Hopes still flourished of a negotiated settlement. Viviani was haunted by a fear that war might burst from a clump of trees, from a meeting of two patrols, from a threatening gesture, a black look, a brutal word, a shot. While there was still even the least chance of settling the crisis without war, and in order to leave the lines of aggression clear if war came, the cabinet agreed upon the 10-kilometer withdrawal. The order, telegraphed to corps commanders, was designed, they were told, to assure the collaboration of our English neighbours. A telegram informing England of the measure went out simultaneously. The act of withdrawal, done at the very portals of invasion, was a calculated military risk deliberately taken for its political effect. It was taking a chance never before taken in history, said Viviani, and might have added, like Cyrano, but what a gesture. Withdrawal was a bitter gesture to ask of a French commander-in-chief schooled in the doctrine of offensive, and nothing but the offensive. It could have shattered General Joffre as Moltke's first experience of the war shattered him, but General Joffre's heart did not break. From the moment of the President's and Premier's return, Joffre had been hounding the government for the order to mobilize, or at least take, the preliminary steps. Recall of furloughs, of which many had been granted for the harvest, and deployment of covering troops to the frontier. He deluged them with intelligence reports of German pre-mobilization measures already taken. He loomed large in authority before a newborn cabinet, the 10th in 5 years, whose predecessor had lasted 3 days. The present one was remarkable chiefly for having most of France's strong men outside it. Briand, Clemenceau, Caillaux, all former premiers, were in opposition. Viviani, by his own evidence, was in a state of frightful nervous tension, which, according to Messimy, who was once again war minister, became a permanent condition during the month of August. The Minister of Marine, Dr. Gautier, a doctor of medicine shoved into the naval post when a political scandal removed his predecessor, was so overwhelmed by events that he forgot to order fleet units into the Channel and had to be replaced by the Minister of Public Instruction on the spot. In the President, however, intelligence, experience, and strength of purpose, if not constitutional power, were combined. Poincaré was a lawyer, economist, and member of the Academy, a former finance minister who had served as Premier and Foreign Minister in 1912 and had been elected President of France in January 1913. Character begets power, especially in hours of crisis, and the untried cabinet leaned willingly on the abilities and strong will of the man who was constitutionally a cipher. Born in Lorraine, Poincaré could remember as a boy of 10 the long line of spiked German helmets marching through Bar-le-Duc, his hometown. He was credited by the Germans with the most bellicose intent, partly because, as Premier at the time of Agadir, he had held firm, partly because, as President, he had used his influence to push through the 3-year military service law in 1913 against violent socialist opposition. This and his cold demeanour, his lack of flamboyance, his fixity, did not make for popularity at home. Elections were going against the government, the 3-year law was near to being thrown out, labour troubles and farmers' discontent were rife. July had been hot, wet, and oppressive with windstorms and summer thunder, and Madame Caillaux, who had shot the editor of Figaro, was on trial for murder. Each day of the trial revealed new and unpleasant irregularities in finance, the press, the courts, the government. One day the French woke up to find Madame Caillaux on page 2, and the sudden awful knowledge that France faced war. In that most passionately political and quarrelsome of countries, one sentiment thereupon prevailed. Poincaré and Viviani, returning from Russia, drove through Paris to the sound of one prolonged cry, repeated over and over,
Vive la France. Joffre told the government that if he was not given the order to assemble and transport the covering troops of 5 army corps and cavalry toward the frontier, the Germans would enter France without firing a shot. He accepted the 10-kilometer withdrawal of troops already in position, less from subservience to the civil arm. Joffre was about as subservient by nature as Julius Caesar, as from a desire to bend all the force of his argument upon the one issue of the covering troops. The government, still reluctant while diplomatic offers and counter-offers flashing over the wires might yet produce a settlement, agreed to give him a reduced version, that is, without calling out the reservists. At 4:30 next day, July 31st, a banking friend in Amsterdam telephoned Messermy the news of the German Kriegsgefahr, officially confirmed an hour later from Berlin. It was une forme hypocrite de la mobilisation, Messermy angrily told the cabinet. His friend in Amsterdam had said war was certain, and Germany was ready for it, from the Emperor down to the last Fritz. Following hard upon this news came a telegram from Paul Cambon, French ambassador in London, reporting that England was tepid. Cambon had devoted every day of the past 16 years at his post to the single end of ensuring England's active support when the time came. But he had now to wire that the British government seemed to be awaiting some new development. The dispute so far was of no interest to Great Britain. Joffre arrived with a new memorandum on German movements to insist upon mobilization. He was permitted to send his full, covering order, but no more, as news had also come of a last-minute appeal from the Tsar to the Kaiser. The cabinet continued sitting, with Messermy champing in impatience at the Green Bay's routine, which stipulated that each minister must speak in turn. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Baron von Schoen, making his 11th visit to the French Foreign Office in 7 days, presented Germany's demand to know what course France would take, and said he would return next day at 1 o'clock for an answer. Still the cabinet sat and argued over financial measures, recall of Parliament, declaration of a state of siege, while all Paris waited in suspense. One crazed young man, cracked under the agony, held a pistol against a cafe window, and shot dead Jean Jaurès, whose leadership in international socialism and in the fight against the 3-year law had made him, in the eyes of super-patriots, a symbol of pacifism. A white-faced aide broke in upon the cabinet at 9 o'clock with the news. Jaurès killed. The event, pregnant with possible civil strife, stunned the cabinet. Street barricades, riot, even revolt became a prospect on the threshold of war. Ministers reopened the heated argument whether to invoke Carnet B, the list of known agitators, anarchists, pacifists, and suspected spies who were to be arrested automatically upon the day of mobilization. Both the prefect of police and former Premier Clemenceau had advised the Minister of Interior, Monsieur Malvy, to enforce Carnet B. Viviani, and others of his colleagues, hoping to preserve national unity, were opposed to it. They held firm. Some foreigners suspected of being spies were arrested, but no Frenchmen. In case of riot, troops were alerted that night, but next morning there was only deep grief and deep quiet. Of the 2,501 persons listed in Carnet B, 80% were ultimately to volunteer for military service. At 2 a.m. that night, President Poincaré was awakened in bed by the irrepressible Russian ambassador Izvolsky, a former hyperactive foreign minister. Very distressed and very agitated, he wanted to know, what is France going to do? Izvolsky had no doubts of Poincaré's attitude, but he and other Russian statesmen were always haunted by the fear that when the time came, the French Parliament, which had never been told the terms of the military alliance with Russia, would fail to ratify it. The terms specifically stated, if Russia is attacked by Germany or by Austria supported by Germany, France will use all her available forces to attack Germany. As soon as either Germany or Austria mobilized, France and Russia, without previous agreement being necessary,
shall mobilize all their forces immediately and simultaneously, and shall transport them as near the frontiers as possible. These forces shall begin complete action with all speed, so that Germany will have to fight at the same time in the east and in the west. These terms appeared unequivocal, but, as Izvolsky had anxiously queried Poincaré in 1912, would the French Parliament recognize the obligation? In Russia, the Tsar's power was absolute, so that France may be sure of us. But in France, the government is impotent without Parliament. Parliament does not know the text of 1892. What guarantee have we that your Parliament would follow your government's lead? If Germany attacked, Poincaré had replied on that earlier occasion, Parliament would follow the government without a doubt. Now, facing Izvolsky again in the middle of the night, Poincaré assured him that a cabinet would be called within a few hours to supply the answer. At the same hour, the Russian military attaché in full diplomatic dress appeared in Messimy's bedroom to pose the same question. Messimy telephoned to Premier Viviani, who, though exhausted by the night's events, had not yet gone to bed. "Good God!" he exploded. "These Russians are worse insomniacs than they are drinkers," and he excitedly recommended du calme, et encore du calme. Pressed by the Russians to declare themselves, and by Joffre to mobilize, yet held to a standstill by the need to prove to England that France would act only in self-defense, the French government found calm not easy. At 8 o'clock next morning, August 1st, Joffre came to the War Office in the Rue Saint-Dominique to beg Messimy, in a pathetic tone that contrasted with his habitual calm, to pry mobilization from the government. He named 4 o'clock as the last moment when the order could reach the General Post Office for dispatch by telegraph throughout France in time for mobilization to begin at midnight. He went with Messimy to the cabinet at 9 a.m. and presented an ultimatum of his own. Every further delay of 24 hours before general mobilization would mean a 15 to 20 kilometer loss of territory, and he would refuse to take the responsibility as commander. He left, and the cabinet faced the problem. Poincaré was for action. Viviani, representing the anti-war tradition, still hoped that time would provide a solution. At 11 o'clock he was called to the Foreign Office to see von Schuen, who in his own anxiety had arrived 2 hours early for the answer to Germany's question of the previous day, whether France would stay neutral in a Russo-German war. "My question is rather naive," said the unhappy ambassador, "for we know you have a treaty of alliance." "Evidement," replied Viviani, and gave the answer prearranged between him and Poincaré. "France will act in accordance with her interests." As Schoen left, Izvolsky rushed in with news of the German ultimatum to Russia. Viviani returned to the cabinet, which at last agreed upon mobilization. The order was signed and given to Messimy, but Viviani, still hoping for some saving development to turn up within the few remaining hours, insisted that Messimy keep it in his pocket until 3:30. At the same time, the 10-kilometer withdrawal was reaffirmed. Messimy telephoned it that evening personally to corps commanders. By order of the President of the Republic, no unit of the army, no patrol, no reconnaissance, no scout, no detail of any kind shall go east of the line laid down. Anyone guilty of transgressing will be liable to court-martial. A particular warning was added for the benefit of the 20th Corps, commanded by General Foch, of whom it was reliably reported that a squadron of cuirassiers had been seen nose to nose with a squadron of Uhlans. At 3:30, as arranged, General Ebener of Joffre's staff, accompanied by 2 officers, came to the War Office to call for the mobilization order. Messimy handed it over in dry-throated silence. Conscious of the gigantic and infinite results to spread from that little piece of paper, all 4 of us felt our hearts tighten. He shook hands with each of the 3 officers, who saluted and departed to deliver the order to the post office. At 4 o'clock, the first poster appeared on the walls of Paris. At the corner of the Place de la Concorde and the Rue Royale, one still remains, preserved under glass. At Armenonville, rendezvous of the Haut Monde in the Bois de Boulogne, tea dancing suddenly stopped when the manager stepped forward, silenced the orchestra, and announced, "Mobilization has been ordered. It begins at midnight. Play the Marseillaise." In town, the streets were already emptied of vehicles requisitioned by the War Office. Groups of reservists with bundles and farewell bouquets of flowers were marching off to the Gare de l'Est as civilians waved and cheered. One group stopped to lay its flowers at the feet of the black-draped statue of Strasbourg in the Place de la Concorde. The crowds wept and cried, "Vive l'Alsace!" and tore off the mourning she had worn since 1870. Orchestras in restaurants played the French, Russian, and British anthems. "To think these are all being played by Hungarians," someone remarked. The playing of their anthem, as if to express a hope, made Englishmen in the crowd uncomfortable, and none more so than Sir Francis Bertie, the pink and plump British ambassador, who in a grey frock coat and grey top hat, holding a green parasol against the sun, was seen entering the Quai d'Orsay. Sir Francis felt sick at heart and ashamed. He ordered the gates of his embassy closed, for, as he wrote in his diary, "Though it is Vive l'Angleterre today, it may be Perfidy Albion tomorrow." In London that thought hung heavily in the room where small, white-bearded Monsieur Cambon confronted Sir Edward Grey. When Grey said to him that some new development must be awaited because the dispute between Russia, Austria, and Germany concerned a matter of no interest to Great Britain, Cambon let a glint of anger penetrate his impeccable tact and polished dignity. Was England going to wait until French territory was invaded before intervening, he asked, and suggested that if so, her help might be very belated. Grey, behind his tight mouth and Roman nose, was in equal anguish. He believed fervently that England's interests required her to support France. He was prepared, in fact, to resign if she did not. He believed events to come would force her hand, but as yet he could say nothing officially to Cambon. Nor had he the knack of expressing himself unofficially. His manner, which the English public, seeing in him the image of the strong, silent man, found comforting, his foreign colleagues found icy. He managed only to express edgily the thought that was in everyone's mind, that Belgian neutrality might become a factor. That was the development Grey, and not he alone, was waiting for. Britain's predicament resulted from a split personality, evident both within the cabinet and between the parties. The cabinet was divided in a split that derived from the Boer War between liberal imperialists represented by Asquith, Grey, Haldane, and Churchill, and Little Englanders represented by all the rest. Heirs of Gladstone, they, like their late leader, harboured a deep suspicion of foreign entanglements, and considered the aiding of oppressed peoples to be the only proper concern of foreign affairs, which were otherwise regarded as a tiresome interference with reform, free trade, home rule, and the Lord's veto. They tended to regard France as the decadent and frivolous grasshopper, and would have liked to regard Germany as the industrious, respectable ant, had not the posturings and roarings of the Kaiser and the pan-German militarists somehow discouraged this view. They would never have supported a war on behalf of France, although the injection of Belgium, a little country with a just call on British protection, might alter the issue. Grey's group in the cabinet, on the other hand, shared with the Tories a fundamental premise that Britain's national interest was bound up with the preservation of France. The reasoning was best expressed in the marvellously flat words of Grey himself. If Germany dominated the continent, it would be disagreeable to us as well as to others, for we should be isolated. In this epic sentence is all of British policy, and from it followed the knowledge that, if the challenge were flung, England would have to fight to prevent that disagreeable outcome. But Grey could not say so without provoking a split in the cabinet and in the country that would be fatal to any war effort before it began. Alone in Europe, Britain had no conscription. In war, she would be dependent on voluntary enlistment. A secession from the government over the war issue would mean the formation of an anti-war party led by the dissidents with disastrous effect on recruiting. If it was the prime objective of France to enter war with Britain as an ally, it was a prime necessity for Britain to enter war with a united government. This was the touchstone of the problem. In cabinet meetings, the group opposed to intervention proved strong. Their leader, Lord Morley, Gladstone's old friend and biographer, believed he could count on 8 or 9 likely to agree with us, against the solution being openly worked for by Churchill with demonic energy and Grey with strenuous simplicity. From discussions in the cabinet, it was clear to Morley that the neutrality of Belgium was secondary to the question of our neutrality in the struggle between Germany and France. It was equally clear to Grey that only violation of Belgium's neutrality would convince the peace party of the German menace and the need to go to war in the national interest. On August 1st, the crack was visible and widening in Cabinet and Parliament. That day, 12 out of 18 Cabinet members declared themselves opposed to giving France the assurance of Britain's support in war. That afternoon, in the lobby of the House of Commons, a caucus of Liberal MPs voted 19-4, though with many abstentions, for a motion that England should remain neutral, whatever happened in Belgium or elsewhere. That week, Punch published lines designed to represent the views of an average British patriot. Why should I follow your fighting line for a matter that's no concern of mine? I shall be asked to a general scrapple over the European map, dragged into somebody else's war, for that's what a double entente is for. The average patriot had already used up his normal supply of excitement and indignation in the current Irish crisis. The Curragh Mutiny was England's Madame Caillot. As a result of the Home Rule Bill, Ulster was threatening armed rebellion against autonomy for Ireland, and English troops stationed at the Curragh had refused to take up arms against Ulster loyalists. General Gough, the Curragh commander, had resigned with all his officers, whereupon Sir John French, Chief of General Staff, resigned, whereupon Colonel John Seeley, Haldane's successor as Secretary of War, resigned. The army seethed, uproar and schism ruled the country, and a palace conference of party leaders with the king met in vain. Lloyd George talked ominously of the gravest issue raised in this country since the days of the Stuarts. The words civil war and rebellion were mentioned, and a German arms firm hopefully ran a cargo of 40,000 rifles and 1 million cartridges into Ulster. In the meantime, there was no Secretary of War, the office being left to Prime Minister Asquith, who had little time and less inclination for it. Asquith had, however, a particularly active First Lord of the Admiralty. When he smelled battle afar off, Winston Churchill resembled the war horse in Job, who turned not back from the sword, but paweth in the valley and saith among the trumpets, Ha ha. He was the only British minister to have a perfectly clear conviction of what Britain should do, and to act upon it without hesitation. On July 26th, the day Austria rejected Serbia's reply, and 10 days before his own government made up its mind, Churchill issued a crucial order. On July 26th, the British fleet was completing, unconnected with the crisis, a test mobilization and maneuvers with full crews at war strength. At 7 o'clock next morning, the squadrons were due to disperse, some to various exercises on the high seas, some to home ports where parts of their crews would be discharged back into training schools, some to dock for repairs. That Sunday, July 26th, the First Lord remembered later, was a very beautiful day. When he learned the news from Austria, he made up his mind to make sure that the diplomatic situation did not get ahead of the naval situation, and that the Grand Fleet should be in its war station before Germany could know whether or not we should be in the war, and therefore, if possible, before we had decided ourselves. The italics are his own. After consultation with the First Sea Lord, Prince Louis of Battenberg, he gave orders to the fleet not to disperse. He then informed Grey what he had done, and with Grey's assent released the Admiralty order to the newspapers in the hope that the news might have a sobering effect on Berlin and Vienna. Holding the fleet together was not enough. It must be got, as Churchill expressed it in capitals, to its war station. The primary duty of a fleet, as Admiral Mahan, the Clausewitz of naval warfare, had decreed, was to remain a fleet in being. In the event of war, the British fleet, upon which an island nation depended for its life, had to establish and maintain mastery of the ocean trade routes. It had to protect the British Isles from invasion. It had to protect the Channel and the French coasts in fulfillment of the pact with France. It had to keep concentrated in sufficient strength to win any engagement if the German fleet sought battle. And above all, it had to guard itself against that new and menacing weapon of unknown potential, the torpedo. The fear of a sudden, undeclared torpedo attack haunted the Admiralty. On July 28th, Churchill gave orders for the fleet to sail to its war base at Scapa Flow, far to the north at the tip of mist-shrouded Orkney in the North Sea. It steamed out of Portland on the 29th, and by nightfall 18 miles of warships had passed northward through the Straits of Dover, headed not so much for some rendezvous with glory as for a rendezvous with discretion. A surprise torpedo attack, wrote the First Lord, was at any rate one nightmare gone for ever. Having prepared the fleet for action, Churchill turned his abounding energy and sense of urgency upon preparing the country. He persuaded Asquith on July 29th to authorize the warning telegram, which was the arranged signal sent by War Office and Admiralty to initiate the precautionary period. While short of the Kriegsgefahr, or the French state of siege, which established martial law, the precautionary period has been described as a device invented by a genius, which permitted certain measures to be taken on the ipsa dixit of the Secretary of War, without reference to the Cabinet, when time was the only thing that mattered. Time pressed on the restless Churchill, who, expecting the Liberal government to break apart, went off to make overtures to his old party, the Tories. Coalition was not in the least to the taste of the Prime Minister, who was bent on keeping his government united. Lord Morley, at 76, was expected by no one to stay with the government in the event of war. Not Morley, but the far more vigorous Chancellor of the Exchequer, Lloyd George, was the key figure whom the government could not afford to lose, both for his proved ability in office and his influence upon the electorate. Shrewd, ambitious, and possessed of a spellbinding Welsh eloquence, Lloyd George leaned to the peace group, but might jump either way. He had suffered recent setbacks in public popularity. He saw a new rival for party leadership arising in the individual whom Lord Morley called that splendid condottiere at the Admiralty. And he might, some of his colleagues thought, see political advantage in playing the peace card against Churchill. He was altogether an uncertain and dangerous quantity. Asquith, who had no intention of leading a divided country into war, continued to wait with exasperating patience for events which might convince the peace group. The question of the hour, he recorded in his passionless way in his diary for July 31st, was, "Are we to go in or stand aside?" Of course, everybody longs to stand aside. In a less passive attitude, Grey, during the cabinet of July 31st, almost reached the point blank. He said Germany's policy was that of a European aggressor as bad as Napoleon, a name that for England had only one meaning, and told the cabinet that the time had come when a decision whether to support the Entente or preserve neutrality could no longer be deferred. He said that if it chose neutrality, he was not the man to carry out such a policy. His implied threat to resign echoed as if it had been spoken. The cabinet seemed to heave a sort of sigh, wrote one of them, and sat for several moments in breathless silence. Its members looked at one another, suddenly realizing that their continued existence as a government was now in doubt. They adjourned without reaching a decision. That Friday, eve of the August bank holiday weekend, the stock exchange closed down at 10 a.m. in a wave of financial panic that had started in New York when Austria declared war on Serbia and which was closing exchanges all over Europe. The city trembled, prophesying doom and the collapse of foreign exchange. Bankers and businessmen, according to Lloyd George, were aghast at the idea of war, which would break down the whole system of credit with London at its centre. The governor of the Bank of England called on Saturday to inform Lloyd George that the city was totally opposed to our intervening in a war. That same Friday, the Tory leaders were being rounded up and called back to London from country houses to confer on the crisis. Dashing from one to the other, pleading, exhorting, expounding Britain's shame if the shilly-shallying Liberals held back now, was Henry Wilson, the heart, soul, spirit, backbone, and legs of the Anglo-French military conversations. The agreed euphemism for the joint plans of the general staffs was conversations. The formula of no commitment which Haldane had first established, which had raised misgivings in Campbell Bannerman, which Lord Esher had rejected, and which Grey had embodied in the 1912 letter to Campbell, still represented the official position, even if it did not make sense. It made very little. If, as Clausewitz justly said, war is a continuation of national policy, so also are war plans. The Anglo-French war plans, worked out in detail over a period of 9 years, were not a game, or an exercise in fantasy, or a paper practice, to keep military minds out of other mischief. They were a continuation of policy, or they were nothing. They were no different from France's arrangements with Russia or Germany's with Austria, except for the final legal fiction that they did not commit Britain to action. Members of the government and parliament who disliked the policy simply shut their eyes and mesmerized themselves into believing the fiction. Mere Cambon, visiting opposition leaders after his painful interview with Grey, now dropped diplomatic tact altogether. All our plans are arranged in common. Our general staffs have consulted. You have seen all our schemes and preparations. Look at our fleet. Our whole fleet is in the Mediterranean in consequence of our arrangements with you, and our coasts are open to the enemy. You have laid us wide open. He told them that if England did not come in, France would never forgive her, and ended with a bitter cry, Et l'honneur, est ce que l'Angleterre comprend ce qu'est l'honneur. Honour wears different coats to different eyes, and Grey knew it would have to wear a Belgian coat before the peace group could be persuaded to see it. That same afternoon, he dispatched 2 telegrams asking the French and German governments for a formal assurance that they were prepared to respect Belgian neutrality so long as no other power violates it. Within an hour of receiving the telegram in the late evening of July 31st, France replied in the affirmative. No reply was received from Germany. Next day, August 1st, the matter was put before the cabinet. Lloyd George traced with his finger on a map what he thought would be the German route through Belgium, just across the near corner, on the shortest straight line to Paris. It would only, he said, be a little violation. When Churchill asked for authority to mobilize the fleet, that is, call up all the naval reserves, the cabinet, after a sharp discussion, refused. When Grey asked for authority to implement the promises made to the French Navy, Lord Morley, John Burns, Sir John Simon and Lewis Harcourt proposed to resign. Outside the cabinet, rumours were swirling of the last-minute wrestlings of Kaiser and Tsar, and of the German ultimatums. Grey left the room to speak to, and be misunderstood by, Lichnowsky on the telephone, and unwittingly to be the cause of havoc in the heart of General Moltke. He also saw Cambon, and told him, France must take her own decision at this moment, without reckoning on an assistance we are not now in a position to give. He returned to the cabinet, while Cambon, white and shaking, sank into a chair in the room of his old friend, Sir Arthur Nicholson, the permanent Undersecretary. Ils vont nous lâcher. They are going to desert us, he said. To the editor of the Times, who asked him what he was going to do, he replied, I am going to wait to learn if the word honour should be erased from the English dictionary. In the cabinet, no one wanted to burn his bridges. Resignations were bruited, not yet offered. Asquith continued to sit tight, say little, and await developments as that day of crossed wires and complicated frenzy drew to a close. That evening Moltke was refusing to go east. Lieutenant Feldman's company was seizing Trois-Vierges in Luxembourg. Messimy over the telephone was reconfirming the 10-kilometre withdrawal, and at the Admiralty the First Lord was entertaining friends from the opposition, among them the future Lords Beaverbrook and Birkenhead. To keep occupied while waiting out the tension, they played bridge after dinner. During the game, a messenger brought in a red dispatch box. It happened to be one of the largest size. Taking a key from his pocket, Churchill opened it, took out the single sheet of paper it contained, and read the single line on the paper. Germany has declared war on Russia. He informed the company, changed out of his dinner jacket, and went straight out like a man going to a well-accustomed job. Churchill walked across the Horse Guards Parade to Downing Street, entered by the garden gate, and found the Prime Minister upstairs with Grey, Haldane, now Lord Chancellor, and Lord Crewe, Secretary for India. He told them he intended instantly to mobilise the fleet, notwithstanding the cabinet decision. Asquith said nothing but appeared, Churchill thought, quite content. Grey, accompanying Churchill on his way out, said to him, I have just done a very important thing. I have told Cambon that we shall not allow the German fleet to come into the Channel. Or that is what Churchill, experiencing the perils of verbal intercourse with Grey, understood him to say. It meant that the fleet was now committed. Whether Grey said he had given the promise, or whether he said, as scholars have since decided, that he was going to give it the next day, is not really relevant, for whichever it was, it merely confirmed Churchill in a decision already taken. He returned to the Admiralty and gave forthwith the order to mobilise. Both his order and Grey's promise to make good the naval agreement with France were contrary to majority cabinet sentiment. On the next day, the cabinet would have to ratify these acts or break apart, and by that time, Grey expected a development to come out of Belgium. Like the French, he felt that he could count on Germany to provide it. 8. Ultimatum in Brussels. Locked in the safe of Herr von Below-Saleska, German minister in Brussels, was a sealed envelope brought to him by special courier from Berlin on July 29th with orders not open until you are instructed by telegraph from here. On Sunday, August 2nd, Below was advised by telegram to open the envelope at once and deliver the note it contained by 8 o'clock that evening, taking care to give the Belgian government the impression that all the instructions relating to this affair reached you for the first time today. He was to demand a reply from the Belgians within 12 hours and wire it to Berlin as quickly as possible, and also forward it immediately by automobile to General von Emmich at the Union Hotel in Aachen. Aachen or Aix-la-Chapelle was the nearest German city to Liège, the eastern gateway to Belgium. Herr von Below, a tall, erect bachelor with pointed black moustaches and a jade cigarette holder in constant use, had taken up his post in Belgium early in 1914. When visitors to the German legation asked him about a silver ashtray pierced by a bullet hole that lay on his desk, he would laugh and reply, I am a bird of ill omen. When I was stationed in Turkey, they had a revolution. When I was in China, it was the Boxers. One of their shots through the window made that bullet hole. He would raise his cigarette delicately to his lips with a wide and elegant gesture, and add, But now I am resting. Nothing ever happens in Brussels. Since the sealed envelope arrived, he had been resting no longer. At noon on August 1st, he received a visit from Baron de Bassompierre, Under-Secretary of the Belgian Foreign Office, who told him the evening papers intended to publish France's reply to Grey, in which she promised to respect Belgian neutrality. Bassompierre suggested that in the absence of a comparable German reply, Herr von Below might wish to make a statement. Below was without authority from Berlin to do so. Taking refuge in diplomatic manoeuvre, he lay back in his chair, and with his eyes fixed on the ceiling, repeated back word for word, through a haze of cigarette smoke, everything that Bassompierre had just said to him, as if playing back a record. Rising, he assured his visitor that Belgium had nothing to fear from Germany, and closed the interview. Next morning he repeated the assurance to Monsieur d'Avignon, the foreign minister, who had been awakened at 6 a.m. by news of the German invasion of Luxembourg and had asked for an explanation. Back at the legation, Below soothed a clamouring press with a felicitous phrase that was widely quoted: "Your neighbour's roof may catch fire, but your own house will be safe." Many Belgians, official and otherwise, were disposed to believe him, some from pro-German sympathies, some from wishful thinking, and some from simple confidence in the good faith of the international guarantors of Belgium's neutrality. In 75 years of guaranteed independence, they had known peace for the longest unbroken period in their history. The territory of Belgium had been the pathway of warriors since Caesar fought the Belgae. In Belgium, Charles the Bold of Burgundy and Louis XI of France had fought out their long and bitter rivalry. There, Spain had ravaged the Low Countries. There, Marlborough had fought the French at the very murderous battle of Malplaquet. There, Napoleon had met Wellington at Waterloo. There, the people had risen against every ruler, Burgundian, French, Spanish, Habsburg, or Dutch, until the final revolt against the House of Orange in 1830. Then, under Leopold of Saxe-Coburg, maternal uncle of Queen Victoria, as king, they had made themselves a nation, grown prosperous, spent their energies in fraternal fighting between Flemings and Walloons, Catholics and Protestants, and in disputes over socialism and French and Flemish bilingualism, in the fervent hope that their neighbours would leave them to continue undisturbed in this happy condition. The King and Prime Minister and Chief of Staff could no longer share the general confidence, but were prevented, both by the duties of neutrality and by their belief in neutrality, from making plans to repel attack. Up until the last moment, they could not bring themselves to believe an invasion by one of their guarantors would actually happen. On learning of the German Kriegsgefahr on July 31st, they had ordered mobilization of the Belgian army to begin at midnight. During the night and next day, policemen went from house to house ringing doorbells and handing out orders while men scrambled out of bed or left their jobs, wrapped up their bundles, said their farewells, and went off to their regimental depots. Because Belgium, maintaining her strict neutrality, had not up to now settled on any plan of campaign. Mobilization was not directed against a particular enemy or oriented in a particular direction. It was a call-up without deployment. Belgium was obligated, as well as her guarantors, to preserve her own neutrality and could make no overt act until one was made against her. When, by the evening of August 1st, Germany's silence in response to Grey's request had continued for 24 hours, King Albert determined on a final private appeal to the Kaiser. He composed it in consultation with his wife, Queen Elizabeth, a German by birth, the daughter of a Bavarian duke, who translated it sentence by sentence into German, weighing with the king the choice of words and their shades of meaning. It recognized that political objections might stand in the way of a public statement, but hoped the bonds of kinship and friendship would decide the Kaiser to give King Albert his personal and private assurance of respect for Belgian neutrality. The kinship in question, which stemmed from King Albert's mother, Princess Marie of Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen, a distant and Catholic branch of the Prussian royal family, failed to move the Kaiser to reply. Instead came the ultimatum that had been waiting in Herr von Below's safe for the last 4 days. It was delivered at 7 on the evening of August 2nd, when a footman at the Foreign Office pushed his head through the door of the Under-Secretary's room and reported in an excited whisper, "The German minister has just gone in to see Monsieur d'Avignon." 15 minutes later, Belot was seen driving back down the Rue de la Loi, holding his hat in his hand, beads of perspiration on his forehead, and smoking with the rapid, jerky movements of a mechanical toy. The instant his haughty silhouette had been seen to leave the Foreign Office, the two under-secretaries rushed into the minister's room, where they found Monsieur d'Avignon, a man until now of immutable and tranquil optimism, looking extremely pale. Bad news," he said, handing them the German note he had just received. Baron de Geffier, the political secretary, read it aloud, translating slowly as he went, while Bassompierre, sitting at the minister's desk, took it down, discussing each ambiguous phrase to make sure of the right rendering. While they worked, Monsieur d'Avignon and his permanent under-secretary, Baron van der Elst, listened, sitting in two chairs on either side of the fireplace. Monsieur d'Avignon's last word on any problem had always been, "I am sure it will turn out all right," while van der Elst's esteem for the Germans had led him in the past to assure his government that rising German armaments were intended only for the Drang nach Osten and portended no trouble for Belgium. Baron de Broqueville, Premier and concurrently War Minister, entered the room as the work concluded, a tall, dark gentleman of elegant grooming, whose resolute air was enhanced by an energetic black moustache and expressive black eyes. As the ultimatum was read to him, everyone in the room listened to each word with the same intensity that the authors had put into the drafting. It had been drawn up with great care, with perhaps a subconscious sense that it was to be one of the critical documents of the century. General Moltke had written the original version in his own hand on July 26th, 2 days before Austria declared war on Serbia, 4 days before Austria and Russia mobilized, and on the same day when Germany and Austria had rejected Sir Edward Grey's proposal for a 5-power conference. Moltke had sent his draft to the Foreign Office, where it was revised by Under-Secretary Zimmermann and Political Secretary Stumm, further corrected and modified by Foreign Minister Jagow and Chancellor Bethmann-Hollweg, before the final draft was sent in the sealed envelope to Brussels on the 29th. The extreme pains the Germans took reflected the importance they attached to the document. Germany had received reliable information, the note began, of a proposed advance by the French along the route Givet-Namur, leaving no doubt of France's intention to advance against Germany through Belgian territory. As the Belgians had seen no evidence of French movement toward Namur, for the excellent reason that there was none, the charge failed to impress them. Germany, the note continued, being unable to count on the Belgian army halting the French advance, was required by the dictate of self-preservation to anticipate this hostile attack. She would view it with deepest regret if Belgium should regard her entrance on Belgian soil as an act of hostility against herself. If Belgium should, on the other hand, adopt a benevolent neutrality, Germany would bind herself to evacuate her territory as soon as peace shall have been concluded, to pay for any damages caused by German troops, and to guarantee at the conclusion of peace the sovereign rights and independence of the kingdom. In the original, the sentence had continued, and to favour with the greatest goodwill any possible claims of Belgium for compensation at the expense of France. At the last moment, Belot was instructed to delete this bribe. If Belgium opposed Germany's passage through her territory, the note concluded, she would be regarded as an enemy, and future relations with her would be left to the decision of arms. An unequivocal answer was demanded within 12 hours. A long, tragic silence of several minutes followed the reading, Bassompierre recalled, as each man in the room thought of the choice that faced his country.
Small in size and young in independence, Belgium clung more fiercely to independence for that reason. But no one in the room needed to be told what the consequences of a decision to defend it would be. Their country would be subjected to attack, their homes to destruction, their people to reprisals by a force 10 times their size, with no doubt of the outcome to themselves, who were in the immediate pathway of the Germans, whatever the ultimate outcome of the war. If, on the contrary, they were to yield to the German demand, they would be making Belgium an accessory to the attack on France, as well as a violator of her own neutrality, besides opening her to German occupation, with small likelihood that a victorious Germany would remember to withdraw. They would be occupied either way. To yield would be to lose honour too. If we are to be crushed, Bassompierre recorded their sentiment, let us be crushed gloriously. In 1914, glory was a word spoken without embarrassment, and honour a familiar concept that people believed in. Van der Elst broke the silence in the room. "Well, sir, are we ready?" he asked the Premier. "Yes, we are ready," de Broqueville answered. "Yes," he repeated, as if trying to convince himself, "except for one thing, we have not yet got our heavy artillery." Only in the last year had the government obtained increased military appropriations from a reluctant parliament conditioned to neutrality. The order for heavy guns had been given to the German firm of Krupp, which not surprisingly had delayed deliveries. 1 hour of the 12 had already gone by, while their colleagues began rounding up all ministers for a Council of State to be held at 9 o'clock. Bassompierre and Geeffier started working on a draft of the reply. They had no need to ask each other what it would be. Leaving the task to them, Premier de Broqueville went to the palace to inform the king. King Albert felt a responsibility as ruler that made his awareness of outside pressures acute. He had not been born to reign. A younger son of King Leopold's younger brother, he was left to grow up in a corner of the palace with a Swiss tutor of more than ordinary mediocrity. Coburg family life was not joyous. Leopold's own son died. In 1891, his nephew, Baudouin, Albert's older brother, died, leaving Albert heir to the throne at 16. The old king, embittered by the loss of his own son and of Baudouin, to whom he had transferred his paternal affections, did not at first see much in Albert, whom he called a sealed envelope. Inside the envelope were enormous physical and intellectual energies of the kind that marked two great contemporaries, Theodore Roosevelt and Winston Churchill, whom otherwise Albert resembled not at all. He was reserved where they were extroverts, yet he shared many tastes, if not temperament, with Roosevelt. His love of the outdoors, of physical exercise, of riding and climbing, his interest in natural science and conservation, and his gluttony for books. Like Roosevelt, Albert consumed books at the rate of 2 a day on any and all subjects: literature, military science, colonialism, medicine, Judaism, aviation. He drove a motor bicycle and piloted a plane. His ultimate passion was mountaineering, which incognito he pursued all over Europe. As heir apparent, he toured Africa to study colonial problems at first hand. As king, he studied the army or the coal mines of the Borinage or the red country of the Walloons in the same way. When he speaks, the king always looks as if he wished to build something, said one of his ministers. In 1900, he had married Elizabeth of Wittelsbach, whose father, the Duke, practiced as an oculist in the Munich hospitals. Their obvious affection for each other, their 3 children, their model family life, in contrast to the unseemly ways of the old regime, gave Albert a head start in popular approval when, in 1909, to general relief and rejoicing, he took the place of King Leopold II upon the throne. The new king and queen continued to ignore pomp,
entertain whom they liked, exercise their curiosity and love of adventure where they liked, and remain indifferent to danger, etiquette, and criticism. They were not bourgeois, so much as bohemian royalty. In military school, Albert had been a cadet at the same time as a future chief of staff, Émile Gallet. A shoemaker's son, Gallet had been sent to the school by popular subscription of his village. Later he became an instructor in the War College and resigned when he could no longer agree with its dauntless theories of the offensive, which the Belgian staff, regardless of the difference in circumstance, had taken over from the French. Gallet had also left the Catholic Church to become a strict evangelical. Pessimistic, hypercritical, and dedicated, he was intensely serious about his profession as about everything else. It was said he read the Bible daily and was never known to laugh. The king heard him lecture, met him at manoeuvres, was impressed by his teachings, that offensive for its own sake and under all circumstances was dangerous, that an army should seek battle only if there is prospect of important success, and that attack calls for superiority of means. Though still a captain, though a working man's son, though a convert to Protestantism in a Catholic country, he was chosen by King Albert as his personal military advisor, a post specially created for the purpose. Since, according to the Belgian constitution, King Albert would become commander-in-chief only after the outbreak of war, he and Gallet were unable in the meantime to impose their fears or their ideas of strategy upon the general staff. The staff clung to the example of 1870, when not a toe of either the Prussian or French armies had stepped over the Belgian border, although if the French had crossed into Belgian territory, they would have had room enough to retreat. King Albert and Gallet, however, believed that the huge growth of armies since that time made it clearer each year that if the nations marched again, they would spill over onto the old pathways and meet again in the old arena. The Kaiser had made this perfectly clear in the interview which so stunned Leopold II in 1904. After his return, Leopold's shock gradually wore off, for as Van der Elst, to whom the king reported the interview, agreed, William was such a weathercock, how could one be sure? On a return visit to Brussels in 1910, the Kaiser proved indeed to be most reassuring. Belgium had nothing to fear from Germany, he told Van der Elst. You will have no grounds of complaint against Germany. I understand perfectly your country's position. I shall never place her in a false position. On the whole, Belgians believed him. They took their guarantee of neutrality seriously. Belgium had neglected her army, frontier defences, fortresses, anything that implied lack of confidence in the protective treaty. Socialism was the raging issue. Public apathy to what was happening abroad and a parliament obsessed by economy allowed the army to deteriorate to a condition resembling the Turkish. Troops were ill-disciplined, slack, untidy, avoided saluting, slouched in the ranks, and refused to keep step. The officers' corps was little better. Because the army was considered superfluous and slightly absurd, it did not attract the best minds or young men of ability and ambition. Those who did make it a career and pass through the École de Guerre became infected with the French doctrine of élan and offensive et outrance. The remarkable formula they evolved was, to ensure against our being ignored, it was essential that we should attack. However magnificent the spirit, this formula conformed ill with the realities of Belgium's position, and the doctrine of the offensive sat oddly upon an army staff committed by the duty of neutrality to plan for the defensive only. Neutrality forbade them to plan in concert with any other nation, and required of them to regard the first foot put inside their territory as hostile, whether it was English, French, or German. Under the circumstances, a coherent plan of campaign was not easily achieved. The Belgian army consisted of 6 divisions of infantry plus a cavalry division. These would have to face the 34 divisions scheduled by the Germans to march through Belgium. Equipment and training were inadequate, and marksmanship inferior in view of army funds that permitted enough ammunition for only 2 firing practices of 1 round per man a week. Compulsory military service, not introduced until 1913, only served to make the army more unpopular than ever. In that year of ominous rumblings from abroad, Parliament reluctantly raised the annual contingent from 13,000 to 33,000, but agreed to appropriate funds for modernising the defences of Antwerp, only on condition that the cost be absorbed by reducing the conscript's period of service. No general staff existed until 1910, when the new king insisted upon creating one. Its effectiveness was limited by the extreme dissidence of its members. One school favoured an offensive plan, with the army concentrated at the frontiers upon threat of war. Another school favoured the defensive, with the army concentrated in the interior. A third group, consisting chiefly of King Albert and Captain Gallet, favoured a defensive as close as possible to the threatened frontier, but without risking the lines of communication to the fortified base at Antwerp. While the European sky was darkening, Belgium's staff officers wrangled and failed to complete a plan of concentration. Their difficulty was compounded by their not permitting themselves to specify who the enemy would be. A compromise plan had been agreed on, but existed only in outline, without railroad timetables, supply depots, or billets. In November 1913, King Albert was invited to Berlin, as his uncle had been 9 years before. The Kaiser gave him a royal dinner at a table covered with violets and set for 55 guests, among them Secretary of War General Falkenhayn, Secretary of the Imperial Navy Admiral Tirpitz, Chief of Staff General Moltke, and Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg. The Belgian ambassador, Baron Bayens, who was also present, noticed that the king sat through dinner looking unusually grave. After dinner, Bayens watched him in conversation with Moltke, and saw Albert's face growing darker and more sombre as he listened. On leaving, he said to Bayens, "Come tomorrow at 9. I must talk to you." In the morning he walked with Bayens through the Brandenburg Gate, past the rows of glaring white marble Hohenzollerns in heroic postures, mercifully shrouded by the morning mist, to the Tiergarten where they could talk undisturbed. At a court ball early in his visit, Albert said, he had received his first shock when the Kaiser pointed out to him a general, it was von Kluck, as the man designated to lead the march on Paris. Then, prior to dinner the evening before, the Kaiser, taking him aside for a personal talk, had poured forth a hysterical tirade against France. He said France never ceased provoking him. As a result of her attitude, war with France was not only inevitable, it was near at hand. The French press treated Germany with malice. The 3-year law was a deliberately hostile act, and all France was moved by an unquenchable thirst for revanche. Trying to stem the flow, Albert said he knew the French better. He visited France every year, and he could assure the Kaiser they were not aggressive but sincerely desired peace. In vain, the Kaiser kept insisting war was inevitable. After dinner, Moltke took up the refrain. War with France was coming. This time we must make an end of it. Your Majesty cannot imagine the irresistible enthusiasm which will permeate Germany on the day. The German army was invincible. Nothing could stand up to the Führer Teutonicus. Terrible destruction would mark its path. Its victory could not be in doubt. Troubled by what motivated these startling confidences as much as by their content, Albert could only conclude they were intended to frighten Belgium into coming to terms. Evidently the Germans had made up their minds, and he felt that France should be warned. He instructed Bayens to repeat everything to Jules Cambon, the French ambassador in Berlin, and to charge him to report the matter to President Poincaré in the strongest terms. Later they learned that Major Melot, the Belgian military attaché, had been treated to an even more violent outburst by General Moltke at the same dinner. He also heard that war with France was inevitable, and much nearer than you think. Moltke, who usually maintained great reserve with foreign attachés, on this occasion unbuttoned himself. He said Germany did not want war, but the General Staff was arch-ready. He said France must absolutely stop provoking and annoying us, or we shall have to come to blows. The sooner, the better. We have had enough of these continual alerts. As examples of French provocations, Moltke cited, apart from big things, a cold reception given in Paris to German aviators and a boycott by Paris Society of Major Winterfeld, the German military attaché. The Major's mother, Countess Dalvensleben, had complained bitterly. As for England, well, the German navy was not built to hide in harbour. It would attack and probably be beaten. Germany would lose her ships, but England would lose mastery of the seas, which would pass to the United States, who would be the sole gainer from a European war. England knew this and, said the general, taking a sharp turn in his logic, would probably stay neutral. He was far from finished. What would Belgium do, he asked Major Melot, if a large foreign force invaded her territory? Melot replied that she would defend her neutrality. In an effort to find out whether Belgium would content herself with a protest, as the Germans believed, or would fight, Moltke pressed him to be more specific. When Melot answered, "We will oppose with all our forces whatever power violates our frontiers," Moltke pointed out smoothly that good intentions were not enough. You must also have an army capable of fulfilling the duty which neutrality imposes. Back in Brussels, King Albert called at once for a progress report on the mobilization plans. He found no progress had been made. On the basis of what he had heard in Berlin, he obtained de Broqueville's agreement for a plan of campaign based on the hypothesis of a German invasion. He got his own and Gallet's nominee, an energetic officer named Colonel de Reichel, appointed to carry out the work promised for April. By April, it was still not ready. Meanwhile, de Broqueville had appointed another officer, General de Celliers de Moronville, as chief of staff over de Reichel's head. In July, 4 separate plans of concentration were still being considered. Discouragement did not change the king's mind. His policy was embodied in a memorandum drawn up by Captain Gallet immediately after the Berlin visit. We are resolved to declare war at once upon any power that deliberately violates our territory, to wage war with the utmost energy and with the whole of our military resources, wherever required, even beyond our frontiers, and to continue to wage war even after the invader retires, until the conclusion of a general peace. On August 2nd, King Albert, presiding at the Council of State when it met at 9 p.m. in the palace, opened with the words, "Our answer must be no, whatever the consequences. Our duty is to defend our territorial integrity. In this we must not fail." He insisted, however, that no one present should allow himself any illusions. The consequences would be grave and terrible. The enemy would be ruthless. Premier de Broqueville warned waverers not to put faith in Germany's promise to restore Belgian integrity after the war. If Germany is victorious, he said, Belgium, whatever her attitude, will be annexed to the German Empire. One aged and indignant minister, who had recently entertained as his house guest the Duke of Schleswig-Holstein, brother-in-law of the Kaiser, could not contain his wrath at the perfidy of the Duke's expressions of friendship, and kept up an angry mumbling as chorus to the proceedings. When General de Celliers, the Chief of Staff, rose to explain the strategy of defence to be adopted, his deputy chief, Colonel de Reichel, with whom his relations were, in the words of a colleague, denuded of the amenities, kept growling between his teeth, "Il faut piquer dedans, il faut piquer dedans, we must hit them where it hurts." Given the floor, he amazed his hearers with a proposal to anticipate the invader by attacking him on his own territory before he could cross the Belgian frontier. At midnight, the meeting adjourned, while a committee of the Premier, Foreign Minister, and Minister of Justice returned to the Foreign Office to draft a reply. While they were at work, a motor car drew up in the dark courtyard beneath the single row of lighted windows. A visit of the German minister was announced to the startled ministers. It was 1:30 a.m. What could he want at this hour? Herr von Bellow's nocturnal unrest reflected his government's growing uneasiness about the effect of their ultimatum, now irrevocably committed to paper and irrevocably working upon Belgian national pride. The Germans had been telling one another for years that Belgium would not fight, but now, when the moment arrived, they began to suffer an acute, if belated, anxiety. A valiant and ringing no from Belgium would peal round the world with effect on the other neutral countries, hardly beneficial to Germany. But Germany was not so worried about the attitude of neutral countries as she was about the delay that armed Belgian resistance would inflict upon her timetable. A Belgian army that chose to fight rather than line up along the road would require the leaving behind of divisions needed for the march on Paris. By destruction of railroads and bridges, it could disrupt the Germans' line of march and flow of supplies and cause an infinity of annoyance. Prey to second thoughts, the German government had sent Herr von Bellow in the middle of the night to try to influence the Belgian reply by further accusations against France. He informed van der Elst, who received him, that French dirigibles had dropped bombs and that French patrols had crossed the border. Where did these events take place? Van der Elst asked. In Germany, was the reply. In that case, I fail to see the relevance of the information. The German minister offered to explain that the French lacked respect for international law and could therefore be expected to violate Belgian neutrality. This ingenious exercise in logic somehow fell short of making its point. Van der Elst showed his visitor the door. At 2:30 a.m., the council reconvened in the palace to approve the reply to Germany submitted by the ministers. It stated that the Belgian government would sacrifice the honor of the nation and betray its duty to Europe if it accepted the German proposals. It declared itself firmly resolved to repel by all means in its power every attack upon its rights. After approving the document without change, the council fell into dispute over the king's insistence that no appeal to the guarantor powers for assistance should be made until the Germans actually entered Belgium. Despite vigorous disagreement, he carried his point. At 4 a.m., the council broke up. The last minister to leave turned and saw King Albert standing with his back to the room and a copy of the reply in his hand, staring out of the window where the dawn was beginning to light the sky. In Berlin, too, a late meeting was being held that night of August 2nd. At the Chancellor's house, Bethmann Hollweg, General von Moltke, and Admiral Tirpitz were conferring about a declaration of war on France, as they had conferred the night before about Russia. Tirpitz complained again and again that he could not understand why these declarations of war were necessary. They always had an aggressive flavour. An army could march without such things. Bethmann pointed out that a declaration of war on France was necessary because Germany wanted to march through Belgium. Tirpitz repeated Ambassador Lichnowsky's warnings from London that an invasion of Belgium would bring England in. He suggested that the entry into Belgium might be delayed. Moltke, terrified by another threat to his schedule, at once declared this to be impossible. Nothing must be allowed to interfere with the machinery of transport. He did not himself, he said, attach much value to declarations of war. French hostile acts during the days had already made war a fact. He was referring to the alleged reports of French bombings in the Nuremberg area, which the German press had been blazing forth in extras all day, with such effect that people in Berlin went about looking nervously at the sky. In fact, no bombings had taken place. Now, according to German logic, a declaration of war was found to be necessary because of the imaginary bombings. Tirpitz still deplored it, There could be no doubt in the world, he said, that the French were, at least intellectually, the aggressors. But owing to the carelessness of German politicians in not making this clear to the world, the invasion of Belgium, which was a pure emergency measure, would be made to appear unfairly in the fateful light of a brutal act of violence. In Brussels, after the Council of State broke up at 4 a.m. on the morning of August 3rd, Davignon returned to the Foreign Office and instructed his political secretary, Baron de Geifier, to deliver Belgium's reply to the German minister. At precisely 7 a.m., the last moment of the 12 hours, Geifier rang the doorbell of the German legation and delivered the reply to Herr von Below. On his way home, he heard the cries of newsboys as the Monday morning papers announced the text of the ultimatum and the Belgian answer. He heard the sharp exclamations as people read the news and gathered in excited groups. Belgium's defiant "No" exhilarated the public. Many expressed the belief that it would cause the Germans to skirt their territory rather than risk universal censure. The Germans are dangerous, but they are not maniacs, people assured one another. Even in the palace and in the ministries, some hope persisted. It was hard to believe that the Germans would deliberately choose to start the war by putting themselves in the wrong. The last hope vanished when the Kaiser's belated reply to King Albert's personal appeal of 2 days before was received on the evening of August 3rd. It was one more attempt to induce the Belgians to acquiesce without fighting. Only with the most friendly intentions toward Belgium, the Kaiser telegraphed, had he made his grave demand. As the conditions laid down make clear, the possibility of maintaining our former and present relations still lies in the hands of your Majesty. What does he take me for? King Albert exclaimed in the first show of anger he had allowed himself since the crisis began. Assuming the supreme command, he at once gave orders for the blowing up of the Meuse bridges at Liège and of the railroad tunnels and bridges at the Luxembourg frontier. He still postponed sending the appeal for military help and alliance to Britain and France. Belgian neutrality had been one collective act of the European powers that almost succeeded. King Albert could not bring himself to sign its death certificate until the overt act of invasion had actually taken place. 9. Home before the leaves fall. On Sunday afternoon, August 2nd, a few hours before the German ultimatum was delivered in Brussels, Grey asked the British cabinet for authority to fulfil the naval engagement to defend the French Channel coast. No more distressing moment can ever face a British government than that which requires it to come to a hard and fast and specific decision. Through the long afternoon, the cabinet squirmed uncomfortably, unready and unwilling to grasp the handle of final commitment. In France, war came and was accepted as a kind of national fate, however deeply a part of the people would have preferred to avoid it. Almost in awe, a foreign observer reported the upsurge of national devotion, joined with an entire absence of excitement, in a people of whom it had so often been predicted that anarchical influences had undermined their patriotism and would prove fatal in the event of war. Belgium, where there occurred one of the rare appearances of the hero in history, was lifted above herself by the uncomplicated conscience of her king, and faced with the choice to acquiesce or resist, took less than 3 hours to make her decision, knowing it might be mortal. Britain had no Albert and no Alsace. Her weapons were ready, but not her will. Over the past 10 years she had studied and prepared for the war that was now upon her, and had developed, since 1905, a system called the War Book, which left nothing to the traditional British practice of muddling through. All orders to be issued in the event of war were ready for signature. Envelopes were addressed. Notices and proclamations were either printed or set up in type, and the king never moved from London without having with him those that required his immediate signature. The method was plain. The muddle was in the British mind. The appearance of a German fleet in the Channel would have been no less direct a challenge to Britain than the Spanish Armada of long ago, and the Sunday Cabinet reluctantly agreed to Grey's request. The written pledge which that afternoon he handed to Cambon read, "If the German fleet comes into the Channel or through the North Sea to undertake hostile operations against the French coasts or shipping, the British fleet will give all protection in its power." Grey added, however, that the pledge does not bind us to go to war with Germany unless the German fleet took the action indicated. Voicing the real fear of the cabinet, he said that as England was uncertain of the protection of her own coasts, it was impossible safely to send our military forces out of the country. Monsieur Cambon asked whether this meant Britain would never do so. Grey replied that his words dealt only with the present moment. Cambon suggested sending 2 divisions for moral effect. Grey said that to send so small a force, or even 4 divisions, would entail the maximum risk to them and produce the minimum of effect. He added that the naval commitment must not become public until Parliament could be informed on the next day. Half in despair, but yet in hope, Cambon informed his government of the pledge in a very secret telegram, which reached Paris at 8:30 that night. Though it was but a one-legged commitment, far less than France had counted on, he believed it would lead to full belligerency, for, as he later put it, nations do not wage war by halves. But the naval pledge was only wrung from the cabinet at the cost of the break that Asquith had been trying so hard to prevent. 2 ministers, Lord Morley and John Burns, resigned. The formidable Lloyd George was still doubtful. Morley believed the dissolution of the cabinet was in full view that afternoon. Asquith had to confess, "We are on the brink of a split." Churchill, always ready to anticipate events, appointed himself emissary to bring his former party, the Tories, into a coalition government. As soon as the cabinet was over, he hurried off to see Balfour, the former Tory Prime Minister, who, like the other leaders of his party, believed that Britain must carry through the policy that had created the Entente to its logical, if bitter, end. Churchill told him he expected half the Liberal cabinet to resign if war were declared. Balfour replied that his party would be prepared to join a coalition, although if it came to that necessity, he foresaw the country rent by an anti-war movement led by the seceding Liberals. Up to this moment, the German ultimatum to Belgium was not yet known. The underlying issue in the thinking of men like Churchill and Balfour, Haldane and Grey, was the threatened German hegemony of Europe if France were crushed. But the policy that required support of France had developed behind closed doors and had never been fully admitted to the country. The majority of the Liberal government did not accept it. On this issue, neither government nor country would have gone to war united. To many, if not to most Englishmen, the crisis was another phase in the old quarrel between Germany and France, and none of England's affair. To make it England's affair in the eyes of the public, the violation of Belgium, child of English policy, where every step of the invaders would trample on a treaty of which England was architect and signatory, was required. Grey determined to ask the cabinet next morning to regard such invasion as a formal casus belli. That evening, as he was at dinner with Haldane, a Foreign Office messenger brought over a dispatch box with a telegram which, according to Haldane's account, warned that Germany was about to invade Belgium. What this telegram was, or from whom it came, is not clear, but Grey must have considered it authentic. Passing it to Haldane, Grey asked him what he thought. "Immediate mobilization," Haldane replied. They at once left the dinner table and drove to Downing Street, where they found the Prime Minister with some guests. Taking him into a private room, they showed him the telegram and asked for authority to mobilize. Asquith agreed. Haldane suggested that he be temporarily reappointed to the War Office for the emergency. The Prime Minister would be too busy next day to perform the War Minister's duties. Asquith again agreed, the more readily as he was uncomfortably conscious of the looming autocrat, Field Marshal Lord Kitchener of Khartoum, whom he had already been urged to appoint to the empty chair. Next morning, Bank Holiday Monday, was a clear and beautiful summer day. London was crammed with holiday crowds drawn to the capital instead of the seashore by the crisis. By midday they were so thick in Whitehall that cars could not get through, and the hum of milling people could be heard inside the cabinet room, where the ministers, meeting again in almost continuous session, were trying to make up their minds whether to fight on the issue of Belgium. Over at the War Office, Lord Haldane was already sending out the mobilisation telegrams calling up reservists and territorials. At 11 o'clock, the Cabinet received news of Belgium's decision to pit her 6 divisions against the German Empire. Half an hour later, they received a declaration from the Conservative leaders, written before the ultimatum to Belgium was known, stating that it would be fatal to the honour and security of the United Kingdom to hesitate in support of France and Russia. Russia as an ally already stuck in the throats of most Liberal ministers. 2 more of them, Sir John Simon and Lord Beauchamp, resigned, but the events in Belgium decided the pivotal Lloyd George to stay with the government. At 3 o'clock that afternoon of August 3rd, Grey was due in Parliament to make the government's first official and public statement on the crisis. All Europe, as well as all England, was hanging on it. Grey's task was to bring his country into war and bring her in united. He had to carry with him his own, traditionally pacifist party. He had to explain to the oldest and most practiced parliamentary body in the world how Britain was committed to support France by virtue of something that was not a commitment. He must present Belgium as the cause, without hiding France as the basic cause. He must appeal to Britain's honour while making it clear that Britain's interest was the deciding factor. He must stand where a tradition of debate on foreign affairs had flourished for 300 years, and without the brilliance of Burke or the force of Pitt, without Canning's mastery or Palmerston's jaunty nerve, without the rhetoric of Gladstone or the wit of Disraeli, justify the course of British foreign policy under his stewardship and the war it could not prevent. He must convince the present, measure up to the past, and speak to posterity. He had had no time to prepare a written speech. In the last hour, as he was trying to compose his notes, the German ambassador was announced. Lichnowsky entered anxiously, asking what had the cabinet decided. What was Grey going to tell the House? Would it be a declaration of war? Grey answered that it would not be a declaration of war, but a statement of conditions. Was the neutrality of Belgium one of the conditions? Lichnowsky asked. He implored Grey not to name it as one. He knew nothing of the plans of the German General Staff, but he could not suppose a serious violation was included in them, although German troops might traverse one small corner of Belgium. If so, Lichnowsky said, voicing the eternal epitaph of man's surrender to events, that could not be altered now. They talked, standing in the doorway, each oppressed by his own urgency, Grey trying to leave for some last moments of privacy in which to work on his speech, Lichnowsky trying to hold back the moment of the challenge made explicit. They parted and never saw each other officially again. The House had gathered in total attendance for the first time since Gladstone brought in the Home Rule Bill in 1893. To accommodate all the members, extra chairs were set up in the gangway. The diplomatic gallery was packed, except for 2 empty seats marking the absence of the German and Austrian ambassadors. Visitors from the Lords filled the strangers' gallery, among them Field Marshal Lord Roberts, so long and vainly the advocate of compulsory military service. In the tense hush when, for once, no one bustled, passed notes, or leaned over benches to chat in whispers, there was a sudden clatter as the chaplain, backing away from the speaker, stumbled over the extra chairs in the aisle. All eyes were on the government bench, where Grey in a light summer suit sat between Asquith, whose bland face expressed nothing. and Lloyd George, whose dishevelled hair and cheeks drained of all colour, made him look years older. Grey, appearing pale, haggard and worn, rose to his feet. Though he had been a member of the House for 29 years, and on the government bench for the last 8, members on the whole knew little, and the country much less, of his conduct of foreign policy. Questions put to the Foreign Secretary rarely succeeded in trapping Grey into a clear or definitive answer, yet his evasiveness, which in a more adventurous statesman would have been challenged, was not regarded with suspicion. So non-cosmopolitan, so English, so county, so reserved, Grey could not be regarded by anyone as a meddlesome mixer in foreign quarrels. He did not love foreign affairs or enjoy his job, but deplored it as a necessary duty. He did not run over to the continent for weekends, but disappeared into the country. He spoke no foreign language beyond a schoolboy French. A widower at 52, childless, non-gregarious, he seemed as unattached to ordinary passions as to his office. What passion broke through his walled personality was reserved for trout streams and bird calls. Speaking slowly but with evident emotion, Grey asked the House to approach the crisis from the point of view of British interests, British honour, and British obligations. He told the history of the military conversations with France. He said that no secret engagement bound the House or restricted Britain's freedom to decide her own course of action. He said France was involved in the war because of her obligation of honour to Russia, but we are not parties to the Franco-Russian alliance. We do not even know the terms of that alliance. He seemed to be leaning so far over backward to show England to be uncommitted that a worried Tory, Lord Derby, whispered angrily to his neighbour, "By God, they are going to desert Belgium." Grey then revealed the naval arrangement with France. He told the House how, as a consequence of agreement with Britain, the French fleet was concentrated in the Mediterranean, leaving the northern and western coasts of France absolutely undefended. He said it would be his feeling that if the German fleet came down the Channel and bombarded and battered the undefended coasts of France, we could not stand aside and see this going on practically within sight of our eyes, with our arms folded, looking on dispassionately, doing nothing. Cheers burst from the opposition benches, while the Liberals listened, somberly acquiescent. To explain his having already committed Britain to defend France's Channel coasts, Grey entered into an involved argument about British interests and British trade routes in the Mediterranean. It was a tangled skein, and he hurried on to the more serious consideration, becoming more serious every hour, of Belgian neutrality. To give the subject all its due, Grey, wisely not relying on his own oratory, borrowed Gladstone's thunder of 1870. Could this country stand by and witness the direst crime that ever stained the pages of history, and thus become participators in the sin? From Gladstone, too, he took a phrase to express the fundamental issue, that England must take her stand against the unmeasured aggrandizement of any power whatsoever. In his own words, he continued, "I ask the House from the point of view of British interests to consider what may be at stake. If France is beaten to her knees, if Belgium fell under the same dominating influence, and then Holland and then Denmark, if, in a crisis like this, we run away from these obligations of honour and interest as regards the Belgian Treaty, I do not believe for a moment that, at the end of this war, even if we stood aside, we should be able to undo what had happened in the course of the war, to prevent the whole of the west of Europe opposite us from falling under the domination of a single power. And we should, I believe, sacrifice our respect and good name and reputation before the world, and should not escape the most serious and grave economic consequences." He placed before them the issue and the choice. The House, which had listened in painful absorption for an hour and a quarter, broke into overwhelming applause, signifying its answer. The occasions when an individual is able to harness a nation are memorable, and Grey's speech proved to be one of those junctures by which people afterward date events. Some dissent was still vocal, for, Unlike the continental parliaments, the House of Commons was not to be exhorted or persuaded into unanimity. Ramsay MacDonald, speaking for the Labourites, said Britain should have remained neutral. Keir Hardie said he would raise the working classes against the war. And afterward, in the lobby, a group of unconvinced Liberals adopted a resolution stating that Grey had failed to make a case for war. But Asquith was convinced that on the whole, our extreme peace lovers are silenced, though they will soon find their tongues again. The two ministers who had resigned that morning were persuaded to return that evening, and it was generally felt that Grey had carried the country. "What happens now?" Churchill asked Grey as they left the house together. "Now," replied Grey, "we shall send them an ultimatum to stop the invasion of Belgium within 24 hours. To Camden, a few hours later, he said, "If they refuse, there will be war." Although he was to wait almost another 24 hours before sending the ultimatum, Lichnowsky's fear had been fulfilled. Belgium had been made the condition. The Germans took that chance because they expected a short war, and because, despite the last-minute moans and apprehensions of their civilian leaders over what the British might do, the German General Staff had already taken British belligerency into account and discounted it as of little or no significance in a war they believed would be over in 4 months. Clausewitz, a dead Prussian, and Norman Angell, a living if misunderstood professor, had combined to fasten the short war concept upon the European mind. Quick, decisive victory was the German orthodoxy. The economic impossibility of a long war was everybody's orthodoxy. "You will be home before the leaves have fallen from the trees," the Kaiser told departing troops in the first week of August. A diarist of German court society recorded on August 9th that Count Oppersdorff came in that afternoon and said things could not last 10 weeks. Count Hochberg thought 8 weeks, and after that, you and I will be meeting again in England. A German officer leaving for the Western Front said he expected to take breakfast at the Café de la Paix in Paris on Sidon Day, September 2nd. Russian officers expected to be in Berlin about the same time. 6 weeks was the usual allowance. One officer of the Imperial Guard asked the opinion of the Tsar's physician whether he should pack at once his full-dress uniform to wear for the entry into Berlin, or leave it to be brought by the next courier coming to the front. An English officer who, having served as a military attaché in Brussels, was considered au courant, was asked, upon joining his regiment, his opinion of the duration. He did not know, the officer replied, but he understood there were financial reasons why the great powers could not continue for long. He had heard it from the Prime Minister, who told me that Lord Haldane told him so. In St. Petersburg, the question was not whether the Russians could win, but whether it would take them 2 months or 3. Pessimists who suggested 6 months were considered defeatists. Vasily Fedorovich, William, son of Frederick, that is, the Kaiser, has made a mistake. He won't be able to hold out, solemnly predicted the Russian Minister of Justice. He was not so very wrong. Germany had not planned on the need to hold out for long, and upon entering the war, had a stockpile of nitrates for making gunpowder sufficient for 6 months and no more. Only the later discovery of a method for fixing nitrogen out of the air enabled her war effort to continue. The French, gambling on a quick finish, risked no troops on what would have been a difficult defence of the Lorraine iron basin, but allowed the Germans to take it on the theory that they would regain it with victory. As a result, they lost 80% of their iron ore for the duration, and almost lost the war. The English, in their imprecise fashion, counted vaguely on victory, without specifying when, where, or how, within a matter of months. Whether from instinct or intellect, 3 minds, all military, saw the dark shadow lengthening ahead into years, not months. Moltke, foretelling the long, wearisome struggle, was one. Joffre was another. Questioned by ministers in 1912, he had said that if France won the first victory in a war, German national resistance would then commence, and vice versa. In either case, other nations would be drawn in, and the result would be a war of indefinite duration. Yet neither he nor Moltke, who were their country's military chiefs since 1911 and 1906 respectively, made any allowance in their plans for the war of attrition which they both foresaw. The third, and the only one to act upon his vision, was Lord Kitchener, who had no part in the original planning. Hastily recalled to become War Minister on August 4th, as he was about to board a Channel steamer to take him to Egypt, he brought forth from some fathomless oracular depths of his being the prediction that the war would last 3 years. To an incredulous colleague he said it might last even longer, but 3 years will do to begin with. A nation like Germany, after having forced the issue, will only give in after it is beaten to the ground. That will take a very long time. No one living knows how long. Except for Kitchener, who, from his first day in office, insisted on preparing an army of millions for a war lasting years. No one else made plans reaching ahead for more than 3 or 6 months. In the case of the Germans, the fixed idea of a short war embraced the corollary that in a short war, English belligerency would not matter. If only someone had told me beforehand that England would take up arms against us, wailed the Kaiser during lunch at headquarters one day later in the war. Someone in a small voice ventured, Metternich, referring to the German ambassador in London, who had been dismissed in 1912 because of his tiresome habit of predicting that naval increases would bring war with England no later than 1915. In 1912, Haldane had told the Kaiser that Britain could never permit German possession of the French Channel ports, and reminded him of the treaty obligation to Belgium. In 1912, Prince Henry of Prussia had asked his cousin King George point-blank whether in the event of Germany and Austria going to war with Russia and France, England would come to the assistance of the two latter powers. King George had replied, "Undoubtedly yes, under certain circumstances." In spite of these warnings, the Kaiser refused to believe what he knew to be true. According to the evidence of a companion, he was still convinced England would stay neutral when he went back to his yacht, after giving Austria a free hand on July 5th. His two core brooder from student days at Bonn, Bethmann and Jagau, whose qualification for office consisted chiefly in the Kaiser's sentimental weakness for brothers, who wore the black and white ribbon of the fraternity and called each other Du, comforted themselves at intervals, like devout Catholics fingering their beads, with mutual assurances of British neutrality. Moltke and the General Staff did not need Grey or anyone else to spell out for them what England would do, for they already counted on her coming in as an absolute certainty. "The more English the better," Moltke said to Admiral Tirpitz, meaning the more who landed on the continent, the more would be netted in decisive defeat. Moltke's natural pessimism spared him the illusions of wishful thinking. In a memorandum he drew up in 1913, he stated the case more accurately than many Englishmen could have done. "If Germany marched through Belgium without Belgian consent," he wrote, "then England will and must join our enemies, the more so as she had declared that intention in 1870. He did not think anyone in England would believe German promises to evacuate Belgium after defeating France, and he felt sure that in a war between Germany and France, England would fight whether Germany went through Belgium or not. Because she fears German hegemony and, true to her policy of maintaining a balance of power, will do all she can to check the increase of German power." In the years immediately preceding the war, we had no doubt whatever of the rapid arrival of the British Expeditionary Force on the French coast, testified General von Kuhl, a General Staff officer of the top echelon. The staff calculated that the BEF would be mobilized by the 10th day, gather at embarkation ports on the 11th, begin embarkation on the 12th, and complete the transfer to France on the 14th day. This proved to be almost dead reckoning. Nor was Germany's naval staff under any illusions. England probably hostile in case it comes to war, the Admiralty telegraphed as early as July 11th to Admiral von Spee on board the Scharnhorst in the Pacific. 2 hours after Grey finished speaking in the House of Commons, that event took place which had been in the back of every mind on both sides of the Rhine since 1870 and in the front of most since 1905. Germany declared war on France. To Germans it came, said the Crown Prince, as the military solution of the ever-increasing tension, the end of the nightmare of encirclement. It is a joy to be alive, rejoiced a German paper on that day, in a special edition headlined The Blessing of Arms. Germans, it said, were exulting with happiness. We have wished so much for this hour. The sword which has been forced into our hand will not be sheathed until our aims are won and our territory extended as far as necessity demands. Not everyone was exulting. Deputies of the left, summoned to the Reichstag, found each other depressed and nervous. One, confessing readiness to vote all war credits, muttered, "We can't let them destroy the Reich." Another kept grumbling, This incompetent diplomacy. For France, the signal came at 6:15, when Premier Viviani's telephone rang, and he heard the American ambassador, Myron Herrick, tell him in a voice choked with tears that he had just received a request to take over the German embassy and hoist the American flag on its flagpole. He had accepted the charge, Herrick said, but not the flag raising. Knowing exactly what this meant, Viviani waited for the imminent arrival of the German ambassador, who was announced a few moments later. Von Schoen, who had a Belgian wife, entered in visible distress. He began by complaining that on the way over a lady had thrust her head through the window of his carriage and insulted me and my emperor. Viviani, whose own nerves were strung taut with the anguish of the last few days, asked if this complaint was the purpose of his visit. Schoen admitted he had a further duty to perform, and unfolding the document he carried, read its contents, which, as he was the soul of honour, according to Poincaré, were the cause of his embarrassment. In consequence, it read, of French acts of organised hostility and of air attacks on Nuremberg and Karlsruhe, and of violation of Belgian neutrality by French aviators flying over Belgian territory. The German Empire considers itself in a state of war with France. Viviani formally denied the charges which were included less to impress the French government, who would know they had not taken place, than to impress the German public at home that they were the victims of French aggression. He escorted von Schoen to the door, and then, almost reluctant to come to the final parting, walked with him out of the building, down the steps, as far as the door of his waiting carriage. The two representatives of the hereditary enemies stood for a moment in mutual unhappiness, bowed wordlessly to each other, and von Schoen drove away into the dusk. In Whitehall that evening, Sir Edward Grey, standing with a friend at the window as the street lamps below were being lit, made the remark that has since epitomised the hour. The lamps are going out all over Europe. We shall not see them lit again in our lifetime. At 6 o'clock on the morning of August 4th, Herr von Below paid his last visit to the Foreign Office in Brussels. He delivered a note saying that in view of the rejection of his government's well-intentioned proposals, Germany would be obliged to carry out measures for her own security, if necessary by force of arms. The "if necessary" was intended to leave an opening for Belgium still to change her mind. That afternoon the American minister, Brand Whitlock, who had been called to take over the German legation, found von Below, and his first secretary. Below sat otherwise motionless, while two aged functionaries with candles, sealing wax and strips of paper proceeded slowly and solemnly around the room, sealing the oaken cupboards which held the archives. "Oh, the poor fools," von Stumm kept repeating half to himself. "Why don't they get out of the way of the steamroller? We don't want to hurt them, but if they stand in our way, they will be ground into the dirt. Oh, the poor fools."
Only later did anyone on the German side ask himself who had been the fools on that day. It had been the day Count Czernin, the Austrian foreign minister, discovered afterward, of our greatest disaster. The day even the Crown Prince mournfully acknowledged, long after the fact, when we Germans lost the first great battle in the eyes of the world. At 8:02 that morning, the first wave of field grey broke over the Belgian frontier at Gemmerich, 30 miles from Liège. Belgian gendarmes in their sentry boxes opened fire. The force detached from the main German armies for the assault upon Liège, under the command of General von Emmich, consisted of 6 infantry brigades, each with artillery and other arms, and 3 cavalry divisions. By nightfall they had reached the Meuse at Vis, a name that was to become the first in a series of ruins. Up to the moment of invasion, many still believed that self-interest would divert the German armies around Belgium's borders. Why should they deliberately bring 2 more enemies into the field against them? As no one supposed the Germans to be stupid, the answer that suggested itself to the French mind was that the German ultimatum to Belgium was a trick. It was not intended to be followed by actual invasion, but designed to lead us into being the first to enter Belgium, as Messimy said, in an order forbidding French troops to cross the line, even by so much as a patrol or a single horseman. Whether for this reason or some other, Grey had not yet sent England's ultimatum. King Albert had not yet appealed to the guarantor powers for military aid. He too feared that the ultimatum might be a colossal feint. If he called in the French and British too soon, their presence would drag Belgium into the war in spite of herself, and at the back of his mind was a worry that once established on Belgian soil, his neighbours might be in no hurry to leave. Only after the tramp of German columns marching on Liège had put an end to all doubt and left him no choice, did the king, at noon on August 4th, make his appeal for concerted and common military action by the guarantors. In Berlin, Moltke was still hoping that after the first shots fired for honour's sake, the Belgians might be persuaded to come to an understanding. For that reason, Germany's final note had simply said by force of arms, and for once refrained from declaring war. When Baron Bayens, the Belgian ambassador, came to demand his passports on the morning of the invasion, Jagow hurried forward asking, "Well, what have you to say to me?" as if expecting a proposal. He reiterated Germany's offer to respect Belgian independence and pay for all damages if Belgium would refrain from destroying railroads, bridges and tunnels and let German troops pass through freely without defending Liège. When Bayens turned to go, Jagow followed him hopefully, saying, "Perhaps there will still be something for us to talk over." In Brussels, 1 hour after the invasion began, King Albert, in unadorned field uniform, rode to meet his parliament. At a brisk trot, the little procession came down the Rue Royale, led by an open carriage, in which were the Queen and her 3 children, followed by 2 more carriages, and bringing up the rear, the King alone on horseback. Houses along the way were decked with flags and flowers, and exalted people filled the streets. Strangers shook each other's hands, laughing and crying, each man feeling, as one recalled, united to his fellow by a common bond of love and hate. Wave on wave of cheers reached out to the king, as if the people in one universal emotion were trying to say he was the symbol of their country and of their will to uphold its independence. Even the Austrian minister, who had somehow forgotten to absent himself and with other diplomats was watching the procession from the parliament windows, was wiping tears from his eyes. Inside the hall, after members, visitors, and the Queen and court were seated, the king came in alone, tossed his cap and gloves onto the lectern in a businesslike gesture, and began to speak in a voice only faintly unsteady. When, recalling the Congress of 1830 that created an independent Belgium, he asked, "Gentlemen, are you unalterably decided to maintain intact the sacred gift of our forefathers?" The deputies, unable to control themselves, stood up with shouts of "Oui, oui, oui."
The American minister, describing the scene in his diary, tells how he watched the king's 12-year-old heir in his sailor suit, listening with an absorbed face and eyes fixed on his father, and how he wondered, what are the thoughts in that boy's mind? Almost as if he had been granted a glimpse into the future, Mr. Whitlock asked himself, will this scene ever come back to him in after years? And how? When? Under what circumstances? The boy in the sailor suit as Leopold III was to surrender in 1940 to another German invasion. In the streets, after the speech was over, enthusiasm became delirious. The army, hitherto condemned, were heroes. The people shouted, "Down with the Germans! Death to the assassins! Vive la Belgique indépendante!" After the king had gone, the crowd shouted for the war minister, ordinarily, regardless of his identity, the most unpopular man in the government by virtue of his office. When Monsieur de Broqueville appeared on the balcony, even that suave man of the world wept, overcome by the fervent emotion shared by everyone who was in Brussels on that day. On the same day in Paris, French soldiers in red trousers and big-skirted dark blue coats, buttoned back at the corners, chanted as they marched through the streets, ending with a triumphant yell on the last, "Oh!" One-armed General Powell, whose lost limb gave him an extra popularity, rode by wearing the green and black ribbon of the veterans of 1870. Cavalry regiments of cuirassiers with glistening metal breastplates and long black horsehair tails hanging down from their helmets were conscious of no anachronism. Following them came huge crates housing airplanes and wheeled platforms bearing the long, narrow, grey-painted field guns, the 75 that were France's pride. All day the flow of men, horses, weapons and matériel poured through the huge arched portals of the Gare du Nord and the Gare de l'Est. C'est l'Alsace et la Lorraine, c'est l'Alsace qu'il nous faut, oh, 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 oh. Down the boulevards, empty of vehicles, marched companies of volunteers with flags and banners proclaiming their purpose, Luxembourg will never be German. Romania rallies to the mother of the Latin races, Italy whose freedom was bought with French blood, Spain the loving sister of France, British volunteers for France, Greeks who love France, Scandinavians of Paris, Slav peoples at the side of France, Latin American lives for the mother of Latin American culture. Roars and cheers greeted the banner that proclaimed, Alsatians going home. At a joint session of the Senate and Chamber, Viviani, pale as death, and looking as if he was suffering physically and mentally, surpassed his own capacity for fire and eloquence in a speech that was acclaimed, like everybody's on that day, as the greatest of his career. He carried with him in his portfolio the text of France's treaty with Russia, but was not questioned about it. Ecstatic cheers greeted his announcement that Italy, with the clarity of insight possessed by the Latin intellect, had declared her neutrality. As expected, the third member of the Triple Alliance, when the test came, had sidestepped on the ground that Austria's attack on Serbia was an act of aggression which released her from her treaty obligations. Relieving France of the need to guard her southern frontier, Italy's neutrality was worth an extra 4 divisions, or 80,000 men. After Viviani had spoken, a speech by President Poincaré, who was precluded by office from attending Parliament in person, was read for him while the whole audience remained standing. France stood before the universe for liberty, justice, and reason, he said, characteristically altering the traditional French Trinity. Messages of sympathy and goodwill from every part of what he pointedly called the civilized world were pouring in on her. As the words were being read, General Joffre, perfectly calm and wholly confident, came to make his farewell to the president before leaving for the front. Rain was pouring on Berlin as the Reichstag deputies assembled to hear the Kaiser's speech from the throne. Beneath the windows of the Reichstag, where they came for a preliminary meeting with the Chancellor, they could hear the ceaseless clippity-clop of horseshoes on pavement as squadron after squadron of cavalry trotted through the glistening streets. Party leaders met Bethmann in a room adorned by a huge picture which exhibited the gratifying spectacle of Kaiser Wilhelm I trampling gloriously on the French flag. He was shown, together with Bismarck and Field Marshal Moltke, prancing upon the battlefield of Sedan, while a German soldier in the foreground stretched a French flag beneath the hoofs of the Emperor's horse. Bethmann expressed concern for unity and exhorted the deputies to be unanimous in their decisions. "We shall be unanimous, Excellency," a spokesman for the Liberals replied obediently. The all-knowing Erzberger, who, as rapporteur of the Military Affairs Committee and a close associate of the Chancellor, was considered to have his ear to Olympus, bustled among his fellow deputies, assuring them that the Serbs would be beaten by this time next Monday, and that everything was going well. After services in the cathedral, the deputies marched in a body to the palace where the entrances were guarded and roped off, and credentials were examined at 4 different stages before the people's representatives were finally seated in the Weiße Saal. Entering quietly, accompanied by several generals, the Kaiser sat down on the throne. Bethmann, in the uniform of the Dragoon Guards, took his speech from the royal portfolio and handed it to the Kaiser, who stood up, looking small beside the Chancellor, and read it, his helmet on his head and one hand resting on his sword hilt. Without mentioning Belgium, he declared, "We draw the sword with a clear conscience and with clean hands. The war had been provoked by Serbia with the support of Russia. Hoots and cries of shame were evoked by a discourse on Russian iniquities. After the prepared speech, the Kaiser raised his voice and proclaimed, 'From this day on, I recognize no parties, but only Germans,' and called upon party leaders, if they agreed with these sentiments, to step forward and shake his hand. Amid wild excitement, all did, while the rest of the assembly erupted in cheers and shouts of fervent rejoicing. At 3 o'clock, members reconvened in the Reichstag to hear an address by the Chancellor and to perform the remainder of their duty, which consisted first of voting war credits and then adjournment. The Social Democrats agreed to make the vote unanimous and spent their last hours of parliamentary responsibility in anxious consultation whether to join in a Hoch for the Kaiser, which they satisfactorily resolved by making it a Hoch for Kaiser, people and country. Everyone, as Bethmann rose to speak, waited in painful expectancy for what he had to say about Belgium. A year ago, Foreign Minister Jagau had assured a secret session of the Reichstag Steering Committee that Germany would never violate Belgium, and General von Heringen, then War Minister, had promised that the Supreme Command in the event of war would respect Belgium's neutrality as long as Germany's enemies did. On August 4th, deputies did not know that their armies had invaded Belgium that morning. They knew of the ultimatum, but nothing of the Belgian reply, because the German government, wishing to give the impression that Belgium had acquiesced and that her armed resistance was therefore illegal, never published it. Our troops, Bethmann informed the tense audience, have occupied Luxembourg and perhaps, the perhaps was posthumous by 8 hours, are already in Belgium. Great commotion. True, France had given Belgium a pledge to respect her neutrality, but we knew that France was standing ready to invade Belgium, and we could not wait. It was, he said inevitably, a case of military necessity, and necessity knows no law. So far he had his hearers, both the right which despised him and the left which mistrusted him, in thrall. His next sentence created a sensation. Our invasion of Belgium is contrary to international law, but the wrong, I speak openly, that we are committing we will make good as soon as our military goal has been reached. Admiral Tirpitz considered this the greatest blunder ever spoken by a German statesman. Konrad Haussmann, a leader of the Liberal Party, considered it the finest part of the speech. The act having been confessed in a public mea culpa, he and his fellow deputies of the left felt purged of guilt and saluted the Chancellor with a loud "Sehr richtig" in a final striking phrase, and before his day of memorable maxims was over, he was to add one more that would make him immortal. Bethmann said that whoever was as badly threatened as were the Germans could think only of how to hack his way through. A war credit of 5 billion marks was voted unanimously, after which the Reichstag voted itself out of session for 4 months, or for what was generally expected to be the duration. Bethmann closed the proceedings with an assurance that carried overtones of the gladiator's salute. Whatever our lot may be, August 4th, 1914 will remain for all eternity one of Germany's greatest days. That evening at 7 o'clock, England's answer, awaited so long in such anxiety by so many, was finally made definitive. That morning the British government had finally screwed its determination to the sticking point sufficiently to deliver an ultimatum. It arrived, however, in 2 parts. First, Grey asked for an assurance that German demands upon Belgium would not be proceeded with, and for an immediate reply. But as he attached no time limit and mentioned no sanctions in case of non-reply, the message was not technically an ultimatum. He waited until after he knew the German army had invaded Belgium before sending the second notice, stating that Britain felt bound to uphold the neutrality of Belgium and the observance of the treaty to which Germany is as much a party as ourselves. A satisfactory reply was demanded by midnight, failing which the British ambassador was to ask for his passports. Why the ultimatum was not sent the night before, immediately after Parliament made plain its acceptance of Grey's speech, can only be explained by the government's irresolute state of mind. What sort of satisfactory reply it expected, short of the Germans meekly retreating across the frontier they had deliberately and irrevocably crossed that morning, and why England agreed to wait for so fanciful a phenomenon until midnight, can hardly be explained at all. In the Mediterranean that night, the lost hours before midnight were to be crucial. In Berlin, the British ambassador, Sir Edward Goschen, presented the ultimatum in a historic interview with the Chancellor. He found Bethmann very agitated. According to Bethmann himself, "My blood boiled at this hypocritical harping on Belgium, which was not the thing that had driven England into war." Indignation launched Bethmann into a harangue. He said that England was doing an unthinkable thing in making war on a kindred nation, that it was like striking a man from behind while he was fighting for his life against 2 assailants, that as a result of this last terrible step, England would be responsible for all the dreadful events that might follow, and all for just a word, neutrality, just for a scrap of paper. Hardly noticing the phrase that was to resound round the world, Goschen included it in his report of the interview. He had replied that if for strategical reasons it was a matter of life or death for Germany to advance through Belgium, it was, so to speak, a matter of life or death for Britain to keep her solemn compact. His Excellency was so excited, so evidently overcome by the news of our action, and so little disposed to hear reason, that he refrained from further argument. As he was leaving, 2 men in a press car of the Berliner Tageblatt drove through the streets, throwing out flyers which announced, somewhat prematurely, as the ultimatum did not expire until midnight, Britain's declaration of war. Coming after Italy's defection, this last act of treason, this latest desertion, this one further addition to their enemies, infuriated the Germans, a large number of whom immediately became transformed into a howling mob which occupied itself for the next hour in stoning all the windows of the British embassy. England became overnight the most hated enemy. Rassenverrat, race treason, the favourite hate slogan. The Kaiser, in one of the least profound of all comments on the war, lamented, "To think that George and Nicky should have played me false. If my grandmother had been alive, she would never have allowed it. Germans could not get over the perfidy of it." It was unbelievable that the English, having degenerated to the stage where suffragettes heckled the Prime Minister and defied the police, were going to fight. England, though wide-flung and still powerful, was getting old, and they felt for her, like the Visigoths for the later Romans, a contempt combined with the newcomer's sense of inferiority. "The English think they can treat us like Portugal," complained Admiral Tirpitz. England's betrayal deepened their sense of friendlessness. They were conscious of being an unloved nation. How was it that Nice, annexed by France in 1860, could settle down comfortably and within a few years forget it had ever been Italian, whereas 500,000 Alsatians preferred to leave their homeland rather than live under German rule? Our country is not much loved anywhere and indeed frequently hated, the Crown Prince noted on his travels. While the crowds shrieked for vengeance in the Wilhelmstrasse, depressed deputies of the left gathered in cafes and groaned together. The whole world is rising against us, said one. Germanism has 3 enemies in the world, Latins, Slavs, and Anglo-Saxons, and now they are all united against us. Our diplomacy has left us no friend but Austria, and it was we who had to support her, said another. At least one good thing is that it can't last long, a third consoled them. We shall have peace in 4 months. Economically and financially, we can't last longer than that. One hopes for the Turks and Japanese, someone else suggested. A rumour had in fact swept the cafes the previous evening when diners heard distant hurrahs shouted in the streets. As a diarist of the time recorded it, they came nearer, people listened, then jumped up. The hurrahs became louder, they resounded over Potsdamer Platz and reached the proportions of a storm. The guests left their food and ran out of the restaurant. I followed the stream. What has happened? Japan has declared war on Russia, they roared. Hurrah, hurrah, uproarious rejoicing. People embraced one another. Long live Japan! Hurrah, hurrah! Endless jubilation. Then someone shouted, to the Japanese embassy, and the crowd rushed away carrying everybody with it and besieged the embassy. Long live Japan! Long live Japan! People shouted impetuously until the Japanese ambassador finally appeared and, perplexed, stammered his thanks for this unexpected and, it would seem, undeserved homage. Although by next day it was known the rumour was false, just how undeserved was the homage would not be known for another 2 weeks. When Ambassador Lichnowsky and his staff subsequently left England, a friend who came to say goodbye was struck by the sadness and bitterness of the party at Victoria Station. They were blaming officials at home for dragging them into a war with no allies but Austria. What chance have we, attacked on every side? Is no one friendly to Germany? One official asked mournfully. Siam is friendly, I am told, a colleague replied. No sooner had England delivered herself of the ultimatum than fresh disputes broke out in the cabinet over the question whether to send an expeditionary force to France. Having declared themselves in, they began to dispute how far in they should go. Their joint plans with the French were predicated on an expeditionary force of 6 divisions to arrive in France between M4 and M12 and to be ready for action on the extreme left of the French line by M15. Already the schedule was disrupted because the British M1, August 5th, which had been expected to be 2 days behind the French, was now 3 days behind, and further delay would follow. Mr. Asquith's cabinet was paralysed by fear of invasion. In 1909, the Committee of Imperial Defence, after a special study of the problem, had declared that as long as the Home Army was kept sufficiently strong to make the Germans mount an invasion force of such size that it could not evade the Navy, a large-scale invasion was impractical. Despite its assurance that the defence of the home islands was adequately guaranteed by the Navy, Britain's leaders on August 4th could not summon up the courage to denude the islands of the regular army. Arguments were put forward for sending fewer than 6 divisions, for sending them later rather than sooner, even for not sending them at all. Admiral Jellicoe was told his planned escort of the expeditionary force across the Channel would not be required for the present. No button at the War Office automatically put the BEF in motion because the British government could not make up its mind to push it. The War Office itself, without a minister for the last 4 months, was distracted for lack of a chief. Asquith had progressed as far as inviting Kitchener up to London, but could not yet nerve himself to offer him the post. The impetuous and tempestuous Sir Henry Wilson, whose uninhibited diary was to cause such anguish when published after the war, was revolted by such a state of things. So was poor Monsieur Cambon, who went armed with a map to show Grey how vital it was that the French left should be extended by Britain's 6 divisions. Grey promised to bring the matter to the attention of the cabinet. General Wilson, raging at the delay which he ascribed to Grey's sinful hesitation, indignantly showed to his friends in the opposition a copy of the mobilization order, which instead of reading "mobilize and embark," read only "mobilize." This alone, he said, would delay the schedule by 4 days. Balfour undertook to spur the government. He told them, in a letter addressed to Haldane, that the whole point of the Entente and of the military arrangements which had flowed from it was the preservation of France. For if France were crushed, the whole future of Europe might be changed in a direction we should regard as disastrous. Having adopted that policy, the thing to do, he suggested, was to strike quickly and strike with your whole strength. When Haldane came to see him to explain the nature of the cabinet's hesitations, Balfour could not help feeling they were marked by a certain woolliness of thought and indecision of purpose. That afternoon of August 4th, at about the time when Bethmann was addressing the Reichstag and Viviani the Chambre des Députés, Mr. Asquith announced to the House of Commons a message from His Majesty signed by his own hand. Mr. Speaker rose from his chair and members uncovered while the mobilization proclamation was read. Next, from typewritten copy that trembled slightly in his hand, Asquith read the terms of the ultimatum just telegraphed to Germany. When he came to the words, "a satisfactory answer by midnight," a solemn cheer rose from the benches. All that was left was to wait for midnight, 11 o'clock, British time. At 9 o'clock the government learned, through an intercepted but uncoded telegram sent out from Berlin, that Germany had considered itself at war with Britain from the moment when the British ambassador had asked for his passports. Hastily summoned, the cabinet debated whether to declare war as of that moment, or wait for the time limit set by the ultimatum to expire. They decided to wait. In silence, each encased in his private thoughts, they sat around the green table in the ill-lit cabinet room, conscious of the shadows of those who at other fateful moments had sat there before them. Eyes watched the clock ticking away the time limit. Boom! Big Ben struck the first note of 11, and each note thereafter sounded to Lloyd George, who had a Celtic ear for melodrama, like doom, doom, doom. 20 minutes later, the war telegram, War, Germany, Act, was dispatched. Where and when the army was to act was still unsettled, the decision having been left for a war council called for the following day. The British government went to bed a belligerent, if something less than bellicose. Next day, with the assault on Liège, the first battle of the war began. Europe was entering, Moltke wrote that day to Konrad von Hotzendorf, upon the struggle that will decide the course of history for the next 100 years. Battle. 10. Goeben, an enemy then flying. Before the land battle began, a wireless message from the German Admiralty to the German commander in the Mediterranean, Admiral Wilhelm Souchon, flickered through the air in the pre-dawn hours of August 4th. It read, "Alliance with Turkey concluded August 3rd. Proceed at once to Constantinople." Although its expectations proved premature, and it was almost immediately cancelled, Admiral Souchon decided to proceed as directed. His command consisted of 2 fast new ships, the battle-cruiser Goeben and the light cruiser Breslau. No other single exploit of the war cast so long a shadow upon the world as the voyage accomplished by their commander during the next 7 days. Turkey, at the time of Sarajevo, had many enemies and no allies because no one considered her worth an alliance. For 100 years, the Ottoman Empire, called the sick man of Europe, had been considered moribund by the hovering European powers who were waiting to fall upon the carcass. But year after year the fabulous invalid refused to die, still grasping in decrepit hands the keys to immense possessions. Indeed, during the last 6 years, ever since the Young Turk Revolution overthrew the old Sultan Abdul the Damned in 1908 and established under his more amenable brother a government by the Committee of Union and Progress, Turkey had begun to be rejuvenated. The committee, otherwise the Young Turks, led by their little Napoleon, Enver Bey, determined to remake the country, forge the strength necessary to hold the slipping bonds of empire, fend off the waiting eagles, and retrieve the pan-Islamic dominion of the days of Ottoman glory. The process was watched with no relish at all by Russia, France, and England, who had rival ambitions in the area. Germany, late on the imperial scene, and with Berlin to Baghdad dreams of her own, determined to become the Young Turks' patron. A German military mission sent in 1913 to reorganize the Turkish army caused such furious Russian resentment that only concerted effort by the powers to provide a face-saving device prevented the affair from becoming that damned foolish thing in the Balkans a year before Sarajevo. From then on, the Turks felt creeping over them the shadow of the oncoming day when they would have to choose sides. Fearing Russia, resenting England, mistrusting Germany, they could not decide. The hero of the revolution, handsome young Enver with his pink cheeks and black moustache worn in upturned points like the Kaiser's, was the only wholehearted and enthusiastic advocate of a German alliance. Like some later thinkers, he believed in the Germans as the wave of the future. Talat Bey, political boss of the committee, and its real ruler, a stout Levantine adventurer who could devour a pound of caviar at a sitting, washed down by 2 glasses of brandy and 2 bottles of champagne, was less sure. He believed Turkey could obtain a better price from Germany than from the Entente, and he had no faith in Turkey's chances of survival as a neutral in a war of the great powers. If the Entente powers won, Ottoman possessions would crumble under their pressure. If the Central Powers won, Turkey would become a German vassal. Other groups in the Turkish government would have preferred an alliance with the Entente if it had been obtainable, in the hope of buying off Russia, Turkey's age-old enemy. For 10 centuries, Russia had yearned for Constantinople, the city Russians called Tsargrad that lay at the exit of the Black Sea. That narrow and famous sea passage, called the Dardanelles, 50 miles long and nowhere more than 3 miles wide, was Russia's only year-round egress to the rest of the world. Turkey had one asset of inestimable value, her geographical position at the junction of the paths of empire. For that reason, England had been for 100 years Turkey's traditional protector, but the truth was that England no longer took Turkey seriously. After a century of supporting the Sultan against all comers, because she preferred a weak, debilitated, and therefore malleable despot astride her road to India, England was at last beginning to tire of the fetters that bound her to what Winston Churchill amicably called scandalous, crumbling, decrepit, penniless Turkey. The Turkish reputation for misrule, corruption, and cruelty had been a stench in the nostrils of Europe for a long time. The Liberals who had governed England since 1906 were the inheritors of Gladstone's celebrated appeal to expel the unspeakable Turk, the one great anti-human specimen of humanity, from Europe. Their policy was shaped by an image half sick man, half terrible Turk. Lord Salisbury's sporting metaphor after the Crimean War, "We have put our money on the wrong horse," acquired the status of prophecy. British influence at the port was allowed to lapse just at the time when it might have proved beyond price. A request by Turkey for a permanent alliance with Great Britain was turned down in 1911 through the medium of Winston Churchill, who had visited Constantinople in 1909 and established amicable relations, as he conceived them, with Enver and other young Turk ministers. In the imperial style used for addressing Oriental states, he suggested that although Britain could accept no alliance, Turkey would do well not to alienate British friendship by reverting to the oppressive methods of the old regime or seeking to disturb the British status quo as it now exists. Superbly surveying the world from his Admiralty post, he reminded Turkey that British friendship would be of value so long as Britain, alone among European states, retains supremacy of the sea. That Turkey's friendship, or even her neutrality, might be of equal value to Britain was never seriously considered by him or any other minister. In July 1914, with the two-front war looming before them, the Germans suddenly became anxious to secure the ally who could close the Black Sea exit and cut Russia off from her allies and their supplies. An earlier Turkish proposal of alliance that had been left dangling now suddenly looked desirable. The Kaiser, in his alarm, insisted that the thing to do now is to get every gun in readiness in the Balkans to shoot against the Slavs. When Turkey began to haggle over terms and made a show of leaning toward the Entente, the Kaiser, in increasing panic, directed his ambassador to reply to the Turkish offer with unmistakably plain compliance. Under no circumstances at all can we afford to turn them away. On July 28th, the day Austria declared war on Serbia, Turkey formally asked Germany for a secret offensive and defensive alliance to become operative in the event of either party going to war with Russia. Within the same day, the offer was received in Berlin, accepted, and a draft treaty signed by the Chancellor telegraphed back. At the last moment, the Turks had difficulty bringing themselves to the point of tying the knot that would tie their fate to Germany's. If only they could be sure Germany would win. While they were hesitating, England helpfully gave them a push by seizing 2 Turkish battleships, then being built under contract in British yards. They were first-class capital ships equal to the best of Britain's, one of which was armed with 13.5-inch guns. The spirited First Lord requisitioned, to use his own word, the Turkish warships on July 28th. One, the Sultan Osman, had been completed in May and a first instalment already paid. But when the Turks wished to bring her home, the British, supplying sinister hints about a Greek plot to attack her by submarine, had persuaded them to leave her in Britain until her sister ship, the Reshadiye, was completed and the two could return together. When the Reshadiye was ready early in July, further excuses for departure were offered. Speed and gunnery trials were unaccountably delayed. On learning of Churchill's order, the Turkish captain, who was waiting with 500 Turkish sailors aboard a transport in the Tyne, threatened to board his ships and hoist the Turkish flag. Not without relish, the voice at the Admiralty gave orders to resist such an attempt by armed force if necessary. The ships had cost Turkey the immense sum, for that time, of $30 million. The money had been raised by popular subscription after their defeats in the Balkan Wars, aroused the Turkish public to the need of renovating the armed forces. Every Anatolian peasant had supplied his penny. Although not yet known to the public, news of the seizure caused, as Jamal Pasha, the naval minister, not excessively put it, mental anguish to his government. England took no pains to assuage it. Grey, when officially informing the Turks of this simple piece of piracy on the Tyne, felt sure Turkey would understand why England found it necessary to take the ships for her own needs in this crisis. The financial and other loss to Turkey, a matter of sincere regret to His Majesty's government, would, he blandly said, be given due consideration. Compensation he did not mention. Under the cumulative effect of the sick man and wrong horse concepts, England had come to regard the entire Ottoman Empire as of less account than 2 extra warships. Grey's telegram of regrets was sent on August 3rd. On the same day, Turkey signed the Treaty of Alliance with Germany. She did not, however, declare war on Russia, as she was pledged to do, or close the Black Sea, or take any action publicly compromising strict neutrality. Having obtained an alliance with a major power on her own terms, Turkey proved in no hurry to help her new ally. Her uncertain ministers preferred to wait to see which way the opening battles of the war would go. Germany was far away, whereas the Russians and British were a near and ever-present menace. The now certain entry of England in the war was causing serious second thoughts. Afraid of just such a development, the German government instructed its ambassador, Baron Wangenheim, to obtain Turkey's declaration of war on Russia today if possible, for it was of the greatest importance to prevent the Porte from escaping from us under the influence of England's action. The Porte, however, did not comply. All except Enver wished to delay an overt act against Russia until the progress of the war revealed some sign of its probable outcome. In the Mediterranean, grey shapes were manoeuvring for coming combat. Wireless operators, tensely listening to their earphones, took down operational orders from faraway admiralties. The immediate and primary task of the British and French fleets was to safeguard the passage from North Africa to France of the French colonial corps, which, with its 3 instead of the normal 2 divisions, and its auxiliary arms, numbered over 80,000 men. The presence or absence of an entire army corps from its designated place in the line could be decisive upon the French plan of battle, and the war, as both sides believed, would be determined by the fate of France in the opening clash with Germany. Both French and British admiralties had their eyes fixed on the Goeben and Breslau as the chief menace to the French troop transports. The French had the largest fleet in the Mediterranean, with a force available for protecting their transports of 16 battleships, 6 cruisers, and 24 destroyers. The British Mediterranean fleet, based on Malta, while lacking dreadnoughts, was headed by 3 battlecruisers, Inflexible, Indomitable, and Indefatigable, each of 18,000 tons, with an armament of 8 12-inch guns and a speed of 27 to 28 knots. They were designed to overtake and annihilate anything that floated except a battleship of the dreadnought class. In addition, the British fleet included 4 armoured cruisers of 14,000 tons, 4 light cruisers of under 5,000 tons, and 14 destroyers. The Italian fleet was neutral. The Austrian fleet, based on Pola at the head of the Adriatic, had 8 active capital ships, including 2 new dreadnoughts with 12-inch guns and an appropriate number of other ships. A paper tiger, it was unprepared and proved inactive. Germany, with the second largest fleet in the world, had only 2 warships in the Mediterranean. One was the battlecruiser Goeben, of 23,000 tons, as large as a dreadnought, with a recorded trial speed of 27.8 knots, equal to that of the British Inflexibles, and an approximately equal firepower. The other was the Breslau of 4,500 tons, a ship on a par with the British light cruisers. Because of her speed, which was greater than that of any French battleship or cruiser, the Goeben would easily be able, according to the dire forecast depicted by the British First Lord, to avoid the French battle squadrons and, brushing aside or outstripping their cruisers, break in upon the transports and sink one after another of these vessels crammed with soldiers. If there was one thing characteristic of British naval thinking prior to the outbreak of war, it was the tendency to credit the German navy with far greater audacity and willingness to take risks against odds than either the British themselves would have shown, or than the Germans, in fact, did show when the test came. To be ready to attack the French transports was indeed one reason why the Goeben and her consort had been sent to cruise the Mediterranean after their launching in 1912. At the final moment, Germany discovered they had a more important function to perform. On August 3rd, when the Germans realized the need to bring every possible pressure upon the reluctant Turks to declare war, Admiral Tirpitz ordered Admiral Souchon to Constantinople. Souchon, a dark, compact and incisive sailor of 50, had raised his flag aboard the Goeben in 1913. Since then he had steamed the inland seas and straits of his new command, roamed its coasts and capes, rounded its islands, visited its ports, familiarizing himself with the places and personalities with which he might have to deal in the event of war. He had been to Constantinople and met the Turks. He had exchanged courtesies with Italians, Greeks, Austrians, and French, with all but the British, who, he reported to the Kaiser, rigorously refused to allow their ships to anchor in the same ports at the same time as the Germans. Their habit was always to appear immediately afterward in order to wipe out any impression the Germans might have made, or, as the Kaiser elegantly expressed it, to spit in the soup. At Haifa, when he heard the news of Sarajevo, Souchon immediately felt a premonition of war and a simultaneous concern for his boilers. They had been leaking steam for some time, and the Goeben was in fact scheduled to be replaced by the Moltke in October and returned to Kiel for repairs. Deciding to prepare for the worst at once, Souchon departed for Pola, after telegraphing ahead to the Admiralty to send him new boiler tubes and skilled repairmen to meet him there. Through July, the work proceeded feverishly. Everyone in the crew who could wield a hammer was pressed into service. In 18 days, 4,000 damaged tubes were located and replaced. Still, the repairs were not finished when Souchon received his warning telegram and left Pola, lest he be bottled up in the Adriatic. On August 1st, he reached Brindisi, on the heel of Italy, where the Italians, making excuses about the sea being too choppy for tenders, refused him coal. Clearly, Italy's anticipated betrayal of the Triple Alliance was about to become a fact, depriving Souchon of her coaling facilities. He assembled his officers to discuss what should be their course of action. Their chances of breaking through the Allied screen to the Atlantic, while inflicting what damage they could upon the French transports on their way, depended upon their speed, and this depended in turn upon the boilers. "How many boilers leaking steam?" Souchon asked his aide. "2 during the last 4 hours. "Damn," said the Admiral, raging at the fate which crippled his splendid ship at such an hour. He decided to make for Messina, where he could rendezvous with German merchant ships from whom he could obtain coal. For the event of war, Germany had divided the world's seas into a system of districts, each under a German supply officer, who was empowered to assign all vessels in his area to places where German warships could meet them and to commandeer the resources of German banks and business firms for the warship's needs. All day, the Goeben's wireless, as she rounded the Italian boot, tapped out orders to German commercial steamers, calling them into Messina. At Taranto, she was joined by the Breslau. "Urgent. German ship Goeben at Taranto," wired the British consul on August 2nd. The view had stirred ardent hopes at the Admiralty of first blood for the British Navy. Locating the enemy was half the battle, but as Britain was not yet at war, the hunt could not yet be loosed. Ever on the tiptoe of readiness, Churchill on July 31st had instructed the commander of the Mediterranean fleet, Admiral Sir Berkeley Milne, that his first task would be to aid in protecting the French transports by covering and, if possible, bringing to action individual fast German ships, particularly Goeben. Milne was reminded that the speed of your squadrons is sufficient to enable you to choose your moment. However, at the same time, and with a certain ambivalence, he was told, "Husband your force at the outset, and do not at this stage be brought to action against superior forces." The last edict was to ring like a buoy's melancholy knell through the events of the next several days. The superior force Churchill had in mind, as he later explained, was the Austrian fleet. Its battleships bore the same relationship to the British Inflexibles as the French battleships did to the Goeben. That is, they were more heavily armoured and armed, but slower. Churchill also later explained that his order was not intended as a veto upon British ships ever engaging superior forces, however needful the occasion. If it was not intended as a veto, then it must have been intended for commanders to interpret as they saw fit, which brings the matter to that melting point of warfare, the temperament of the individual commander. When the moment of live ammunition approaches, the moment to which all his professional training has been directed, when the lives of men under him, the issue of the combat, even the fate of a campaign, may depend upon his decision at a given moment, what happens inside the heart and vitals of a commander. Some are made bold by the moment, some irresolute, some carefully judicious, some paralyzed and powerless to act. Admiral Milne was made careful. A bachelor of 59, a polished figure in society, a former groom in waiting to Edward VII and still an intimate at court, son of an admiral of the fleet, grandson and godson of other admirals, a keen fisherman, deer stalker and good shot. Sir Archibald Berkeley Milne appeared a natural choice in 1911 for the Mediterranean Command, the most fashionable, if no longer the premier post in the British Navy. He was appointed to it by the new First Lord, Mr. Churchill. The appointment was promptly, if privately, denounced as a betrayal of the Navy by Admiral Lord Fisher, former First Sea Lord, creator of the Dreadnought fleet, the most passionately vital and least laconic Englishman of his time. His cherished project was to ensure the appointment for the war he predicted would break out in October 1914 of Admiral Jellicoe, the Navy's gunnery expert, as Commander-in-Chief. When Churchill appointed Milne to the Mediterranean, which Fisher believed put him in line for the post he wanted reserved for Jellicoe, his wrath was tremendous. He lashed out at Winston for succumbing to court influence. He roared and fumed and erupted in volcanic disgust for Milne as an utterly useless commander and unfitted to be senior admiral afloat and practically admiralissimo as you have now made him. He referred to him variously as a backstairs cad, as a serpent of the lowest type, and as Sir B. Mean, who buys his time second-hand for 1 penny. Everything in Fisher's letters, which always carried flaming admonitions to burn this, happily ignored by his correspondents, appears 10 times life-size and must be reduced proportionately if they are to be read in any reasonable relation to reality. Neither a serpent of the lowest type nor a Nelson, Admiral Milne was an average, uninspired ornament of the senior service. When Fisher discovered that he was not in fact being considered for Commander-in-Chief, he turned his fiery attentions upon other matters, leaving Sir B. Mean in untroubled enjoyment of the Mediterranean. In June 1914, Milne, too, visited Constantinople, where he dined with the Sultan and his ministers and entertained them aboard his flagship without concerning himself, any more than did other Englishmen, about Turkey's possible place in Mediterranean strategy. By August 1st, after receiving Churchill's first warning, he had assembled at Malta his own squadron of 3 battle cruisers, and the second squadron of armoured cruisers, light cruisers, and destroyers commanded by Rear Admiral Sir Ernest Troubridge. Early on August 2nd, he received a second order from Churchill, saying, "Goeben must be shadowed by 2 battle cruisers, and the Adriatic watched, presumably against the appearance of the Austrian fleet. The specific order to send 2 battle cruisers after the Goeben clearly envisaged combat, but Milne did not obey it. Instead, he sent the Indomitable and Indefatigable, along with Troubridge's squadron, to watch the Adriatic. Having been informed that the Goeben had been seen that morning off Taranto, heading southwest, he sent 1 light cruiser, the Chatham, to search the Strait of Messina, where he reasoned the Goeben would be, and where in fact she was. The Chatham left Malta at 5 p.m., ran through the strait at 7 next morning, and reported back that the Goeben was not there. The search had missed by 6 hours, Admiral Souchon having already left. He had reached Messina the previous afternoon, just as Italy declared her neutrality. Again refused coal by the Italians, he was able, however, to take on 2,000 tons provided by a German merchant shipping firm. He requisitioned, as a tender, a merchant steamer, the general of the German East Africa Line, after debarking her passengers who were given the price of a railroad ticket as far as Naples. Having received no orders as yet from his admiralty, Souchon decided to put himself in a position to taste action at the earliest moment after hostilities should begin and before superior forces could prevent him.
In the darkness, at 1 a.m. on August 3rd, he left Messina, heading west toward the Algerian coast, where he planned to bombard the French embarkation ports of Beaune and Philippeville. At the same hour, Churchill sent a third order to Milne. Watch on mouth of Adriatic should be maintained,
but Goeben is your objective. Follow her and shadow her wherever she goes, and be ready to act upon declaration of war, which appears probable and imminent. When he received this, Admiral Milne did not know where the Goeben was, the Chatham having lost her. He believed she was heading west to attack the French transports, and from a report he had received of a German collier waiting at Majorca, he concluded that she would thereafter make for Gibraltar and the open sea. He now detached the Indomitable and Indefatigable from their watch on the Adriatic and sent them westward to hunt for the Goeben. All day of August 3, the Goeben, steaming westward from Messina, was followed by her hunters, a day's distance behind. At the same time, the French fleet was steaming across from Toulon to North Africa. It should have left a day earlier, but in Paris, on August 2nd, occurred the unhappy collapse of the naval minister, Dr. Gautier, after he was discovered to have forgotten to send torpedo boats into the Channel. In the uproar that followed, the orders to the Mediterranean fleet suffered. Messimy, the war minister, became possessed by a need to hasten the arrival of the colonial corps. The embarrassed Dr. Gautier, endeavouring to cover his lapse in the Channel by jumping to the opposite extreme of belligerency, proposed to attack the Goeben and Breslau before a declaration of war. His nerves were on edge, President Poincaré thought. The naval minister next challenged the war minister to a duel, but after fervent efforts by their colleagues to separate and calm the combatants, he embraced Messimy in tears and was persuaded to resign for reasons of health. French uncertainty over the British role, which had not yet been declared, further complicated matters. At 4 p.m., the cabinet managed to compose a more or less coherent telegram to the French commander-in-chief, Admiral Bourg de la Peyrère, which informed him that the Goeben and Breslau had been sighted at Brindisi, that as soon as he received the signal for the opening of hostilities, he was to stop them, and that he was to protect the transports by covering them, not by convoy. Admiral de la Peyrère, a forceful character largely responsible for bringing the French navy out of its rusty obsolescence, promptly decided to form convoys anyway, since in his view the doubtful role of the British left him no choice. He started his fires at once and got underway at 4 o'clock next morning, a few hours after Souchon left Messina. During the next 24 hours, the 3 squadrons of the French fleet steamed southward, bound for Oran, Algiers and Philippeville, while the Goeben and Breslau were coming westward toward the same destination. At 6 p.m. August 3rd, Admiral Souchon's wireless told him that war had been declared on France. He pressed forward, as did the French, but his speed was greater. At 2 a.m. on August 4th he was approaching his goal, and the climactic moment of fire, when he received Admiral Tirpitz's order to proceed at once to Constantinople. Unwilling to turn back without, as he wrote, tasting that moment of fire so ardently desired by us all, he kept on course until the Algerian coast came in view in the early morning light. He thereupon ran up the Russian flag, approached within range, and opened fire, sowing death and panic. Our trick succeeded brilliantly, enthused one of his crew, who later published an account of the voyage. According to the Kriegsbrauch, or Conduct of War Manual issued by the German General Staff, the putting on of enemy uniforms and the use of enemy or neutral flags or insignia with the aim of deception are declared permissible. As the official embodiment of German thinking on these matters, the Kriegsbrauch was considered to supersede Germany's signature on the Hague Convention, of which Article 23 prohibited the use of disguise in enemy colours. After the shelling of Philippeville and of Beaune by the Breslau, Admiral Souchon turned back for Messina by the way he had come. He planned to coal there from German merchant steamers, before setting course for Constantinople 1,200 miles away. Admiral de la Peyrère, hearing of the bombardment by wireless almost at the moment it was happening, assumed the Goeben would continue westward, perhaps to attack Algiers next, on her way to break out to the Atlantic. He forced his speed in the hope of intercepting the enemy if he presented himself. He detached no ships to scout for the Goeben, because, as he reasoned, if the enemy appeared he would be given battle. If he did not appear, he would be of no further immediate concern. Like everyone else on the Allied side, Admiral de la Peyrère thought of the Goeben purely in terms of naval strategy. That she might perform a political mission profoundly affecting and prolonging the course of the war, neither he nor anyone else ever considered. When the Goeben and Breslau did not again appear across the French path, Admiral de la Peyrère did not seek them out. Thus, on the morning of August 4th, the first opportunity was lost. Another was immediately offered. At 9:30 that morning, the Indomitable and Indefatigable, which had been steaming west all during the night, encountered the Goeben and Breslau off Beaune, as the German ships were heading east back to Messina. If Grey had sent his ultimatum to Germany the night before, immediately following his speech to Parliament, Britain and Germany would then have been at war, and the cruisers' guns would have spoken. As it was, the ships passed each other in silence at 8,000 yards, well within range, and had to be content with training their guns and omitting the customary exchange of salutes. Admiral Suchon, bent on putting as much distance between himself and the British as he could before hostilities opened, sped off, straining his ship to the last ounce of speed his boilers could attain. The Indomitable and Indefatigable turned around and made after him, determined to keep in range until war should be declared. Their wireless, like a huntsman's bugle sounding a find, reported the position to Admiral Milne, who immediately informed the Admiralty, Indomitable and Indefatigable shadowing Goeben and Breslau, 37.44 north, 756 east. The Admiralty quivered in an agony of frustration. There, in the same waters that washed round Cape Trafalgar, British ships had the enemy within range, and could not fire. "Very good. Hold her. War imminent," telegraphed Churchill, and rushed off a most urgent minute to the Prime Minister and Grey, suggesting that if the Goeben attacked the French transports, Milne's cruisers should be authorized at once to engage her. Unfortunately, when reporting their position, Admiral Milne had neglected to say which way the Goeben and Breslau were going, so that Churchill assumed they were heading west with further evil intent upon the French. Winston, with all his war paint on, as Asquith put it, is longing for a sea fight to sink the Goeben. Asquith was willing to let him have it, but the cabinet to which he unfortunately mentioned the matter refused to authorize an act of war before the ultimatum should expire at midnight. Thus a second opportunity was lost, though it would have been lost anyway, because Churchill's order was contingent upon the Goeben attacking the French transports, a goal she had already forsaken. Now began a desperate chase across the calm summer surface of the sea, with Admiral Suchon attempting to outdistance his pursuers, and the British attempting to keep him in range until midnight. Driving his ship to its utmost, Suchon brought it up to 24 knots. Stokers who ordinarily could not work in the heat and coal dust for longer than 2 hours at a time were kept shoveling at an increased pace, while bursting tubes scalded them with steam. 4 died between morning and evening while the pace was maintained. Slowly, perceptibly, the space between prey and pursuers widened. The Indomitable and Indefatigable, also suffering from boiler trouble and understaffed furnaces, were not keeping up. In the afternoon they were joined in the long, silent chase by the light cruiser Dublin commanded by Captain John Kelly. As the hours wore on, the gap increased until at 5 o'clock the Indomitable and Indefatigable dropped out of range. Only the Dublin followed, keeping the Goeben in sight. At 7 o'clock a fog descended. By 9, off the coast of Sicily, the Goeben and Breslau disappeared in the gathering gloom. At the Admiralty all during that day, Churchill and his staff suffered the tortures of Tantalus. At 5 p.m., the First Sea Lord, Prince Louis of Battenberg, observed there was still time to sink the Goeben before dark. Restrained by the cabinet decision, Churchill could not give the order. While the British waited for the midnight signal, the Goeben reached Messina and Cole. When dawn broke, the British, now at war and free to fire, could not get at her. From the Dublin's last report before contact was lost, they judged she was at Messina, but in the meantime, a new obstacle had intervened. An Admiralty order informing Milne of Italy's declaration of neutrality instructed him to respect this rigidly and not to allow a ship to come within 6 miles of the Italian coast. The veto, which was designed to prevent some petty incident from causing trouble with Italy, was perhaps an excessive caution. Prohibited by the 6-mile limit from entering the Strait of Messina, Admiral Milne put a guard at both exits. As he was convinced that the Goeben would again head west, he himself, on his flagship Inflexible, together with the Indefatigable, guarded the exit to the western Mediterranean, while only a single light cruiser, the Gloucester, commanded by Captain Howard Kelly, brother of the Dublin's commander, was sent to patrol the exit to the eastern Mediterranean. Also because he wanted to concentrate his strength to the west, Admiral Milne sent the Indomitable to coal nearby at Bizerte, instead of further east at Malta. Thus none of the 3 Inflexibles was in a place where it could intercept the Goeben if she went east. For 2 days, August 5th and 6th, Milne patrolled the waters west of Sicily, with the fixed idea that the Goeben intended to break westward. The Admiralty, which likewise could think of no other course for the Goeben but to break through Gibraltar or hole up at Pola, did not disapprove his arrangements. During these 2 days, until the evening of August 6th, Admiral Suchon was coaling against difficulties at Messina. The Italians were insisting on the laws of neutrality that required him to depart within 24 hours of his arrival. The coaling, which had to be done from German merchant steamers whose decks had to be ripped up and railings torn away to permit the transfer, was taking 3 times as long as usual. While the Admiral argued points of law with the port authorities, every man in his crew was pressed into shoveling coal. Though encouraged by extra beer rations, band music, and patriotic speeches by the officers, the men kept fainting from exertion in the August heat until blackened and sweat-soaked bodies lay all over the ship like so many corpses. By noon on August 6th, when 1,500 tons had been taken on, not enough to reach the Dardanelles, no one was left capable of further effort. With a heavy heart, Admiral Suchon ordered loading to stop, a rest for all hands, and readiness for departure at 5 o'clock. 2 messages had reached him at Messina, which increased his peril and faced him with a critical decision. Tirpitz's order to go to Constantinople was suddenly cancelled by a telegram saying, "For political reasons, entry into Constantinople inadvisable at the present time." The reversal was caused by divided counsel in Turkey. Enver had given the German ambassador permission for the Goeben and Breslau to pass through the minefields guarding the Dardanelles. Since their passage would clearly violate the neutrality that Turkey was still publicly maintaining, the Grand Vizier and other ministers insisted the permission must be withdrawn. Tirpitz's second message informed Suchon that the Austrians could give no naval help to Germany in the Mediterranean, and left it up to Suchon to decide for himself where to go in the circumstances. His boilers, Suchon knew, could not give him the speed necessary to run through the heavy enemy screen in a dash for Gibraltar. He rebelled against holing himself up in Pola, dependent on the Austrians. He decided to make for Constantinople regardless of orders to the contrary. His purpose, in his own words, was quite definite: to force the Turks, even against their will, to spread the war to the Black Sea against their ancient enemy Russia. He ordered steam up for departure at 5 o'clock. all on board as well as on shore, knew the Goeben and Breslau were preparing to run a gauntlet against heavy odds. All day, excited Sicilians crowded the quays, selling postcards and last souvenirs to those about to die, and hawked extras headlined "In the Claws of Death, Shame or Defeat, Voyage to Death or Glory." Expecting to be pursued, Admiral Suchon deliberately chose to leave while it was still light so that he might be seen steering northward as if for the Adriatic. When night fell, he planned to change course to the southeast and elude pursuit under cover of darkness. As he lacked enough coal for the whole voyage, everything depended on his being able, unseen, to make rendezvous with a collier which had been ordered to meet him off Cape Malea at the southeast corner of Greece. When the Goeben and Breslau came out of the eastern exit of the Strait of Messina, they were immediately seen and followed by the Gloucester, which was patrolling outside. As the Gloucester was a match for the Breslau, but could have been knocked out of the sea by the heavy guns of the Goeben at 18,000 yards, she could do no more than keep the enemy in sight until reinforcements came up. Captain Kelly telegraphed position and course to Admiral Milne, who, with all 3 battle cruisers, was still patrolling west of Sicily, and followed to seaward of the Goeben. As darkness fell, toward 8 o'clock, he changed course to landward in order to keep the Goeben in the light of the moon as it rose on his right. The manoeuvre brought him within range, but did not tempt the Goeben to fire. In the clear night, the 2 dark shapes, dogged by a third, ran steadily northward, their smokestacks, owing to inferior coal taken on at Messina, blotching the moonlit sky with black clouds, which rendered them visible at a long distance. Admiral Milne, on learning that the Goeben had left Messina by the eastern exit, stayed where he was. He reasoned that if the Goeben continued on her given course, she would be intercepted by Admiral Troubridge's squadron, which was watching the Adriatic. If, as he was inclined to believe, her course was a feint and she should turn west after all, his own battle-cruiser squadron would intercept her. No other possibility occurred to him. Only one ship, the light cruiser Dublin, was sent east with orders to join Troubridge's squadron. Meanwhile, Suchon, unable to shake the Gloucester, could not afford to lead a false course any longer if he was to reach the Aegean on his available coal. Shadowed or not, he must alter course to the east. At 10 p.m. he turned, at the same time jamming the Gloucester's wavelength in the hope of preventing his change of course from being reported. He did not succeed. Captain Kelly's wireless, signalling the change of course, reached both Milne and Troubridge about midnight. Milne then set out for Malta, where he intended to coal and continue the chase. It was now up to Troubridge, in whose direction the enemy was coming, to intercept him. Troubridge had taken up his station at the mouth of the Adriatic under orders to prevent the Austrians from coming out and the Germans from entering. From the Goeben's course it was clear she was heading away from the Adriatic, but he saw that if he steamed south at once, he might be able to head her off. Could he, however, hope to engage her on terms offering a valid hope of victory? His squadron consisted of 4 armoured cruisers, Defence, Black Prince, Warrior, and Duke of Edinburgh, each of 14,000 tons, with 9.2-inch guns, whose range was considerably less than the range of the Goeben's 11-inch guns. The Admiralty's original order, forwarded to him apparently as an instruction by his superior, Admiral Milne, precluded action against superior forces. Failing to receive any orders from Milne, Troubridge decided to try to intercept the enemy if he could do it before 6 a.m., when the first light of dawn in the east would give him favourable visibility and help to equalize the disadvantage of range. He set off at full speed, southward, shortly after midnight. 4 hours later, he changed his mind. As naval attaché with the Japanese during the Russo-Japanese War, Troubridge had learned respect for the efficiency of long-range fire. Besides enjoying the correct lineage from a great-grandfather who had fought with Nelson at the Nile, and a reputation as the handsomest officer in the Navy in his younger days, he believed in seamanship as a soldier of Cromwell believed in the Bible.
Churchill valued him sufficiently to appoint him to the newly created Naval War Staff in 1912. But seamanship and excellence in staff work do not necessarily aid a commander when he faces imminent and deadly combat. When by 4 a.m. Troubridge had not yet found the Goeben, he decided he could no longer hope to engage her under favourable circumstances. He believed that in daylight the Goeben, if intercepted, could stand off outside his range and sink his 4 cruisers, one after another. While she was engaged in this feat of marksmanship and slaughter, he evidently saw little opportunity for any one of his 4 cruisers and 8 destroyers to reach her by gunfire or torpedo. He decided she was a superior force, which the Admiralty had said he was not to engage. He broke off the chase, so informed Milne by wireless, and, after cruising off the island of Zante until 10 a.m., still hoping for one of Milne's battle cruisers to appear, he finally put into the port of Zante, preparatory to resuming his watch for the Austrians in the Adriatic. Thus a third opportunity was lost, and the Goeben, carrying her tremendous cargo of fate, steamed on her way. At 5:30, A.M. Milne, still crediting the Goeben with intent to turn back to the west, signalled Gloucester gradually to drop astern to avoid capture. Neither he nor the Admiralty yet thought of the Goeben as a ship in flight, far more anxious to avoid combat than to court it, and exerting all her skills and speed to reach her distant goal. Rather, under the impression of the Philippeville raid and the years of mounting apprehensions of the German navy, the English thought of her as a corsair ready to turn and pounce and roam the seas as a commerce raider. They expected to bring her to bay one way or another, but their chase lacked an imperative urgency because, always expecting her to turn, they did not realize she was trying to get away to the east, specifically to the Dardanelles. The failure was less naval than political. I can recall no great sphere of policy about which the British government was less completely informed than the Turkish, Churchill admitted ruefully long afterwards. The condition was rooted in the Liberals' fundamental dislike of Turkey. By now it was full daylight of August 7th. Only the Gloucester, ignoring Milne's signal, was still following the Goeben as, rejoined by the Breslau, she approached the coast of Greece. Admiral Souchon, who could not afford to meet his collier within enemy view, became desperate to shake off his shadow. He ordered the Breslau to drop back in an attempt to ride off the Gloucester by passing back and forth in front of her as if laying mines and by other harassing tactics. Captain Kelly, still expecting reinforcements, became desperate on his part to delay the Goeben. When the Breslau dropped back to intimidate him, he determined to attack her with intent to force the Goeben to turn around to protect her, regardless of whether she was a superior force or not. In true damn the torpedo style, he opened fire, which was returned by the Breslau. As expected, the Goeben turned and fired too. No hits were scored by anyone. A small Italian passenger steamer en route from Venice to Constantinople, which happened to be passing, witnessed the action. Captain Kelly broke off action against the Breslau and dropped back. Admiral Souchon, who could not afford to spend precious coal on a chase, resumed course. Captain Kelly resumed his shadowing. For 3 more hours he held on, keeping the Goeben in sight until Milne signalled imperatively, forbidding him to continue the pursuit beyond Cape Matapan at the tip of Greece. At 4:30 in the afternoon, as the Goeben rounded the Cape to enter the Aegean, the Gloucester at last gave up the chase. Free of surveillance, Admiral Souchon disappeared among the isles of Greece to meet his collier. Some 8 hours later, shortly after midnight, having coaled and made repairs, Admiral Milne, with the inflexible, indomitable, indefatigable, and the light cruiser Weymouth, left Malta heading east. Proceeding at 12 knots, perhaps because he thought speed at this stage was a waste of coal, his pursuit was unhurried. At 2 o'clock next afternoon, August 8th, when he was about halfway between Malta and Greece, he was brought to a sharp halt by word from the Admiralty
that Austria had declared war on England. Unfortunately, the word was an error by a clerk who released the prearranged code telegram for hostilities with Austria by mistake. It was enough to make Milne abandon the chase and take up a position where he could not be cut off from Malta by the possible emergence of the Austrian fleet, and where he ordered Troubridge's squadron and the Gloucester to join him. One more opportunity was lost. They remained concentrated there for nearly 24 hours until noon next day, when, upon learning from an embarrassed Admiralty that Austria had not declared war after all, Admiral Milne once more resumed the hunt. By this time, the Goeben's trail, since she was last seen entering the Aegean on the afternoon of August 7th, was over 40 hours old. Trying to decide in what direction to look for her, Admiral Milne, according to his own later account, considered 4 possible courses the Goeben might take. He still thought she might attempt to escape westward to the Atlantic, or might head south to attack the Suez Canal, or might seek refuge in a Greek port, or even attack Salonika, 2 rather exotic suppositions in view of the fact that Greece was neutral. For some reason he did not credit Admiral Souchon with intent to violate Turkish neutrality. The Dardanelles as a destination did not occur to Admiral Milne any more than it did to the Admiralty at home. His strategy, as he conceived it, was to keep the Goeben bottled up in Aegean to the north. To the north was, of course, exactly where Souchon was going, but as the Turks had mined the entrance to the straits, he could not enter without their permission. He could go no further until he had coaled and communicated with Constantinople. His collier, the Bogadier, was waiting in Greek disguise at Cape Malea as ordered. Fearing to be discovered, he ordered it to make for Denusa, an island farther inside the Aegean. Unaware that the British chase had been discontinued, he lay low all during the day of August 8 and crept in to the deserted coast of Denusa only on the morning of the 9th. Here all day the Goeben and Breslau coaled, while steam was kept up in their boilers so that they might depart on half an hour's notice. A lookout post was erected on a hilltop to keep watch for the British, who were then 500 miles away, keeping watch for the Austrians. Admiral Souchon did not dare use his wireless to communicate with Constantinople, because a signal strong enough to cover the distance would have at the same time betrayed his location to the enemy. He ordered the general, which had followed him from Messina along a more southerly course, to go to Smyrna and from there transmit a message to the German naval attaché in Constantinople. Indispensable military necessity requires attack upon enemy in Black Sea. Go to any lengths to arrange for me to pass through straits at once, with permission of Turkish government if possible, without formal approval if necessary. All day of the 9th, Souchon waited for an answer. At one moment his wireless operators picked up a garbled text, but its meaning could not be deciphered. Night came without a reply. By this time, Milne's squadron, having discovered the Austrian error, was advancing toward the Aegean again. Souchon decided, if no answer came, to force the Dardanelles if necessary. At 3 a.m. of August 10th, he heard the wireless signals of the British squadron as it entered the Aegean. He could wait no longer. Just then a different series of syncopated buzzes came over the earphones. It was the general at last, transmitting the Delphic message: "Enter, demand surrender of forts, capture pilot." Uncertain whether this meant him to make a show of force to save Turkish face, or whether he would have to force his way through, Souchon left Denusa at dawn. While all day he steamed north at 18 knots, all day Admiral Milne cruised across the exit of the Aegean to prevent him from coming out. At 4 that afternoon, Souchon sighted Tenedos and the plains of Troy. At 5 he reached the entrance to the historic and impregnable passageway under the guns of the great fortress of Chanak. With his crew at battle stations and every nerve on board stretched in suspense, he slowly approached. The signal flag, "Send a pilot," fluttered up his mast. That morning there arrived at Constantinople the small Italian passenger steamer which had witnessed the Gloucester's action against the Goeben and Breslau. Among its passengers were the daughter, son-in-law, and 3 grandchildren of the American ambassador, Mr. Henry Morgenthau. They brought an exciting tale of the boom of guns, puffs of white smoke, and the twisting and maneuvering of faraway ships. The Italian captain had told them that 2 of the ships were the Goeben and Breslau, which had just made their notorious exit from Messina. Mr. Morgenthau, having occasion to meet Ambassador Wangenheim a few hours later, mentioned his daughter's story, in which Wangenheim displayed an agitated interest. Immediately after lunch, accompanied by his Austrian colleague, he appeared at the American embassy, where the 2 ambassadors planted themselves solemnly in chairs in front of the American lady and subjected her to a most minute, though very polite, cross-examination. They would not permit her to leave out a single detail. They wished to know how many shots had been fired, what direction the German ships had taken, what everybody on board had said, and so on. They left the house in almost jubilant mood. They had learned that the Goeben and Breslau had escaped the British fleet. It remained to obtain Turkish consent to let them through the Dardanelles. Enver Pasha, who as war minister controlled the minefields, was more than willing, but he had to play a complicated game vis-à-vis his more nervous colleagues. A member of the German military mission was with him that afternoon when another member, Lieutenant Colonel von Kress, was urgently announced. Kress said that the commander at the Chanak reported the Goeben and Breslau requesting permission to enter the straits and wanted immediate instructions. Enver replied he could not decide without consulting the Grand Vizier. Kress insisted that the fort required an answer at once. Enver sat perfectly silent for several minutes, and then said abruptly, "They are to be allowed to enter." Kress and the other officer, who had unconsciously been holding their breaths, found themselves breathing again. "If the English warships follow them in, are they to be fired on?" Kress next asked. Again Enver refused to answer, pleading that the cabinet must be consulted, but Kress insisted that the fort could not be left without definite instructions. "Are the English to be fired on or not?" A long pause followed. Finally Enver answered, "Yes." At the entrance to the straits, 150 miles away, a Turkish destroyer put out from shore and approached the Goeben, watched intense anxiety by every eye on deck. A signal flag fluttered briefly and was recognized as "Follow Me." At 9 o'clock that evening, August 10th, the Goeben and Breslau entered the Dardanelles, bringing, as long afterward Churchill somberly acknowledged, more slaughter, more misery, and more ruin than has ever before been borne within the compass of a ship. Instantly telegraphed round the world, the news reached Malta that night. Admiral Milne, still probing among the Aegean islands, learned it at noon next day. So little did his superiors understand the mission of the Goeben that they instructed him to establish a blockade of the Dardanelles in case the German ships came out. Prime Minister Asquith's comment on the news was that it was interesting, but he wrote in his diary, "As we shall insist on the Goeben's crew being replaced by Turks who will not be able to navigate her, it does not much matter." To insist appeared to Asquith to be all that was necessary. Allied ambassadors at once insisted, furiously and repeatedly. The Turks, still hoping to hold on to neutrality as a bargaining counter, decided to ask the Germans to disarm the Goeben and Breslau, temporarily and superficially only, but Wangenheim, invited to hear this proposal, absolutely refused. After further agitated discussion, one minister suddenly suggested, "Could not the Germans have sold us these ships? Could not their arrival be regarded as delivery under contract?" Everyone was delighted with this superb idea, which not only solved a dilemma, but dealt the British poetic justice for their seizure of the 2 Turkish battleships. With Germany's agreement, announcement of the sale was made to the diplomatic corps, and shortly thereafter the Goeben and Breslau, renamed the Yavuz and Midilli, flying the Turkish flag and with their crews wearing Turkish fezes, were reviewed by the Sultan amid the wild enthusiasm of his people. The sudden appearance of the 2 German warships, as if sent by a genie to take the place of the 2 of which they had been robbed, put the populace in transports of delight, and invested the Germans with a halo of popularity. Still, the Turks postponed the declaration of war for which Germany was pressing. Instead, they themselves began demanding from the Allies an increasing price for their neutrality. Russia was so alarmed by the Goebbels' arrival at the doors of the Black Sea that she was willing to pay. Like the sinner who renounces lifelong bad habits when in extremity, she was even ready to renounce Constantinople. On August 13th, Foreign Minister Sazonov proposed to France to offer Turkey a solemn guarantee of her territorial integrity and a promise of great financial advantages at the expense of Germany in return for her neutrality. He was actually willing to include a promise that Russia would abide by the guarantee even if we are victorious. The French agreed and moved heaven and earth, in the words of President Poincaré, to keep Turkey quiet and neutral, and to persuade Britain to join in a joint guarantee of Turkish territory. But the British could not bring themselves to bargain or pay for the neutrality of their one-time protégé. Churchill, at his most bellicose and violently anti-Turk, proposed to the cabinet to send a torpedo flotilla through the Dardanelles to sink the Goeben and Breslau. It was the one gesture which might have carried weight with vacillating Turks, and the only gesture which could have prevented what ultimately happened. One of the keenest and boldest minds in France had already suggested it on the day the Straits were violated. "We should go right in after them," said General Gallieni, "otherwise Turkey will come in against us." In the British cabinet, Churchill's idea was vetoed by Lord Kitchener, who said England could not afford to alienate the Moslems by taking the offensive against Turkey. Turkey should be left to strike the first blow. For nearly 3 months, while the Allies alternately blustered and bargained, and while German military influence at Constantinople daily increased, the groups within the Turkish government disputed and wavered. By the end of October, Germany determined that their endless procrastination must be brought to an end. Turkey's active belligerency, in order to blockade Russia from the south, had become imperative. On October 28th, the former Goeben and Breslau, under Admiral Souchon's command and accompanied by several Turkish torpedo boats, entered the Black Sea and shelled Odessa, Sevastopol, and Feodosia, causing some civilian loss of life and sinking a Russian gunboat. Aghast at the fait accompli laid at their door by the German admiral, a majority of the Turkish government wished to disavow it, but was effectively prevented. The operating factor was the presence of the Goeben at the Golden Horn, commanded by her own officers, manned by her own crew, disdainful of restraint. As Talat Bey pointed out, the government, the palace, the capital, they themselves, their homes, their sovereign and caliph, were under her guns. Dismissal of the German military and naval missions, which the Allies were demanding as proof of Turkey's neutrality, they were unable to perform. The act of war having been committed in the Turks' name, Russia declared war on Turkey on November 4th, followed by Britain and France on November 5th. Thereafter, the red edges of war spread over another half of the world. Turkey's neighbours, Bulgaria, Romania, Italy and Greece, were eventually drawn in. Thereafter, with her exit to the Mediterranean closed, Russia was left dependent on Archangel, icebound half the year, and on Vladivostok, 8,000 miles from the battlefront. With the Black Sea closed, her exports dropped by 98% and her imports by 95%. The cutting off of Russia with all its consequences, the vain and sanguinary tragedy of Gallipoli, the diversion of Allied strength in the campaigns of Mesopotamia, Suez and Palestine, the ultimate breakup of the Ottoman Empire, the subsequent history of the Middle East, followed from the voyage of the Goeben. Other sequels were as bitter if less momentous. Meeting the censure of his comrades, Admiral Troubridge demanded a court of inquiry, which ordered his trial by court-martial in November 1914, on the charge that he did forbear to chase HIGM's ship Goeben, being an enemy, then flying. On the basic issue, whether he was justified in regarding the Goeben as a superior force, The navy, for its own sake, acquitted him. Though he performed further service in the war, he was never again, owing to feeling in the fleet, given a command at sea. Admiral Milne, recalled on August 18th in order to leave the Mediterranean under French command, came home to be retired. On August 30th, the Admiralty announced that his conduct and dispositions in regard to the Goeben and Breslau had been made the subject of careful examination, with the result that their lordships approved the measures taken by him in all respects. Their lordships, who had been blind to the importance of Constantinople, did not seek a scapegoat. The Strait of Messina runs north and south, with the northern exit giving on the western Mediterranean and the southern exit on the eastern Mediterranean. For the sake of geographical clarity, these are referred to as the western and eastern exits respectively. Chilly, Liège, and Alsace. While concentration of the armies was proceeding, advance groups of the German and French forces moved to the attack as if through a revolving door. The Germans entered from the east and the French from the west. Each opponent's first move was to take place on his own extreme right, on the rim of the revolving door's perimeter, 300 miles apart. The Germans would proceed, regardless of what the French did, to the assault of Liège and the reduction of its ring of 12 forts, in order to open the roads across Belgium to the armies of their right wing. The French, equally regardless of what the enemy did, would charge into Upper Alsace in a move more sentimental than strategic, designed to open the war upon a wave of national enthusiasm and encourage an uprising of the local population against Germany. Strategically, its purpose was to anchor the French right on the Rhine. Liège was the portcullis guarding the gateway into Belgium from Germany. Built upon a steep slope rising 500 feet up from the left bank of the Meuse, moated by the river, here nearly 200 yards wide, surrounded by a 30-mile circumference of forts, it was popularly considered the most formidable fortified position in Europe. 10 years ago, Port Arthur had withstood a siege of 9 months before surrender. World opinion expected Liège certainly to equal the record of Port Arthur, if not to hold out indefinitely. 7 German armies totaling over 1,500,000 men were being assembled along the Belgian and French frontiers. They ranged in numerical order from the 1st Army on the German extreme right opposite Liège to the 7th Army on the extreme left in Alsace. The 6th and 7th Armies composed the German left wing of 16 divisions, the 4th and 5th Armies the centre of 20 divisions, and the 1st, 2nd and 3rd Armies made up the right wing of 34 divisions, which was to move through Belgium. An independent cavalry corps of 3 divisions was attached to the right wing. The 3 armies of the right wing were commanded by Generals von Kluck, von Bülow, and von Hausen, all 68 years old, of whom the first 2 were veterans of 1870. The commander of the cavalry corps was General von Marwitz. As von Kluck's First Army had to travel the farthest, its progress was to regulate the pace of the general advance. Concentrating north of Aachen, it was to take the roads which crossed the Meuse over the 5 bridges of Liège, whose capture was thus the vital first objective upon which all else depended. The guns of the forts of Liège dominated the gap between the Dutch frontier and the wooded and hilly Ardennes. Its bridges provided the only multiple crossing of the Meuse. Its junction of 4 railroad lines connecting Germany and Belgium with northern France was essential to the supply of the German armies on the march. Until it was taken and its forts put out of action, the German right wing could not move. A special Army of the Meuse of 6 brigades commanded by General von Emmich was detached from the Second Army to open the way through Liège. It was expected, unless the Belgians offered serious resistance, to accomplish this while the main armies were still concentrating. In one of his pre-war indiscretions, the Kaiser once said to a British officer at manoeuvres, I will go through Belgium like that, cutting the air with a flip of his hand. Belgium's declared intention to fight was, the Germans believed, no more than the rage of dreaming sheep, in the words a Prussian statesman once applied to his domestic opponents. When Liège had been taken and the First and Second Armies were on the roads on either side of it, at a point level with the city, the main advance would begin. Henri Brialmont, the greatest fortifications engineer of his time, had built the forts of Liège and of Namur in the 1880s at the insistence of Leopold II. Located on high ground in a circle around each city, they were designed to hold the passage of the Meuse against invaders coming from either direction. The Liège forts were situated on both banks of the river at an average distance of 4 to 5 miles from the city and 2 to 3 miles from each other. 6 were on the east bank facing Germany, and 6 on the west reaching around and behind the city. Like medieval castles sunk underground, the forts showed nothing on the surface but a triangular mound, from which protruded the cupolas for the disappearing gun turrets. Everything else was subterranean. Inclined tunnels led to the chambers underground and connected the turrets with the magazines and fire control rooms. The 6 larger forts and the 6 smaller fortins in between had a total of 400 guns, of which the largest were 8-inch, 210mm howitzers. In the corners of the triangles were smaller turrets for quick-firing guns and for machine guns, which covered the slopes immediately below. A dry moat 30 feet deep surrounded each fort. Each had a searchlight fitted to a steel observation tower, which could be lowered underground like the guns. The garrisons of each of the larger forts numbered 400, composed of 2 companies of artillery and 1 of infantry. Intended as advance posts to defend the frontier, rather than as last-ditch retreats to withstand a siege, the forts depended on the field army to hold the spaces in between. Overconfident in the great work of Brialmont, the Belgians had done little to keep the forts up to date, leaving them to be manned by inadequate garrisons drawn from the oldest classes of reserves with 1 officer per company. For fear of giving Germany the least excuse to declare Belgium's neutrality compromised, the order to construct trenches and barbed wire barricades for defence of the intervals between the forts and to raise trees and houses in the way of the guns was not given until August 2nd. When the attack came, these measures were barely begun. On their part, the Germans, believing the Belgians would yield to the ultimatum, or at most offer a token resistance, had not brought up the surprise weapon they had in store in the form of gigantic siege cannon of such size and destructive power that it had not been thought possible such guns could be made mobile. One, built by Skoda, the Austrian munitions firm, was a 12-inch, 305mm mortar. The other, built by Krups at Essen, was a monster of 16.5 inches, 420mm, which together with its gun carriage was 24 feet long, weighed 98 tons, fired a shell a yard long, weighing 1,800 pounds, at a range of 9 miles, and required a crew of 200 attendants. Until then, the largest guns known were Britain's 13.5-inch naval guns and the largest land guns, 11-inch fixed howitzers of the coast artillery. Japan, after a 6-month failure to reduce Port Arthur, had stripped her coasts of such weapons to use in the siege, but it had taken 3 more months under their fire before the Russian fortress surrendered. The German schedule could allow no such period to reduce the Belgian forts. Moltke had told Conrad von Hotzendorf that he expected the decision in the west to take place by the 39th day, and had promised to send German troops eastward to help Austria beginning on the 40th day. Although the Belgians were not expected to fight, nevertheless German thoroughness required that every contingency be provided for. The problem was to design the heaviest possible anti-fortification gun that could be transported overland. It had to be a mortar or short-barreled howitzer with high angle of fire capable of lobbing shells onto the tops of the forts, and yet without the rifling of a long barrel, have sufficient accuracy to hit a specific target. Krupp's, working in iron secrecy, was ready with a model of the 420 in 1909. The sawed-off bloated giant, though fired successfully, proved excessively cumbersome to move. It had to be transported by rail in 2 sections, each requiring a locomotive to pull it. Spur tracks had to be laid to bring the gun to its emplacement pit, which, owing to the tremendous downward thrust of the recoil, had to be dug several yards deep and filled with concrete in which the gun was embedded, and from which it could only be released by blasting. The emplacement process required 6 hours. For 4 more years, Krupp's worked to construct a gun transportable by road by breaking it down into several sections. In February 1914, such a model was achieved and tested at the Kummersdorf Proving Ground, much to the gratification of the Kaiser, who was invited for the occasion. Further tests over roads with steam and gasoline motors and even multiple horse teams as movers showed that improvements were necessary. A target date of October 1st, 1914, was set. The Austrian Skoda 305Es, completed in 1910, had the advantage of superior mobility. Motor drawn in 3 sections consisting of gun, mount, and portable foundation, they could travel 15 to 20 miles in a day. Instead of tires, their wheels wore continuous belts of what was then awesomely described as iron feet. At the point of emplacement, the portable steel foundation was set down, the mount bolted to it, and the gun fitted to the mount, the whole process requiring 40 minutes. Disassembly could be achieved equally quickly, which made the guns proof against capture. They could be swung right or left to an angle of 6 degrees and had a range of 7 miles. Like the 420S, they fired an armor-piercing shell with a delayed action fuse, allowing the explosion to take place after penetration of the target. When war broke out in August, several of the Austrian 305s were in Germany, loaned by Konrad von Hotzendorf, until the German model should be ready. Krupp's had in existence at this time 5 420s of the railroad model and 2 of the road model still waiting for the necessary improvements in transportation. Urgent orders to make them ready were issued on August 2nd. When the invasion of Belgium began, Krupp's was working desperately day and night to assemble guns, mounts, motors, equipment, horse teams for emergencies, mechanics, truck drivers, and artillery personnel who had to be given last-minute training. Moltke still hoped to get through without needing them. If, however, the Belgians were so misguided as to fight, the Germans expected that the forts could be taken by simple assault. No detail of the assault had been left to chance. Its planning had been the study of an officer who was Schlieffen's most devoted disciple on the general staff. Gluttony for work and a granite character had overcome lack of a von. To win for Captain Erich Ludendorff the right to wear the coveted red stripes of the general staff, whose ranks he entered at the age of 30 in 1895. Although his thick body, his blonde moustache over a harsh, down-curving mouth, his round double chin, and that bulge at the back of the neck which Emerson called the mark of the beast, characterized Ludendorff as belonging to the opposite physical type from the aristocratic Schlieffen. He modelled himself on Schlieffen's hard, shut-in personality. Deliberately friendless and forbidding, the man who within 2 years was to exercise greater power over the people and fate of Germany than anyone since Frederick the Great, remained little known or liked. None of the usual reminiscences of friends and family or personal stories or sayings accumulated around him. Even as he grew in eminence, he moved without attendant anecdotes, a man without a shadow. Regarding Schlieffen as one of the greatest soldiers who ever lived, Ludendorff, as a member and ultimately chief of the mobilization section of the General Staff from 1904 to 1913, devoted himself to ensuring the success of his master's plan. Of its soundness, he says, the entire staff was convinced, for nobody believed in Belgium's neutrality. In the event of war,
Ludendorff expected to become chief of military operations, but in 1913 he came into conflict with the then Minister of War, General von Heeringen, and was removed from the staff to a regimental command. In April 1914 he was promoted to general with orders, upon mobilization, to join the Second Army as Deputy Chief of Staff. In that capacity, on August 2nd, he was assigned to Emmech's Army of the Meuse for the attack upon Liège, charged with liaison between the assault force and the parent command. On August 3rd, King Albert became Commander-in-Chief of the Belgian Army, without illusions. The plan he and Gallet had drawn up to meet the hypothesis of a German invasion had been frustrated. They had wanted to bring up all 6 Belgian divisions to take a stand along the natural barrier of the Meuse, where they could reinforce the fortified positions of Liège and Namur. But the General Staff and its new chief, General Celliers de Moranville, disinclined to let the young king and the low-ranking Captain Gallet dictate strategy, and itself torn between offensive and defensive ideas, had made no arrangements to bring the army up behind the Meuse. In accordance with strict neutrality, the 6 divisions were stationed before the war to face all comers, the 1st Division at Ghent facing England, the 2nd at Antwerp, the 3rd at Liège facing Germany, the 4th and 5th at Namur, Charleroi, and Mons facing France, the 6th and the Cavalry Division in the centre at Brussels. General Celliers' plan, once the enemy was identified, was to concentrate the army in the centre of the country facing the invader, leaving the garrisons of Antwerp, Liège, and Namur to look after themselves. The impetus of existing plans is always stronger than the impulse to change. The Kaiser could not change Moltke's plan, nor could Kitchener alter Henry Wilson's, nor Lanrezac alter Joffre's. By August 3rd, when King Albert, becoming officially Commander-in-Chief, took precedence over General Celliers, it was too late to organize deployment of the whole army along the Meuse. The strategy adopted was to concentrate the Belgian army before Louvain on the River Geta, about 40 miles east of Brussels, where it was now decided to make a defence. The best the king could do was to insist upon the 3rd Division remaining at Liège and the 4th at Namur to reinforce the frontier garrisons instead of joining the field army in the centre of the country. As commander of the 3rd Division and governor of Liège, the king had obtained the appointment in January 1914 of his own nominee, General Lehmann, the 63-year-old commandant of the War College. A former officer of engineers like Joffre, Lehmann had spent the last 30 years, except for a 6-year interval, on the staff of the engineers at the War College where Albert had studied under him. He had had 7 months to try to reorganize the defences of the Liège forts without the support of the General Staff. When the crisis came, a conflict of orders broke over his head. On August 1st, General Celliers ordered away 1 brigade of the 3rd Division, a third of its strength. On appeal from Lehmann, the king countermanded the order. On August 3rd, General Celliers, in his turn, countermanded the king's order for demolition of the bridges above Liège, on the ground that they were needed for movements of the Belgian army. Again, on appeal from Le Mans, the king supported the general against the chief of staff, and added a personal letter charging Le Mans to hold to the end the position which you have been entrusted to defend. The will to defend the country outran the means. Of machine guns, the essential weapon for defence, the Belgian army's proportion per man was half that of the German army. Of heavy field artillery, needed for the defensive positions between the forts, it had none at all. The planned increase in military service, which was intended to bring the field army up to 150,000 with 70,000 reserves, and the fortress troops to 130,000 by the year 1926, had hardly got underway. In August 1914, the field army mustered 117,000 with no trained reserves, all the remaining reserves being used to man the forts. The Civic Guard, a gentlemanly gendarmerie in top hats and bright green uniforms,
were pressed into active service. Many of its duties were taken over by Boy Scouts. The active army had had no practice in entrenching and hardly any tools to dig with. Transport was lacking, as were tents and field kitchens. Cooking utensils had to be collected from farms and villages. Telephone equipment was negligible. The army marched in a chaos of improvisation. It marched also, or was borne along, on a crest of enthusiasm, haloed by a mist of illusion. Soldiers, suddenly popular, were overwhelmed by gifts of food and kisses and beer. They soon broke ranks and strolled through the streets, showing off their uniforms and greeting friends. Parents joined their sons to see what war was like. Magnificent limousines, requisitioned as transport, sped by piled with loaves and joints of meat. Cheers roared after them. Cheers greeted the machine guns pulled, like the milk carts of Flanders, by dogs. Early on August 4th, a quiet, clear, luminous morning, 70 miles to the east of Brussels, the first invaders, units of von Marwitz's cavalry, crossed into Belgium. Coming at a steady, purposeful trot, they carried 12-foot steel-headed lances and were otherwise hung about with an arsenal of sabres, pistols, and rifles. Harvesters looking up from the roadside fields, villagers peering from their windows whispered Uhlans, the outlandish name with its overtones of the savage Tartar horsemen from whom it derived evoked Europe's ancestral memory of barbarian invasion. The Germans, when engaged in their historic mission of bringing Kultur to their neighbours, showed a preference, as in the Kaiser's use of the word Huns, for fearful models. As vanguard of the invasion, the cavalry's mission was to reconnoitre the position of the Belgian and French armies, to watch out for British landings, and to screen the German deployment against similar enemy reconnaissance. On the first day, the duty of the advance squadrons, supported by infantry brought up in automobiles, was to seize the crossings of the Meuse before the bridges were destroyed and capture farms and villages as sources of food and forage. At Warsage, just inside the frontier, Monsieur Fléchet, the burgomaster of 72, wearing his scarf of office, stood in the village square as the horsemen clattered over the cobblestones of the Belgian Pave. Riding up, the squadron's officer with a polite smile handed him a printed proclamation which expressed Germany's regret at being compelled by necessity to enter Belgium. Though wishing to avoid combat, it said, "We must have a free road. Destruction of bridges, tunnels, and railroads will be regarded as hostile acts." In village squares all along the border from Holland to Luxembourg, the Uhlans scattered the proclamations, hauled down the Belgian flag from the town halls, raised the black eagle of the German Empire, and moved on, confident in the assurance given them by their commanders that the Belgians would not fight. Behind them, filling the roads that converged on Liège, came the infantry of Emmech's assault force, rank after rank. Only the red regimental number painted on helmet fronts broke the monotony of field grey. Horse-drawn field artillery followed. The new leather of boots and harness creaked. Companies of cyclists sped ahead to seize road crossings and farmhouses and lay telephone wires. Automobiles honked their way through, carrying monocled staff officers, with orderlies holding drawn pistols sitting up front and trunks strapped on behind. Every regiment had its field kitchens on wheels, said to be inspired by one the Kaiser had seen at Russian manoeuvres, with fires kindled and cooks standing up, stirring the stew as the wagons moved. Such was the perfection of the equipment and the precision of the marching that the invaders appeared to be on parade. Each soldier carried 65 pounds, rifle and ammunition, knapsack, canteen, extra boots, entrenching tools, knife, and a multiplicity of implements and kits strapped to his coat. In one bag was his iron ration containing 2 cans of meat, 2 of vegetables, 2 packages of hardtack, 1 of ground coffee, and a flask of whiskey, which was only to be opened on permission of an officer and was inspected daily to determine if its owner had cheated. Another bag held thread, needles, bandages, and adhesive tape. Another held matches, chocolate, and tobacco. Around the officers' necks hung binoculars and leather-bound maps covering the particular regiment's designated line of march, so that no German would ever be in the predicament of the British officer who complained that battle is a process which always takes place at the junction of two maps. As they marched, the Germans sang. They sang Deutschland über alles, Die Wacht am Rhein, and Heil dir im Siegeskranz. They sang when they halted, when they billeted, when they caroused. Many who lived through the next 30 days of mounting combat, agony, and terror were to remember the sound of endless, repetitious masculine singing as the worst torment of the invasion. General von Emmig's brigades, converging upon Liège from the north, east, and south, discovered when they reached the Meuse that the bridges above and below the city had already been destroyed. When they attempted to cross on pontoons, Belgian infantry opened fire, and the Germans, to their astonishment, found themselves in actual combat, hit by live ammunition, wounded and dying. They had 60,000 men to the Belgians' 25,000. By nightfall they had succeeded in crossing the river at Vissy, north of the city. The brigades attacking from the south were held off. Those attacking through the centre, where the river makes an inward bend, reached the line of forts before reaching the river. During the day, as the boots and wheels and hooves of the German ranks overran villages and trampled fields of ripe grain, the shooting increased, and with it the vexation of the German troops who had been told that the Belgians were chocolate soldiers. Surprised and enraged by the resistance, the German soldiers, in the state of heightened nerves produced by the first experience of combat, were immediately susceptible to the first cry of snipers. At once they imagined enraged civilians shooting at them from behind every house and hedgerow. At once they raised the cry, "Man hat geschossen." That was to be the signal for every reprisal upon civilians from Vissy to the gates of Paris. From the first day, the figure of the terrible franc-tireur, remembered from 1870, which the Germans were to conjure into gigantic proportions, began to take shape. The spirit of resistance, soon to find its voice in the famous clandestine newspaper Le Libre Belge, was barely awake that first morning among the inhabitants of the frontier towns. Their own government, knowing the nature of the enemy, had already distributed notices to be posted in every community, ordering civilians to deposit arms with the town authorities, and warning that if caught with arms by the Germans, they might be subject to the death penalty. The placards instructed the people not to fight or insult the enemy, and to remain indoors behind closed windows in order to avoid any pretext for measures of repression resulting in bloodshed or pillage or massacre of the innocent population. Thus sternly cautioned and awestruck at the sight of the invaders, the people were hardly prepared to try to halt the armoured multitudes with individual rabbit guns. Nevertheless, on the first day of the invasion, the Germans began the shooting not only of ordinary civilians, but of Belgian priests, a more deliberate affair. On August 6th, Major General Karl Ulrich von Bülow, brother of the ex-chancellor and commander of a cavalry division in the attack on Liège, told a brother officer that he disapproved of the summary executions of Belgian priests which had taken place on the previous day. The pretext that Belgian priesthood was engaged in a conspiracy to encourage franc-tireur warfare, organized within the first 24 hours and in defiance of the civil government, was designed for German consumption. For Belgian consumption, the executions were meant as an exercise in frightfulness, according to the theory developed by the Emperor Caligula. Oderint dum metuant. Let them hate us as long as they fear us. On the first day, too, the Germans shot 6 hostages taken at Warsage and burned the village of Batisse as an example. It was burned out, completely gutted, wrote a German officer, who marched through it a few days later. One could see through the frameless window openings into the interior of the rooms, with their roasted remnants of iron bedsteads and furnishings. Broken bits of household utensils lay scattered about the street. Except for dogs and cats scavenging among the ruins, all signs of life had been extinguished by the fire. In the market square stood the roofless, spireless church. In another place where, he was told, 3 German hussars had been shot, the whole village was in flames. Cattle bellowed desperately in barns. Half-burned chickens rushed about, demented. 2 men in peasant smocks lay dead against a wall. Our advance in Belgium is certainly brutal, Moltke wrote to Conrad on August 5th, but we are fighting for our lives, and all who get in the way must take the consequences. He did not have in mind the consequences to Germany, but the process which was to make Belgium the nemesis of Germany had begun. On August 5th, Emmech's brigades opened the attack on the 4 easternmost forts of Liège with a cannonade by field artillery, followed by infantry assault. The light shells made no impression on the forts, and the Belgian guns poured a hail of fire on the German troops, slaughtering their front ranks. Company after company came on, making for the spaces between the forts where the Belgian entrenchments had not been completed. At some points where they broke through, the Germans stormed up the slopes where the guns could not be depressed to reach them, and were mowed down by the fort's machine guns. The dead piled up in ridges a yard high. At Fort Barchon, Belgians, seeing the German lines waver, charged with the bayonet and threw them back. Again and again the Germans returned to the assault, spending lives like bullets in the knowledge of plentiful reserves to make up the losses. They made no attempt at deploying, a Belgian officer described it later, but came on line after line, almost shoulder to shoulder, until as we shot them down, the fallen were heaped on top of each other in an awful barricade of dead and wounded that threatened to mask our guns and cause us trouble. So high did the barricade become that we did not know whether to fire through it or to go out and clear openings with our hands. But would you believe it? This veritable wall of dead and dying enabled those wonderful Germans to creep closer and actually to charge up the glacis. They got no farther than halfway because our machine guns and rifles swept them back. Of course we had our losses, but they were slight compared to the carnage we inflicted on our enemies. The prodigal spending of lives by all the belligerents that was to mount and mount in senseless excess to hundreds of thousands at the Somme, to over 1 million at Verdun, began on that second day of the war at Liège. In their furious frustration at the first check, the Germans threw men recklessly against the forts in whatever numbers would be necessary to take the objective on schedule. During the night of August 5th, Emmech's brigades reassembled on their separate roads for a renewed attack, scheduled to begin at midnight. General Ludendorff, accompanying the 14th Brigade, which occupied the centre of the German line, found the troops gloomy and nervous. Ahead, the fortress guns loomed fearfully. Many officers doubted that infantry attack could prevail against them. Rumour reported that an entire cyclist company sent out to reconnoitre earlier in the day had been annihilated. A column taking the wrong road in the darkness bumped up against another, tangled, and came to a confused halt. Ludendorff, riding up to find the cause of the trouble, discovered the orderly of General von Wussow, commander of the 14th Brigade, leading the general's horse with empty saddle. Von Wussow had been killed by machine gun fire along the road ahead. Ludendorff, with instant boldness, seized opportunity by the throat. He took command of the brigade and gave the signal for attack that was intended to pierce the interval between Fort Fleurant and Fort de Vigny. As they advanced, men fell under fire, and for the first time in his life, Ludendorff heard the peculiar thud of bullets striking human bodies. Through some quirk in the fortunes of war, the guns of Fort Fleurant, less than 2 miles away, failed to open fire. In a village where house-to-house fighting developed, Ludendorff ordered up a field howitzer, which fired right and left into the houses, and soon cleared the way through. By 2 o'clock on the afternoon of the 6th, the brigade had broken through the ring of forts and reached the heights on the right bank of the Meuse, from where they could see Liège and its citadel, an imposing but disused fort directly across the river. Here they were joined by General von Emmich, but although they waited in increasing anxiety, scanning the roads to north and south, no troops of the other brigades appeared. The 14th discovered itself isolated within the circle of forts. Its field guns were trained on the citadel and fired as a signal to the other brigades, as well as to intimidate the governor of the fortress and the inhabitants. Angered at having to waste time and manpower fighting a people who, with ordinary common sense, should have let them pass, the Germans throughout the month of August were obsessed by the goal of intimidating the Belgians into giving up their stupid and futile resistance. Under a flag of truce, the former German military attaché at Brussels, who was personally known to General Lehmann, had been sent the day before to persuade or, failing in that, to threaten him into surrender. Lehmann was told by the emissary that Zeppelins would destroy Liège if he did not let the Germans through. The parley failed of its purpose, and on August 6th the Zeppelin LZ was duly sent from Cologne to bomb the city. The 13 bombs it dropped, the 9 civilians it killed, inaugurated a 20th century practice. After the bombardment, Ludendorff sent another emissary under another flag of truce, who also failed to persuade Lehmann to surrender. Ruse, too, was tried. In an effort to kidnap or kill the commander, a detachment of 30 men and 6 officers, disguised in unmarked uniforms resembling those of the British, drove up in automobiles to Lehmann's headquarters on the Rue Sainte-Foy and asked to see the general. His aide, Major Marchand, coming to the door, cried, "They are not English, they're Germans," and was instantly shot down. He was immediately avenged by comrades who, in the spirited and unabashed reporting of 1914, maddened at the dastardly violation of the rules of civilized warfare, spared not, but slew. In the confusion, General Lehmann escaped to Fort Lansin, west of the city, where he continued to direct the defense. He realized, now that a German brigade had penetrated between the forts, that he could not expect to hold the city. If the brigades attacking from the north and south also succeeded in breaking through, Liège would be encircled, and the 3rd Division cut off from the rest of the army, where it could be trapped and annihilated. Lehmann's intelligence had identified units of 4 German army corps in the attacking force, which appeared to give Emmich the equivalent of 8 divisions against Lehmann's 1. Actually, Emmich's troops were not organized by corps but by detached brigades, and now numbered, with the reinforcements hurriedly sent to him, about 5 divisions. The lone 3rd Division was not enough to save itself or Liège. On the morning of August 6th, General Lehmann, knowing it was the King's fixed purpose to preserve the field army in being and in contact with Antwerp, regardless of what happened elsewhere, ordered the 3rd Division to fall back from Liège and join the rest of the army in front of Louvain. It meant that the city, though not the forts, would fall. But even for Liège, a division could not be sacrificed, for beyond Liège was the independence of Belgium. Unless the king remained in command of an army on some corner of his own soil, he would be at the mercy not only of his enemies, but of his allies. Brussels on August 6th went mad with excitement at news of the repulse administered to the Germans the day before. Grande victoire belge, proclaimed newspaper extras. Happy ardent people crowded the cafes, congratulated one another, boasted of vengeance, stayed up all night to celebrate, and next morning delightedly read to each other a Belgian communiqué which said that 125,000 Germans had completely failed to make any impression, and 3 army corps engaged in the attack were cut up and useless. Echoing the optimism, the Allied press reported the German rout complete, with several regiments having surrendered, many prisoners taken, 20,000 German casualties, the defenders everywhere successful, the invaders decisively checked, and their advance brought to a standstill. How the withdrawal of the Belgian 3rd Division, briefly mentioned, fitted into this picture was somehow left unexplained. At Belgian headquarters in the Old Town Hall at Louvain, confidence was as high as if the Belgian army numbered 34 divisions and the Germans 6 instead of the other way around. The forward group within the general staff hummed with wild plans for an immediate offensive. The king vetoed it at once. He recognized in the size of the force attacking Liège, and in new reports of 5 German corps now identified, the outlines of the envelopment strategy of Schlieffen. There was still a chance, if he were reinforced by French and English forces in time, of halting the Germans at the river Geta, midway between Antwerp and Namur. Already he had sent 2 urgent appeals to President Poincaré. At this stage he still expected, as did everyone in Belgium, to be joined on Belgian territory by his allies. "Where are the French? Where are the English?" people everywhere asked one another. In one village, a Belgian woman offered a bunch of flowers tied with the English colours to a soldier in a strange uniform which she thought was khaki. In some embarrassment, he identified himself as German. In France, Poincaré and Messimy, who in his exuberance had instantly proposed to send 5 corps to help the Belgians, were helpless against Joffre's silent and stubborn refusal to change his plan of deployment by so much as a brigade. 3 French cavalry divisions under General Saudet would enter Belgium on August 6th to reconnoitre German strength east of the Meuse. But only the non-appearance of the English, Joffre said, would induce him to extend his left wing. Late on the night of August 5th, word came from London that the War Council, after an all-day meeting, had made up its mind to send an expeditionary force, but of only 4 divisions, plus cavalry instead of 6. Although this was disappointing, it did not induce Joffre to shift any divisions to his left to make up the British deficiency. He was keeping everything for the French offensive through the centre. All he sent to Belgium, apart from the cavalry, was a single staff officer, Colonel Brecard, with a letter to King Albert. It suggested that the Belgian army should postpone decisive action and retreat upon Namur, where it would make contact with the French, and, when the French concentration was completed, join in a common offensive. 4 French divisions, Joffre said, would be sent to Namur, but would not reach there until August 15th. As Joffre saw it, the Belgian army, ignoring purely Belgian interests for the sake of a common front, should act as a wing of the French army in conformity with French strategy. As King Albert saw it, with his clearer sense of the danger of the German right wing, if he allowed the Belgian army to make a stand at Namur, it could be cut off from its base at Antwerp by the advancing Germans and pushed out of Belgium over the French border. More intent on holding the Belgian army on Belgian soil than upon a common strategy, King Albert was determined to keep open his line of retreat to Antwerp. Purely military considerations pointed to Namur. Historical and national reasons pointed to Antwerp, even at the risk of the army being bottled up there, where it could exercise no direct influence upon the war as a whole. If compelled, the Belgian army would retreat upon Antwerp, not Namur, the king told Colonel Brecard. Bitterly disappointed, Brecard informed Joffre that the Belgians could not be expected to join the French in a combined offensive. On August 7th, the French government, which had never been consulted about Plan 17 and was now prevented by its requirements from coming to the aid of Belgium, conferred the Grand Cross of the Legion of Honour upon Liège and the Military Medal upon King Albert. The gesture, however inadequate in the circumstances, expressed something of the world's startled admiration of Belgium's fight. She is not only defending the independence of Europe, she is the champion of honour, declared the president of the French Chamber. She has won immortal renown by shattering the superstition that the German armies are invincible, declared the Times of London. While the tributes multiplied, the people of Liège spent the first of the countless nights that 20th century Europeans were to spend in cellars. Following the day of terror under the Zeppelin raid, Liege was pounded all night by the exploding shells of Ludendorff's field artillery in an attempt to cow the city into surrender. The method was as fruitless as the long-range bombardment of Paris by the Big Berthas in 1918, or the Luftwaffe and V2 bombings of London 1 war later. After the preliminary softening up, Emich and Ludendorff decided to enter the city without waiting for the other brigades to come up. Meeting no resistance, as the Belgian 3rd Division had by now been withdrawn, the 14th Brigade marched across 2 bridges which were still undestroyed. Ludendorff, thinking the citadel had been taken by an advance guard sent ahead for that purpose, drove up the steep, winding road in a staff car with a single adjutant. Reaching the courtyard, he found no German soldiers in possession, the advance guard having not yet arrived. He nevertheless unhesitatingly banged on the gates, and on their being opened to him, received the surrender of the citadel from the remaining Belgian soldiers inside. He was 49, twice the age of Bonaparte in 1793, and Liège was his Toulon. Down below in the city, General Emich, not finding Le Mans, arrested the burgomaster, who was told that Liège would be shelled and burned unless the fort surrendered, and was offered a safe conduct to obtain the surrender from General Lehmann or the king. He refused and remained a prisoner. By evening, 3 more German brigades had broken through the ring of forts to join the 14th inside the city. At 6 that evening, an officer of motor transport tore through the streets of Aachen, bringing excited word to 2nd Army headquarters that General Emich was inside Liège and at that moment negotiating with the burgomaster. In the midst of shouts and hochs, a telegram from Emich to his wife was intercepted with the message, "Hurrah in Liège." At 8 p.m., a liaison officer brought word from Emich that although General Lehmann had not been taken, the bishop and burgomaster were prisoners, the citadel had surrendered, the city was evacuated by Belgian troops, but that he had no information about the forts. In Berlin, where Supreme Headquarters, or Oberste Heeresleitung, hereafter OHL, remained until the end of the concentration period, the Kaiser was ecstatic. At the beginning, when it had appeared that the Belgians were going to fight after all, he had bitterly reproached Moltke. "Now you see you have brought the English down on me without any reason." But at news of the fall of Liège, he called him his dearest Julius, and as Moltke recorded it, "I was rapturously kissed." Still, the English continued to worry the Kaiser. On August 10th, the American ambassador, Mr. Gerard, who came to present an offer by President Wilson to mediate, found him despondent. Seated in the garden of the palace at a green iron table under a sun umbrella with papers and telegraph forms scattered before him, and 2 dachshunds lying at his feet, the Kaiser lamented, "The English changed the whole situation. An obstinate people. They will keep up the war. It cannot end soon." The bitter truth that none of the forts had been taken was learned the day after the fall of the city, when Ludendorff came out of Liège to report. He insisted that the siege cannon must be brought into action at once. The Belgians still showed no disposition to surrender. Already the advance of Kluck's First Army, scheduled to be the first to start, had to be put off from the 10th to the 13th. Meanwhile at Essen, the hideous fat black siege mortars stood immobile, while around them surged the frantic struggle to assemble the motor transport and trained gun crews. By August 9th, the 2 road models were ready, and that night were loaded onto freight cars to be transported as far as possible by railway to save their treads. The train left Essen on the 10th and reached Belgium by nightfall. But at Herbestal, 20 miles east of Liège, at 11 p.m., came to a dead stop. The railroad tunnel, blown up by the Belgians, was blocked. Furious efforts failed to reopen it. The mammoth guns had to be unloaded and proceed by road. Though they had only 11 miles to cover to come within range of the forts, One breakdown after another thwarted their progress. Motors failed, harness broke, roads were blocked. Passing troops had to be pressed into service to help haul them. All day the slow struggle with the two silent monsters went on. While they were on their way, the German government made a last effort to persuade Belgium to yield passageway through her territory. On August 9th, Mr. Gerard was asked to forward a note to his colleague in Brussels for presentation to the Belgian government. Now that the Belgian army has upheld its honour by heroic resistance of a very superior force, it said, the German government beg the King of the Belgians and his government to spare Belgium further horrors of war. Germany was ready to make any compact with Belgium consistent with allowing her armies free passageway and would give her solemn assurances that she had no intention of taking Belgian territory and would evacuate the country as soon as the progress of war permitted. Both the American ministers in Brussels and at The Hague declined to be the bearer of such a proposal. But through the offices of the Dutch government, it eventually reached King Albert on August 12th. He refused. His steadfastness, in view of the enormity of the threat to his country, did not seem entirely believable, even to his allies. No one had expected heroism from Belgium. Yes, said King Albert, after the war, in reply to a French statesman's praise of his conduct, we were cornered into it. In 1914 the French had their doubts, and on August 8th sent the Under-Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Monsieur Berthelot, to see the King on the basis of a rumour that he was going to arrange a truce with Germany. Berthelot was charged with the unhappy duty of explaining to the King that France would do everything in her power to help Belgium except interfere with her own plan of operations. Albert tried again to convey to the French his apprehension of the huge right wing that would be coming through Flanders, and repeated his warning that the Belgian army might have to withdraw to Antwerp. It would resume the offensive when, he delicately added, the approach of the Allied armies makes itself felt. To the outside world, it seemed, as from his pinnacle of authority, the military correspondent of the Times announced that the German force attacking Liège has been very handsomely beaten. For the moment, this was approximately true. The vaunted German army, which had expected to be so easily victorious over the dreaming sheep, had failed to take the forts by assault. It came to a pause after August 9th and waited for reinforcements, though not of the human kind. It waited for the siege guns. In France, General Joffre and his staff still had their minds closed as resolutely as ever to Flanders, still focused their thoughts as ardently as ever on the Rhine. The 5 French armies, totaling approximately the same 70 divisions that the Germans had on the Western Front, were arranged in order from the 1st Army on the right to the 5th on the left. Divided by the fortified area of Verdun-Toul, they were concentrated in 2 groups in much the same proportion as the German armies were grouped on either side of Metz-Thionville. The 1st and 2nd armies, facing the German 7th and 6th, in Alsace and Lorraine, together formed the French right wing, whose mission was by vigorous attack to throw the Germans opposite them back upon the Rhine while driving a solid wedge between the German left and centre. Farthest to the right was stationed a special assault force like Emmich's at Liège for the opening move into Alsace. Detached from the 1st Army and composed of the 7th Corps and 8th Cavalry Division, it was to liberate Mulhouse and Colmar and anchor itself upon the Rhine in the corner where Germany, Alsace and Switzerland meet. Next to it was the 1st Army commanded by handsome General Dubail. Dubail, it was said, did not recognize the impossible, combined indomitable will with unlimited energy, and for some cause hidden in the intricate defiles of French army politics, was not on the best of terms with General de Castelnau, his immediate neighbour on the left. Castelnau had left the general staff to become commander of the 2nd Army, which held the crucial front around Nancy. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th Armies were gathered on the other side of Verdun for the great offensive through the German centre contemplated by Plan 17. Their deployment extended from Verdun to Kherson. The Fifth Army, which held the open end, faced northeast for offence through the Ardennes, rather than north to meet the descending forces of the German right wing. The position on the Fifth Army's left, centering on the once strong but lately neglected fortress of Maubeuge, was expected to be held by the British, who, it was now learned, were not coming in the full strength originally planned. The deficiency, if it did not unduly worry Joffre and his staff, whose attention was centred elsewhere, hardly reassured the Fifth Army's commander, General Lanrezac. As he would have to bear the impact of the German right wing, General Lanrezac was all too conscious of the danger of his position. His predecessor in command of the Fifth Army had been Gallieni, who, after tours of the terrain and failure to persuade the General Staff to modernize the fortifications of Maubeuge, had not been happy with it. When Gallieni reached the age limit in February 1914, Joffre had appointed Lanrezac, a veritable lion, whose intellectual gifts he much admired, and who had been one of his 3 choices for Deputy Chief of Staff in 1911. Because of his keen intelligence, Lanrezac was considered a star at the General Staff, which forgave him his caustic manner and his tendency to bad temper and impolite language for the sake of the clarity, brilliance, and logic of his lectures. At 62, he fitted like Joffre, Castelnau, and Pau, the heavy-moustached, heavy-paunched pattern for French generals. In May 1914, when each of the generals of the 5 armies was given the pertinent section of Plan 17 that applied to him, Lanrezac immediately pointed out the dangers to his exposed flank if the Germans came down in strength west of the Meuse. His objections were ignored on the basic general staff theory that the stronger the German right wing, so much the better for us. In the last days before mobilization, Lanrezac put his objections in a letter to Joffre, which was to become a primary document in the mountain of criticism and controversy that after the war rose over the grave of Plan 17. Lanrezac's tone in the letter, as a fellow officer said, was less a bold challenge of a dominant plan than a professor's critique of a pupil's thesis. It pointed out that the offensive planned for the Fifth Army was based on the assumption that the Germans would come through Sedan, when in fact it was more likely that they would come around farther north through Namur, Dinant, and Givet. Clearly, expounded the professor, once the Fifth Army is committed to an offensive in the direction of Neufchâteau in the Ardennes, it will be unable to parry a German offensive further north. That was in fact the crucial point, but as if to cover himself, Lanrezac reduced the force of his argument by adding, "It is noted here merely as a suggestion." Joffre, who received the letter on mobilization day, August 1st, decided it was entirely inopportune and, in the midst of the important events that filled my day, did not answer it. At the same time, he dismissed the fears of General Ruffy, commander of the Third Army, who came to express concern about a possible German parade through Belgium. With characteristic economy, Joffre replied, "You are wrong." In his opinion, it was not for a generalissimo to explain, but to give orders. It was not for a general to think, but to carry out orders. Once a general had received his orders, he should carry them out with a mind at rest, knowing it to be his duty. On August 3rd, the day Germany declared war, the generals assembled in a meeting summoned by Joffre, hoping at last to hear him explain the totality of Plan 17 and of the strategy they were to carry out. The hope was vain. Joffre waited in benign silence for remarks. At last, Dubail spoke up, saying that the offensive laid out for his army required reinforcements, which were not allowed for. Joffre replied with one of his cryptic phrases, "That may be your plan, it is not mine." As no one knew what this meant, Dubail, thinking he had been misunderstood, repeated his remark. Joffre, with his customary beatific smile, replied in the same words as before, "That may be your plan, it is not mine." The truth was that to Joffre what counted in the immense chaos of war was not the plan, but the energy and verve with which it was carried out. Victory, he believed, would come not out of the best plan, but out of the strongest will and firmest confidence, and these, he had no doubt, were his. On August 4th he established staff headquarters, known as Grand Quartier General, hereafter GQG, at Vitry-le-François on the Marne, about halfway between Paris and Nancy, where he would be within roughly equal distance, about 80 to 90 miles, of each of the 5 army headquarters. Unlike Moltke, who during his brief tenure as commander-in-chief never went to the front or visited field armies headquarters, Joffre was in constant and personal contact with his commanders. Placidly ensconced in the back seat of his car, he would be driven on his rounds at 70 miles an hour by his appointed private chauffeur Georges Bouillot, 3 times winner of the Grand Prix auto race. German generals, having been given a perfect plan to carry out, were not expected to need constant guidance. French generals were expected, as Foch said, to think, but Joffre, always suspecting weakness of nerve or other personal failings, liked to keep them under close supervision. After the manoeuvres in 1913, his dismissal of 5 generals from the active list had caused a public sensation and a shudder in every garrison in France. Nothing like it had ever happened before. During August, under the terrible test of live ammunition, Joffre was to scatter generals like chaff at the first sign of what he considered incompetence or insufficient élan. Élan was high at Vitry on the banks of the tranquil tree-bordered Marne, shining green and gold in the August sun. In the school building taken over by GQG, an unbridgeable gulf separated operations, the Troisième Bureau, which occupied the classrooms, from intelligence, the Deuxième Bureau, which was installed in the gymnasium with the apparatus pushed against the walls and the rings tied up to the ceiling. All day the Deuxième Bureau collected information, interrogated prisoners, deciphered documents, put together ingenious conjectures, and passed on its reports to its neighbours. Consistently, these indicated German activity west of the Meuse. All day, Troisième read the reports, handed them around, criticized, disputed, and refused to believe them if they pointed to conclusions that would require the French to modify their plan of offensive. Every morning at 8 o'clock, Joffre presided at meetings of the section chiefs, a majestic and immobile arbiter, but never the puppet of his entourage as outsiders, misled by his silence and his bare desk supposed. He kept no papers on his desk and no map on his wall. He wrote nothing and said little. Plans were prepared for him, said Foch. He weighs them and decides. There were few who did not tremble in his presence. Anyone who was 5 minutes late at his mess was treated to a thunderous frown, and remained an outcast for the remainder of the meal. Joffre ate in silence with a gourmet's entire devotion to the food. He complained continuously of being kept in the dark by his staff. When an officer referred to an article in the latest issue of l'Illustration, which Joffre had not seen, he cried angrily, "You see, they hide everything from me." He used to rub his forehead, murmuring, "Poor Joffre," which his staff came to recognize as his way of refusing to do something that was being urged upon him. He was angered by anyone who tried too openly to make him change his mind. Like Talleyrand, he disapproved of too much zeal. Without the probing intellect of Lanrezac, or the creative intellect of Foch, he was inclined by temperament to rely on those he had chosen for his staff. But he remained the master, almost a despot, jealous of his authority, resentful of the least encroachment upon it. When it was proposed that Gallieni, having been designated by Poincaré as Joffre's successor in case of emergency, should be installed at GQG, Joffre, fearing to be in the shadow of his old commander, would have none of it. "He is difficult to place," he confided to Messamie. "I have always been under his orders. Il m'a toujours fait mousser." he has always made me foam, an admission of some significance in view of the part the personal relationship between Joffre and Gallieni was to play in the fateful hours before the Marne. As a result of Joffre's refusal to have him at GQG, Gallieni was left in Paris with nothing to do. The long-desired moment when the French flag would be raised again in Alsace had come. The covering troops, waiting among the thick, rich pines of the Vosges, trembled with readiness. These were the remembered mountains with their lakes and waterfalls, and the damp, delicious smell of the forests where fragrant ferns grew between the pines. Hilltop pastures, grazed by cattle, alternated with patches of forest. Ahead, the shadowed purple line of the Ballon d'Alsace, highest point in the Vosges, was hidden in mist. Patrols who ventured to the top could see down below the red-roofed villages of the Lost Territory, the grey church spires, and the tiny, gleaming line of the Moselle, where, young and near its source, it was narrow enough to be waded. Squares of white potato blossom alternated with strips of scarlet runner beans and grey-green-purple rows of cabbages. Haycocks like small fat pyramids dotted the fields as if arranged by a painter. The land was at its peak of fertility. The sun sparkled over all. Never had it looked so much worth fighting for. No wonder l'Illustration in its first issue of the war showed France in the person of a handsome poilu sweeping the beautiful damsel Alsace off her feet into a rapturous embrace. A proclamation addressed to the inhabitants had already been printed by the War Ministry, ready for posting on the walls of liberated towns. Airplane reconnaissance showed the area to be lightly held. Almost too lightly, thought General Bonneau, commander of the 7th Corps, who feared he was walking into a mousetrap. He sent an aide on the evening of August 6th to report to General Dubail that he considered the Mulhouse operation delicate and hazardous, and was concerned for his right flank and rear. GQG, consulted by Dubail, who had expressed similar concern at the meeting of generals on August 3rd, regarded all doubts as failure of the offensive spirit. Expressed at the start of an operation, a commander's doubts, however valid, too often proved a formula for retreat. In French military doctrine, seizure of the initiative was more important than careful appreciation of enemy strength. Success depended upon the fighting qualities of commanders, and to permit caution and hesitation to take hold at the outset would, in the view of Joffre and his entourage, have been ruinous. GQG insisted upon the attack in Alsace being launched as soon as possible. Obeying, Dubail called General Bonneau on the telephone, asked if he was ready, and on receiving an affirmative answer, ordered the attack for next morning. At 5 o'clock on the morning of August 7th, a few hours before Ludendorff led his brigade into Liège, General Bonneau's 7th Corps spilled over the crest of the Vosges, presenting arms as they crossed the frontier, and swept down in a classic bayonet charge upon Altkirch, a town of about 4,000, on the way to Mulhouse. They took Altkirch by assault in a battle lasting 6 hours, with 100 casualties. It was not the last bayonet charge of a war whose symbol was soon to be a mud-filled trench, but it might as well have been. Executed in the finest style and spirit of the Règlement of 1913, it seemed the proof of Cran, the apotheosis of La Gloire. The hour, as the French communiqué reported, was one of indescribable emotion. Frontier posts were torn from the ground and carried in triumph through the town. But General Bonneau, still uneasy, did not push on toward Mulhouse. Impatient at his lack of progress, GQG on the following morning issued an imperative order that Mulhouse be taken and the Rhine bridges destroyed that day. On August 8th, the 7th Corps entered Mulhouse without firing a shot, about an hour after the last German troops, withdrawn to defend the frontier farther north, had left it. The French cavalry in gleaming cuirasses and black horsehair plumes galloped through the streets. Almost dumbfounded at the sudden apparition, the people stood at first transfixed in silence or sobbing, then gradually broke into joy. A grand review of the French troops lasting 2 hours was held in the main square. The bands played the Marseillaise and the Sambre et Meuse. Guns were hung with flowers of red, white, and blue. Joffre's proclamation vaunting his soldiers as the vanguard of the great work of revanche, who carry in the folds of their flags the magic words right and liberty, was posted on the walls. Chocolates, pastries, and pipes of tobacco were thrust upon the soldiers. From all windows flags and handkerchiefs waved, and even the roofs were covered with people. Not all were welcomers. Many of the inhabitants were Germans who had settled there since 1870. One officer riding through the crowds noticed among them grave and impassive faces, pipe in teeth, who looked as if they were counting us, as indeed they were, and afterward hastened away during the night to report on the strength of the French divisions. German reinforcements, hurriedly sent from Strasbourg, were deployed around the city, while the French were busy occupying it. General Bonneau, who lacked faith in success from the start, had made what dispositions he could to prevent envelopment. When battle began on the morning of August 9th, his left at Cernay fought fiercely and stubbornly all day, but his right, holding too long to an unthreatened sector, was not brought around in time. Finally recognizing the necessity of reinforcements which had worried Dubail from the start, GQG sent up a reserve division, but at this stage to solidify the front 2 would have been required. For 24 hours the battle swayed until 7 a.m. on August 10th, when the French, pushed back and fearing to be enveloped, withdrew, humiliating as it was to the army after the glorious rhetoric of the communiques and proclamations and the accumulated yearning of 44 years. The loss of Mulhouse was cruelest upon the inhabitants who were now left subject to German reprisals. Those who had been most enthusiastic in welcoming the French were informed upon by their German fellow citizens with unpleasant consequences. The 7th Corps retreated to within 10 miles of Belfort. At GQG, the natural and eternal enmity of staff officers for field officers flared. Confirmed in his belief of Bonneau's lack of cran, Joffre began the role of heads for which his regime was to become famous. General Bonneau became the first of the Limoges, so called because officers relieved of their commands reported at Limoges for rear duty. Blaming faulty execution, Joffre within 3 days also dismissed the commander of the 8th Cavalry and another general of division. Intent upon the original plan of freeing Alsace and pinning German forces to that front, and without regard for reports coming out of Belgium, Joffre took 1 regular and 3 reserve divisions and added them to the 7th Corps to form a special army of Alsace for renewed action on his extreme right. General Powell was called out of retirement to command it. During the 4 days while it was assembling, heavy pressures were building up elsewhere. On August 14th, the day Powell was to move forward, 30 Storks were seen flying south over Belfort, leaving Alsace 2 months before their usual time. The French nation was hardly aware of what had happened. GQG's bulletins were masterpieces of the opaque. Joffre operated on the fixed principle that civilians should be told nothing. No journalists were allowed at the front, no names of generals or of casualties or of regiments were mentioned. In order to keep all useful information from the enemy, GQG adopted a principle from the Japanese to wage war silently and anonymously. France was divided into a zone of the rear and a zone of the armies. In the latter, Joffre was absolute dictator. No civilian, not even the president, much less the despised deputies, could enter it without his permission. It was his and not the president's name that was signed to the proclamation addressed to the people of Alsace. Ministers protested that they knew more of the movements of the German armies than of the French. Poincaré, to whom Joffre, considering himself independent of the Minister of War, reported directly, complained he was never told about reverses. On one occasion, when a presidential visit to the Third Army was proposed, Joffre issued strict orders to its commander not to discuss with the president any questions of strategy or foreign policy. A report of the conversation must be submitted. All his generals were cautioned against explaining military operations to members of the government. "In the reports I forward," Joffre told them, "I never make known the object of current operations or my intentions." His system was soon to break down under rising public pressure, but in August, when frontiers fell and nations were invaded and vast armies swayed in what was still a war movement, and the earth shook under the thud of war from Serbia to Belgium, hard news from the front was rare indeed. History, while it was happening in that month, despite 1,000 eager chroniclers, was not easily pinned down. General Gallieni, dining in civilian clothes at a small café in Paris on August 9th, overheard an editor of Le Temps at the next table say to a companion, "I can tell you that General Gallieni has just entered Colmar with 30,000 men." Leaning over to his friend, Gallieni said quietly, "That is how history is written." While the Germans at Liège waited for the siege guns, while the world marvelled at the continued resistance of the forts, and the London Daily Mail quoted a consensus of opinion that they could never be taken. While the assembling of the armies continued, some men waited in acute anxiety for the pattern of the German offensive to reveal itself. General Gallieni was one. "What is happening behind the German front?" he worried. "What massive concentration is gathering behind Liège?" With the Germans, one must always expect the gigantic. The answer to this question was what the French cavalry under General Sordet had been sent to find out. Yet so impetuous was the dash of the cuirassiers that it carried them too far too soon. They crossed into Belgium on August 6th, riding along the Meuse to reconnoitre the strength and direction of the German concentration. Covering 110 miles in 3 days, nearly 40 miles a day, they passed Neufchâteau and reached within 9 miles of Liège. As the French did not dismount or unsaddle during halts, the horses were exhausted by the forced pace. After a day's rest, the cavalry continued their reconnaissance in the Ardennes and west of the Meuse as far as Charleroi. But everywhere they were too early to find evidence that the Germans had crossed the Meuse in any great strength, and everywhere active German cavalry screened the concentration of the armies building up behind the German border. The French found themselves foiled of the thrilling cavalry charge that was the traditional way to open wars. Although farther north, where they were on the offensive toward Louvain and Brussels, the German cavalry used the shock tactics of the charge. Here they avoided a direct fight and kept up an impenetrable screen, supported by cyclist battalions and Jaegers in motor transport who held off the French with machine gun fire. It was disheartening. Cavalrymen on both sides still believed in the naked sword, the Armée Blanche, despite the experience of the American Civil War, when Confederate General Morgan, employing his men as mounted infantry with rifles, would cry, "Here, boys, are those fools coming again with their sabres? Give it to them." In the Russo-Japanese War, an English observer, the future General Sir Ian Hamilton, reported that the only thing the cavalry could do in the face of entrenched machine guns was to cook rice for the infantry, causing the War Office to wonder if his months in the Orient had not affected his mind. When Germany's observer in the same war, the future General Max Hoffmann, reported a similar conclusion about the defensive power of entrenched machine guns, Moltke was inspired to comment, "There never was such a crazy way of making war." In 1914, the Germans' avoidance of cavalry encounter and their use of machine guns proved an effective screen. Sordet's reports of no large German masses coming down on the French left confirmed GQG in its preconceived ideas. But the outlines of a German right-wing envelopment, were already becoming clear to King Albert and General Lanrezac, who, being in its path, were more disposed to see it. Another of these was General Fournier, governor of the French fortress of Maubeuge. He informed GQG that German cavalry on August 7th had entered Huy on the Meuse, and that his reports indicated they were covering an advance of 5 or 6 corps. As Huy was the site of the only bridge between Liège and Namur, this enemy force was obviously intending to cross the Meuse. Maubeuge, its governor warned, was in no condition to resist such numbers. To GQG, the report of 5 or 6 corps appeared as the frightened exaggeration of a defeatist mind. Weeding out the faint-hearted was for Joffre in August the most vital requirement for success, and he promptly relieved General Fournier of his command. Later, after an investigation, the order was rescinded. Meanwhile, it was discovered that it would take at least a fortnight to put Maubeuge in any state of effective defence. The anxiety of General Lanrezac, who had also received the report from Huy, was increasing. On August 8th, he sent his chief of staff, General Hélie Doissel, to impress the threat of a German right-wing outflanking movement upon GQG. General Lanrezac's concern was premature, GQG replied, because such a movement was out of proportion to the means at the enemy's disposal. Further evidence from Belgium kept coming in, but for each report the chapel of Plan 17 found an explanation. The brigades seen at Huy were on some special mission, or the sources of information were suspicious. The attack on Liège had for its object nothing more than seizure of a bridgehead there. On August 10th, GQG felt confirmed in the impression that the principal German manoeuvre would not take place in Belgium. Committed to its own coming offensive, the French General Staff wanted to make sure that the Belgian army would stand fast until it could be joined by the Fifth Army and the British. Joffre sent another emissary, Colonel Adalbert, with a personal letter from Poincaré to King Albert, hoping for concerted action by both armies. This officer, who reached Brussels on August 11th, received the same answer as his predecessors, that if a German advance straight across Belgium developed as the king foresaw, he would not permit his army to risk being cut off from Antwerp. Colonel Adalbert, an ardent apostle of Elan, could not bring himself to transmit the king's pessimism to GQG. He was saved the necessity by a battle next day from which the Belgians emerged drenched in glory. The Uhlans, penetrating toward Louvain, were held up at the bridge at Hélène by the massed fire of Belgian cavalry under General de Witt. Using his troops as dismounted riflemen supported by infantry, de Witt repeated General Morgan's success in Tennessee. From 8 in the morning until 6 in the evening, his steady volleys of rifle fire repelled repeated German charges with lance and sabre. Slaughtered Uhlans of von Marwitz's finest squadrons covered the ground until at last a remnant turned back, leaving the field to the Belgians. The glorious victory, heralded by happy correspondents in Brussels as the decisive battle of the war, aroused the Belgian staff and its French friends to transports of enthusiasm. They saw themselves in Berlin. Colonel Adalbert informed GQG it could regard the retreat of the German cavalry as final and the projected attack through central Belgium as postponed or even abandoned. The optimism seemed justified by the continuing stand of the Liège forts. Every morning Belgian newspapers published the triumphant headline, Les forts tiennent toujours. On August 12th, the same day as the Battle of Hélène, the great siege guns the Germans had been waiting for to put an end to that boast arrived. Liège was cut off from the outside world. When the great black weapons reached the outskirts within range of the forts, only the local inhabitants saw the advent of the monsters that to one observer looked like overfed slugs. Their squat barrels, doubled by the recoil cylinders that grew on their backs like tumours, pointed cavernous mouths upward at the sky. By late afternoon of August 12th, one of them had been set up and aimed at Fort Pontis. Its crew, wearing padding over eyes, ears, and mouth,
lay flat on their stomachs, ready for the firing, which was done electrically at a distance of 300 yards. At 6:30, the first detonation thundered over Liège. The shell rose in an arc 4,000 feet high and took 6 seconds to reach its target. When it hit, a great conical cloud of dust, debris, and smoke rose 1,000 feet in the air. Meanwhile, the Skoda 305s had also been brought up and began bombardment of other forts, walked in upon their targets by artillery observers stationed in church towers and balloons. Men of the Belgian garrisons heard the shells descending with a screaming whistle, felt the detonations coming each time more nearly overhead as the aiming was corrected, until, as their terror mounted, the shells exploded upon them with deafening crash, and the solid steel heads smashed through the concrete. Over and over the shells came, blowing men to bits, choking them with fumes released by the charge of high explosives. Ceilings fell in, galleries were blocked, fire, gas, and noise filled the underground chambers. Men became hysterical, even mad in the awful apprehension of the next shot. Before the guns went into action, only one fort had been taken by assault. Fort Pontis withstood 45 shells in 24 hours of bombardment before it was sufficiently shattered to be taken by infantry attack on August 13th. 2 more forts fell that day, and by the 14th, all the forts east and north of the city had fallen. Their guns were destroyed. The roads north of the city were open. The advance of von Kluck's First Army began. The siege mortars were then moved forward to be trained on the western forts. One of the 420s was dragged through the city itself to take aim on Fort Lansin. Monsieur Célestin Demblon, deputy of Liège, was in the Place Saint-Pierre when he saw coming around the corner of the square a piece of artillery so colossal that we could not believe our eyes. The monster advanced in 2 parts, pulled by 36 horses. The pavement trembled. The crowd remained mute with consternation at the appearance of this phenomenal apparatus. Slowly it crossed the Place Saint-Lambert, turned into the Place du Théâtre, then along the boulevards de la Sauvenière and d'Avroy, attracting crowds of curious onlookers along its slow and heavy passage. Hannibal's elephants could not have astonished the Romans more. The soldiers who accompanied it marched stiffly with an almost religious solemnity. It was the Belial of cannons. In the Parc d'Avroy it was carefully mounted and scrupulously aimed. Then came the frightful explosion. The crowd was flung back, the earth shook like an earthquake, and all the window panes in the vicinity were shattered. By August 16th, 11 of the 12 forts had fallen. Only Fort Lansin still held out. In the intervals of bombardment, the Germans sent emissaries under flags of truce to demand General Lehmann's surrender. He refused. On the 16th, Lansin was hit by a shell, which exploded in the magazine and blew up the fort from inside. When the Germans entered through a tumble of broken cupolas and smoking concrete, they found the apparently lifeless body of General Lehmann pinned beneath a block of masonry. "Respect the general, he is dead," said an adjutant with blackened face who stood guard over the body. Lehmann was, however, alive but unconscious. Revived and carried to General von Emmich, he surrendered his sword, saying, "I was taken unconscious. Be sure to put that in your dispatches." "Military honor has not been violated by your sword," replied Emmich, handing it back. "Keep it." Later, from Germany, where he was taken a prisoner, General Lehmann wrote to King Albert, "I would gladly have given my life, but death would not have me." His opponents, Generals von Emmich and Ludendorff, were both awarded the Blue, White, and Gold Cross of Pour le Mérite, Germany's highest military medal, to hang around their necks. On the day after the fall of Fort Lansin, the Second and Third Armies began their advance, bringing the whole mass of the German right wing into motion on its march across Belgium. As the march had not been scheduled to begin before August 15th, Liège had held up the German offensive by 2 days, not 2 weeks as the world then believed. What Belgium gave the Allies was neither 2 days nor 2 weeks, but a cause and an example. This title, which fits the functions of the post, is used in preference to the German title Quartiermeister, which is confusing to English-speaking readers. A different person from Generaloberst Karl von Bülow, who commanded the Second Army. Scheer, BEF, to the continent. Delay in covering the exposed flank on General Lanrezac's left was caused by dispute and disagreement among the British, who were to have held that end of the line. On August 5th, their first day of war, the General Staff's plan, worked out to the last detail by Henry Wilson, instead of going into action automatically, like the Continental War plans, had to be approved first by the Committee of Imperial Defense. When the committee convened as a war council at 4 o'clock that afternoon, it included the usual civilian as well as military leaders and one splendid colossus, taking his seat among them for the first time, who was both. Field Marshal Lord Kitchener was no more happy to be the new Secretary of State for War than his colleagues were to have him. The government was nervous at having in their midst the first active soldier to enter the cabinet since General Monk served under Charles II. The generals were worried that he would use his position or be used by the government to interfere with the sending of an expeditionary force to France. No one's apprehensions were disappointed. Kitchener promptly expressed his profound contempt for the strategy, policy and role assigned to the British Army by the Anglo-French plan. What exactly was to be his authority, given his position straddling two stools, was not entirely clear. England entered the war with a vague understanding that supreme authority resided in the Prime Minister, but with no precise arrangement as to whose advice he was to act on, or whose advice was to be definitive. Within the army, field officers despised staff officers as having the brains of canaries and the manners of Potsdam, but both groups were as one in their distaste for interference by civilian ministers who were known as the Frocks. The civil arm, in its turn, referred to the military as the Boneheads. At the War Council of August 5th, the former were represented by Asquith, Grey, Churchill and Haldane, and the army by 11 general officers, including Field Marshal Sir John French, Commander-in-Chief designate of the Expeditionary Force, its two corps commanders, Sir Douglas Haig and Sir James Grierson, its Chief of Staff, Sir Archibald Murray, all Lieutenant Generals, and its Deputy Chief of Staff, Major General Henry Wilson, whose easy faculty for making political enemies had flourished during the Curragh crisis and lost him the higher post. In between, representing no one quite knew what, was Lord Kitchener, who regarded the purpose of the expeditionary force with deep misgivings, and its commander-in-chief without admiration. If not quite as volcanic in expressing himself as Admiral Fisher had been, Kitchener now proceeded to pour the same scorn upon the General Staff's plan to tack on the British Army to the tail of French strategy. Having had no personal share in the military planning for war on the continent, Kitchener was able to see the expeditionary force in its true proportions, and did not believe its 6 divisions likely to affect the outcome in the impending clash between 70 German and 70 French divisions. Though a professional soldier, the most able I have come across in my time, said Lord Cromer when Kitchener came out to command the Khartoum campaign, his career had lately been pursued at Olympian levels. He dealt in India, Egypt, empire, and large concepts only. He was never seen to speak to or notice a private soldier. Like Clausewitz, he saw war as an extension of policy and took it from there. Unlike Henry Wilson and the General Staff, he was not trapped in schedules of debarkation, railroad timetables, horses, and billets. Standing at a distance, he was able to view the war as a whole, in terms of the relations of the powers, and to realize the immense effort of national military expansion that would be required for the long contest about to begin. "We must be prepared," he announced, "to put armies of millions in the field and maintain them for several years." His audience was stunned and incredulous, but Kitchener was relentless. To fight and win a European war,
Britain must have an army of 70 divisions, equal to the continental armies, and he had calculated that such an army would not reach full strength until the 3rd year of war, implying the staggering corollary that the war would last that long. The regular army, with its professional officers and especially its NCOs, he considered to be precious and indispensable as a nucleus for training the larger force he had in mind. To throw it away in immediate battle under what he expected to be unfavourable circumstances, and where, from the long view, its presence could not be decisive, he regarded as criminal folly. Once it was gone, there were no troops properly trained, in his opinion, to take its place. Lack of conscription was the most striking of all differences between the British and continental armies. The regular army was designed for overseas duty rather than for defence of the homeland, which was left to the territorials. Since the Duke of Wellington had laid down the unalterable dictum that recruits for foreign service must be volunteers, Britain's war effort consequently depended on a volunteer army, which left other nations uncertain as to how deeply Britain was, or would be, committed. Although Lord Roberts, the senior field marshal, now over 70, had campaigned strenuously for conscription for years with one lone supporter in the cabinet, needless to say, Winston Churchill, Labour was rigorously opposed, and no government would have risked office to favour it. Britain's military establishment in the home islands consisted of 6 divisions and 1 cavalry division of the regular army, with 4 regular divisions totalling 60,000 men overseas, and 14 divisions of territorials. A reserve of about 300,000 was divided into 2 classes: the Special Reserve, which was barely enough to fill up the regular army to war strength and maintain it in the field through the first few weeks of fighting, and the National Reserve, which was to provide replacements for the territorials. According to Kitchener's standards, the territorials were untrained, useless amateurs, whom he regarded with the same unmixed scorn and with as little justice as the French did their reserves, and rated them at 0. At the age of 20, Kitchener had fought as a volunteer with the French army in the War of 1870 and spoke French fluently. Whether or not he had, as a result, an extra sympathy for France, he was no extreme partisan of French strategy. At the time of the Agadir crisis, he told the Committee of Imperial Defence that he expected the Germans to walk through the French like partridges, and when invited he refused to take part in any decision the committee might think fit to take. He sent them word, as Lord Esher recorded it, that if they imagined he was going to command the army in France, he would see them damned first. That England in 1914 gave him the War Office, and thereby acquired the only man prepared to insist on organising for a long war, was not because of his opinions, but because of his prestige. With no talent for the bureaucracy of administrative office and no taste for conforming to the green baize routine of cabinet meetings, after being accustomed to a proconsul's simple let it be done, Kitchener did his best to escape his fate. The government and generals, more conscious of his faults of character than of his virtues of clairvoyance, would have been glad to let him go back to Egypt, but they could not do without him. He was named Secretary for War, not because he was considered qualified by the holding of opinions which no one else held, but because his presence was indispensable to tranquilize public feeling. Ever since Khartoum, the country had felt an almost religious faith in Kitchener. There existed between him and the public the same mystic union that was to develop between the people of France and Papa Joffre, or between the German people and Hindenburg. The initials K of K were a magic formula, and his broad martial moustache a national symbol that was to England what the Pantalon Rouge was to France. Wearing its bushy magnificence with an air of power, tall and broad-shouldered, he looked like a Victorian image of Richard the Lion-Hearted, except for something inscrutable behind the solemn, blazing eyes. Beginning August 7th, the moustache, the eyes, and the pointing finger over the legend, "Your country needs you," were to bore into the soul of every Englishman from a famous recruiting poster. For England to have gone to war without Kitchener would have been as unthinkable as Sunday without church. The War Council, however, put little credence in his prophecy, at a moment when everyone was thinking of the immediate problem of sending the 6 divisions to France. It was never disclosed, wrote Grey long afterward, with perhaps needless bewilderment, how or by what process of reasoning he made this forecast of the length of the war, whether because Kitchener was right when everybody else was wrong, or because civilians find it hard to credit soldiers with ordinary mental processes, or because Kitchener was never able or never deigned to explain his reasons. All his colleagues and contemporaries assumed that he reached his conclusion, as Grey said, by some flash of instinct rather than by reasoning. Whatever the process, Kitchener also foretold the pattern of the coming German offensive west of the Meuse. This too he was afterward considered to have arrived at by some gift of divination, rather than by any knowledge of times and distances, according to one general staff officer. In fact, like King Albert, Kitchener saw the assault on Liège casting ahead of it the shadow of Schlieffen's right-wing envelopment. He did not think Germany had violated Belgium and brought England in against her in order to make what Lloyd George had called just a little violation through the Ardennes. Having avoided the responsibility of the pre-war planning, he could not now propose to withhold the 6 divisions, but he saw no reason to risk their extinction at a position as far forward as Maubeuge, where he expected they would bear the full force of the invading German armies. He proposed that they concentrate instead at Amiens, 70 miles farther back. Exasperated by this drastic change of plan with its appearance of timidity, the generals were confirmed in their worst expectations. The short, stocky and florid Sir John French, about to take command in the field, was keyed to a pitch of valour and combativeness. His normally apoplectic expression, combined with the tight cavalryman's stock which he affected in place of collar and tie, gave him an appearance of being perpetually on the verge of choking, as indeed he often was, emotionally, if not physically. When appointed Chief of the Imperial General Staff in 1912, he at once informed Henry Wilson that he intended to get the army ready for a war with Germany, which he regarded as an eventual certainty. Since then, he had been nominally responsible for the joint plans with France, although in fact the French plan of campaign was practically unknown to him, as was the German. Like Joffre, he had been named head of the staff without staff experience or study at Staff College. The choice, like that of Kitchener for the War Office, was less concerned with innate qualification than with rank and reputation. On the several colonial fields of battle where Britain's military reputations had been made, Sir John had shown courage and resource, and what an authority called a practical grasp of minor tactics. In the Boer War, his exploits as a cavalry general, culminating in the romantic gallop through the Boer lines to the relief of Kimberley, earned him fame as a bold commander, willing to take risks, and a popular repute almost equal to that of Roberts and Kitchener. Since Britain's record against an untrained opponent lacking modern weapons had on the whole not been brilliant, the army was proud of, and the government grateful for a hero. French's prowess, aided by social éclat, carried him far. Like Admiral Milne, he moved in the Edwardian swim. As a cavalry officer, he was conscious of belonging to the elite of the army. Friendship with Lord Esher was no handicap, and politically he was allied with the Liberals who came to power in 1906. In 1907 he was made Inspector General. In 1908, representing the army, he accompanied King Edward on the state visit to the Tsar at Reval. In 1912 came his appointment as CYGS. In 1913 he was promoted to Field Marshal. At 62, he was the Army's second-ranking active officer after Kitchener, to whom he was junior by 2 years, although he looked older. It was generally understood that he would command the expeditionary force in the event of war. In March 1914, when the Curragh Mutiny, crashing down upon army heads like Samson's temple, caused him to resign, he seemed to have quixotically brought his career to an abrupt end. Instead, he gained added favour with the government, which believed the opposition had engineered the mutiny. "French is a trump, and I love him," wrote Grey appreciatively. 4 months later, when the crisis came, he was resurrected and on July 30th designated to be Commander-in-Chief if Britain should go to war. Untrained to study and with a mind closed to books, at least after his early successes in action, French was less renowned for mental ability than for irritability. "I don't think he is particularly clever," King George V confided in his uncle, "and he has an awful temper." Like his vis-à-vis across the Channel, French was an unintellectual soldier, with the fundamental difference that whereas Joffre's outstanding quality was solidity, French's was a peculiar responsiveness to pressures, people, and prejudices. He had, it was said, the mercurial temperament commonly associated with Irishmen and cavalry soldiers. Joffre was imperturbable in all weathers. Sir John alternated between extremes of aggressiveness in good times and of depression in bad. Impulsive and easily swayed by gossip, he had, in the opinion of Lord Esher, the heart of a romantic child. He once presented to his former Chief of Staff in the Boer War a gold flask inscribed as a memento of "our long and tried friendship proved in sunshine and shadow." The proved friend was the somewhat less sentimental Douglas Haig, who in August 1914 wrote in his diary, "In my own heart I know that French is quite unfit for this great command at a time of crisis in our nation's history." The knowledge in Haig's heart was not unconnected with a sense that the person best fitted for the command was himself, nor was he to rest until he obtained it. The destination, and consequently the purpose, of the BEF having been reopened by Kitchener, the Council, who were in Henry Wilson's opinion mostly entirely ignorant of their subjects, fell to discussing strategy like idiots. Sir John French suddenly dragged in the ridiculous proposal of going to Antwerp, saying that as British mobilization was behind schedule anyway, the possibility of cooperating with the Belgian army should be considered. Haig, who like Wilson kept a diary, trembled at the reckless way his chief undertook to change plans. Equally upset, the new CIGS, Sir Charles Douglas, said that as everything had been arranged for landings in France and French rolling stock was set aside to transport the troops forward, any shift at the last moment would have serious consequences. No problem so harassed the General Staff as the unfortunate difference in capacity between French and British railroad cars. The mathematical permutations involved in transferring troops from one to the other were such as to make transport officers tremble at any threatened change of arrangements. Happily for their peace of mind, the shift to Antwerp was vetoed by Churchill, who 2 months later was to go there himself and to conceive the bold and desperate landing of 2 Marine brigades and a territorial division in a last-minute vain effort to save the vital Belgian port. On August 5th, however, he said the Navy could not protect the troopships over the longer route across the North Sea to the Scheldt, whereas the passage across the Strait of Dover could be guaranteed absolutely. The Navy having had time to prepare for the Channel crossing, he argued that the moment was favourable and urged that all 6 divisions be sent at once. Haldane supported him, as did Lord Roberts. Dispute now arose over how many divisions should be sent, whether 1 or more should be retained until the territorials had further time for training, or until replacements could be brought home from India. Kitchener returned to his idea of staging at Amiens, and received support from his friend and future commander of the Gallipoli campaign, Sir Ian Hamilton, who, however, felt it was urgent for the BEF to reach there as soon as possible. Grierson spoke up for decisive numbers at the decisive point. Sir John French, most forward of the forward, suggested that we should go over at once and decide destination later. It was agreed to order transports for all 6 divisions immediately, while leaving destination to be settled, until a representative of the French General Staff, sent for hurriedly at Kitchener's insistence, could arrive for further consultation on French strategy. Within 24 hours, as the result of an invasion scare that brewed up overnight, the Council changed its mind and reduced the 6 divisions to 4. News of the discussion about the strength of the BEF had leaked out. The influential Westminster Gazette, organ of the Liberals, denounced the reckless denuding of the country. From the opposite camp, Lord Northcliffe came roaring in to protest the departure of a single soldier. Although the Admiralty confirmed the conclusion of the Committee of Imperial Defence in 1909 that no serious invasion was possible, visions of hostile landings on the east coast would not vanish. To the intense disgust of Henry Wilson, Kitchener, who was now responsible for England's safety, brought home to England 1 division that had been scheduled to embark for France directly from Ireland, and detached 2 brigades from other divisions, which he sent to guard the east coast, thus hopelessly messing up our plans. It was decided to send 4 divisions and the cavalry at once, embarkation to begin August 9th, to send the 4th Division later, and to keep the 6th Division in England. When the Council adjourned, Kitchener was under the impression, not shared by the generals, that Amiens had been agreed upon as the staging area. When Colonel Huguet arrived, hastily sent over by the French General Staff, Wilson informed him of the embarkation times. Although it was hardly a matter to be kept secret from the BEF's French hosts, he incurred Kitchener's wrath and a rebuke for breach of secrecy. Wilson answered back, having, as he wrote, no intention of being bullied by Kitchener, especially when he talked such nonsense as he did today. So began, or was aggravated, a mutually cherished antipathy that was not to aid the fortunes of the BEF. Wilson, who of all the British officers had the most intimate relation with the French, and the ear of Sir John French, was considered bumptious and presumptuous, and was consequently ignored by Kitchener, while in his turn Wilson professed to consider Kitchener mad and as much an enemy of England as Moltke, and instilled his iniquities into the mind of the temperamentally suspicious and excitable Commander-in-Chief. From August 6th to 10th, while the Germans at Liège were waiting for the siege guns and the French were liberating and losing Mulhouse, 80,000 troops of the BEF with 30,000 horses, 315 field guns, and 125 machine guns were assembling at Southampton and Portsmouth. Officers' swords had been freshly sharpened in obedience to an order that prescribed sending them to the armourer's shop on the 3rd day of mobilisation, although they were never used for anything but saluting on parade. But apart from such occasional nostalgic gestures, the force, in the words of its official historian, was the best trained, best organised and best equipped British army that ever went forth to war. On August 9th, embarkation began, the transports departing at intervals of 10 minutes. As each left its dock, every other ship in the harbour blew whistles and horns, and every man on deck cheered. So deafening was the noise that it seemed to one officer that General von Kluck could not fail to hear it behind Liège. However, with the navy confident that they had sealed off the channel from attack, there was little fear for the safety of the crossing. The transports crossed at night without escort. Waking at 4:30 in the morning, a soldier was astonished to see the whole fleet of transports with engines stopped, floating on an absolutely glassy sea without a destroyer in sight. They were waiting for transports from other embarkation ports to complete a rendezvous in mid-channel. When the first arrivals landed at Rouen, they were received with as much rapture, said a French witness, as if they had come to conduct a service of expiation for Joan of Arc. At Boulogne, others debarked at the foot of a towering column erected in honour of Napoleon, on the spot from which he had planned to launch the invasion. of England. Other transports came into Havre, where the French garrison climbed on the roofs of their barracks and cheered wildly as their allies came down the gangplanks in the blazing heat. That evening, to the sound of far-off summer thunder, the sun went down in a blood-red glow. In Brussels next day, the British ally was at last glimpsed, though narrowly. Hugh Gibson, secretary of the American legation, on an errand to the British military attaché, walked into his room unannounced and saw a British officer in field uniform, dirty and unshaven, writing at a desk. Hustled out by the attaché, Gibson asked irreverently if the rest of the British army was hidden in the building. In fact, the location of the British landings was so well kept from the Germans that they were not to know where or when the BEF had arrived until they ran into it at Mons. In England, antipathies among its commanders were coming to the surface. The king, on a visit of inspection, asked Haig, who was an intimate at court, his opinion of Sir John French as commander-in-chief. Haig felt it his duty to reply that I had grave doubts whether either his temper was sufficiently even or his military knowledge sufficiently thorough to enable him to be an effective commander. After the king had left, Haig wrote in his diary that Sir John's military ideas during the Boer War had often shocked me, and added his poor opinion of Sir Archibald Murray, an old woman who weakly acquiesces in orders which his better judgment tells him are unsound in order to avoid scenes with Sir John's temper. Neither, thought Haig, are at all fitted for the appointments which they now hold. Sir John, he told a fellow officer, would not listen to Murray, but will rely on Wilson, which is far worse. Wilson was not a soldier, but a politician, a word which Haig explained was synonymous with crooked dealing and wrong values. Unburdening himself of these sentiments, the smooth, polished, immaculate, and impeccable Haig, who had friends in all the right quarters, and at 53 a career of unbroken success behind him, was preparing his way to further success ahead. As an officer who, during the campaign in the Sudan, had included a camel laden with claret in the personal pack train that followed him across the desert, he was accustomed to doing himself well. On August 11th, within 3 days of departing for France, Sir John French learned for the first time some interesting facts about the German army. He and General Caldwell, Deputy Director of Operations, visited intelligence, whose chief began telling them about the German system of using reserves. He kept on producing fresh batches of reserve divisions and extra reserve divisions, wrote Caldwell, like a conjurer producing glassfuls of goldfish out of his pocket. He seemed to be doing it on purpose. One felt quite angry with the man. These were the same facts that the 12e Bureau, French intelligence, had learned in the spring of 1914, too late to impress the General Staff or change its estimate of the German right wing. They also came too late to change the British mind. For a new idea to penetrate and effect a fundamental change in strategy, as well as in all the infinite physical details of deployment, would have required time, far more time than was left. Next day, the struggle over strategy between Kitchener and the generals was fought out at a final meeting of the council. Besides Kitchener, Sir John French, Murray, Wilson, Huguet, and 2 other French officers were present. Although Kitchener could not hear, unless with the mind's ear, the exploding shells of the 420s opening the roads through Liège, he asserted that the Germans would be coming through on the far side of the Meuse in great force. With a sweep of his arm, he indicated the German enveloping movement on a huge wall map. If the BEF concentrated at Maubeuge, he argued, it would be swamped before it was ready for battle and be forced into a retreat which would be disastrous for its morale in its first encounter with a European enemy since the Crimea. He insisted on a base further back at Amiens to allow freedom of action. His 6 opponents, the 3 English and 3 French officers, were equally adamant on keeping to the original plan. Sir John French,
coached by Wilson since his own suggestion of a shift to Antwerp, now protested that any change would upset the French plan of campaign and remained determined to go forward to Maubeuge. The French officers emphasized the necessity of filling in the left end of their line. Wilson inwardly raged at the cowardice of concentrating at Amiens. Kitchener said the French plan of campaign was dangerous, that instead of taking the offensive, to which he was entirely opposed, they should wait to counter a German attack. For 3 hours the wrangle continued until Kitchener, unconvinced, was gradually forced to give way. The plan had been in existence, and he had known and fundamentally disapproved of it for 5 years. Now, with the troops already on the water, it had to be accepted, because there was no time to make another. In a last futile gesture, or a calculated gesture to absolve himself of responsibility, Kitchener, bringing Sir John French along with him, took the issue to the Prime Minister. Knowing nothing at all about it, as Wilson confided to his diary, Asquith did what might be expected. Presented with Kitchener's views as against the expert and united opinion of the combined general staffs, he accepted the latter. Reduced to 4 instead of 6 divisions, the BEF went forward as arranged. The momentum of predetermined plans had scored another victory. Kitchener, nevertheless, unlike the French and German ministers of war, retained direction of his country's military effort, and the instructions he now issued to Sir John French for the conduct of the BEF in France reflected his desire to limit its liability in the early stages of the war. Like Churchill, who, looking ahead to the vast task of the British Navy, had ordered the Mediterranean fleet both to engage the Goeben and avoid engaging superior forces, Kitchener, looking ahead to the army of millions he had to build, assigned a policy and a mission to the BEF irreconcilable with each other. The special motive of the force under your control, he wrote, is to support and cooperate with the French army, and to assist the French in preventing or repelling the invasion by Germany of French or Belgian territory. With a certain optimism, he added, and eventually to restore the neutrality of Belgium, a project comparable to restoring virginity, as the numerical strength of the British force and its contingent reinforcement is strictly limited, and keeping this consideration steadily in view, it will be necessary to exercise the greatest care towards a minimum of loss and wastage. Reflecting Kitchener's disapproval of French offensive strategy, his order stated that if asked to participate in any forward movements in which the French were not engaged in large numbers, and in which the British might be unduly exposed to attack, Sir John was to consult his government first, and must distinctly understand that your command is an entirely independent one, and that you will in no case come in any sense under the orders of any Allied general. Nothing could be more unequivocal. At one stroke, Kitchener had cancelled the principle of unity of command. His motive was to preserve the British Army as a nucleus for the future. The effect, given a captain of Sir John's temperament, was practically to nullify the order to support and cooperate with the French. It was to haunt the Allied war effort long after Sir John was replaced and Kitchener himself was dead. On August 14th, Sir John French, Murray, Wilson, and a staff officer, encouragingly named Major Sir Hereward Wake, arrived at Amiens, where the British troops detrained for further advance to the concentration area around Le Cateau and Maubeuge. On that day, as they began moving up, Kluck's army began moving down from Liège. The BEF, marching cheerfully up the roads to Le Cateau and Mons, were greeted enthusiastically along the way with cries of "Vivant les Anglais." The happiness of the welcome gave point to Lord Kitchener's dampening notice to his troops that they might expect to find temptations, both in wine and women, which they must entirely resist. The farther north the British marched, the greater was the enthusiasm. They were kissed and decked with flowers. Tables of food and drink were set out, and all British offers of pay refused.
A red tablecloth with bands of white sewn on it to form the St. Andrew's cross of the Union Jack was flung over a balustrade. The soldiers tossed their regimental badges, caps and belts to smiling girls and other admirers who begged for souvenirs. Soon the British Army was marching with peasants' tweed caps on their heads and their trousers held up by string. All along the way, wrote a cavalry officer afterward, we were feted and cheered by the people who were soon to see our backs. Looking back on it, he remembered the advance of the BEF to Mons as roses all the way. Chisan, sombre et meuse. On the Western Front, the 15th day brought an end to the period of concentration and preliminary attacks. The period of offensive battle began. The French right wing, opening the offensive into German-occupied Lorraine, took an old, embattled path like so many in France and Belgium where, century after century, whatever the power that makes men fight brought legions tramping down the same roads, levelling the same villages. On the road east from Nancy, the French passed a stone marker inscribed, "Here in the year 362, Jovinus defeated the Teutonic hordes," while on the far right the army of General Pau renewed the offensive in Alsace. The first and second armies of Generals Dubai and de Castelnau marched through two natural corridors in Lorraine which determined the French line of attack. One led towards Sarrebourg, objective of Dubail's army. The other descending from the ring of hills around Nancy, called the Grand Couronne, led via Château Salins into a valley terminating in the natural fortress of Mohanga, objective of de Castelnau's army. The Germans had prepared the region against expected French attack with barbed wire, trenches and gun emplacements. At both Sarrebourg and Mohang, they had well-fortified positions from which they could only be dislodged by an attack of irresistible élan or bombardment by heavy artillery. The French counted on the first and scorned the second. "Thank God we don't have any," replied a General Staff artillery officer in 1909, when questioned about 105mm heavy field artillery. What gives the French army its force is the lightness of its cannon. In 1911, the War Council proposed to add 105s to the French army, but the artillerymen themselves, faithful to the famous French 70s, remained unalterably opposed. They despised the heavy field cannon as drags upon the mobility of the French offensive, and regarded them, like machine guns, as defensive weapons. Messimy, as War Minister, and General Dubail, then on the General Staff, had forced through an appropriation for several batteries of 105s, but through changes of government and the continued contempt of the Artillery Corps, by 1914 only a few had been incorporated into the French army. On the German side, the Lorraine front was held by the 6th Army of Ruprecht, Crown Prince of Bavaria, and by the 7th Army of General von Heeringen, which on August 9th was placed under Prince Ruprecht's orders. Ruprecht's mission was to hold as many French troops on his front as possible in order to keep them away from the main front opposite the German right wing. He was to accomplish this, according to Schlieffen's strategy, by falling back and drawing the French forward into a sack where, having lengthened their line of communications, they could be engaged in battle while the decision took place elsewhere. The essence of the plan was to let the enemy in this sector come on, as he showed every disposition to do, and while tempting him into a tactical victory, inflict upon him a strategic defeat. Like the plan for East Prussia, this strategy involved psychological dangers. In the hour when the trumpet sounded, when his fellow commanders were advancing to victory, it required Ruprecht to accept obediently the necessity of withdrawal, not a pleasing prospect to a vigorous commander with an appetite for glory, especially not to one of semi-royal rank. Erect and good-looking in a disciplined way, with straightforward eyes and a sensible moustache, Ruprecht had no touch about him of his capricious predecessors. The two King Ludwigs of Bavaria, whose several and excessive passions, one for Lola Montez and the other for Richard Wagner, had caused one king to be deposed and the other to be declared mad. He came in fact from a less eccentric branch of the family,
which had provided the regent for the mad king, and as a direct descendant of Henrietta, daughter of Charles I of England, was legitimate Stuart heir to the English throne. In memory of King Charles, white roses decorated the Palace of Bavaria every year on the anniversary of the regicide. Ruprecht had a more current allied connection in the person of his wife's sister Elizabeth, who was married to King Albert of Belgium. The Bavarian army, however, was thoroughly German. They were barbarians, reported General Dubail after the first days of battle, who before evacuating a town sacked the houses in which they had been billeted, ripped up the chairs and mattresses, scattered the contents of closets, tore down curtains, smashed and trampled furniture, ornaments and utensils. These, however, were as yet only the habits of troops sullenly retiring. Lorraine was to see worse. For the first 4 days of Dubail's and Castelnau's offensive, the Germans retired slowly according to plan, fighting only rearguard action against the French. Down the broad straight roads bordered with plane trees, the French came in their blue coats and red trousers. At every rise in the road they could see great distances over the checkerboard of fields, one green with alfalfa, the next gold with ripe grain, another brown, already ploughed for the next crop, others dotted with haystacks in neat rows. The 70s spoke with piercing shriek over the fields as the French entered the territory that had once been theirs. In the first combats against a not too determined German resistance, the French were victorious, although the German heavy artillery, when used, tore terrible gaps in their lines. General Dubail, on August 15th, passed carts bringing back the wounded pale and mangled, some with limbs blown off. He saw a battlefield of the previous day still strewn with corpses. On the 17th, the 20th Corps of de Castelnau's army, commanded by General Foch, took Château Salins and reached within striking distance of Morhange. On the 18th, Dubail's army took Sarrebourg. Confidence soared. Offensive outrance appeared to have triumphed. The troops exulted and saw themselves on the Rhine. At that moment, Plan 17 began to crumble, had indeed been crumbling for many days. On the front opposite Belgium, General Lanrezac had all this time been hammering at GQG for permission to face north into the oncoming German right, instead of northeastward, for the offensive into the Ardennes against the German centre. He saw himself being enveloped by the German forces coming down west of the Meuse, whose true strength he suspected, and he insisted on being allowed to shift a part of his army to the left bank of the Meuse into the angle with the Sambre, where it could block the German path. Here he could hold a line along the Sambre, the river that rises in northern France and flows northeast through Belgium, edging the mining district of the Borinage to join the Meuse at Namur. Along its banks rise cone-shaped slag heaps. Coal barges ply its waters coming out of Charleroi, city of the kingly name that ever after 1914 would have for French ears a sound as mournful as Sedan. Lanrezac bombarded GQG with reports from his own reconnaissance of German units and movements which indicated a mass pouring through on either side of Liège in hundreds of thousands, perhaps 700,000, maybe even 2 million. GQG insisted the figures must be wrong. Lanrezac argued that strong German forces would come down on his flank through Namur, Dinant and Givet, just at the time the Fifth Army would be entering the Ardennes. When his chief of staff, Hélie Doissel, whose normally melancholy demeanour was growing daily more sombre, came to GQG to plead his case, the officer who received him cried, "What again? Is your Lanrezac still worrying about being flanked on his left? That won't happen, and," he added, voicing GQG's basic thesis, "if it does, why so much the better." Nevertheless, though determined to let nothing detract from the main offensive planned to start on August 15th, GQG could not be entirely impervious to the mounting evidence of an enveloping manoeuvre by the German right wing. On August 12th, Joffre permitted Lanrezac to move his left corps to Dinant. "High time," Lanrezac muttered caustically, but the move no longer sufficed, he insisted. His whole army must be shifted westward. Joffre refused,
insisting the Fifth Army must remain oriented eastward to perform its appointed role in the Ardennes. Always jealous of his authority, he told Lanrezac, "The responsibility of stopping the enveloping movement is not yours." Exasperated, like all men of rapid mind at the blindness of others and accustomed to respect as a strategist, Lanrezac continued to hector GQG. Joffre grew irritated at his constant criticism and contentiousness. He conceived the whole duty of generals was to be lions in action and dogs in obedience, an ideal to which Lanrezac, with a mind of his own and an urgent sense of danger, found it impossible to conform. "My inquietude," he wrote later, increased from hour to hour. On August 14th, the last day before the opening of the offensive, he went in person to Vitry. He found Joffre in his office buttressed by Generals Bellin and Berthelot, his chief and assistant chief of staff. Bellin, once known for his vivacity, was already showing the strain of overwork. Berthelot, quick and clever, like his opposite number, Henry Wilson, was an inveterate optimist who found it temperamentally difficult to anticipate trouble. He weighed 230 pounds, and having early conceded the victory of August heat over military dignity, worked in blouse and slippers. Lanrezac, whose dark Creole face was already sagging with worry, insisted the Germans would appear on his left, just when he would be deep in the Ardennes, where the difficult terrain made quick success unlikely and a turnabout impossible. The enemy would be left to complete his enveloping manoeuvre unopposed. Speaking in what Poincaré called his creamy tones, Joffre told Lanrezac that his fears were premature. He added, "We have the impression the Germans have nothing ready there." There meaning west of the Meuse. Bellin and Berthelot repeated the assurance of "nothing ready there," and endeavoured at once to soothe and encourage Lanrezac. He was urged to forget about envelopment and think only of the offensive. He left GQG, as he said, "with death in my soul." On his return to Fifth Army headquarters at Rethel on the edge of the Ardennes, he found on his desk a report from GQG intelligence which compounded his sense of doom. It estimated an enemy force across the Meuse of 8 army corps and 4 to 6 cavalry divisions, in fact an underestimate. Lanrezac instantly sent an aide with a letter to Joffre, calling his attention to these reports coming from your own headquarters, and insisting that the movement of the Fifth Army to the region between Sambre and Meuse should be studied and prepared from this moment. Meanwhile, at Vitry, another visitor arrived in deep anxiety to try to convince GQG of the danger on the left. When Joffre had refused to have Gallieni at headquarters, Messigny had given him an office in the War Ministry, where all reports were channeled to him. Although these did not include intelligence reports from GQG, which Joffre systematically refrained from sending to the government, Gallieni had gathered enough information to detect the outlines of the great flood pouring down upon France. It was the terrible submersion that Jaure, foreseeing the use of reserves in the front line, had predicted. Gallieni told Messigny he must go to Vitry to make Joffre alter his plans. But Messigny, who was nearly 20 years Joffre's junior, and stood in awe of him, said Gallieni must go himself, as one to whom Joffre owed much of his career and whom he could not ignore. That was underestimating Joffre, who could ignore anyone he chose. When Gallieni arrived, Joffre gave him only a few minutes and passed him on to Bellin and Berthelot. They repeated the assurances they had given Lanrezac. GQG had its mind closed to the evidence and refused to consider the German advance west of the Meuse a serious threat, Gallieni reported to Messigny on his return. Yet that evening, under pressure of increasing evidence, GQG began to waver. Joffre, replying to Lanrezac's last urgent message, agreed to study the proposed shift of the Fifth Army and to permit preliminary arrangements for the movement, although he still insisted that the menace to Lanrezac's flank was far from immediate and its certainty far from absolute. By next morning, August 15th, it had come much closer. GQG, with every nerve wound up for the great offensive, looked apprehensively to the left. A telephone call was put through to Lanrezac at 9 a.m., authorizing him to prepare the movement, but not to execute it without direct order of the commander-in-chief. During the day, reports reached GQG that 10,000 German cavalry had crossed the Meuse at Huy. Then another report came that the enemy was attacking Dinant and had seized the citadel commanding the city from the high rock of the right bank. Then a further report that they had forced a crossing, but had been met by Lanrezac's Ist Corps pouring down from the left bank, who had driven them back across the bridge in fierce combat, in which one of the first casualties was a 24-year-old lieutenant named Charles de Gaulle. This was the corps whose movement across the river had been authorized on August 12th. The menace on the left could no longer be minimized. At 7 p.m., Joffre's direct order to move the Fifth Army into the angle of Sambre and Meuse was telephoned to Lanrezac, followed by his written order an hour later. GQG had succumbed, but not wholly. The order, Special Instruction Number 10, changed plans just far enough, it was felt, to meet the threat of envelopment, but not so far as to give up the offensive of Plan 17. It acknowledged that the enemy seems to be making his main effort by his right wing north of Givet, as if Lanrezac needed to be told, and ordered the main body of the Fifth Army to move northwest to operate together with the British and Belgian armies against the enemy forces to the north. One corps of the Fifth Army was to remain facing northeast in support of the Fourth Army, to whom the chief burden of carrying the offensive into the Ardennes was now transferred. In effect, the order stretched out the Fifth Army to the west over a wider front than heretofore, without added men to cover it. Order Number 10 instructed the new spearhead, General de Langle de Carry, commander of the Fourth Army, to make ready for attack in the general direction of Neufchâteau, that is, into the heart of the Ardennes. To strengthen the fighting quality of his army, Joffre set in motion a complicated exchange of troops between the armies of de Castelnau, Lanrezac, and de Lange. As a result, 2 corps which had trained under Lanrezac were taken from him and replaced by others new to his command. Although the new units included the 2 highly valued divisions from North Africa, which the Goeben had tried to halt, the extra movements and last-minute changes aggravated Lanrezac's bitterness and despair. While the rest of the French army charged to the east, he saw himself left to guard France's unprotected flank from the blow he believed was designed to kill her. He saw himself given the heaviest task, though GQG refused to recognize it as such, with the smallest means. His temper was not improved by the prospect of operating in common with 2 independent armies, the British and Belgian, whose commanders outranked him and were unknown to him. His men must execute in the August heat a march of 80 miles requiring 5 days, and even if they reached the line of the Sambre before the Germans did, he feared it might be too late. By then the Germans would have reached it in too great strength to be stopped. Where were the British who were supposed to be on his left? So far no one had laid eyes on them. Though he could have learned from GQG exactly where they were, Lanrezac no longer put any faith in GQG and suspected darkly that France was the victim of a perfidious British trick. Either the BEF was a myth, or it was playing out a last cricket match before joining the war, and he refused to believe in its existence unless it was seen personally by one of his own officers. Daily scouting parties, which included Lieutenant Spears, British liaison officer with the Fifth Army, were sent out to scour the countryside, but failed to find any men in khaki, a strange functioning of liaison which Lieutenant Spears, in a famous book, leaves unexplained. The failure added to Lanrezac's sense of peril. Anxieties pressed upon him. My anguish, he wrote, rose to its peak. At the same time as he issued Order Number 10, Joffre asked Messigny to transfer 3 territorial divisions from coast defence to fill the space between Maubeuge and the Channel. He was scraping the bottom of the barrel for a makeshift defence against the German right wing rather than subtract a single division from his cherished offensive. Not yet was he ready to acknowledge that the enemy's will was being imposed on him. Not all the Lanrezacs, Gallianis and reconnaissance reports in the world could shake GQG's central conviction that the greater the German right wing, the more promising the prospects for the French seizure of initiative through the centre. The German march through Belgium, like the march of predator ants who periodically emerge from the South American jungle to carve a swath of death across the land, was cutting its way across field, road, village and town, like the ants unstopped by rivers or any obstacle. Von Kluck's army poured through north of Liège and von Bülow's south of the city, along the valley of the Meuse toward Namur. The Meuse is a precious necklace, King Albert had said, and Namur is its pearl. Flowing through a broad canyon between rocky heights, set back a space from the river on either side, the Meuse was a vacation land where, in every other August, the traditional month of vacation, families picnicked, little boys swam, men fished from the banks under sun umbrellas, mothers sat in folding chairs knitting, little white sailboats tacked and skimmed, and the excursion boat ran from Namur to Dinant. Part of von Bülow's army was now crossing the river at Huy, halfway between Liège and Namur, to advance along both banks upon the second of Belgium's famed fortresses. Namur's circle of forts, constructed in the same pattern as those of Liège, was the last bastion before France. With confidence in the iron fist of the siege guns, which had done their work so well at Liège, and were now being dragged in von Bülow's train toward their second assignment, the Germans expected to be through Namur in 3 days. On von Bülow's left, the Third Army, commanded by General von Hausen, was advancing upon Dinant, so that the two armies were converging upon the angle of the Sambre and Meuse, just as Lanrezac's army was heading into it. While in the field, Schlieffen's strategy was unrolling on schedule, behind the front a jagged crack appeared in the design. On August 16th, OHL, which had remained in Berlin until the end of the concentration period, moved to Koblenz on the Rhine, some 80 miles behind the centre of the German front. Here, Schlieffen had envisaged a commander-in-chief who would be no Napoleon on a white horse watching the battle from a hill, but a modern Alexander who would direct it from a house with roomy offices where telegraph, telephone, and wireless signalling apparatus are at hand, while a fleet of autos and motorcycles ready to depart wait for orders. Here, in a comfortable chair by a large table, the modern commander overlooks the whole battlefield on a map. From here he telephones inspiring words, and here he receives the reports from army and corps commanders and from balloons and dirigibles, which observe the enemy's movements. Reality marred this happy picture. The modern Alexander turned out to be Moltke, who by his own admission had never recovered from his harrowing experience with the Kaiser on the first night of war. The inspiring words he was supposed to telephone to commanders were never part of his equipment, and even if they had been, would have been lost in transmission. Nothing caused the Germans more trouble, where they were operating in hostile territory, than communications. Belgians cut telephone and telegraph wires. The powerful Eiffel Tower wireless station jammed the airwaves so that messages came through so garbled they had to be repeated 3 or 4 times before sense could be made of them. OHL's single receiving station became so clogged that messages took from 8 to 12 hours to get through. This was one of the frictions the German General Staff, misled by the ease of communications in war games, had not planned for. The wickedly unobliging resistance of the Belgians and visions of the Russian steamroller crashing through East Prussia further harassed OHL. Friction developed in the staff. The cult of arrogance practiced by Prussian officers affected no one more painfully than themselves and their allies. General von Stein, Deputy Chief of Staff, though admittedly intelligent, conscientious and hard-working, was described by the Austrian liaison officer at OHL as rude, tactless, disputatious, and given to the sneering, domineering manner known as the Berlin Guard's tone. Colonel Bauer of the operations section hated his chief, Colonel Tappen, for his biting tone and odious manner towards subordinates. Officers complained because Moltke refused to allow champagne at mess, and because fare at the Kaiser's table was so meagre it had to be supplemented with private sandwiches after dinner. From the moment the French attack began in Lorraine, Moltke's resolve to carry through Schlieffen's total reliance upon the right wing began to slip. He and his staff expected the French to bring up their main forces on their left to meet the threat of the German right wing. As anxiously as Lanrezac sent out scouts looking for the British, OHL looked for evidence of strong French movements west of the Meuse, and up to August 17th found none. That vexing problem of war presented by the refusal of the enemy to behave as expected, in his own best interest, beset them. They concluded from the movement in Lorraine and the lack of movement on the west that the French were concentrating their main force for an offensive through Lorraine between Metz and the Vosges. They asked themselves if this did not require a readjustment of German strategy. If this were the main French attack, could not the Germans, by a shift of forces to their own left wing, bring about a decisive battle in Lorraine before the right wing could accomplish it by envelopment? Could they not, in fact, accomplish a true canaille, the double envelopment that Schlieffen had held in the back of his mind? Anxious discussions of this alluring prospect, and even some preliminary shifting of the weight of gravity toward the left, engaged OHL from August 14th to 17th. On that date, they decided that the French were not massing in Lorraine to the extent believed, and reverted to the original Schlieffen Plan. But once divinity of doctrine has been questioned, there is no return to perfect faith. From then on, OHL was lured by opportunity on the left wing. Mentally, Moltke had opened his mind to an alternative strategy, dependent on what the enemy would do. The passionate simplicity of Schlieffen's design for total effort by one wing and rigid cleaving to plan regardless of enemy movements was broken. The plan that had appeared so faultless on paper cracked under pressure of the uncertainties, above all the emotions, of war. Having deprived himself of the comfort of a prearranged strategy, Moltke was thereafter tormented by indecisiveness whenever a decision was required. On August 16th, Prince Ruprecht required one urgently. He wanted permission to counterattack. His headquarters at Saint-Avold, a dreary, undistinguished town sunk in a hollow on the edge of the dingy mining district of the Saar, offered no princely amenities, no chateau for his lodging, not even a grand hotel. Westward stretched before him a land of easy rolling hills under wide open skies, with no obstacles of importance before the Moselle, and glowing on the horizon the prize, Nancy, jewel of Lorraine. Ruprecht argued that his given task to engage as many French troops as possible on his front could best be accomplished by attacking, a theory exactly contrary to the strategy of the sack. For 3 days, from August 16th to 18th, discussion raged over the telephone wire, happily all in German territory, between Ruprecht's headquarters and general headquarters. Was the present French attack their main effort? They appeared to be doing nothing serious in Alsace or west of the Meuse. What did this indicate? Suppose the French refused to come forward and fall into the sack. Suppose Ruprecht continued to retire. Would not a gap be opened up between him and the Fifth Army, his neighbour to the right, and would not the French attack through there? Might this not bring defeat to the right wing? Ruprecht and his chief of staff, General Kraft von Dellmensingen, contended that it would. They said their troops were impatiently awaiting the order to attack, that it was difficult to restrain them, that it would be shameful to force retreat upon troops champing to go forward. Moreover, it was unwise to give up territory in Lorraine at the very outset of the war, even temporarily unless absolutely forced to. Fascinated yet frightened, OHL could not decide. A staff major named Zollner was sent to 6th Army headquarters at Saint-Avoid to discuss it further in person. He said OHL was considering a change in the planned retirement, but could not give up the sack maneuver completely. He returned with nothing settled. Hardly had he gone when an airplane reconnaissance report was received of local French movements backward toward the Grand Couronne, which were immediately interpreted by the 6th Army staff as evidence that the enemy was not coming forward into the sack after all, and therefore the best thing to do was to attack him as quickly as possible. Matters were at a crisis. More telephone conversations ensued between Ruprecht and von Kraft at one end, and von Stein and Tappen at the other. Another messenger from OHL, Major Doms, arrived. This was on August 17th, with news that made a counter-offensive appear more desirable than ever. He said OHL was now sure the French were transferring troops to their western wing and were not tied to Lorraine. He reported the success of the siege guns at Liège, which made the French fortress line look less formidable. He said OHL now believed the English had not yet landed on the continent, and, if a decisive battle could be quickly fought here in Lorraine, they might never come at all. But of course, said Major Doms, he was obliged by Moltke's instructions to warn of all the hazards of a counter-offensive, of which the chief and overwhelming one was that it would be a frontal attack, that anathema of German military doctrine, with envelopment impossible because of the mountains and the French fortresses. Ruprecht retorted that there was less risk in attack than in further retreat, that he would take the enemy by surprise and might unbalance him, that he and his staff had considered all the risks and intended to master them. Working himself up with another eloquent ode to the offensive spirit of his gallant troops who must not be required to withdraw further, he announced he had made up his mind to attack unless he received a definite order from OHL prohibiting him. "Either let me attack," he shouted, "or issue definite orders." Confounded by the prince's forceful tone, Doms hurried away to OHL for further instructions. At Ruprecht's headquarters, we waited, wondering if we would receive the prohibiting order. They waited all morning of the 18th, and when no word had come by afternoon, von Kraft telephoned to von Stein, demanding to know if an order was to be expected. Once again, all the advantages and all the misgivings were thrashed over. Out of patience, von Kraft asked for a yes or no. "Oh no, we won't oblige you by forbidding an attack," von Stein replied, with something less than the authority of a modern Alexander. "You must take the responsibility. Make your decision as your conscience tells you." "It is already made. We attack." "Na," answered von Stein, using a vernacular expression implying a shrug. "Then strike and God be with you." Thus the sack maneuver was abandoned. The order was given for the 6th and 7th Armies to turn around and prepare for the counter-offensive. Meanwhile, the British, whom the Germans supposed not to have landed, were moving up toward their designated position on the left end of the French line. The continued rapturous greeting of the French populace sprang less from any deep love of the British, their antagonists for centuries, than from an almost hysterical thankfulness at the appearance of an ally in the struggle that was life or death for France. To the British soldiers, kissed, fed, and bedecked with flowers, it seemed like a celebration, a huge party of which they were unaccountably the heroes. Their pugnacious commander-in-chief, Sir John French, disembarked on August 14th with Murray, Wilson, and Huguet, who was now attached to the British command as liaison officer. They spent the night in Amiens and went to Paris next day to meet the President, Premier, and Minister of War. "Vive le General French!" cried the delirious crowd of 20,000 who packed the square in front of the Gare du Nord and lined the streets. "Hip, hip, hooray! Vive l'Angleterre! Vive la France!" All along the route to the British Embassy crowds, said to be greater than those who greeted Blériot when he flew the Channel, cheered and waved in happy welcome. Poincaré was surprised to find his visitor a man of quiet manner, not very military in appearance, with a drooping moustache whom one would take for a plodding engineer rather than the dashing cavalry commander of his reputation. He seemed slow and methodical, without much élan, and, despite his French son-in-law and a summer home in Normandy, able to speak few words of recognizable French. He proceeded to horrify Poincaré by announcing that his troops would not be ready to take the field for 10 days, that is, until August 24th. This was at a time when Lanrezac already feared that August 20th might be too late. "How we have been misled," Poincaré wrote in his diary. "We thought them ready down to the last button, and now they will not be at the rendezvous." In fact, a puzzling change had come over the man, whose most notable qualification for command, apart from seniority and the right friends, had been until now his military ardour. From the moment he landed in France, Sir John French began to exhibit a preference for the waiting attitude, a curious reluctance to bring the BEF to action, a draining away of the will to fight. Whether the cause was Kitchener's instructions with their emphasis on keeping the army in being and their caution against risking losses and wastage, or whether it was a sudden realization percolating into Sir John French's consciousness that behind the BEF was no national body of trained reserves to take its place, or whether on reaching the continent within a few miles of a formidable enemy and certain battle, the weight of responsibility oppressed him, or whether all along beneath his bold words and manner the natural juices of courage had been invisibly drying up, or whether, fighting on foreign soil for someone else's homeland, it was simply a feeling of limited liability. No one who has not been in the same position can judge. What is certain is that from the start, Sir John French's meetings with his allies left them variously disappointed, startled, or outraged. The immediate purpose for which the BEF had come to France, to prevent her being crushed by Germany, appeared to escape him, or at least he seemed to react to it with no sense of urgency. He appeared to think that his independence of command, which Kitchener had so stressed, meant he could choose his own hours for fighting and his hours of resting, as Poincaré put it, indifferent to the possibility that the Germans might overrun France in the meantime, making any further question of fighting obsolete. As the inescapable Clausewitz had pointed out, an Allied army operating under independent command is undesirable, but if unavoidable, it is at least essential that its commander should not be the most prudent and cautious, but the most enterprising. During the next 3 weeks, the most critical of the war, the reason for Clausewitz's italics was to become clear. Next day, August 16th, Sir John visited GQG at Vitry, where Joffre discovered him to be firmly attached to his own ideas and anxious not to compromise his army. Sir John French, in his turn, was not impressed, owing perhaps to a British officer's sensitivity to social background. The struggle to republicanize the French army had produced an unfortunate proportion, from the British point of view, of officers who were not gentlemen. Au fond, they are a low lot, Sir John wrote to Kitchener some months later, and one always has to remember the class these French generals mostly come from. Indubitably, the French generalissimo was the son of a tradesman. On this occasion, Joffre politely but urgently expressed his desire that the BEF should go into action on the Sambre, along with Lanrezac on August 21st. Contrary to what he had told Poincaré, Sir John French said he would do his best to meet this date. He requested that, as he was to hold the exposed end of the French line, Joffre should place Saude's cavalry and 2 reserve divisions directly under my orders. Joffre, needless to say, refused. Reporting the visit to Kitchener, Sir John French said he was much impressed by General Berthelot and the staff, who were deliberate, calm, and confident, and exhibited a total absence of fuss and confusion. He expressed no opinion of Joffre beyond noting that he seemed to realize the value of a waiting attitude, a curious and self-revealing misjudgment. The next visit was to Lanrezac. The taut temper at Fifth Army headquarters appeared in Heli Doisel's first greeting to Huguet when he drove up in a car with the long-sought British officers on the morning of August 17th. "At last you're here. It's not a moment too soon. If we are beaten, we'll owe it to you." General Lanrezac appeared on the steps to greet his visitors, whose appearance in the flesh did not dispel lingering suspicions that he was being tricked by officers without divisions. Nothing said in the ensuing half-hour did much to reassure him. Speaking no English and his vis-à-vis no useful French, the two generals retired to confer alone without interpreters, a procedure of such dubious value that to explain it as done out of a mania for secrecy, as suggested by Lieutenant Spears, seems hardly adequate. They emerged shortly to join their staffs, of whom several were bilingual, in the operations room. Sir John French peered at the map, put on his glasses, pointed to a spot on the Meuse, and attempted to ask in French whether General Lanrezac thought the Germans would cross the river at that point, which bore the virtually unpronounceable name Huy. As the bridge at Huy was the only one between Liège and Namur, and as von Bülow's troops were crossing it as he spoke, Sir John French's question was correct if superfluous. He stumbled first over the phrase "cross the river," and had to be prompted by Henry Wilson, who supplied "traverser la fleuve." But when he came to a Huy, he faltered again. "What does he say? What does he say?" Lanrezac was asking restively. Ahoy Sir John French finally managed to bring out, pronouncing it as if he were hailing a ship. It was explained to Lanrezac that the British commander-in-chief wished to know if he thought the Germans would cross the Meuse at Huy. "Tell the Marshal," replied Lanrezac, "I think the Germans have come to the Meuse to fish." His tone, which he might have applied to some particularly dim-witted question at one of his famous lectures, was not one customarily used toward the field marshal of a friendly army. "What does he say? What does he say?" Sir John French, catching the tone if not the meaning, asked in his turn. "He says they are going to cross the river, sir," Wilson answered smoothly. In the mood engendered by this exchange, misunderstandings flourished. Billets and lines of communication, an inevitable source of friction between neighbouring armies, produced the first one. There was a more serious misunderstanding about the use of cavalry, each commander wanting the use of the others for strategic reconnaissance. Saude's tired and half-shoeless corps, which Joffre had assigned to Lanrezac, had just been pulled away again on a mission to make contact with the Belgians north of the Sambre, in the hope of persuading them not to retreat to Antwerp. Lanrezac was in dire need, as were the British, of information about the enemy's units and line of march. He wanted use of the fresh British cavalry division. Sir John French refused it. Having come to France with only 4 divisions instead of 6, he wished to hold the cavalry back temporarily as reserve. Lanrezac understood him to say he intended employing it as mounted infantry in the line, a contemptible form of activity which the hero of Kimberley would as soon have used as a dry-fly fisherman would use live bait. Most serious of all was the dispute over the date when the BEF would be ready for action. Although on the previous day he had told Joffre he would be ready by the 21st, Sir John French now reverted, either out of pure pique or from the uncertain state of his nerves, to what he had told Poincaré, that he would not be ready until the 24th. To Lanrezac it was the final affliction. Did the British general suppose the enemy would wait for him, he wondered, although not aloud. Obviously, as he had known from the start, the British were not to be relied on. The interview closed with flushed faces. Afterward, Lanrezac informed Joffre that the British would not be ready until the 24th at the earliest, that their cavalry were to be used as mounted infantry and cannot be counted on for any other purpose, and raised the question of possible confusion with the British along the roads in the event of retirement. The phrase produced a shock at GQG. Lanrezac, the veritable lion of admired aggressiveness, was already considering the possibility of retreat. Sir John French also received a shock upon arriving at his headquarters temporarily at Le Cateau, where he learned that the commander of his Second Corps, his good friend General Grierson, had died suddenly that morning in the train near Amiens. French's request to Kitchener for a particular general to replace Grierson, "Please do as I ask you in this matter," he wrote, was refused. Kitchener sent out General Sir Horace Smith-Dorrien, with whom French had never got on, both being opinionated men. Like Haig, Smith-Dorrien had no great respect for the commander-in-chief and tended to act on his own initiative. Sir John French took out his resentment of Kitchener's choice in a heightened aversion to Smith-Dorrien and vented it, when all was over, in that sad and twisted document he entitled 1914, which a distinguished reviewer was to call one of the most unfortunate books ever written. At Belgian Army headquarters in Louvain on August 17th, the day when Sir John French was meeting Lanrezac and Ruprecht was demanding permission to counterattack, Premier de Broqueville came to discuss with King Albert the question of removing the government from Brussels to Antwerp. Detachments of all arms of von Kluck's army, outnumbering the Belgians 4 or 5 to 1, were reported attacking the Belgian line at the River Gerte, 15 miles away. 8,000 troops of von Bülow's army were reported crossing the bridge at Huy, 30 miles away, and heading for Namur. If Liège had fallen, what could Namur do? The period of concentration was over. The main German advance was on its way, and as yet the armies of Belgium's guarantors had not come. "We are alone," the king said to de Broqueville. The Germans, he concluded, would probably overrun central Belgium and occupy Brussels, and the final issue of events is still uncertain. It was true that the French cavalry was expected that day in the area of Namur. Joffre, when informing King Albert of their mission, had assured him that in the best opinion of GQG, the German units west of the Meuse were merely a screen. He had promised that further French divisions would soon arrive to cooperate with the Belgians against the enemy. King Albert did not think the Germans at the Gette and at Huy were a screen. The mournful decision for the government to leave the capital was taken. On August 18th, the king also ordered a general retreat of the army from the Gette to the fortified camp of Antwerp and the removal of headquarters from Louvain, 15 miles back to Malines. The order produced incredulous dismay among the forward school of the Belgian General Staff, and especially in the bosom of Colonel Adalbert, President Poincaré's personal representative. Energetic and brilliantly qualified for the offensive in war, he was less so for diplomatic missions, ruefully admitted the French minister to Belgium. "You are not going to retreat before a mere cavalry screen," exploded Colonel Adalbert. Astounded and angry, he accused the Belgians of abandoning the French without warning, just at the precise moment when the French cavalry corps had appeared north of the Sambre and Meuse. The military consequences, he said, would be grave, the moral success to the Germans great, and Brussels would be uncovered to raids by German cavalry. This was his appreciation of the enemy's strength that 2 days later was to take Brussels with over 250,000 men. However wrong his judgment and rude his tongue, Colonel Adalbert's anguish, from the French point of view, was understandable. Retirement to Antwerp meant that the Belgian army would withdraw from the flank of the Allied line and break off contact with the French on the eve of the great French offensive. During the day of August 18th, the king's decision was changed several times in the agony of indecision between desire to save the Belgian army from annihilation and reluctance to give up good positions, just when French help might be arriving. Before the day was over, the king's dilemma was solved for him by Joffre's Order No. 13 of that date, which made it clear that the main French effort was to be made in another direction, leaving Belgium to guard the passage west of the Meuse with what assistance could be obtained from the Fifth Army and the British. King Albert hesitated no more. He reconfirmed the order for retreat to Antwerp, and that night the 5 Belgian divisions were disengaged from their positions on the Gette and withdrawn to the Antwerp camp, which they reached on August 20th. Joffre's Order Number 13 was the get-ready signal for the Great Offensive through the German centre, upon which all French hopes were set. It was addressed to the 3rd, 4th and 5th Armies and communicated to the Belgians and British. It instructed the 3rd and 4th Armies of Generals Ruffy and de Langle de Carry to prepare to attack through the Ardennes and left 2 alternatives open to the 5th Army, depending upon final appreciation of German strength west of the Meuse. In one case, Lanrezac was to attack northward across the Sambre, in complete liaison with the Belgian and British armies. In the other case, supposing the enemy engaged only a fraction of his right-wing group west of the Meuse, Lanrezac was to recross the river and support the main offensive through the Ardennes, leaving to the Belgian and British armies the task of dealing with the German forces north of the Sambre and Meuse. It was an impossible instruction. It required Lanrezac's army, not a unit, but a heterogeneous mass of 3 corps and 7 separate divisions stretched over an area 30 miles wide, which was then in motion on its way up to the Sambre, to face 2 ways, and in the second alternative to return to the original deployment which Lanrezac had so painfully succeeded in turning it away from only 3 days ago. It could have paralyzed Lanrezac and left him stock still, waiting for Joffre to choose one alternative or the other. Instead, the phrase, "only a fraction of his right wing," sealed his loss of confidence in GQG. Ignoring the second alternative, he pushed on to the Sambre. He would be in position by August 20th, he informed Joffre, to counterattack any enemy forces attempting to cross the river between Namur and Charleroi, and to throw them back into the Sambre. Moving toward that rendezvous, his battalion sang the Sambre et Meuse, a memorial of 1870 and favourite marching song of the French army. The regiment of Sambre and Meuse marched to the cry of liberty, seeking the path of glory that leads to immortality. The regiment of Sambre and Meuse died to the cry of liberty, writing a page of glory that gave them immortality. What dictated Order Number 13 was GQG's fixed determination to carry through Plan 17, the bearer of all its hopes for victory by decisive battle. In August, when the war was young, the idea that it could be brought to a quick finish by decisive battle still prevailed. GQG firmly believed that however strong the German right wing, a French offensive through the German centre would succeed in isolating and destroying it. That night, Messimy, in anguish about the weakly defended frontier below the Sambre, telephoned to Joffre and was told the Generalissimo was asleep. His awe greater than his anguish, Messimy agreed that he should not be awakened. Berthelot said to him comfortingly, "If the Germans commit the imprudence of an enveloping manoeuvre through northern Belgium, so much the better. The more men they have on their right wing, the easier it will be for us to break through their centre." On that day, the German right wing was making its wheel through Belgium, with von Kluck's army on the outside advancing upon Brussels, von Bülow's in the middle advancing upon Namur, and von Hausen's on the inside advancing on Dinant. Namur, held by the Belgian 4th Division and garrison troops, stood alone, still generally regarded, despite what had happened at Liège, as an impregnable fortress. Even those who took heed of Liège thought Namur would at least hold out long enough to allow Lanrezac to cross the Sambre, make contact with its defenders, and pin his forces to the rim of Namur's circle of forts. Commandant Duruy, a former military attaché in Brussels, who was sent as liaison officer to Namur, gloomily reported to Lanrezac on August 19th that he did not believe the fortress could hold for long. Cut off from the rest of their army, the defenders were low in morale as well as in ammunition. Though his views were disputed by many, Duruy remained adamant in his pessimism. On August 18th, von Kluck's leading troops reached the Gatter, where they found themselves foiled of the Belgian army. The destruction of that army was von Kluck's task. He had hoped to accomplish it by driving through between the Belgians and Antwerp and rounding them up before they could reach the safety of their base. He was too late. King Albert's withdrawal saved his army and kept it in being to become a menace to von Kluck's rear when later he turned south for the march on Paris. They always managed to escape our grasp, so that their army has not been decisively beaten nor forced away from Antwerp, von Kluck was obliged to report to OHL. He must shortly make his southward turn, not only with the Belgians at his rear, but with a new enemy, the British, in front of him. The Germans had worked it out that the logical place for the British to land would be at the ports nearest to the front in Belgium, and von Kluck's cavalry reconnaissance, with that marvellous human capacity to see what you expect to see, even if it is not there, duly reported the British to be disembarking at Ostend, Calais, and Dunkirk on August 13th. This would have brought them across von Kluck's front at almost any moment. In fact, of course, they were not there at all, but were landing farther down the coast at Boulogne, Rouen, and Havre. The Ostend report, however, caused OHL to worry that as von Kluck made his southward turn, his right might be attacked by the British, and if he swung his left to meet them, a gap might be opened between his army and von Bülow's. To prevent such danger, OHL on August 17th put von Kluck, to his extreme annoyance, under the orders of von Bülow. How it was possible for OHL to act on a report that the British were landing at Ostend, and on the same day to tell Ruprecht that the British had not yet landed and might not come at all, is one of the curiosities of war which can only be explained by conjecture. Perhaps the staff officers at OHL who dealt with the left wing were a different group from those who dealt with the right wing, and failed to consult each other. The commanders of the First and Second Armies were both within 2 years of 70. Von Kluck, a strange, dark, fierce-looking man, hardly looked his age, in contrast to von Bülow with his white moustache and puffy face, who looked more than his. Von Kluck, who had been wounded in the War of 1870 and acquired his ennobling von at the age of 50, had been chosen before the war for the leading role in the March on Paris. His was the army that was supposed to be the hammerhead of the right wing, his that was to regulate the pace of the whole, his that had been given the greatest striking power with a density of 18,000 men per mile of front, about 10 per metre, compared to 13,000 for von Bülow and 3,300 for Ruprecht. But haunted by the spectre of a gap, OHL thought that von Bülow, in the centre of the right wing, would be in the best position to keep its 3 armies abreast of each other. Von Kluck, bitterly resenting the arrangement, promptly disputed von Bülow's orders for each day's march, causing such havoc, what with the garbled communications, that after 10 days OHL was forced to rescind the order, whereupon a gap was indeed to open up beyond recall. The Belgians, even more than von Bülow, tried von Kluck's temper. Their army, by forcing the Germans to fight their way through, delayed the schedule of march, and by blowing up railroads and bridges, disrupted the flow of ammunition, food, medicine, mail, and every other supply, causing the Germans a constant diversion of effort to keep open their lines to the rear. Civilians blocked roads, and worst of all cut telephone and telegraph wires, which dislocated communication not only between the German armies and OHL, but also between army and army and corps and corps. This extremely aggressive guerrilla warfare, as von Kluck called it, and especially the sniping by franc-tireurs at German soldiers, exasperated him and his fellow commanders. From the moment his army entered Belgium, he found it necessary to take, in his own words, severe and inexorable reprisals, such as the shooting of individuals and the burning of homes, against the treacherous attacks of the civil population. Burned villages and dead hostages marked the path of the First Army. On August 19th, after the Germans had crossed the Gette and found the Belgian army withdrawn during the night, They vented their fury on Aarschot, a small town between the Ghetto and Brussels, the first to suffer a mass execution. In Aarschot, 150 civilians were shot. The numbers were to grow larger as the process was repeated, by von Bülow's army at Ardennes and Tamines, by von Hausen's in the culminating massacre of 664 at Dinant. The method was to assemble the inhabitants in the main square, women usually on one side and men on the other, select every 10th man or every second man or all on one side, according to the whim of the individual officer, march them to a nearby field or empty lot behind the railroad station and shoot them. In Belgium, there are many towns whose cemeteries today have rows and rows of memorial stones inscribed with a name, the date 1914, and the legend, repeated over and over, fusillés par les Allemands, shot by the Germans. In many are newer and longer rows with the same legend and the date 1944. General von Hausen, commanding the Third Army, found, like von Kluck, that the perfidious conduct of the Belgians in multiplying obstacles in his path called for reprisals of the utmost rigour without an instant's hesitation. These were to include the arrest as hostages of notables such as estate owners, mayors and priests, the burning of houses and farms, and the execution of persons caught in acts of hostility. Hausen's army were Saxons, whose name in Belgium became synonymous with savage. Hausen himself could not get over the hostility of the Belgian people. To discover how we are hated was a constant amazement to him. He complained bitterly of the attitude of the d'Egremont family, in whose luxurious chateau of 40 rooms with greenhouses, gardens and stable for 50 horses he was billeted for one night. The elderly count went around with his fists clenched in his pockets. The two sons absented themselves from the dinner table. The father came late to dinner and refused to talk or even respond to questions, and continued in this unpleasant attitude in spite of Hausen's gracious forbearance in ordering his military police not to confiscate the Chinese and Japanese weapons collected by Count d'Egremont during his diplomatic service in the Orient. It was a most distressing experience. The German campaign of reprisals was not, except individually, a spontaneous answer to Belgian provocation. It had been prepared ahead of time, with usual German care for every contingency, and was designed to save time and men by cowing the Belgians quickly. Speed was essential. It was also essential to enter France with every available battalion. Belgian resistance, which required troops to be left behind, interfered with this objective. Proclamations were printed in advance. As soon as the Germans entered a town, its walls became whitened, as if by a biblical plague, with a rash of posters plastered on every house, warning the populace against acts of hostility. The punishment for civilians firing on soldiers was death, as it was for a variety of minor acts. Anyone approaching within 200 meters of an airplane or balloon post would be shot on the spot. Owners of houses where hidden arms were discovered would be shot. Owners of homes where Belgian soldiers were found hidden would be sent to perpetual hard labor in Germany. Villages where acts of hostility were committed against German soldiers will be burned. If such an act took place on the road between two villages, the same methods will be applied to the inhabitants of both. In summary, the proclamations concluded, for all acts of hostility, the following principles will be applied. All punishments will be executed without mercy. The whole community will be regarded as responsible. Hostages will be taken in large numbers. This practice of the principle of collective responsibility, having been expressly outlawed by the Hague Convention, shocked the world of 1914, which had believed in human progress. Von Kluck complained that somehow the methods employed were slow in remedying the evil. The Belgian populace continued to show the most implacable hostility. These evil practices on the part of the population ate into the very vitals of our army. Reprisals grew more frequent and severe. The smoke of burning villages, the roads clogged with fleeing inhabitants, The mayors and burgomasters shot as hostages were reported to the world by the crowds of Allied, American, and other neutral correspondents who, barred from the front by Joffre and Kitchener, flocked to Belgium from the first day of war. A remarkable group of masters of vivid writing, the Americans included Richard Harding Davis for a syndicate of papers, Will Irwin for Collier's, Irwin Cobb for the Saturday Evening Post, Harry Hansen for the Chicago Daily News, John T. McCutcheon for the Chicago Tribune, and others. Securing credentials from the German army, they followed along with it. They wrote of the debris of sacked houses, the blackened villages in which no human was left, but only a silent cat on a shattered doorstep, the streets strewn with broken bottles and broken window panes, the agonized lowing of cows with unmilked udders, the endless files of refugees with their bundles and wagons and carts and umbrellas for sleeping on rainy nights along the roadside, of the fields of grain bending over with ripeness and no one to reap them, of the questions asked over and over. Have you seen the French? Where are the French? Where are the British? A rag doll lying on the road with its head squashed flat by the wheel of a gun carriage seemed to one American correspondent a symbol of Belgium's fate in the war. On August 19th, as the fusillade of shots cracked through airshow 25 miles away, Brussels was ominously quiet. The government had left the day before. Flags still decked the streets, refracting the sun through their red and yellow fabric. The capital in its last hours seemed to have an extra bloom, yet to be growing quieter, almost wistful. Just before the end, the first French were seen, a squadron of weary cavalry riding slowly down the Avenue de la Toison d'Or with horses' heads drooping. A few hours later, 4 motorcars filled with officers in strange khaki uniforms drove by. People stared and raised a feeble cheer. Les Anglais, Belgium's allies, had come at last, too late to save her capital. On the 19th, refugees continued to stream in from the east. The flags were being taken down. The populace had been warned. There was a menace in the air. On August 20th, Brussels was occupied. Squadrons of Uhlans, moving with lances at the ready, appeared suddenly in the streets. They were but the heralds of a grim parade, almost unbelievable in power and grandeur that followed. It began at 1 o'clock with column after column of grey-green infantry, shaved and brushed with freshly shined boots and bayonets glinting in the sun, and their ranks closed to eliminate the gaps left by the missing. The cavalry appeared in the same grey-green, with black and white pennants fluttering from their lances, like horsemen riding out of the Middle Ages. The phalanx of their innumerable hoofs clattering in close order seemed capable of trampling to death anything in their path. Heavy guns of the artillery thundered over the cobblestones. Drums pounded. Hoarse voices in chorus roared the victory song, Heil dir im Siegeskranz, to the tune of God Save the King. On and on, more and more, brigade after brigade they came. Silent crowds watching the parade were stupefied by its immensity, its endlessness, its splendid perfection. The exhibition of equipment designed to awe the onlookers accomplished its object. Drawn by 4 horses, the kitchen wagons with fires lighted and chimneys smoking were no less astonishing than the trucks fitted out as cobblers' shops, with cobblers standing at their benches, hammering at boot soles, and soldiers whose boots were being repaired, standing on the running boards. The parade kept to one side of the boulevards, so that staff officers in motor cars and messengers on bicycles could dash up and down the line of march. Cavalry officers provided a varied show, some smoking cigarettes with careless hauteur, some wearing monocles, some with rolls of fat at the back of their necks, some carrying English riding crops, all wearing expressions of studied scorn. Hour after hour the march of the conquerors continued, all through the afternoon and evening, all that night, and into the next day. For 3 days and 3 nights, the 320,000 men of von Kluck's army tramped their way through Brussels. A German governor-general took possession. The
The German flag was raised on the town hall. The clocks were put on German time, and an indemnity of 50 million francs, $10 million, payable within 10 days, was imposed upon the capital, and 450 million francs, $90 million, upon the province of Brabant. In Berlin, upon news of the fall of Brussels, bells rang out, shouts of pride and gladness were heard in the streets. The people were frantic with delight, strangers embraced, and a fierce joy reigned. France on August 20th was not to be deterred from her offensive. Lanrezac had reached the Sambre, and the British were on a level with him. Sir John French, after all his seesawing, now assured Joffre he would be ready to go into action next day. But there was bad news from Lorraine. Ruprecht's counter-offensive had begun with tremendous impact. Castelnau's Second Army, unbalanced by the loss of the corps which Joffre had transferred to the Belgian front, was retreating, and Dubail reported being severely attacked. In Alsace, against greatly reduced German forces, General Pau had retaken Mulhouse and all the surrounding region, but now that Lanrezac's move to the Sambre had pulled away strength from the central offensive, Pau's troops were needed to take their places in the line. In Joffre's sore need, the decision was taken to withdraw Pau's forces. Even Alsace, the greatest sacrifice, was to be laid on the altar of Plan 17. Although, like the iron mines of Briey, Alsace was expected to be regained with victory, General Pau's despair speaks through the lines of his last proclamation to the people he had just liberated. In the north the great battle begins, which will decide the fate of France, and with it that of Alsace. It is there that the commander-in-chief summons all the forces of the nation for the decisive attack. For us, in deep chagrin, it becomes necessary to leave Alsace momentarily to assure her final deliverance. It is a cruel necessity to which the army of Alsace and its commander have had pain in submitting, and to which they would never have submitted except in the last extremity. Afterward, all that remained in French hands was a tiny wedge of territory around Thann, where Joffre came in November and said simply, bringing tears to a silent crowd, "Je vous apporte le baiser de la France." Final deliverance of the rest of Alsace was to wait 4 long years. On the Sambre, where Lanrezac was to take the offensive next day, the 20th was an exciting day for the troops, in the words of Lieutenant Spears. There was crisis in the air. Not a man but felt that a great battle was at hand. The morale of the Fifth Army was extremely high. They felt certain of success. Their commander was less so. General Damade, commander of the group of 3 territorial divisions, which Joffre, as a last-minute gesture, had sent around to the left of the British, was also disquieted. In answer to a query he addressed to GQG, General Berthelot replied, "Reports on German forces in Belgium are greatly exaggerated. There is no reason to get excited. The dispositions taken at my orders are sufficient for the moment." At 3 o'clock that afternoon, General de Langle de Cary of the Fourth Army reported enemy movements across his front, and asked Joffre if he should not begin the offensive at once. At GQG, the conviction reigned firmly that the greater the movements to the German right, the thinner its centre. "I understand your impatience," Joffre replied, "but in my opinion the time to attack is not yet. The more the region of the Ardennes is depleted at the moment we pass to the offensive, the better the results to be anticipated from the advance of the Fourth Army supported by the Third. It is therefore of the utmost importance that we allow the enemy to flow by us to the northwest without attacking him prematurely." At 9 that night he judged the time had come and issued the order to the Fourth Army to begin the offensive at once. It was the hour of Elan. To Messamie, Joffre reported as night fell on August 20th, "There is reason to await with confidence the development of operations."